The east blew the weakest sea in this vast ocean. Heizei walked toward the harbor with a smile, having reaped a bountiful harvest of fish today. He thought of how happy Limulu and the proprietress would be when they saw him returning with so much fish. Thinking of that healing smile, a wave of warmth washed over Heizei's heart. He couldn't help but blush slightly. She was the daughter of his great benefactor. When he first wandered onto this island, had it not been for Limulu and the proprietress, he would have starved to death on the streets. Unable to repay their kindness, Heizei secretly made up his mind that to protect their future life together, he would do some extra training tonight. It had been 2 months since Heizei crossed over. After figuring out this was a pirate world filled with monsters, he had initially wanted to give up, but Limulu and the proprietress had treated him exceptionally well. Even without a system, he would protect them with all his might. 2 months of training had forged 8-pack abs and sharp hip lines. From not far away came envious whispers, "Isn't that guy Heizei? Why is he so popular with the girls?" Exactly. He just has an incredibly handsome face and a very good figure, that's all. This kind of guy would just be slashed to death the moment he encounters pirates. Haha, exactly. Who knows what's the point of exercising every day? Once I eat a devil fruit someday, I'll be famous across the seas. Why even bother exercising? A commotion came from behind as several scrawny men slung their arms around each other's shoulders, looking at Heizei with extreme disdain. Heizei couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, thinking that the idea of becoming invincible just by eating a devil fruit was truly foolish. Heizei ignored them, but the group only grew louder. This kind of trash has the tavern proprietress's daughter completely infatuated. I bet a guy like him is all just for show. When real danger comes, he'll probably be the first to run. If you ask me, Limulu should be protected by you, boss. By the seaside under the golden sunset, the once bustling harbor now revealed an eerie silence. A gunshot. Heizei's expression changed drastically. A strange ship was docked at the harbor, flying a flag with a black skull on it. Oh no. It's pirates. I must hurry and warn Limulu and the others to take shelter. Sensing grave danger, Heizei was about to run when he caught a glimpse of a pitch-black gun barrel extending from a corner and hastily dodged sideways. Blood splattered. Heizei felt a piercing pain in his left arm and crashed heavily to the ground. This kid actually managed to dodge a shot to the heart. But it's in vain. Huh. The boss truly had foresight, having us block this place to prevent anyone from tipping them off. Once we control the harbor's armed forces, the people on this island will be at our mercy. Several pirates walked out from the side, holding flintlocks, cruel smiles plastered on their faces. Damn it. Hurry and tell the proprietress to run. The pirates are here. Ignoring the pain, Heizei, who was lying on the ground, roared at the men from earlier. However, those men were already scared out of their wits. Hi, pirates. Why are these guys here? Run. I don't want to die. The men who had been incredibly arrogant moments ago instantly scattered and fled, yet not a single one headed toward the town. This scene filled Heizei with burning rage. They were just boasting a moment ago, but now that the pirates were actually here, they ran faster than anyone else. Several gunshots rang out in succession. Those who ran the furthest died first. The pirates sneered, "Kill all the men." The sneering pirates slowly approached Heizei. "We'll leave him to you. We're going to find the boss. Kid, remember this, the one taking your life is Haki." Just as the trigger was about to be pulled, Heizei's gaze suddenly sharpened. Relying on the powerful core strength forged from his hard training, he sprang up from the ground, scissored his legs to snatch the flintlock, and then swiftly rose to deliver a beautiful uppercut that knocked Haki to the ground. Heizei quickly picked up the gun and fired a counterattack as he stood up. With a gunshot, Haki fell. Unfazed, Heizei wore a cold expression as he raised his hand, aiming the pitch-black muzzle at the departing pirates. Forcibly suppressing the intense pain in his left arm, he fired again, taking down another pirate. Damn peasant. Brothers, get him. The several pirates snapped back to their senses, yelling loudly to attack, but their first reaction was to run to the sides to find cover. Taking the opportunity, Heizei vaulted into a nearby house, panting heavily as his mind raced to formulate a countermeasure. The furious and startled pirates fired madly at the house regardless of whether it was effective, until at a certain moment the gunfire ceased. Out of bullets. Now is the time. Sensing the pause, Heizei abruptly poked his head out and raised his gun to shoot. However, the next moment a tall figure suddenly appeared. A thick, sturdy hand directly grasped his gun barrel, and under Heizei's horrified gaze forcefully crushed the barrel to pieces. Monster. Even with rigorous training, a normal person couldn't possibly crush a flintlock with one hand. He absolutely could not be fought head-on. Seeing Heizei's horrified eyes, Callie was very satisfied and sneered, "Just a lowly commoner. Hard work can never bridge the gap between you and me. Trash will always be trash." Heizei was about to retreat when Callie threw a direct punch right at his chest. Accompanied by a dull thud, Heizei's vision instantly went black and his consciousness quickly blurred. A pirate exclaimed as expected of the boss. This punch directly, severely wounded him. Expressionless, Callie withdrew his arm, casually tossing Heizei to the ground, and simultaneously stomped a foot toward the latter's neck. Finishing off the enemy is the cruel nature of a pirate. Having done all this, a satisfied smile crept onto Callie's lips. He concluded that there would be no strong fighters on this island. In other words, on this island, he was the strongest. Detecting a strong will to survive, the system completed its activation and awarded a novice gift pack. Repairing the body. The distinct voice echoing in his mind made Heise realize that this was not a near-death hallucination. Body successfully repaired. Initiating life choices. Choice 1. Join the villain faction. Having experienced death, you choose to turn completely to the dark side and decide to destroy the world. Reward King of Curses ability. Choice 2. Join the Marine faction. Harboring a deep hatred for pirates, you decide to personally execute justice. Reward 6 Eyes ability. Choice 3. Join the Pirate faction. With a twisted mindset, you decide to fight violence with violence. Reward Darkness ability. Unbeknownst to anyone on the distant sea off the island at this moment, a massive warship was rapidly approaching, its justice flag fluttering in the wind. Looking at the system panel, Heise fell into deep thought. The villain faction. He couldn't just ignore the boss lady's kindness. If he joined the pirate faction, he couldn't slaughter civilians. There were many in the Marines he respected, and most importantly, he would be hunted by the Marines every day. Just thinking about it was annoying, not to mention the reward was the dark fruit. This fruit was completely unnecessary for him at present. After reviewing the introduction of the heaven-defying 6 Eyes, it was indeed similar to those legendary 6 Eyes, but its functions were even more heaven-defying. In that case, I choose to join the Marine faction. The system notification sounded and the heaven-defying 6 Eyes were distributed. As the system's voice faded, Heise felt a refreshing sensation in his eyes. Even with his eyes closed, information within 100 meters flooded into his brain instantly. The texture of the wooden boards, the gravel on the ground, every rustle of the wind and grass was under his control. At the same time, a mysterious power bred within Heise's body, cursed energy. The system prompted, rewarding him with Cursed Technique Lapse Blue. Heise opened his eyes, his pale blue pupils flashing with a sharp glint. He opened his palm, and under the surging cursed energy, a cluster of blue-white light danced in his palm, erupting with astonishing suction force. I've even learned Cursed Technique Lapse Blue, as expected of me. The system prompted whether to open the Novice Gift Pack. Open. The Novice Gift Pack was opened and Taijutsu and Cursed Technique Dismantle were distributed. Feeling the surging power within his body, if he faced that guy from earlier again, Heise was confident he could beat him to a pulp, relying solely on physical strength. Cursed Technique Dismantle. With just a single swipe of his hand, a flying slash imbued with cursed energy tore through the air, directly slicing off a corner of the house. This technique is indeed not bad. The corners of Heise's mouth curled up. The hideous bloody hole on his chest had disappeared, and his well-defined 8-pack abs were revealed under his torn clothes. The next second, Heise vanished from his spot. When the heaven-defying 6 Eyes are activated, there is no consumption, and the total amount of cursed energy is greatly increased. It allows for short-distance rapid movement, levitation, precise cursed energy manipulation, and grants a 360-degree omnidirectional perception. Wait for me, you mongrels. On the other side, a Marine soldier reported to Vice Admiral Garp that an island ahead was suspected of being invaded by pirates. How dare they break ground on my turf? Which pirate crew is so bold? It just so happens my fists are a bit itchy today. Garp was happily eating rice crackers, but upon hearing this, he became displeased and flew directly towards the island using moonwalk. All my savings from these past years are here, please spare my life. This is all my food, how am I, an old man, supposed to live? No, please let my daughter go. She's only 8 years old. The small town was already in utter chaos. Fires blazed everywhere and the sounds of shattering bottles and jars mixed with agonizing screams. The previously peaceful settlement had now descended into purgatory. This was the true portrayal of being invaded by pirates. A loud crash echoed. A pirate kicked a table over his eyes, wantonly scanning the 2 women in front of him before he burst into loud laughter. Boss Callie, this pair of women is not only as beautiful as flowers, but they also run a tavern like this. Watching the approaching men, Lilia, with a solemn expression, shielded her daughter behind her. The leading pirate, named Callie, had incredibly fast reflexes and had instantly dealt with the tavern's security. She just didn't know how Heise was doing. If he went to the harbor, she feared. Feeling a sense of desolation, Lilia had prepared for the worst. She absolutely could not let herself and her daughter fall into the hands of these people, even if it meant death. You bastards. What have you done to brother Heise? Behind her, Limulu had tears in her eyes. Despite being extremely terrified, she still spoke with a glimmer of hope. Unexpectedly, Limulu's actions further provoked the ferocity of the pirates. Vicious light surged in their eyes as they licked their lips and said, "As long as you obediently listen to us, he'll be fine." Hearing this, a glimmer of light lit up in Limulu's eyes. Really? Of course it's true, I never lie. Really? Hee, of course. Wait there, little sister, I'll come over and tell you right now. Just as the pirate approached, a cold sensation pressed against his forehead. Blood stained Limulu's clothes red. With tears in her eyes and a trembling body, she continued to point the gun at Callie. This little girl actually knew how to feign weakness to fight back. A bloodthirsty sneer appeared on Callie's face. You damn demons. If Brother Heizei is dead, I'll make you all be buried with him. Her mother had told her that at this distance, an ordinary person couldn't possibly dodge. Limulu was about to pull the trigger. The next second, Callie's figure erupted with astonishing speed. With one palm, he knocked the short gun away, then grabbed Limulu by the throat and lifted her up. Even with a gun, she couldn't win. Despair welled up in Limulu's eyes. Limulu. Lilia was also panicked, desperately beating on Callie's body, but the latter remained completely motionless, his grip gradually tightening. Callie stared at the beautiful face that was gradually turning pale, a cruel smile appearing on his face. He just loved this feeling. Watching the weak die defenselessly in front of him intoxicated him. Boom. Several figures crashed into the room following a loud explosion, closely followed by the golden light of the setting sun spilling in. A tall and lean figure floated in midair, covered in undried blood, his clothes torn. The black-haired youth revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Yo, long time no see. Heizei. Lilia was overjoyed to see the newcomer. Brother. Heizei. Limulu's eyes, which had dimmed, gradually regained their light. Looking at the smiling Heizei, Callie's pupils shrank sharply. Wasn't this kid the guy from just now? He remembered very clearly that just a few minutes ago this kid had his stomach ripped open. Callie couldn't help but voice his shock and doubt. Are you a human or a ghost? Who knows? Right. Heizei flicked his hand, smashing a pirate into the crowd. Cursed technique lapse blue. Blue-white light surged and erupted with astonishing suction, directly sweeping a group of pirates together, smashing them through several tables and chairs before embedding them viciously into the corner. Seeing this, Callie's eyes flashed. What was that blue-white light just now? Could it be a devil fruit ability? After a brief moment of surprise, Callie pretended to be calm and spoke confidently. Even ordinary devil fruit users are no match for me. Devil fruit. The corners of Heizei's mouth curled into a mocking arc, and he immediately sneered, extending a single finger. Mongrel, I'll give you 1 second to let go. What an arrogant brat. Remember, you are the challenger. As soon as his voice fell, Callie only felt a piercing chill flash by. His right arm instantly lost all sensation and blood gushed out like a fountain. You brat, how dare you? My hand. Before Callie could react, a large hand pressed against his face, and the curses in his mouth turned into painful, muffled groans. He was once again greatly shocked in his heart. This brat's speed was actually this fast. A smile lifted the corners of Heizei's mouth. Using the gravity of cursed technique lapse blue for high-speed movement was far more effective than he had imagined. So, are you ready with your dying words? Trash. Ugh, bastard. In a fit of rage, Callie's left arm swung fiercely towards Heizei, but how could Heizei give him such an opportunity? As cursed energy surged, a blue-white light lit up in Heizei's palm. The massive suction force directly distorted Callie's face. At the same time, Heizei raised his arm high, Callie's head firmly fixed in his hand before being heavily smashed into the floor. Boom. A dull, loud crash echoed. With a strike imbued with cursed energy combined with Heizei's current physical strength, Callie was heavily struck down. Sure enough, the system's prompt sounded in Heizei's mind. He had successfully killed the pirate and obtained bounty points. The system prompted whether he needed to upgrade skills and check in. Kid, did you do all this? A voice came over. A hearty voice came from the sky. Kid, did you do all this? Heizei was somewhat surprised. Could there be a fish that slipped through the net? The figure gradually became clear. Before he could fully see it, Heizei had already sensed through the powerful perception of his inverse Heaven's 6 eyes that the newcomer's strength was not to be underestimated. We'll deal with the check-in later. But Heizei was astonished to find that the old man bouncing in the sky seemed somewhat familiar. Isn't that the marine hero Kapu? Why is he here? Oh, kid, you actually recognize me. Kapu laughed heartily and landed on the ground, his gaze fixed straight on Heizei. On the way here, he had discovered dozens of pirate corpses, most of them armed with guns. Judging by the current situation, it seemed that this brat in front of him had taken care of them all by himself. If that were really the case, Kapu didn't want to let such a talent slip away. Brother Heizei, cough cough. I'm so glad you're safe. The excited Limulu coughed a few times and rushed toward Heizei, but perhaps because she had been too tense earlier, the young girl took only 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. Heizei, with his 360-degree omnidirectional perception, noticed this and instantly teleported to support Limulu, who then fell into his arms. Heizei, who had just finished pummeling enemies, felt a slight tremor in his heart upon touching this unusual softness. Holding the unconscious Limulu, he couldn't help but sigh. She's grown again. Heizei, I'm so glad you're safe. Thank you so much for earlier. I don't know how to repay you. Liluya, standing nearby, had tears glistening in her eyes. If Heizei hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's fine, boss lady. You took me in before, and I've never had a chance to repay that kindness. Heizei turned to Liluya with a gentle smile. The boy's smile appeared so warm and pure in Liluya's eyes that she was momentarily stunned. Only then did she realize that Heizei's pupils were as blue as the sky and ocean, captivating one's gaze. This scene surprised Kapu. The speed that kid had just displayed was something even some rear admirals in the headquarters couldn't match with their shave technique. What's the deal with this kid? And judging by the situation, it's definitely him who took down these pirates. No, I need to find a way to recruit him into the Marines. Taking down so many pirates alone at such a young age. Although he hasn't shown monster-level performance like Qing Ji or Qi Quan, I believe that with systematic training, he could become a Vice Admiral-level figure in the future. After all, not everyone can become an Admiral-level existence capable of destroying islands and conquering cities and nations alone. That requires terrifying talent. A Vice Admiral level is already an extremely formidable existence on this sea. Soon after, Vice Admiral Bo Jiate arrived to handle the aftermath of the battlefield. Oh well. Huh. Kid, what's your name? Kapu's mind raced, thinking hard for a moment. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and said, Heizei found Kapu's appearance amusing. Mr. Kapu, my name is Heizei. How old are you? 18. Are you married? Ahaha, kid, I see you have an extraordinary bone structure and considerable talent. The seas are in chaos now with pirates springing up everywhere, and the Marines are in need of talents. Kapu said with a serious expression, which was the most eloquent speech he could muster with his lifelong learning. Just as the two were awkwardly chatting, Bo Jiate came over. Vice Admiral Kapu, the battlefield has been counted. This pirate group is the Kali Pirates, active in the last 2 years. Their captain Kali has a bounty of 17 million berries. After speaking, Bo Jiate looked Heizei up and down with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Has the East Blue produced another little monster? A bounty of 17 million berries. Before entering the Grand Line in the East Blue, this could already be considered a region-tyrannizing overlord-level existence. And such a pirate had been defeated by this kid alone, and it looked like he only had torn clothes. A clean victory with no injuries. No wonder even Mr. Kapu had taken an interest in recruiting him. These pirates mostly died from blunt force trauma and severe internal injuries. Bo Jiate's words made Kapu's eyes light up slightly. Blunt force trauma and severe internal injuries. That's exactly his favorite kind of hand-to-hand combat. Back in the day, he had built his reputation as a Marine hero with his iron fists of Haki. Although he didn't care much about the title, this kid like him liked to practice boxing. The young man had potential. Thinking this, Kapu's eyes grew even brighter as he looked at Heizei. However, Bo Jiate paused his gaze toward Heizei, turning sharp. Captain Kali's right arm was severed. Judging from the wound, it was caused by a sharp sword aura just now. Kapu, upon hearing this, picked his nose. As a master of physical combat, he clearly had no interest in swordsmanship. That's right, I cut it off. Heizei admitted calmly. Bo Jiate immediately became interested, his tone eager. I see the wound is quite smooth and even. I presume your swordsmanship has reached the level of a sword master. Heizei hesitated slightly. He didn't really know if it counted. Probably. I'm not sure what exactly qualifies as a sword master. Huh. Enough nonsense. I'm itching for a fight today. Kid, want to spar with me? Kapu, who had been unable to hold back, was ready to see Heizei's strength firsthand and give him some pointers during the fight. This way he would have an excuse to recruit Heizei into the Marines. In the past, those little monsters were all arrogant and unruly, but after a good beating, they became much more obedient. I'm a damn genius to have come up with such a smart idea. Kapu cracked his knuckles. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. If he had known this earlier, why waste words and brain cells? Just go straight to fighting. Oh wait, he probably doesn't have brain cells to begin with. If Bo Jiate had heard Kapu's inner thoughts, he would definitely have rolled his eyes. Are you sure you're not scaring all the geniuses away? They come into the Marines in one piece, and you carry them out on 2 stretchers. Isn't that inappropriate? People might think the Marines are a bunch of ferocious demons. Great Vice Admiral Kapu, I'd be delighted. Heizei grinned upon hearing this. He was also eager to know how far he was from the top-tier powerhouses of this sea. Ding. Detected that the host has received a challenge from a top-tier powerhouse for the first time. Reward Natural Fighter LV1. Natural Fighter LV1 perfectly combine and utilize abilities not exceeding this skill level in battle, gaining a 50 bonus when using lower-level skills. Skill comment among those of the same realm. Who dares claim invincibility? Who dares claim undefeated? This ability. Wouldn't it maximize his combat power? Interesting. I'm beginning to understand everything now. Kid, in this battle, if you can touch any part of me besides my hands, I'll admit defeat. Fine. The two stood facing each other. Kid, aren't you skilled in swordsmanship? Where's your blade? Garp asked, puzzled. Could it be that this boy was afraid of hurting him? If you're worried about hurting this old man, then all the rice crackers I've eaten over the years would be for nothing. Go all out, young man. Garp declared with confidence. Bogart nodded in agreement. With the most supreme armament Haki on these seas, even a swordmaster's slash could not harm a single hair on Garp's head. No need, Mr. Garp. Kurozawa smiled slightly. It wasn't that he was being arrogant and refusing to draw a sword. He truly didn't possess one. Kid, you chose this. Boom. Garp spread his legs wide, and merely standing there unleashed an invisible pressure that surged forth. So this is the oppressive presence of a top-tier battle. Interesting. Kurosawa's gaze turned serious as he extended both hands to form seals, intoning with conviction, Phase Twilight Eye of Wisdom. Once the technique completed its full incantation and hand seals, it would unleash its maximum power. commonly known as the skill's precast animation. Garp naturally wouldn't interrupt a young kid's spellcasting during a sparring match. Thanks to this, Kurozawa had the opportunity to test the true maximum power of his Azure technique. As the complete incantation was chanted, Kurosawa's flowing hair whipped wildly in the wind as immense cursed energy surged from all directions. A basketball-sized sphere of Azure rapidly condensed between him and Garp, and it continued to swell. What kind of technique is this? Garp grinned, a look of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. As the blue energy sphere expanded, cracks began to form on the ground, splitting open as chunks of earth floated upward. Nearby wooden planks and stones were all sucked and then shredded to pieces by the Azure's terrifying attraction. Even Bogart in the distance found his footing unstable, astonishment evident in his eyes. This suction force is actually pulling even me. Could it be some kind of devil fruit ability? What's going on? Why is Kurozawa fighting the Marines? Lilia exclaimed, anxiously drawn by the commotion. Bogart quickly explained, don't worry, miss. Mr. Garp is just sparring with Kurozawa. He'll hold back appropriately. Phew. Other vice admirals might restrain themselves, but when it came to Garp, that was hard to guarantee. Rest assured, Miss Kurosawa's safety will be ensured. Lilia. Crack, crack, crack. The ever-expanding Azure on the field finally reached a critical threshold, and the blue-white sphere packed with colossal cursed energy hurtled toward Garp. Cursed technique, reversal Azure. Maximum output. Haha, well done. Fist bone, one blow. Facing Kurosawa's ferocious assault, Garp laughed heartily and threw a punch directly at it. Boom. The energy wave scattered outward. The Azure, having absorbed the full force of Garp's punch, trembled violently before exploding with a thunderous blast, sending a violent gale sweeping across the field. Amidst the smoke, ordinary Marine soldiers couldn't see what was happening inside. But Bogart, with his observation Haki, could perceive that Kurosawa had used the instant Garp struck the Azure to swiftly move into midair, moving so fast that even Bogart nearly lost track of him. Impressive, lad. That technique's power is even more terrifying than a cannon blast. Wait. What is that? Bogart, who had been marveling, suddenly froze, then exclaimed, swordless style. Midair, Kurosawa swept his hand through the air, and a 2-meter-long slash brimming with cursed energy howled forth. This was the most powerful technique he could unleash in such a short span release. Seeing this, Bogart narrowed his eyes, his hand unconsciously moving to the sword at his hip. What a fierce flying slash. Even I would need considerable effort to block it. The glint of cold light rapidly grew in Garp's eyes, yet he remained completely unruffled. He simply reached out his big hand and caught the slash in his grip, its hum vibrating through the air. Haha, a handblade. You're quite good, kid. But you still need practice. As Garp's words fell, the next moment the razor-sharp slash was crushed barehanded in his grip. Truly worthy of the top-tier armament Haki. Kurosawa sighed inwardly, though this was within his expectations. It's over, kid. Come join the Marines. Garp grinned at Kurosawa, hovering midair while readying his swing. Indeed, it's over. Kurosawa has never practiced moonwalk, so he can't gain any leverage to dodge in midair. And when facing Mr. Garp's iron fist, very few people can withstand even a single punch. Bogart spoke out, drawing the curtain on this sparring match. Just as Bogart had said, Kurosawa's body began to fall from midair as Garp threw his punch. Just when it seemed Kurosawa was about to take Garp's disciplinary iron fist head-on, something that defied everyone's expectations occurred. Kurosawa's midair figure suddenly vanished. Behind you, Mr. Garp. Bogart shouted in alarm. Black sparks erupted. This was Kurosawa's Black Flash. Black Flash, when the discrepancy between the impact of a punch and the surge of cursed energy is within 0.00001 seconds, it generates spatial distortion with power averaging 2.5 times the normal output, colloquially known as a critical hit from the gods. Behind Garp, Kurosawa was utterly focused, his gaze sharp as lightning. The blue-white radiance of cursed technique reversal Azure condensed in his palm, while the surging torrent of cursed energy also converged into a release technique formed in an instant. Combined with the Black Flash, he had fused these three incredibly difficult techniques into a single strike. His all-seeing Azure eyes told Kurosawa, this blow would land. Is Vice Admiral Garp going to lose? This thought involuntarily arose in the minds of the watching Marine soldiers. Bogart's expression shifted slightly as well, but he didn't believe Garp would lose. The reason was simple. Based on his understanding of Garp's strength, even going easy, Kurosawa couldn't possibly touch him. Out on the field, a flicker of surprise appeared on Garp's face. He had already sensed it the moment Kurosawa flashed behind him. Kurosawa's speed was indeed astonishing, but what truly shocked Garp was the terrifying power contained within that single strike. Impressive kid to have reached such a level. He couldn't let talent like this slip away right under his nose. It seemed he'd have to get a bit more serious after all. The confident smile remained on Garp's face. The physical prowess he had honed to the pinnacle of these seas revealed itself in that moment. Even in this extremely short span of time, he was confident he could spin around and block Kurosawa's attack with a single punch. But in the next instant, Garp's smile froze on his face. He discovered with alarm that his body was being pulled by some inexplicable force, preventing him from completing his defensive turn. What in the world? That's... Under Bogart's astonished gaze, the azure that had been scattered by Garp's punch had somehow reformed on the field, unleashing an astonishing suction force. Caught completely off guard, Garp was yanked by the force. Even one as powerful as him couldn't muster enough strength and time to block Kurosawa's punch. He could only shout, "Kid, where are you punching?" In other words, Kurosawa had won. The terrifying gravitational pull of the blue and the Swordmaster level slashing technique, solution, combined with the enhancement of Black Flash, landed solidly on Garp's waist. Simultaneously, the blue that had recondensed on the battlefield erupted violently. Boom. Thick dust billowed up. What a remarkable lad! His talent in battle is astonishing. Trapped between two attacks, Mr. Garp must have taken the most ferocious blow in an instant. Bogart clenched his fist, his eyes brimming with undisguised admiration for Heizawa. Even I would call this kid's combat technique perfect. No. That black lightning wrapping around. Could it be? Bogart stared in shock at the battlefield obscured by dust. After praising Heizawa's combat prowess, he finally recalled the extraordinary black light. As the adjutant of the marine hero Garp, how could he be unaware of the supreme application of Conqueror's Haki? Conqueror's coding. Could this kid have already mastered such a top-tier technique at his age? Beside him, Lilia's eyes widened, then she broke into a broad smile. Though she didn't understand from Bogart's tone, Heizawa must have accomplished something remarkable. She was delighted. Vice Admiral Garp. The watching marine soldiers couldn't help but exclaim. The shockwaves from that exchange were tremendous. Could Vice Admiral Garp really have been defeated by this kid? The turbulent wind swept away the dust, which gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of the two. Heizawa's fist was planted into Garp's waist. "Kid, you sure know where to hit," Garp said with a broad grin, showing no signs of pain from the attack. Heizawa sighed inwardly. So it was as expected. A sensation like a mountain. His Azure 6 eyes could perceive a layer of flowing energy protecting Garp's body, its defensive power astonishing beyond imagination. The strength of this armament Haki was far beyond what his current LV-1 skills could break through. Bogart, who had watched the entire spar, had a glint of insight in his eyes. However, it was a pity. That attack probably wasn't Conqueror's coding, because he hadn't felt the unique pressure of Conqueror's Haki being released. But forcing Garp to dodge and use armament Haki to endure the attack, there were not many strong fighters in the Marines who could achieve that. Even allowing for Garp's carelessness to face a top-tier powerhouse without flinching and maintain a clear combat strategy. This was enough to prove that the young man named Heizawa had boundless potential. Perhaps he had the makings of an admiral. Truly worthy of the marine hero. My attack was just a tickle, wasn't it? Heizawa chuckled softly, withdrawing his fist. Ha, you win, but still act humble. But I'm really starting to like you more and more. Garp laughed heartily, slapping Heizawa's shoulder. If he hadn't been quick to coat himself with armament Haki, his kidneys might have been in trouble. Slap, slap, slap. The terrifyingly strong force pulsed through him. If it weren't for the physical enhancement from his body art, LV-1 Heizawa couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be coughing up blood. Damn, Garp sure doesn't know his own strength. It was definitely the right decision not to go head-to-head with him. By the way, kid, what was that black attack you just used? Garp asked curiously. Even Bogart leaned forward slightly, equally intrigued. It's a derivative application of my devil fruit ability. Heizawa grinned, showing his teeth. Since everyone assumed it was his devil fruit, he might as well blame it all on that. Ha, quite a nice attack method. Good thing my waist is trained. Otherwise you'd have really gotten me. Slap, slap, slap. Garp slapped harder and harder, pleased. This kid's physique was pretty good too. He took all those shoulder slaps without spitting blood. In battle, he perfectly utilized his own traits, astonishing speed, sharp slashes, and that seemingly promising devil fruit. Truly a rare genius. This time, no matter what, he had to recruit him into the Marines. Picking up a genius like this on a trip to the East Blue, Sengoku would be astonished when he found out. Having recruited such a promising asset for the Marines, he would definitely make that old miser Sengoku shell out a lot. This time, at least 2 crates of specialty rice crackers. No, 3 crates. With that thought, Garp laughed heartily. Kid, because you've killed so many pirates, you have no choice but to join the Marines. Hearing this, Bogart's mouth twitched. What did killing so many pirates have to do with joining the Marines? Was there any causal relationship between the two? Heizawa is joining the Marines. Lilia was a bit surprised, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. You're absolutely right, Mr. Garp. I'll join the Marines. Heizawa smiled. He had been worrying about where to go, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Moreover, following Garp, even in Marine headquarters, one would be highly respected. After all, Garp was a Marine hero who didn't even care about the celestial dragons, and had an excellent reputation. He actually agreed. Bogart frowned. Hearing Heizawa's agreement, Garp was beaming with joy, his mind further confirming his own idea. In the future, whenever he encountered any genius, he just needed to beat them up, and then recruit them under his command. However, Mr. Garp, I have a small condition. Heizawa looked at Lilia in the distance, and continued, Lilia and Limuru are my benefactors. So I hope that after I join the Marines their safety can be guaranteed. Hearing such a condition, Bogart's brow relaxed. He looked at Heizawa with even more admiration. No problem. Just move them to headquarters Marineford. There's no safer place on the sea. Garp agreed readily. As for the authority to arrange such things, a single phone call from Sengoku would handle it easily. Moreover, such a request was reasonable, and a super genius like Heizawa naturally deserved the highest privileges. All right, Vice Admiral Garp. Heizawa smiled. As for moving, Lilia and Limuru had no objections. The tavern was destroyed, and staying there would be unsafe. With Heizawa joining the Marines, moving to Marineford would make it convenient for them to meet later. Soon the massive dog-headed warship set sail. Your current rank is Marine Sergeant, but I'm sure you'll shine brightly in the Marines soon. Swordless style. Truly rare. But if you had a suitable famous blade, the power of your slashes would surely be even more astonishing. Bogart gripped the sword at his waist. Heizawa looked, and through his extraordinary 6 eyes, he could see that Bogart's sword was indeed no ordinary item. It seemed Garp's men were well treated. The path of the sword leads to the same destination. Bogart was right. Moreover, since his innate fighter LV1 allowed perfect fusion of skills, perhaps he could also fuse the sword arts of this world with his technique solution. If successful, the power would skyrocket. A slash that cuts the world. Perhaps. At least I haven't found a suitable famous blade yet, Heizawa replied. I'll help you look. That simple sentence represented Bogart's high expectations and affirmation of the young man before him. I'll remember this kindness. The more he looked at the young man before him, the stronger the curiosity in Bogart's eyes became. But I'm very curious. How did you train your swordsmanship and physical arts? As he spoke, Garp also looked at Heizawa with some anticipation. On this small island with no strong fighters, could he be self-taught? I really want to know the answer to that question. Lilia and Limuru had already woken up, also staring at Heizawa with beautiful eyes. Limuru especially pretended to be angry, hugging Lilia's arm. Brother, Heizawa is so strong, and he kept it from us. Facing all those gazes, Heizawa smiled slightly. Since everyone was so curious, it seemed he had to give a serious explanation. Actually, all of this. It felt as if invisible eyes were watching, also anticipating his answer. Heizawa's lips curled up. It's all thanks to my persistence and hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dropped to the ground and started doing push-ups. Today's check-in progress: standard push-ups, 1100. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Heizawa moved rhythmically. Push-up 1. Push-up 1. Push-up 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing today's check-in. Reward: Conqueror's Haki LV4. Reward has been issued. Please check your inventory. He never expected Conqueror's coding to come so simply and brutally. Looking at the skill description, Heizawa's mouth couldn't stop curling up. Conqueror's Haki LV4, an extraordinary force of the heart, a terrifying increase in Haki reserves capable of using Conqueror's coding to deal substantial damage with a spread range of up to 3,000 meters. Skill comment: to see the king and not kneel is the original sin. Conqueror's Haki infusion. An ultimate secret of Haki known only to a select few, and even among those who know it, only a handful can truly wield and unleash it. This wave of check-in rewards. Heizei smiled, gradually coming to a realization. Everyone watched. Heizei, who was doing push-ups, suddenly burst into laughter, feeling puzzled. Especially the group of Marine soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. One of them shrugged and said, "Did he just become a sergeant? I've been training in the Marines for 3 years, and I'm only a private second class. And he just took down so many pirates, and even had an intense sparring session with Vice Admiral Kapu. And he still has the stamina to train. Furthermore, this guy can even laugh while exercising. Is this the key to the path of the strong? Could push-ups really be the secret to his strength? Just doing push-ups can beat Vice Admiral Kapu. Is that true? Instructor, I want to do push-ups too. Instructor, me too." A wave of workout enthusiasm sparked by Heizei quickly swept across this dog-headed warship. Kapu chuckled at this, quite pleased with the development. Bra bra bra. He set up a sun lounger, poured coconut juice, put on sunglasses, and leisurely began eating rice crackers. Bra 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 baga. Kapu, where the hell have you run off to, you bastard? As soon as he connected the den mushy, a furious roar came from the other end, clearly full of anger. The round marine cap, black-framed round glasses, and the mustache above the lip. Unmistakably, the person on the other end was the current Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku. Aha! Sengoku, don't rush. Facing Sengoku's scolding, Kapu was already used to it. After calmly picking his nose, he said, "I returned to the East Blue this time, and it's been a great harvest." "Oh, you've had a great harvest. Don't tell me it's the special clamfish rice crackers from the East Blue." "Aha, it's really a great harvest. A pirate with a bounty of 17 million berries has been killed." After a brief silence in the Fleet Admiral's office at Marineford, Sengoku supported himself with one hand on the desk, slowly bringing the den mushy to his mouth. "You bastard, have you gone crazy from eating too many rice crackers? A 17 million berry pirate, and you're bragging to me about it." Sengoku was so angry that a cross-shaped vein bulged on his wrist. However, Kapu had clearly anticipated Sengoku's anger, and with the image of Sengoku's furious expression already in his mind, he laughed even louder. "You bastard, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'm busy as hell all day." "Ahaha. Sengoku, wait, I really do have a great harvest. Seeing that Sengoku was about to hang up, Kapu quickly stopped his tears of laughter and said seriously, "This time I've brought a little monster into the Marines." An 18-year-old swordmaster of the no-sword style, and even Bo-Jiata acknowledged him. Yes, and a mysterious devil fruit with great potential movement speed, even more astonishing than the Soru of those vice admirals at HQ, and his physical skills are also remarkable. The key thing is, this kid sparred with me. And he won. What he beat you. This time Sengoku was truly shocked. He knew Kapu all too well. To be able to beat Kapu in a spar, even if Kapu was holding back, was no ordinary feat. Sengoku readily agreed. Haha, well done Kapu. For talent like that, such a small request is no problem at all. Aha, then make sure you prepare my 3 boxes of specialty rice crackers. Hey, Moshi, why is the signal so bad? Kapu, I have something to do, I'm hanging up now. Baga. Kapu stared blankly at the hung-up Den Mushi, then widened his eyes at Bo-Jiata. Bo-Jiata simply turned his head away. No way, he was just a petty adjutant, how could he criticize the fleet admiral? He'd have to at least become a vice admiral first. On the deck, Heizei pulled up the system panel. Character Heizei, human race. Abilities: Conqueror's Haki LV4 Heaven Defying 6 Eyes LV1 Cursed Technique Reversal Blue LV1 Cursed Technique Solution LV1 Physical Arts LV1 Natural Fighter LV1 Identity Marine Sergeant Bounty Points 1700 Prestige Level LV1 Your justice is despised even by dogs. So what can I say? Heizei scanned through his skills. As skill levels increased, the bounty points required were quite extravagant and different skills had different costs. To upgrade Physical Arts to LV2 cost only 1500 bounty points, while Heaven Defying 6 Eyes required 3,000. The costs for other skills were also high. With Conqueror's Haki Infusion as a safety net, Heizei preferred to prioritize upgrading Heaven Defying 6 Eyes over other skills. The world is not peaceful these days, and he believed he would soon accumulate enough bounty points. Regarding gaining bounty points, Heizei had an idea: transfer to the Marines Bounty Department. Then he could set pirate bounties however he wanted, and earning bounty points would be as easy as pie. However, Kapu would certainly not agree now, since that wasn't a combat department. Marineford Officer Training Camp. This really gets the blood boiling. Heizei watched the Marine soldiers sweating freely on the training ground with emotion and couldn't help recalling Bo-Jiata's advice before he left. You've just joined the Marines and don't know many rules yet. Here you can quickly integrate into the Marines. Many people doubt your defeat of the 17 million berry pirate, but remember, be humble in your actions. What is too rigid easily breaks. But Kapu also said, if it's too oppressive, just stop being human. Thinking of the two, Heizei smiled slightly. Officer Training Camp, here I come. On the viewing stand, a tall man with a thick big beard wearing a yellow leopard print shirt inside was none other than the current Marine HQ Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshan. Hua Xiaoshan caught sight of the newcomer. So this is the genius with the potential of an admiral that Bo-Jiata mentioned. His appearance is quite extraordinary, but his physique is a bit thin. Sergeant Heizei reporting. No one answered. Kid, don't you know? Before officially joining the officer training camp, you have to pass our test. Oh, Heizei became interested. Things didn't seem as boring as he had imagined. I've heard you single-handedly took on a 17 million berry pirate. If you really have that strength, pick 5 of us, and we'll take turns in one-on-one fights. Win against 3 or gain our recognition, then you can join. Otherwise, get the hell out. The officer training camp doesn't train useless people who cheat for a living. Hua Xiaoshan didn't stop it, but looked at Heizei with interest. If this promising seedling favored by Kapu was scared off like this, then it would only prove that Heizei was nothing more than such a man. Ding. Detecting the host's current situation, the life choice has been activated for the host. Life choice 1: facing the provocation of the Marines, you choose to swallow your pride, refuse the challenge, and admit you are not their match. After all, yielding to one's seniors is a fine virtue. Reward a righteous beating from Kapu. Life choice 2: facing the Marines who look down on you, you choose to face them head-on and win overwhelmingly, without harming anyone, fully establishing the bright image of a just Marine. Reward swordsmanship LV1. Life choice 3: facing doubt, you choose to speak your mind and strike with heavy fists, knocking everyone down and crushing their pride. Reward cursed technique reversal red LV1. TCH. This system really knows me. But then again, the culture of the Flower Nation has a long history, and isn't martial virtue also a virtue? Heizei smiled. What are you muttering about, you brat? A Marine soldier said arrogantly. Don't tell me you're scared. Then get back where you came from. We don't welcome trash here. So why are you still standing here? Heizei tilted his head. The man was instantly provoked by Heizei's words. What did you say? Oh, you misunderstood. I'm not targeting you. That's smart of you. The man's face slowly returned to normal. Heizei smirked and continued. What I mean is, all of you here are trash. Heizei's skills are all extremely cool and stylish, perfectly fitting the identities of our dear readers. Badass techniques. What did you say? You, a rookie, dare to insult us? I think you're tired of living. Do you dare to repeat what you just said? Facing the angry crowd, Heizei continued calmly. Many doubt, many mock, but I don't need anyone's approval. Everyone present, each and every one of you is trash. Hearing this, Xiaoshan on the viewing platform couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Did this kid just include him in the insult? How ruthless. The one that Mr. Kapu favors. Indeed extraordinary. Seeing this, how arrogant. Let me have a go at you. From the training camp stepped out a man with dark skin, a physique that was imposing even in the pirate world. Miguel. He was the one ranked in the top 5 in the current officer training camp. Having joined less than a year ago, he had already mastered the shave and iron body techniques, a man determined to become a Marine Admiral. But remember, Heizei, you are the challenger. Miguel stared coldly at Heizei, full of confidence in his own strength. Heizei shook his head. Miguel sneered. What? Scared? Haha, already backing down. As expected of Miguel, this guy is just a weakling who can only talk big. Heizei raised one finger and grinned. What I mean is I'll take on all of you at once. A brief silence froze the atmosphere, then the faces of everyone in the camp instantly flushed red. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. This kid is too arrogant. He hasn't taken us seriously at all. Miguel, teach him how to respect his seniors. Hua Xiaoshan's face also darkened. This Heizei was indeed a bit too arrogant. With so many people attacking together, even a pirate worth 17 million berries would be drowned by the human wave tactic. Kid, you will pay for your arrogance. Miguel's face was grim, his head lowered slightly, and his leg muscles suddenly tensed. Shaved. With a cracking sound, Miguel's figure vanished from the spot, then flickered unpredictably around the field. Seeing this, Hua Xiaoshan on the stand exhaled a puff of smoke. Miguel's shave has improved again. The Marines are facing no small threats these days. Seeing capable individuals growing strong, Hua Xiaoshan felt a bit relieved. Haha, lost your bearings now. Give him a beating, Miguel. Let this kid know his place. On the field, Miguel was observing Heizei while using shave. He didn't underestimate Heizei as much as he appeared to. Someone specially admitted to the officer training camp must have extraordinary abilities. Only, so far Heizei remained in the same posture, motionless, full of openings. Was he overthinking? Could he not even track my movements? Heizei didn't know Miguel's thoughts. Heizei just thought Miguel's approach was foolish. What's the point of jumping around? Pure waste of stamina, just to show off. Under the perception of his 6 eyes, Miguel's shave was incredibly slow and posed no threat at all. Finally, after some flickering, Miguel decided to stop enduring and attacked proactively. His massive figure shot up like a cannonball, reappearing less than 2 meters behind Heizei. Just as Miguel was about to throw a punch, a terrifying scene occurred. Heizei had already turned his head at some point, and Miguel's gaze met the pair of pale blue eyes. Impossible. How impossible? Heizei said softly. Miguel's face changed. Could this guy hear my thoughts? That's right. Heizei's whisper made Miguel's face change drastically, and he cried out, "You!" Iron Body. Seeing the incoming punch from Heizei, Miguel, as if facing a great enemy, hurriedly used Iron Body at full power. With a dull thud, Heizei's fist landed on Miguel's chest, and the Iron Body directly deformed. A punch mixed with pale blue energy. How could such a level of Iron Body block it? Terrifying force swept through his body, and Miguel saw black before his eyes, losing consciousness. Of course I guessed it. Heizei chuckled. He certainly couldn't hear Miguel's thoughts, but he could make a rough guess. Looking at Miguel lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, the field fell into dead silence, and Hua Xiaoshan's gaze on the stand also froze. Next, do you want me to knock you down one by one, or all at once? Heizei's whisper echoed across the training ground. In the scorching air, his strength seemed unfathomable. Are you kidding me? Even that Miguel was knocked out by this guy with one punch. Could it be that Miguel was careless? That's the only explanation. Drip. A drop of sweat fell from a soldier's chin. Bastard. Don't be afraid, everyone. Charge together. Let's kill this bastard. After a long silence, someone finally led the charge. A satisfied smile appeared on Heizei's face. Minutes later, looking at the 100+ bodies scattered on the ground, Hua Xiaoshan momentarily forgot the cigarette in his mouth until it nearly burned his lips. Oh, hiss, this kid actually took on the entire training camp alone. My goodness. Hua Xiaoshan looked at Heizei in disbelief, only to see the latter slowly turn his head toward him. Upon meeting Heizei's gaze, Hua Xiaoshan's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Why does it feel like this kid wants to take him down too? The next moment, Hua Xiaoshan saw Heizei smile at him warmly. Join us, Senior Hua Xiaoshan. At the Fleet Admiral's office, crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds continued, occasionally mixed with hearty laughter. Ha ha, crack. I wonder how Heizei is getting along with Hua Xiaoshan. Crack. But by the way, Zhanghua, can't you give me more of these rice crackers? Crack. Sigh. Zhanghua sat on the chair, holding his forehead, looking helplessly at Kapu. The latter was stuffing rice crackers into his mouth without any regard for his image, crumbs falling all over his body, and even on the floor. Where was the majestic appearance of a Marine hero? You don't need to worry about that. Hua Xiaoshan is better at teaching than you. Zhanghua rubbed his head. Ha ha ha, that's true. By now the little brat should have already gotten along with them, right? Within the officers' training camp, the sound of fierce collisions echoed intermittently, drawing a considerable crowd of onlookers. A thunderous boom pierced the air. It seems Bogart spoke true when he said you best advise Admiral Garp in a sparring match. Momosaji landed back on the ground, his expression turning far more serious. but your physical conditioning still leaves much to be desired, boy. After several rounds of head-on clashes, Momosaji had discerned the truth of it. Though Kurosawa's performance was undeniably formidable, his striking power fell notably short. Are you prepared, brat? What comes next is going to hurt. Momosaji cracked his knuckles. With such a crowd gathered, he had no intention of losing face. It was time to bring out a measure of his true strength. I could say the same to you, Vice Admiral Momosaji. Ho ho ho, then show me everything you've got, young man. I'll even grant you the first 3 moves. Momosaji waved a hand dismissively, his tone brimming with bold magnanimity. Surely with this many spectators, a Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters making the first move against a green recruit would be an embarrassment he could never live down. Kurosawa smiled. Then I won't hold back. Don't blame me if you get hurt, Vice Admiral. Huh, I'd welcome it. Momosaji felt a faint twinge of unease at the boy's grin, yet his own imposing aura remained unshaken. The commotion of battle had drawn more and more attention. Word was already spreading through the camp that a single recruit had single-handedly dismantled the officer training session under Vice Admiral Momosaji's instruction. Meanwhile, a graceful figure made her way through the barracks, her striking beauty turning heads wherever she passed, accompanied by a man of somewhat dubious bearing. Receiving news of the event, Gion's lips curved into a faint smile. It's been far too long since we've had this much excitement. Come, let's go see just who this sailor causing a ruckus at the training camp is. Of course, Gion, whatever you say, but speaking of which, Gion, have you ever considered? Cake nodded, recalling the smooth words he'd practiced just days ago, seizing the moment to attempt a confession. Shut up. Gion cut off his rambling mid-sentence and strode away. Cake, long accustomed to rejection, showed no discouragement and followed closely behind. Within the training grounds, wild surges of cursed energy whipped through the air, tousling Kurosawa's hair. As he completed the full incantation and hand seals, 3 basketball-sized spheres of cursed technique reversal, blue, hurtled toward Momosaji, churning up sand and debris in their wake. So this is your devil fruit ability. Momosaji's gaze sharpened as he planted his feet firmly into a horse stance, a grin spreading across his face. If this is all you've got, it's nowhere near enough, brat. Let me show you. A real man never dodges. Momosaji activated his tech eye, preparing to tank the attack head-on. Gasps rippled through the watching crowd. Vice Admiral Momosaji is going to take that hit directly. Can he do it? The next instant, bang. Momosaji caught the sphere of blue directly in both hands. The immense gravitational pull fractured the ground beneath him, sending sand and stones swirling violently. Yet he remained utterly unfazed, his expression relaxed, a testament to his overwhelming power. So this is Vice Admiral Momosaji's tech eye. Incredible. That attack was no threat to him at all. But to push him this far, that recruit is already quite something. But what exactly is that recruit's ability? It looks pretty devastating, right? Even from this distance, I can feel the pull coming off that blue orb. Just then Gion and Cake arrived, witnessing the moment Momosaji caught blue with his bare hands. This ability. Now that's intriguing. Gion's beautiful eyes flickered with interest as she watched the pulsating blue sphere. It's just a devil fruit ability, still far inferior to what I could do back in my day. Besides, power obtained from devil fruits always has its weaknesses. Seeing Gion praise another man right in front of him, Cake's expression soured with displeasure while still seizing the chance to sing his own praises. Gion ignored Cake completely and continued watching. On the field, Momosaji felt the full force of blue at maximum output up close, then flashed a grin. Boy, if this is truly all your strength. Before he could finish, the smile on his face froze solid. Reflected in his pupils was a crimson glow. The aura emanating from it sent a deep, visceral shudder through his heart. A surge of cursed energy far greater than that of blue swelled around Kurosawa as he began chanting the incantation for red. Phase Permetha, pillar of light. Blinding red-white light wove and spiraled around the black-haired youth's fingertips, ultimately coalescing into a crimson orb no larger than a marble. The more perceptive warriors among the spectators fixed their eyes on the red orb at Kurosawa's fingertip. Through their observation, Haki, each of them sensed something profoundly unsettling emanating from it. The power of this technique is no simple matter. Gion's gaze locked onto the crimson orb, her brow arching involuntarily. What kind of trickery is this kid playing at? Though shaken to his core, Cake's mouth remained stubbornly defiant. Aside from Momosaji, who faced the attack directly, Gion and Cake, possessing the strongest Haki on the field, were the ones most capable of gauging the true threat of that crimson orb. This attack is not something to be taken head-on. Here comes the big one, Vice Admiral Momosaji. A real man never dodges. Kurosawa smiled. Cursed technique, reversal red. Even at minimum output, the power of the reverse technique red was double that of blue's maximum output. And now Kurosawa was unleashing it at full throttle. The crimson radiance blazed brilliantly. Momosaji, momentarily stunned, finally snapped back to his senses. Though a real man never dodges, there was another saying just as true. A wise man knows when to retreat. He'd rather be the wise man. Just as he moved to evade, the gravitational pull of blue surged violently, gripping Momosaji and sending him spinning in place at breakneck speed. Damn it. This kid had a contingency all along. Momosaji's expression twisted in alarm. Compared to Blue, Red traveled at a terrifyingly swift speed. Even under normal circumstances it would be difficult to evade, let alone with Blue's powerful pull restraining his movements. In that moment, all he could do was channel his armament Haki to its absolute limit. Under the gaze of all present, the crimson orb shot forth in an instant. The next moment, searing white light flooded the entire arena, followed by a violent thunderclap and howling gales. Every mouth gradually formed a perfect O. A thunderous explosion tore through the air. The thunderous roar echoed across Marineford. From a high vantage point overlooking the training grounds, a tall figure in a yellow pinstriped suit and sunglasses observed the duel, a magnetic voice murmuring, "Ooh, how terrifying." The next instant, the yellow striped figure dissolved into particles of light and vanished. What's going on? An attack? Could pirates be attacking? Are you kidding me? This is Marineford. Marine headquarters. Who would dare? At the harbor, the training grounds. Marines across every sector were shaken by the extraordinary detonation. In normally peaceful Marineford, an unusual commotion had erupted. In the residential district behind the base, Lilia and Limuru had just finished arranging their new home when the thunderous sound from ahead reached them. Limuru's brow furrowed with worry. Why is there such a violent explosion here? I wonder if Brother Kurozawa is all right. Don't worry, daughter. This is Marine headquarters. Kurozawa is certainly safe training here. Lilia offered words of comfort, but somehow she couldn't shake the feeling that this commotion had something to do with Kurozawa. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku shot to his feet at the sound of the explosion, his brow deeply furrowed as he stared toward the direction of the officers' training camp. What in the world are those idiots up to? Ha ha, Sengoku, why get so worked up? All the boys are accounted for. Nothing for you to worry about. Garp chuckled cheerfully, shoving another handful of rice crackers into his mouth. But Sengoku's brow remained tightly knit. That was no ordinary explosion. Standard cannon fire couldn't possibly produce such a sound. By the way, that Kurozawa you mentioned, by now he should be right in that direction. Could he be the one behind this? Garp froze mid-bite, then turned to look at Sengoku, whose face was gradually darkening. Ah, Sengoku, I just remembered. I have something to attend to. I'll be going now. Hearing the hearty laughter that only arrived after Garp had already made his escape, Sengoku could only massage his forehead in exasperation. Every single person Garp brings along is this much of a troublemaker. Back at the training camp, this is absolutely insane. What kind of recruit can beat down a Marine Vice Admiral? Huff. As the harsh red light dissipated, the howling gale gradually subsided. The assembled Marine soldiers who had been watching finally opened their eyes wide to see that a massive crater had appeared at the site of the explosion, with dust and smoke continuously rising. The Marines turned their gaze to the black-haired youth on the field, their eyes filled with disbelief. Are you sure this guy is a recruit? The power of that move. Even a naval cannon might not compare. Be confident, remove the might. By the way, is Vice Admiral Hiwashishin all right? That explosion was terrifying. Vice Admiral Hiwashishin didn't even dodge. All I can say is truly a real man. He's a role model for us to learn from. Tap. A fair-skinned fist struck the head of that Marine soldier. Ziyuan scolded, what real man? Learn from that. Anyone with half a brain should know to avoid the enemy's ultimate move. Who hit me? It's Vice Admiral Ziyuan. That Marine soldier's face instantly flushed red upon seeing the newcomer. Vice Admiral Ziyuan has come. Hearing the sound, the others turned to look and saluted one after another. Is she the legendary #1 beauty of the Marines, Ziyuan? A single glimpse today proves her extraordinary. Ziyuan swept her beautiful eyes over the Marine soldiers and said sternly, don't you understand the principle of avoiding the enemy's sharp edge? Today Vice Admiral Hiwashishin is your negative example. Got it. Got it, Vice Admiral Ziyuan. The soldiers chorused. There was no helping it. Ziyuan's justice was simply too convincing. Only then did Ziyuan show slight satisfaction. She turned her gaze to Kurozawa, and her voice softened as she said, are you the Marine recruit who's been making waves today? Kurozawa finally turned to look. A pink military coat and that immense justice. Wasn't this the candidate Admiral Ziyuan? And the short, sleazy-looking man beside her must be Jiaji. Kurozawa smiled slightly. Vice Admiral Ziyuan. Vice Admiral Jiaji. The moment Kurozawa turned around, the crowd was startled. Wow, this recruit is ridiculously handsome. Indeed. Even when I was 18, I couldn't compare to him. Amid the whispers of the soldiers, Ziyuan also got a clear look at Kurozawa's appearance. Her pupils subtly contracted, and her voice unconsciously became even softer. To have mastered such power at such a young age. Truly a promising future. Not at all. Kurozawa replied with a smile. Hearing Ziyuan's praise for Kurozawa, Jiaji's face darkened. He had been somewhat curious about this powerful Marine recruit, but now his goodwill had plummeted to negative. Moreover, this kid was tall and handsome. Damn it. With a somewhat twisted expression, Jiaji couldn't help but sneer. Exactly, Ziyuan, what, not at all. With just this little bit of strength when I was his age, I was far stronger. Oh, as I recall, when you first joined the Marines you were being chased and beaten, weren't you? Ziyuan retorted mercilessly. Nonsense. I was just preparing for the moonwalk practice. Exposed for his embarrassing history, Jiaji's cheeks grew hot as he quickly defended himself. Vice Admiral Jiaji was chased and beaten back then. I never imagined Vice Admiral Jiaji had such a past. Hearing the discussions, Jiaji felt uneasy. He immediately spoke up, "What's wrong with you, recruit? You've only just arrived, and you're already causing such a stir. Quite bold, aren't you? Look at what you've done to this training ground. And you've injured so many comrades." Kurozawa glanced at the irate Jiaji and said flatly, "They brought it upon themselves. You dare talk back?" Seeing Kurozawa still acting tough, Jiaji grew angry. He glanced at Kurozawa's rank and said rudely, "Just a petty officer, and you defy a superior officer. Do you know the consequences?" "Enough, Jiaji. Everyone knows the rules of the training camp. He won based on his own strength. What more do you have to say?" Ziyuan snapped at Jiaji. Faced with Ziyuan, he wanted to retort, but finally shut his mouth. Kurozawa found Jiaji's defeat amusing. He hadn't expected Ziyuan to stand up for him. But faced with Jiaji's aggression, Kurozawa had no intention of backing down. And after today's high-profile display, did he want him to admit defeat now? Impossible. Even if he agreed, the system wouldn't. Might as well drop the act and come clean. With Conqueror's Haki imbued, he'd just go all out. A mere candidate admiral who would be replaced by Fujitora and Ryakuji 2 years later. Such a man didn't deserve Kurozawa's bow. But saying that outright might also hurt Ziyuan, who had just spoken up for him. "Sorry, Vice Admiral Jiaji, I prefer to prove myself through strength, unlike some short admiral who only talks big." The scene fell into silence. The soldiers stared at Kurozawa, unable to believe he had the nerve to call Jiaji a dwarf in his face. Saying that behind his back was one thing, but a mere recruit saying it to his face, that took real guts. "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I must say there is something about Vice Admiral Jiaji that I admire," Kurozawa said with a smile. The soldiers almost breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the recruit wasn't as arrogant as they had imagined. But then Kurozawa continued, "After all, I couldn't shamelessly follow someone around after being rejected hundreds of times. That perseverance truly impresses me." A collective sharp intake of breath filled the field. The soldiers looked at Kurozawa as if he were a monster. Stabbing a vice admiral's sore spot like that to his face. Wasn't he afraid of getting hurt? Ziyuan stood frozen, staring at Kurozawa in disbelief. This handsome young man had such a sharp tongue. Was he really not afraid of being beaten? Or did he have some other trump card? And how did he, a new recruit, know about these things? Had he already gathered intelligence on the Marines? Unconsciously, Kurozawa's abilities rose to a new level in Ziyuan's mind. Crack, crack, crack. Jiaji's fists clenched audibly, his face completely dark. To be humiliated like this in front of Ziyuan. If he didn't teach this kid a lesson, he would have no dignity left in the Marines. "Kid, are you challenging me? Do you think beating Hiwashishin means you can do whatever you want in the Marines?" Jiaji's narrowed eyes flashed with cold light and invisible pressure quietly spreading. Even the soldiers watching sensed something was wrong. Vice Admiral Jiaji was truly angry. Just then the system's voice echoed in Kurozawa's mind. Ding. The host's performance after joining the Marines has earned the system's recognition. Reward reverse, cursed technique, LV1. Oh, this reward is not bad. Kurozawa's face broke into a smile. This scene fell upon the onlookers. He's lost it. This kid has really lost it. He can still smile in the face of Vice Admiral Jiaji's wrath. This kid is truly not afraid of being carried out horizontally. Ding. Detected that the host's behavior is too charming. Rewarding reverse curse technique level upgrade to LV2. Reverse curse technique LV2 consumes a large amount of cursed energy to quickly recover one's own injuries, capable of regenerating severed limbs. The more severe the injury, the slower the recovery. Skill evaluation, a mana-draining healing chalice. At this, Kurozawa's smile grew even wider after a brief moment of surprise. Seeing Kurozawa's increasingly bright smile, Jiaji could no longer hold back his blade. "Heck, kid, you've got guts. Oh, my youngsters these days are truly terrifying." A magnetic voice rang out, accompanied by shimmering golden particles, as a tall figure in yellow striped attire arrived on the scene. Admiral Bo Lu Sali Nua. Everyone exclaimed in unison. "You're the fastest to join the commotion." A figure in red strode over, scrutinizing Bo Lu Sali Nua with a critical gaze. "What are you saying? You're not slow to join in the spectacle either." Bo Lu Sali Nua didn't hold back, directly retorting with sarcasm. "Nonsense. I rushed here to prevent any malicious incidents. This is the duty of an admiral." Sakazuki declared with righteous indignation. Bo Lu Sali Nua, "Oh my, how diligent. Admiral Sakazuki is here." Everyone looked in surprise at the newcomer. "Ah la la, today's training camp is quite lively indeed. So you're the guy, right? Yo, nice to meet you." Heizei followed the sound and saw a tall figure slowly approaching, dressed in a white suit with a blue shirt underneath. "It's Admiral Kuzan. My god, all 3 admirals are here today." Seeing the 3 admirals present, Jiaji felt a bit awkward. With these 3 high-ranking officials around, he couldn't just openly teach Heizei a lesson. "Humph," Sakazuki snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. No one dared meet his eyes. Then he looked at the soldiers lying scattered across the training ground, his voice stern. "Where is the instructor of this training camp?" At that, everyone realized they had been overlooking something. Cough, cough, cough. "I'm right here." Tisk. Amid the dust and smoke, a commotion arose. Hua Xiaoshan bared his teeth and shook off the dust from his body, cursing inwardly. You all deliberated for ages, and only now remember me. It seemed the instructor was the most redundant. And that damn kid, how could he hit so hard? If he hadn't used armament Haki to protect his entire body in time, he would probably be in pieces by now. Suppressing the pain from his injuries, Hua Xiaoshan walked toward the group. Everyone looked at Hua Xiaoshan. He was disheveled, his once thick black beard half-burnt, a large hole in his shirt revealing his belly, his pants barely covering the parts that needed pixelation, and his shoes torn open to expose his toes. There wasn't a single part of him that was intact. Someone finally couldn't hold it in. Seeing this, Hua Xiaoshan was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Reporting instructor. We've been professionally trained not to laugh, unless we can't help it. Just then more people arrived. Wushu Gui Zhu Daobo Man and Shirtai Lei Si. When the vice admirals saw Hua Xiaoshan's state, they laughed heartily without restraint. Ha ha ha. Hua Xiaoshan, look at you now. No wonder those brats kept running over here during break. There was such a good show. Haha, with such a big commotion, I should have come earlier to see. Laughter aside, the strong present knew that Hua Xiaoshan's armament Haki was formidable. Yet from the state he was in, a young man so young could severely wound a Marine vice admiral. This kid was truly terrifying. Sakazuki's face twitched as he suppressed his laughter, finally speaking. Hua Xiaoshan, report the incident. Hua Xiaoshan glanced at Heizei, who was spotless, not even a speck of dust on him. His face flushed with embarrassment. Then he recounted the event, deliberately emphasizing that he had held back because he was afraid of hurting Heizei during the sparring match. So to better guide the students, it's not that I really couldn't defeat him. Enough, go get treated. Don't you feel ashamed? Hua Xiaoshan tried to argue further, but Sakazuki waved him off. He couldn't hold it in anymore. If he stayed, he might burst out laughing, ruining the stern image he had cultivated over the years in the Marines. Hua Xiaoshan didn't insist and turned to leave. His injuries were serious. A few more hits, and he might really be done for. Hey, aren't you tired of pretending? Bo Lu Sali Nua leaned close to Sakazuki's ear, his tone teasing. Sakazuki's mouth twitched, but he only glared at Bo Lu Sali Nua. Then he said to Heizei, having strength is a good thing, but you damaged the training grounds today. The repair costs will be deducted from your salary. All my training and still getting fined. How heartless. Ignoring the sarcastic comment, Sakazuki strode away. Bo Lu Sali Nua looked at Heizei. Young Marine, keep it up. Get promoted and raise your salary quickly, or that old miser's pay won't even cover the repair costs. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Jean was suddenly sneezed. Which bastard is bad-mouthing me? The sun is lovely today. Since the training ground is destroyed, I might as well clock out early. Hearing this, Ji Yuan's forehead bulged with a vein. What does the training ground being destroyed have to do with you leaving early? You don't even train here. And can't you watch your behavior in front of the soldiers? As a Marine Admiral, you can't even set an example, and instead you think of ways to leave work early every day? Sensing the impending storm, Bo Lu Sali Nua vanished into golden particles before Ji Yuan could start scolding. Seeing this, Ji Yuan was speechless, but since he was gone there was no point in cursing. Besides, there was such a handsome young Marine present today, far more handsome than any host she had seen in the Flower Street, and his aura was incomparable. Ah la la, they're all gone, Kuzan said, scratching the back of his head. He walked over and patted Heizei on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry about what that guy in red said. If you really need to pay for the damages. He paused. That guy in yellow will cover it. Oh, and don't make Ji Yuan, the pretty lady in pink in front of you, angry, or the consequences will be severe. With that, Kuzan turned to leave, then paused, as if remembering something. All right. Keep training, everyone. I have things to do, so I'll be going now. Yes, Admiral Kuzan. Ji Yuan withdrew her murderous glare from Kuzan. At least he acted somewhat like a Marine Admiral. Then she turned to the crowd and barked, what are you looking at? Get back to training. Look at him. She suddenly realized she didn't even know the name of this powerful new recruit. His prowess and appearance had piqued her curiosity. By the way, what's your name? A fragrant breeze wafted over, but Heizei's heart of justice remained unwavering. Reporting, ma'am. My name is Heizei. Cough, cough. Look at Heizei here. He just joined and already defeated the instructor. And you're still playing around. Get back to training now. Ji Yuan then turned to disperse the crowd silently, noting Heizei's name. She would definitely get his full file later. His entire file. Ji Yuan could swear on her chest that this was purely for the safety of the Marines, not because she wanted to find out if he was married or had a girlfriend. Absolutely no personal motives. Absolutely none. Seeing that the show was over, several vice admirals came to bid farewell to Ji Yuan, praising Heizei as they left. Haha, kid, you actually beat Hua Xiaoshan. Not bad. Keep it up, kid. I look forward to the day you surpass me. The Marines are fortunate to have a talent like you. How about it? Want to join my fleet? But I'm already in Vice Admiral Kapu's fleet. Heizei explained. Is that so? What a pity. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Farewell, young Marine. I hope the next time I hear of you, it's about you slaying a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Shirtai Lei Si patted Heizei's shoulder regretfully, then left. In the Fleet Admiral's office, blah 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 jie. Zhang Gua answered the din din mushi. What? A new recruit took on the entire training camp. That's it. He was unimpressed. What? They all attacked at once. And more. Zhang Guo raised an eyebrow. What? He defeated Hua Xiaoshan. His eyes widened in shock. That new recruit is named He Zhe. Are you sure? Hearing the affirmative answer from the other end, Zhang Guo couldn't help but recall the early days of Qi Quan Huang Yuan and Qing Ji when they first joined the Marines. Even they weren't this monstrous, were they? TSK. Haha. Kapu. You've really brought me a promising seedling. That day the people of Ma Lin Fan Duo heard about the rising star of the Marines, and the name He Zhe gradually became known. Ding. Your prestige level has increased. Prestige level LV2. Your justice now carries some weight. Reward, 5,000 bounty points. 1 gold lottery draw. Ding. Your prestige level has increased. Prestige level LV2. Your justice now carries some weight. Reward, 5,000 bounty points. 1 gold lottery draw. After arranging the follow-up work for the training camp, Guion departed. Seeing Guion leave, Kaji naturally did not linger any longer. After all, today had been quite embarrassing for him. After glaring fiercely at Hei's, Kaji also left. Once they were far away, Guion suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no." Hearing Guion's voice, Kaji realized his chance had finally come. Hadn't he been following Guion day and night precisely to be the first to lend a hand when she encountered difficulties? After enduring so much humiliation, now it was finally his turn to shine. Kaji hurried forward, putting on what he thought was a gentlemanly smile, and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Guion? If you're in trouble, just tell me. For you I would go through fire and water without hesitation." Guion frowned. "I forgot to ask Hei's for his Den Mushy number." Kaji's smile vanished instantly. Damn it. Hei's. Again this Hei's. Why was Guion so concerned about him after meeting him just once? In all this time, he had never seen Guion want anyone's Den Mushy number. Kaji roared inwardly. Never mind. Guion shook her head. Hearing this, a flicker of hope rekindled in Kaji's heart. I'll ask Sister Tsuru when I get back. It should be easy to get. Kaji. Akazuru was right. The sunlight today is truly pleasant. Hei's returned to his room, where sunlight streamed through the window and fell pleasantly on the desk. Indeed, this was Hei's single-room apartment, even though he was only a sergeant now. Stretching lazily, Hei's tested the softness of the large bed, then opened the system panel. The gold prize pool. What will be drawn this time? Hei's eyes held anticipation. In this pool there were either top-tier skills like divine evasion or top-tier weapons equivalent to the supreme grade blades, or even already awakened devil fruit abilities without the side effects of the fruit. System, give me a one-shot jackpot. Ding. Gold prize pool drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward domain Infinite Void, LV1. Infinite Void. A satisfied smile spread across Hei's face. This was a divine skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first gold prize pool draw. Reward Limitless Technique, LV1. Hei's smile grew even wider. He was now seriously wondering if the system was finding excuses to give him freebies. Current bounty points, 6,700. Which skill should he upgrade first? Of course, Infinite Void. Once the domain is deployed, everyone becomes a fool. Hesitating even half a second would be an insult to Teacher Gojo, even though he was already cut in half by Sukuna. But that's beside the point. Within the domain, the enemy is instantly stunned, allowing you to do whatever you want. If he ever encountered a foul-mouthed guy like Kaji again, he would just deploy Infinite Void and pull him into the domain, turning him into a babbling idiot. But before upgrading Infinite Void, he might need to first raise the level of the Transcendent 6 Eyes. The system indicated that he couldn't directly skip stat points to upgrade Infinite Void to LV2. Well, currently, each level costs 3,000 bounty points, and they needed to be upgraded together anyway. System, allocate my points. Ding. Injecting bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the skill levels. Transcendent 6 Eyes LV2, no consumption when activated. Total cursed energy greatly increased. Enables long-distance high-speed movement, prolonged floating, extremely precise, cursed energy manipulation, massively reduced cursed energy waste, and grants 360-degree wide-range perception. Domain Infinite Void LV2 unfolds a large domain space. Technique power increased by 50. Inflicts high-intensity continuous mental attacks on enemies within the domain, causing loss of consciousness. Leaves after effects lasting several days. Domain duration is longer. Transcendent 6 Eyes LV2, no consumption when activated. Total cursed energy greatly increased. Enables long-distance high-speed movement, prolonged floating, extremely precise, cursed energy manipulation, massively reduced cursed energy waste, and grants 360-degree wide-range perception. Domain Infinite Void LV2 unfolds a large domain space. Technique power increased by 50. Inflicts high-intensity continuous mental attacks on enemies within the domain, causing loss of consciousness. Leaves after effects lasting several days. Domain duration is longer. Commentary: a sleep quality like a baby's. After upgrading the skills, Hei's did not slack off. He turned sideways, got off the bed, and started doing push-ups. Push-up 1. Push-up 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for today's check-in. Hei's clenched his fist. The sunlight fell upon it, and he felt his whole body brimming with energy. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knock came from the door, followed by a pleasant voice. Brother Hiei, are you there? Sunrise, sunset. The next day the sun was high over the officer training camp. A beardless man stood on the viewing platform, while the young Marines below sweated in the scorching heat, training with youthful vigor. Ought to be training even in this weather, I'm truly working too hard. A drop of water slid from Hiei's finger. His handsome face bore an expression of leisure and composure. He cried out about the hardship, but his body showed no sign of it. This was his unparalleled manliness. Hiei's performance soon drew the envy of others. That bastard. A Marine doing push-ups gnashed his teeth, his clothes soaked with sweat. Unable to hold back, he said to the burly man beside him, Miguel, don't you have any complaints? Miguel was silent, recalling the scene from yesterday when he was knocked down by Hiei with a single punch. No. 598. Silently completing a training task several times that of the others, the ground where Miguel stood was already drenched with sweat, forming a small puddle. Damn it, I have a complaint. Instructor Hiei, why can that guy drink coconut juice and relax under a sun umbrella? And on top of that, he's wearing sunglasses and a reclining chair. Yeah, Instructor Hiei. Why? Looking at the complaining trainees, Hiei awkwardly rubbed his chin only to touch a smooth area. The beard burned off yesterday was too ugly, so he had shaved it all off. Hiei turned his gaze to Hiei, who showed no reaction to the accusations. His mouth twitched, and he barked, Why? If you can make me shave off my beard, you can do the same. Furthermore, if you have a grievance, use your fists, not your mouth. The trainees' faces flushed, and in the end they could only swallow their anger. Yet driven by resentment, they trained even harder and more earnestly. Hiei slowly shook his head and took a long sip of the iced coconut juice in his hand. Ah, refreshing. This reclining chair the woman picked out is really good. Cool droplets slid from Hiei's fingers. Even in such scorching weather, he didn't feel much discomfort. In truth, the sunglasses, reclining chair, and coconut juice were not Hiei's idea. After all, it was well known that he was not a man of such hedonistic pleasures. It was just that when he arrived at the training camp, Gion suddenly approached him and insisted that training so hard must be exhausting and arranged this full service. This scene made Kaji, who was nearby, grind his teeth in frustration, but he was powerless. In the end, he vented his anger on the other trainees. What kind of push-up is that? Straighten your neck? Raising your, but that high, are you asking for a beating? Hiei looked at Gion's sincere expression. Honestly, he couldn't let her kindness go to waste. Besides, after countless days and nights of persistence and effort, along with his extremely handsome face, and a bit of insignificant help from the golden finger, having such status and treatment was only natural. Thus several days passed. Hiei continued his arduous training at the officer training camp as usual. Sergeant Hiei, don't you think you're going too far? A frail figure with pink hair shouted. Hiei looked at the newcomer, a playful expression on his face. Ding. A new life choice has appeared. Everyone else is training hard, striving to grow stronger, so they can slay more pirates on the open sea and protect more comrades and civilians. Kobe pointed at Kurozawa, his voice trembling with emotion as he shouted. And you, as someone favored by Vice Admiral Garp, not only do you fail to set an example, but you also wallow in luxury. Your behavior is a disservice to your comrades and the civilians alike. The Marines will be disgraced because of you. Kobe, stop it. Shut up right now. Belmer, who had just caught up, quickly stepped forward to grab Kobe, but the latter broke free with great effort. I'm going to say it. Why does everyone turn a blind eye to his behavior? Doesn't anyone dare to speak the truth? Kobe's face flushed red, his fingers trembling from sheer excitement. He knew Kurozawa's strength. That was the man who had single-handedly fought through the entire training camp and severely injured Vice Admiral Kaishiba. Provoking him like this could easily lead to retaliation from the man before him. However, to Kobe's surprise, Kurozawa simply took a sip of the chilled coconut juice from Shiro and watched him with keen interest. That look, as if he were observing an insect. Damn it, not a single person is standing on my side. Kobe's face darkened, roaring in his heart. Finally, he saw someone rise to their feet. It was Miguel, the strongest in the training camp. Great. Finally, someone's going to help me. Kobe's expression brightened, but just as he was about to speak, a towering shadow blocked his view. Miguel, boss want me to beat him up for you. What? Kobe felt as though struck by lightning. Staring at the mountain-like man before him, his legs nearly gave out. How could such a man call that bastard his boss? Impossible, impossible. He must have misheard. How could a marine scum like Kurozawa be recognized as a boss by the righteous Miguel? But the next second Kurozawa spoke, shattering Kobe's delusions. No need. I'll handle it. Hearing this, Miguel stepped aside. Others in the training camp also harbored disdain for Kurozawa, but no one was as foolish as Kobe to deliver himself right into danger. Vice Admiral Shiro had no objections, nor did Kaji, who could do nothing about him. Instructor Kaishiba had no issue with it, and neither did Miguel, the strongest cadet. And this guy had the audacity to speak up. Interesting. Life choice 1. Facing Kobe's accusations and curses, you choose to subdue him through force, crushing him beneath your feet. Reward, limitless technique upgraded to LV2. Life choice 2. You choose to convince him with reason. Upon seeing the first choice looking at anything else would be a humiliation to Kurozawa. Kurozawa rose to his feet, his pale blue eyes locking onto the short boy before him. A disgrace to the Marines. What did that even mean? He would soon tell Kobe the answer. Whoosh. In an instant Kurozawa appeared before Kobe. Seeing this, Miguel's pupils contracted. Such speed. Even he couldn't react in time. From the viewing platform, Kaishiba's expression shifted. This kid's speed had increased so dramatically. Even at his full capacity. He feared he couldn't keep up. Kobe felt his vision blur, and Kurozawa was already in front of him. Terrified, he staggered back 2 steps. What incredible speed. But with so many people watching, he couldn't possibly strike him directly right. Amid his astonishment, Kobe forced down his fear and prepared to speak. Thud. Kurozawa's fist slammed into Kobe's chest, deforming it and forcing sour water from his mouth. Then a whip-like kick struck his head. Crack. With a shattering sound, Kobe's glasses exploded into pieces. His body spun twice and a half in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Kobe. Belmare rushed forward to check on him. Though his breath was faint, fortunately, he was still alive. Damn it, how could he strike so brutally? Anger flashed in Belmare's eyes, but upon meeting those pale blue pupils, all his fury instantly dissolved into fear. Kobe and Kurozawa were both petty officers, yet the gap between them was so vast. He had been defeated in a single exchange. Watching the silent Belmare, Kurozawa clapped his hands and said calmly, "This is what disgrace looks like." Shouts without strength are only as dignified as their volume was loud, ending in utter embarrassment. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving your reward, Limitless Technique LV2. This is pure nonsense. A sharp voice rang out from afar. Everyone turned to look. A striking figure in a pink marine uniform was approaching in anger, with her ever-present shadow trailing behind her. Seeing the fury on Shiro's face, Kaishiba's heart sank. Oh no, this grandma is mad. Miguel clenched his fists in secret. Belmare, however, saw the Vice Admiral insignia on the newcomer's shoulders, and a smile of relief appeared. It was like seeing a savior. Thank goodness, Kobe. Your sacrifice hasn't been in vain. Someone is here to uphold justice for you. Kaji meanwhile secretly rejoiced. That display of Kurozawa's speed had genuinely shocked him. But the kid had just beaten a fellow Marine in public, and Shiro had witnessed it. Such a brutal, unreasonable person. Shiro wouldn't approve, would she? Shiro approached Belmare with a furious expression. Just as the latter was about to pour out his grievances, Shiro raised her hand to stop him. The two of you failed to train diligently during the designated period, and instead came to another training camp to disrupt an excellent cadet's practice. Your intentions are suspicious. Guards, take these two away, suspend their duties, and make them clean the toilets for 2 weeks. Amid the stunned gazes of everyone, the accompanying soldiers dragged Belmare and the unconscious Kobe away. In his final moments, Belmare looked at Shiro in despair, but saw her wiping her palm and muttering something softly. Reading her lips, it seemed to be, "Honestly, making me run all the way here. I spilled quite a bit of the fresh juice I brought for Kurozawa." After composing herself, Shiro finally approached Kurozawa. Training must have been exhausting. This is imported fresh juice, just arrived from the inland region. I was worried you'd grow tired of drinking coconut juice every day, affecting your training. Here, switch it up. Thank you, Vice Admiral Shiro. Kurozawa smiled. Seeing that handsome face, Shiro couldn't help but tremble slightly. She had shed blood for the Marines and contributed so much. Now seeing Kurozawa smile, she felt that all her efforts had been worth it. I've told you many times, just call me Shiro. Shiro said with feigned anger. I'm just a bit sorry I arrived late. Those two didn't disturb your training, did they? Kurozawa took a sip of the juice. The taste was indeed excellent. In the sweltering summer heat, with a beautiful woman by his side, it was quite pleasant. No, thank you for your concern, Shiro. Your speed just now was incredible. To reach such a level, your daily training must have been extremely demanding. Haha, no, hard training is what I should be doing. Witnessing this scene, Kaji stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Shiro. That was imported fresh juice he had obtained through connections intended to win Shiro's favor. Yet, now watching Shiro chatting and laughing with Kurozawa, Kaji felt as though something in his perception of the unreachable goddess had shattered. So the secret to the boss growing stronger was simply hard training after all. Miguel, standing nearby, secretly resolved upon hearing this his training volume would be doubled. After Shiro departed, Kaishiba answered a den mushy call, then addressed the crowd. All right, assemble. Oh, a mission has arrived. Finally, it won't be so boring. Heisei finished his juice in one gulp and teleported to the front of the line. The Sabaody archipelago has recently seen pirate riots. I'll select a few to form a team. At the Sabaody archipelago, 2 figures in marine uniforms walked toward a beef noodle shop. Boss, aren't you feeling the itch to fight? Miguel said excitedly. This mission had been a thrill for him, showcasing all the results of his recent training. But Heisei found it utterly boring aside from taking down a pirate with a bounty of 900 million berries. This mission simply failed to spark his interest. Even Garp had specifically called to let him go all out, promising to cover any trouble he caused. But unfortunately, he had hoped to rake in some bounty points, but all he got were small fry, less than small fry, mere shrimp. Ignoring the shop's sign, Heisei stepped in first. The beef noodle shop was simply decorated, quite noisy, but had everything needed. However, every gesture of the patrons exuded a rough, lawless air. As soon as they entered the shop, gradually quieted down. Upon seeing their uniforms, the crowd's eyes turned hostile. Miguel, unfazed, spoke up, "Boss, what's your taste?" "My treat. 3 ounces of beef noodles with egg, no green onions." "Boss, 2 large bowls of beef noodles, both with egg. No green onions." Miguel shouted, about to find a seat, but unexpectedly the stool was kicked away by someone. The atmosphere grew tense. Miguel squinted, barely restraining himself from striking out right then for the sake of the Marine's image. Suppressing his anger, he looked at the man and asked, "What do you mean?" "Huh, Brother Cohen." He asked, "What you mean?" "Huh, that's hilarious." The crowd laughed and banged their weapons on the tables and floor with guns and swords clattering loudly. Amidst the jeers, Miguel and Jose remained expressionless. Seeing this, the one called Cohen grew interested. "What do I mean? Since when do dogs get to sit at the table?" "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Miguel slowly clenched his fists. He found the man with the distinctive hairstyle vaguely familiar. This guy was Brofin Duan Cohen, a pirate with a bounty of 22 million berries. Seeing Miguel's slight change in expression, Duan Cohen smirked. "Didn't you see the sign outside? No Marines or dogs allowed." Miguel was taken aback because he honestly hadn't noticed. "I saw it," Jose said calmly. "Otherwise, why would he come to such an ordinary noodle shop?" "You saw it and still came in. Was it intentional or an accident?" "Now you're scared. Too late." As he spoke, Duan Cohen reached for the curved blade at his waist, drew it, and slashed at Miguel. But Miguel, one of the top trainees in the camp, was no pushover. With a flick of his hand, he drew his sword at lightning speed and blocked the strike. Clang! The sharp sound of metal cutting rang out. "Go, boss. Hoo-hoo. Kill these 2 stupid Marines." Amid the crowd's cheers, Miguel and Duan Cohen exchanged a few more blows before stepping back to their respective sides. "Damn." Duan Cohen spat, gripping his trembling arm tightly, thinking to himself, how strong is this kid? Miguel's eyes grew fiery. So this is a pirate with a 22 million berries bounty. He's got some skill after all. Sorrow. Miguel's figure flickered rapidly beside Duan Cohen, then he slashed down fiercely. Duan Cohen reacted, quickly blocking with his curved blade, but this time Miguel clearly had the upper hand. After another dozen exchanges, Miguel finally managed to cut Duan Cohen's arm. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could kill Duan Cohen on the spot. Jose silently took a sip of water, assessing the man's strength in his mind. A bounty of 22 million berries was already considerable, but unfortunately, he had run into an elite trainee like Miguel from the Marine officer training camp. Duan Cohen, naturally aware that his life was in danger, made a secret gesture. Instantly, all the pirates in the shop stood up, weapons aimed at Miguel. "Kids still dare to fight our brother Cohen. Our guns are all loaded." Seeing the situation under control, Duan Cohen's tone hardened. "I advise you to be smart and stand still. My blade is faster than bullets." Miguel glanced around at the muzzles aimed at him, but his eyes showed no fear. "A bunch of useless drunkards, unworthy. Damn it. Turn this bastard into a pincushion." Duan Cohen roared, but no gunfire followed for a long time. "Cohen, Brother Cohen, behind you." Hearing a trembling voice from one of his underlings, Duan Cohen turned around to see an incredibly handsome face. Damn, when did this kid? Duan Cohen's heart was filled with shock, then he felt his vision spin wildly, and he lost consciousness. "Brother Cohen." Amid the terrified shouts of the pirates, Duan Cohen's head flew high and then rolled twice on the ground. Hearing the sound of bounty points being credited in his mind, Jose felt a surge of satisfaction. Miguel's eyes also flashed with shock. It was his first time seeing Jose's legendary swordless style, and it was so fast, so strong. The opponent he had struggled with was killed in an instant. No wonder he's the boss. He killed Brother Cohen with one blow. Someone started the panic, and a pirate, terrified, ran toward the door. "Don't move." As the pirate's head flew high, Jose's voice, filled with boundless authority, swept across the scene, and no one dared to move. The noodle shop owner, who had been smiling until now, finally changed his expression. Cold sweat dripped profusely from his forehead. That aura emanating from the Marine. Could it be the legendary Conqueror's Haki? Miguel didn't feel much, just thought Jose's movements were extremely imposing. No wonder he was the man Miguel had chosen. "Boss, is the noodles ready?" Meeting Jose's gaze, the shop owner, King G, hurriedly said, "Coming right up. Coming right up." Only after Jose sat down did the pirates fall to their knees, begging for mercy. "Miguel, boss, should we cuff them first?" Jose shot him a look. "Did you bring that many handcuffs?" "I didn't bring any." Ridiculous cuffing corpses. Miguel had no response since he only had one pair. Soon King G brought 2 large bowls of beef noodles. "Sirs, large bowls of beef noodles with eggs. No green onions. Extra beef." King G said cautiously, even adding extra beef. Jose looked at it. Indeed, no green onions and plenty of beef. Relieved, King G put on a flattering smile. "Then please enjoy, sirs." But the next second, however, "I don't eat beef." Jose's brilliant smile was like a death-dealing demon in Ji Wang's eyes. Ji Wang froze for a moment, then heard Jose continue, "The bounty is 36 million berries, Neo Kulu Ji Wang, right?" Hearing this, Miguel's eyes grew alert, and he instantly assumed a combat stance. Miguel had seen Neo Kulu Ji Wang's wanted poster, and he didn't look like this man, but he wouldn't doubt Jose's words. Hee officer, you must be joking. I've never heard of. Ji Wang said with an ingratiating smile. Heizei's expression remained unchanged. I say you are, and you are. After a brief silence, Ji Wang's smile finally turned cold. We have no conflicts with each other. Why don't you two just pretend you never saw me? No deal. As soon as Heizei finished speaking, a mechanical spike suddenly thrust out from behind Ji Wang so fast that even Miguel couldn't react in time. How dare two mere sergeants target me? Die. The expected scene of Heizei being killed by a headshot didn't happen. Ji Wang stared in disbelief at the sight before him. The metal spike stopped just a few centimeters from Heizei's face, as if blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. Impossible. In his shock, Ji Wang shot dozens of poison needles from various parts of his body, but without exception, they all stopped in midair. Miguel was equally shocked. What kind of technique was this? Could there be another master in this noodle shop besides them? Heizei stood up, and his smile made Ji Wang, who had just been smug, feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Under the defense of the limitless technique, although he didn't know how much attack his current level 2 could withstand in this world, Heizei had tested that ordinary bullets, without Haki, could no longer harm him, let alone mere metal spikes and poison needles. Heizei chuckled lightly and took a step forward. Under the protection of the limitless technique, the poison needles seemed to be frozen on an invisible ripple, retreating as Heizei advanced. Damn it, this kid is extremely wrong. Better to retreat as the best strategy. If I can't afford to offend him, can't I just avoid him? With a flash of thought, Ji Wang's legs suddenly emitted a loud blast. They were equipped with jet-propelled devices, and he retreated rapidly. However, such speed was like a snail in front of Heizei now. In a flash, Heizei moved with Ji Wang, and at the same time the oppressive use of the limitless technique was fully revealed. As Heizei's body approached, the limitless technique crashed into Ji Wang like an air wall, then embedded him directly into the wall. The tremendous impact forced Ji Wang to reveal his true appearance, and the previously shot poison needles were pressed into his body. Ow! While Ji Wang howled in pain, the other pirates tried to escape. Miguel was about to stop them when he saw a familiar blue-white ball of light suddenly form. Cursed technique, reversal blue. Rumble. As Heizei waved his hand, blue swept through the noodle shop, unleashing a terrifying suction that pulled in all the pirates, finally rolling them into a large ball along with the wooden house and dropping to the ground. The wooden house was completely destroyed, and passers-by outside cast their gazes. What's going on? I remember this noodle shop doesn't serve Marines, does it? Look, that ball seems to be made of people and wooden planks. I recognize that guy pressed against the wall. The big pirate with a 36 million berry bounty. Cyborg Nyo Kulu Ji Wang. He was beaten like this. What kind of Marine is this? Amid the crowd's exclamations, Miguel finally came to his senses. Tall and imposing, he stood there, the blade in his hand gleaming coldly. The Marines are conducting business. All unrelated people stand aside. The poison quickly took effect. Ji Wang was embedded in the wall and couldn't move at all. Only then did he realize what kind of existence he had provoked. Bastard. You can't possibly be just a sergeant. After Ji Wang's desperate gaze, the considerate Heizei directly snapped his neck, ending his suffering. System notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 3,600 bounty points. Current bounty points, 7,400 points. Coming out once directly earned, almost a small goal. Heizei scanned the surroundings with a smile, hoping to find a familiar face among the onlookers, but after a full circle, they all seemed to be worthless nobodies without bounties. Miguel, we're done. Alright, pack up that beef noodle for me. Okay, boss, I'll also throw away the beef for you. Hearing this, Heizei turned back and glared at Miguel. What do you mean throw away? Fill it up. That being said, although Ji Wang was a heinous pirate, his beef was carefully selected top-quality ingredients with generous portions. One bowl could match a whole day's sales of Lanzhou ramen. Such behaviors spoiled the market. Heizei's action was also eliminating harm for the capitalists. Meanwhile, at Marineford in the Fleet Admiral's office, bara baga. Jahahaha Sengoku. As soon as the Den Mushi connected, an evil laugh came through. Even Sengoku felt a bit uncomfortable. Sengoku looked at the Den Mushi that had become extremely lewd and frowned. Who are you? Jahaha, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Who I am is not important, but I have a gift that I think you will be very interested in. The office fell silent. Even the usually noisy Garp was quiet now. The always carefree Garp had an ominous feeling today. What gift? After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke. Jaha, the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist Ace. This gift, are you satisfied, Fleet Admiral? As the words fell, Garp's expression instantly became unnatural, his eyes fixed on the Den Mushi. What do you want? Jaha, I want to become a warlord of the sea. On the other end of the line, Marshal D. Teach revealed a sinister smile, an extremely evil plan already taking shape in his mind. This beef is really good, Miguel said sincerely, even tastier than what he had at the military camp. After you finish eating, I'll take you to a good place. Oh, have you decided where to catch criminals, boss? Heizei smiled mysteriously. No, since we rarely get out, we should naturally go have some fun. Then Heizei leaned close to Miguel's ear and whispered, I heard that the bubble baths on Sabati Archipelago are quite famous. Miguel's eyes widened as he looked at Heizei. Heizei frowned, wondering if he had misjudged him. Heizei was about to use the memory wipe technique when he saw Miguel's nostrils flare with 2 puffs of hot air. I never expected you to have this kind of hobby, boss. Nonsense. I'm doing this to keep my justice spotless. A little indulgence. It's reasonable to take a bath and clean up right. Before long, 2 figures appeared before a luxurious establishment where people entering and exiting were adorned in gold and silver, all wealthy and noble. Boss, didn't you say you'd take me to clean up filth and uphold justice? How come we're here? Miguel asked in confusion, looking at the large Venice sign. Heizei smiled slightly. With your sergeant's salary, you probably can't even afford the most basic bubble bath. Miguel was speechless. You're right, boss. Patting Miguel on the shoulder, Heizei strode in. Let's go, I'll take you to earn 1 or 2 small goals, then enjoy top-level service. Top level. Miguel's eyes lit up at that. If not for his dark skin, he would have been blushing red. I'll follow your lead, boss. But by the way, boss, you actually know this kind of money-making method. What are you going to report me? Memory wipe technique, charging 98. Boss, you misunderstood. I mean, it's so cool. Damn it. My 60 million belly vanished in an instant. This is a scam, absolutely a scam. Ha ha ha. I turned 1 million belly into 80 million. My luck is off the charts today. I'm going all in this round. Looking at the array of machines, Miguel was momentarily baffled. Boss, with so many options, which one gives us the best odds? Odds. If any game truly offered better odds, someone would have discovered it long ago. Kurozawa remained silent, but a scantily clad woman approached them. Gentlemen, what game would you like to play? High or low? Kurozawa replied. Excellent choice, sir. The Venetian has just launched a wildly popular high-low game that I'm sure you'll love. Follow me. Despite the shabby appearance of the two, the woman flashed a warm smile. Men with Kurozawa's striking looks were rare, and those pale blue eyes captivated her at first glance. The Venetian was surrounded by hotels, and she already found herself looking forward to her shift ending. Her reaction was understandable. Even Guillaume found Kurozawa's charm irresistible. Under her guidance, they soon arrived at a crowded table. Damn it. I refuse to believe my luck is this bad. 40 million belly. I bet big. Hey, you old fool, you'll be stripped to your underwear at this rate. 30 million belly. I bet small. 2 million belly, betting big. At the bustling table, Kurozawa's gaze sharpened as he spotted a familiar figure with white hair. This man had once ruled the seas, but today fortune seemed to have abandoned him. Interesting. We'll go with this one. Following Kurozawa's gesture, the woman paused briefly. I'm sorry, sir, but this game requires a minimum bet of 1 million belly. Miguel instinctively clutched his money pouch. He had saved up only 1 belly through his diligent service in the Marines, and the bounty for the pirates they captured this morning hadn't been processed yet. Boss, I only have 8 belly left, he whispered awkwardly. Kurozawa remained composed. Don't worry, we can afford it. The woman's eyes lit up. Could this handsome man be a quiet millionaire in disguise? Then she would make sure to provide the best service. Right this way, sir. Boss, are you secretly some hidden rich heir? Miguel asked, bewildered. Under Miguel's puzzled gaze, Kurozawa produced 17 million belly from somewhere. Miguel finally understood. Kurozawa 17.08 million belly. Bet it all. What a... Miguel's eyes bulged. Was his boss just going all in on the first hand? Good thing he had kept 2 belly. If they lost, they'd be eating nothing but wind. The woman looked taken aback, but dutifully proceeded. Boss, big or small? Kurozawa said nothing, merely glancing at the special cup. Big. I trust you, boss. After a brief internal struggle, Miguel's eyes hardened with resolve. Bets placed. Open. 52 big. As the dealer revealed the result, a chorus of voices erupted. Damn it. My 20 million belly is gone. Jackpot. I made 13 million belly. Premium bubble bath, here I come. Miguel stared blankly at the result, then clenched his fists in triumph. Boss, you're a legend. You called it perfectly. Even the woman couldn't help but marvel at Kurozawa's good fortune. Kurozawa pushed his chips forward. Keep going. All in on big. Max bet. Whoa. Miguel inhaled sharply. All in again. You're not saving anything for a safety net. The woman frowned, thinking Kurozawa was getting too cocky. Getting lucky once was already enough? Did he think his luck would last forever? But when the dice were revealed, bets placed. Open. 76. Big. Holy crap. Boss, you're amazing. Miguel shouted excitedly, feeling his blood boil with adrenaline. The woman's gaze toward Kurozawa shifted, a strange glint in her eyes. Maybe this wasn't mere luck. Kurozawa merely smiled faintly. With his extraordinary 6 eyes, he could see through the cup and read the dice perfectly whenever he wished. Continue. All in on big. Max bet. As Kurozawa pushed his chips forward with an air of dominance, other patrons who had noticed his winning streak began to follow suit. I'm in. 2 million belly. Count me in. 3 million belly. Bets placed. Open. 61 big. Damn, that's incredible. Young man, you've got amazing luck. But you must have used it all up by now. Next round, I'm betting against you. The others echoed the same sentiment. Kurozawa stayed silent. Continue. All in. Before he could finish, Miguel interrupted. Boss, can you spare a bit for me to show off too? Kurozawa casually tossed Miguel 30 million belly. Seeing so much money up close made Miguel's breathing quicken. Kurozawa, continue all in on big. Miguel's eyes widened and he leaned in to whisper, Boss, it's been big 3 times in a row. Is big still the safe bet this time? Kurozawa said calmly, guaranteed. With that reassurance, Miguel felt a surge of confidence. He quietly pulled out the 2-0 belly he'd hidden away and pushed it in, mimicking Kurosawa's bold gesture. Big? Max it out. When the dice were revealed, it was indeed big. Kurozawa and Miguel had earned a fortune. The sight made even the escort girl's fingers itch. If not for the Venetian's rules, she would have placed a bet herself. We're rich, boss. Miguel beamed with excitement. Kurosawa's winning streak drew more attention, and those who followed his bets all made a handsome profit. But while some celebrated, others mourned. In the corner, a white-haired old man had lost 8 consecutive rounds. In his desperation, he had even signed away his freedom. This round he absolutely couldn't lose. Having observed for a long time, Rayleigh made up his mind and walked up to Kurozawa. Young man, I can see you're no ordinary person. You're destined for greatness. I have in my possession a Haki manual. If you tell me the outcome of the next round, I'll part with it and give it to you. Ding. The system has detected the host's current situation. Please make a life choice. Life choice 1. Faced with Silver's Rayleigh's plea, your respect for your elders compels you to save him from being sold at auction. You decide to help and tell him the correct outcome. Reward the Venetian owner's wrath. Postpartum care for sows. 1. Life choice 2. Seeing the sincerity in Rayleigh's eyes, you smile and decide to tell him the wrong outcome, teaching the old man that appearances can be deceiving, then quickly slip away. Reward the legendary sword Darkness Supreme Grey Blade. Life choice 3. What the hell is postpartum care for sows? That sly old fox Rayleigh is up to no good. Kurozawa made his choice after a single glance. But what did they mean by appearances can be deceiving? He was simply staying true to his sense of justice. It definitely wasn't for that supreme grade blade. Having been shaped by 9 years of compulsory education, Kurozawa had fully inherited the fine virtues of the Chinese people. How could he bear to watch an elderly man like Rayleigh continue his descent into the depths of the Venetians' gambling pits? He was clearly sacrificing himself entering the game to help a lost old man break free from his gambling addiction. The system had utterly misjudged him. Old man, just bet big this round. I guarantee you'll make a fortune. Kurozawa said to Rayleigh with a friendly smile. Rayleigh eyed him suspiciously. Young man, will this round really win? Kurozawa grinned. It will win. But beside him, Miguel noticed something off about his boss's smile. He didn't dwell on it though. He shoved all his winnings in without a second thought, moving so fast that Kurozawa couldn't stop him. 200 million belly on big. Max it out for me. Seeing Kurozawa's companion bet big, Rayleigh's doubts vanished. He staked everything he had. Come on, I bet big too. Everyone followed suit. But when it was Kurozawa's turn, he didn't push everything in like before. He only wagered 500 million belly. A sudden chill ran through the crowd, but before they could find Kurozawa in the crowd, the moment of truth arrived. Bets placed. Open. 28. Small. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Rayleigh stared at the scoring result in utter disbelief, wiping his glasses and rubbing his eyes repeatedly, but the result remained unchanged. That young man actually managed to fool me. Could it be that he knew I gave him the postpartum care of sows? He turned around to look for Haki, but there was no sign of him. A brat who even deceives an old man. Remember this. Rayleigh, grinding his teeth in anger, helplessly extended his hands to be shackled. The person cuffing Rayleigh never expected him to be so cooperative. Usually those who had gambled with their bodies would put up a big fight. Well, it saved trouble. The guard didn't realize that Rayleigh was already well acquainted with this procedure. He had signed a contract of indenture more than once before. As for why he could still be hanging around in Waynes until now. The chaotic Xiangbidi archipelago, places like Waynes might cease to exist the very next day. The Dark King remains while casinos come and go. Another place to visit will be lost. Rayleigh looked at Waynes with reluctance, sighing inwardly. Meanwhile, Haki had already taken the remaining 800 million berries outside Waynes. These berries were enough to keep the landlady and her family well off for a while. If he had to rely on the meager salary of the Navy, it wouldn't be long before his D-cup became B-cup. Haki couldn't accept that thought. Miguel was still in a dazed state because Haki was dragging him along at an astonishing speed. Boss, you left before the game was over. Haki didn't answer, just tossed a heavy object to Miguel, then glanced at the moon in the sky. The moonlight is beautiful, yet there are still many evil people who threaten lives in places like bubble baths. Miguel caught the object, then his expression turned serious. Well said, boss. Dark and windy night. Perfect time to strike evil head on. With that, the two headed towards the most evil place. This mission was to uphold the justice of the Navy. Even if it drained their blood and spirit, they would give it their all. A night passed quickly. Many new faces boarded this island one after another. The sun rose as usual, but today was destined to be far from peaceful. Haki stretched his back. The evil of last night was too powerful. Even he barely managed to hold on. Miguel came out full of energy, and Haki looked surprised. How are you so energetic? Miguel was puzzled. It was indeed a thorough cleaning. You after a whole night of massage, I feel all my meridians are unblocked. Truly a top-tier experience. Hiai's eyes widened. Just massages the whole night. Miguel frowned. That's right. Weren't you the same boss? A sharp glint flickered in his pale blue eyes. Just as Hiai's hesitated over whether to use a massive memory wipe technique, a loud boom echoed from afar. Something's happening. Miguel's expression turned serious. Hiai's also looked in the direction of the boom. They saw a guy with a long braid and extremely long arms bouncing around on the rooftops, chased by a group of men who looked like security guards. This guy is... Miguel's eyes locked onto the figure images from wanted posters flashing through his mind. That peculiar appearance. Hiai stared for a moment, and it matched a certain pirate in his memory. Could it be that soundburst DJ Supernova? As for the name, sorry, he couldn't remember. Why would this guy be here? That would mean today the world-shaking Tianlong people incident is about to erupt here along with the upcoming Great War. The landlady and the others are still in Malinfan duo. Looks like I need to hurry back and make them move to avoid the storm. I remember now. Miguel's exclamation interrupted Hiai's thoughts. This guy is Kuraki Manapu, a great pirate with a bounty of 198 million berries. One of the 11 supernovas of the worst generation. Miguel's face was full of shock, his eyes fixed on Apu, his hands trembling from either excitement or fear. Ding. Detected the host's current situation. A new life choice has been triggered. Life choice 1. Immediately go to execute justice. Successfully solo kill Kuraki Manapu. Reward swordsmanship, LV1. Life choice 2. Turn a blind eye. Lead Miguel back to the Navy base and buy a few servings of Xiaoba's octopus balls on the way. Reward comrades' affection for U1. Life choice 3. Feeling troubled, but not wanting to miss the bounty, immediately call for backup. Reward armament Haki LV1. SSSH. System, can I acquire 2 rewards simultaneously? Host, can freely control your own life. Reward is merely the compensation you deserve for your efforts. I see. Hiai smiled. He now understood the correct use of the system. He took out a Den mushy from his pocket. Zone 2, gather everyone immediately, and remember, bring guns. Watching Hiai's actions, Miguel couldn't help asking, boss, are you planning to take on this guy? What are you scared? Seeing the smile on Hiai's face, Miguel became extremely excited, realizing Hiai was definitely going to act. A mere 198 million berry pirate. How could I fear him? Fear. Miguel was a man who would become a Navy admiral. Hiai smiled at Miguel. Next time he would have to give this kid some training. Then his figure disappeared from the spot. Huh, aren't you waiting for their backup? Miguel shouted as he saw Hiai's already appearing in the air. After a moment of stunned hesitation, he leaped to follow. Boss is going to fight a 198 million berry pirate all by himself. That's a supernova. Boss, wait for me. Still chasing. How much are they paying you that you'd risk your life like this? Apu glanced back at the group, then spun around sharply, striking his own chest with both hands. Battle music. Start. A piercing disc sound exploded, sweeping out invisible sonic waves. The pursuers were struck by violent explosions. One move took out most of the pursuers, the remaining half were terrified and dared not advance. Apu smirked, turned around, and was almost blinded by a dazzling red light. Nanny. Curse technique, reversal red. Boom. Under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, the red light exploded at its peak brilliance, and a figure was blasted into the ground. What was that? A cannon shot. Could it be some new weapon? A red cannon. Such immense power. A figure draped in a marine cloak landed on the ground. Hiai's gaze pierced through the smoke, coldly staring at Apu lying in the crater. The instantaneous version of red is indeed far weaker than the full incantation. One shot only managed to blow off half an arm. If Miguel had heard this, he would surely be speechless. Bro, you're a Navy sergeant, and in one encounter you've blown off the arm of a supernova with a 198 million berry bounty. Does that make sense? Seeing Hiai's appearance, the onlookers buzzed with discussion. Such a young Marine. And so handsome. Looks like just a sergeant, right? Are the Navy now rich enough to equip sergeants with such powerful weapons? At that moment, a Navy lieutenant arrived on the scene. What's going on here? What's the situation with this explosion? You, Sergeant, come here and explain. My hand. Apu trembled as he scrambled to his feet, blood gushing from his severed arm. Kid, who the hell are you? In terror, he caught sight of the chevron on Kurozawa's shoulder. Merely a sergeant. He couldn't believe it. How can a mere Marine sergeant have such skill? I'm a supernova. Hey, I'm talking to you. I am Lieutenant Jude. How dare you ignore an officer's orders? I don't care which unit you're from. Jude kept blabbering on, but Kurozawa paid him no mind, silently releasing a wisp of Conqueror's Haki precisely toward him. Boom. In an instant, Jude staggered back 2 steps, his gaze toward Kurozawa, tinged with awe. Why you? As the dust slowly cleared, Jude turned his eyes, and his expression shifted dramatically. You? Scratchman Apu. The supernova of the worst generation. Bounty 198 million berries. Unconsciously, Jude's voice began to tremble as he retreated step by step. A pirate of this caliber was not something a mere lieutenant like him could provoke. At the very least, a Marine Commodore would be needed to handle this. In truth, an ordinary Commodore would indeed be no match for Apu in his current state. The onlookers hearing Jude's words also showed looks of fear. What? This guy is a member of the worst generation. They're all bloodthirsty demons. More than that, I've heard that wherever the worst generation passes, nothing grows. Even babies stop crying. What about this sergeant? How did he manage to provoke such a dangerous person? Jude was breaking out in cold sweat, already preparing to make a quick getaway. With his extraordinary 6 eyes 360-degree perception, Kurozawa heard all the voices. Dangerous. Maybe. But he wondered whether his level 2 limitless technique could withstand the sound wave explosions. If it failed, and let the blast hit his head, given his current reverse curse technique level, he'd likely die. But that was only in a theoretical scenario. As Kurozawa had judged from both long-range observation and close-quarters combat, Apu couldn't possibly finish him now. If that level of sound attack could touch him, his 6 eyes would be a total waste. Nameless Sergeant, you're something. I'll go get reinforcements. Hold on. Kurozawa ignored the fleeing Jude, and Apu's attention likewise wasn't on the deserter. Great harp slash. Seizing a moment, Apu leaped into the air, his remaining hand flicking against his chest. Invisible sound waves shot out, and a victorious smile spread across Apu's face. His devil fruit ability was invisible. Many opponents were cut in half before they even knew what happened. This kid's reaction suggests he's the same. Die. A cruel grin twisted Apu's face as if he already saw Kurozawa cleaved in two. But the next second, Kurozawa's figure vanished just before the sound wave slash arrived. What's going on? Apu panicked, and a figure appeared above him like a ghost. Crack. Kurozawa sensed the spot he'd just occupied. The sound waves sliced through like blades, even cutting the hard bricks. Not bad power. Seeing this, Kurozawa didn't hesitate. He raised his long leg high, aimed at Apu's head, and brought down a kick imbued with azure and black flash. Boom. Apu's body was slammed into the ground again, but this time, he quickly scrambled up and fired several soundwave explosions at Kurozawa. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! Apu, his top knot now disheveled, launched a barrage of explosions, panting heavily, but not even grazing Kurozawa. Damn it! How is he this fast? Mr. Apu, we're here. Shouts came from afar as a sizable group of pirates swarmed over. Apu, though furious, calmed down upon hearing his men. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty close to 200 million. He quickly analyzed, this kid's speed is incredible, I can't touch him. But though he's fast, his power isn't that strong. That powerful move at the start seems to be a one-shot deal. I won't die. With that thought, Apu felt reassured. In his eyes, this marine had no means left to kill him. Kurozawa's form flickered aside, watching Apu continue attacking. He knew that last kick hadn't done much damage. A supernova truly wasn't simple. If it were Miguel, he'd probably be dead by now. Sigh, is my physique just too weak? And his men are closing in. I can't keep playing around. No choice. I'll just have to end him instantly. Apu, on high alert, kept his eyes fixed on Kurozawa. When their gazes met, a sense of dread washed over him. But he remembered his underlings were right behind him. He could use them as shields. Surely nothing would happen. What's your name? No one who can beat me. Apu, to this state, should go nameless. Kurozawa didn't answer, just curled his lips into a smirk, extended a finger, and a blinding red light blazed once more. Damn it. Apu's soul nearly fled in terror. He didn't want to taste that move again. Boom. Sound waves and the red beam exploded simultaneously, and dust filled the battlefield. Apu lost sight in the smoke, leaping up to get a clear view. But a flash of cold light shot toward him. The gleam rapidly enlarged in Apu's eyes. In that life-or-death moment, he barely dodged, at the cost of his remaining arm. Still, the slash from the cursed blade was faster. With a flicker, Kurozawa appeared right before Apu. Spare me. I'll do anything. Under Apu's terrified gaze, his world spun wildly. His head even flew out of the smoke-covered area, tracing a graceful arc before tumbling to the ground with a thud. This scene was witnessed by Miguel, who had just arrived. Holy crap, boss. You did all this alone. Mr. Apu, we're here. Hang on. Without a moment's mourning for Apu's death, the next to arrive was some nameless pirate extra. Meanwhile, in an auction house in Area 1, several figures who would one day shake the world had gathered. Congratulations to St. Charles for winning the mermaid with a bid of 500 million berries. Miguel stared at Heizei in shock. Even though he already knew Heizei was formidable, he never imagined he could be this powerful. As Heizei emerged from the smoke completely unscathed, every effort by Apu having failed to even stain a single speck of dust on his white cloak of justice, Miguel's jaw dropped. He had single-handedly slain that pirate without a scratch. That was a supernova. Could even Vice Admiral Huashaoshan have achieved such a feat? Stop gawking, we've got work. Heizei's reminder snapped Miguel back to reality. Yes, boss. You've earned your rest. Leave these scum to me. Clang. Miguel drew his blade and stood alone before the charging pirates. Due to the obstructed view, Apu's underlings had not yet realized their captain had met his end. Reward armament Haki LV1 swordsmanship LV1 issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, on claiming your first bounty, over 100 million. Bonus reward 1000 bounty points. Listening to the constant influx of bounty points, Heizei felt nothing but exhilaration. Regular bounty points, 7400. 100 million level bounty points, 29800. Seeing the balance, Heizei had never felt so wealthy. That premium bubble bath was totally worth it. After all this hard work, it was time to reap the fruits of my perseverance. With a faint smile, he opened the system panel, scanned the numerous skills, and locked onto his target. System allocate points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have injected 3000 regular bounty points. Cursed technique reversal red has been upgraded to LV2. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have injected 3000 regular bounty points. Innate brawler has been upgraded to LV2. With only 1400 regular bounty points left, he couldn't afford to upgrade any skills. After a moment's thought, Heizei decided not to use the 100 million level points on ordinary skills for now. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have injected 100 million level bounty points. Six Eyes of the Heavens has been upgraded to LV3. Keep going. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have injected 100 million level bounty points. Cursed technique reversal red has been upgraded to LV3. As the most powerful offensive technique currently available, upgrading cursed technique reversal red naturally took top priority. The Prison Realm's cursed technique, cleave before evolving into a slash that severs the world, was ultimately lacking in power. Damn, and it's gone already. Regular bounty points, 1400. 100 million level bounty points, 9800. This Oppo is so useless. Only 200 short to upgrade innate brawler to LV3. The ability to perfectly integrate and utilize all skills of the same level. The boost innate brawler gave to Heizei's combat power was undeniable. Boss, just watch my performance. With that, Miguel drew his sword and used Soru to charge into battle. After allocating his points, Heizei did not intervene. He believed that in the chaotic melee, Miguel could absorb a wealth of experience. The Summit War was about to begin, or if he waited until then to train, it would all rely on the spot breakthroughs. To give the pirates a better chance to surround Miguel, Heizei unnoticed condensed a blue to twist Oppo's body into a ball and then kicked it into the trash heap. It seemed he needed to acquire more bounty points quickly. Even Marine Vice Admirals were being slaughtered like dogs in the Summit War. With his current strength, he would fare little better, barely able to protect himself. Pirates with bounties over 100 million aren't easy to find, but fortunately there's a bunch of the worst generation on this island right now. Heizei smiled faintly. He could hardly wait for Luffy to start rampaging. The ensuing commotion would draw all the worst generation together. As for why he didn't just go arrest them directly. Sorry, he honestly didn't know the way. Who remembers every detail from a manga? Besides, remembering is one thing, being here is another. There's no lousy map navigation here. His gaze shifted to Miguel's fight. In just 1 minute since charging out, Miguel was already wounded. It must be said that those who managed to stand out in the first half of the Grand Line and become supernovas did have some skill. At least they weren't as harmless as ordinary cannon fodder. After catching nearly 10 pirates off guard with his initial surprise attack, Miguel was surrounded and subjected to rhythmic coordinated assaults. Even as an outstanding trainee from the training camp, he felt immense pressure. Had he not mastered Tekai, Miguel would be suffering far more than just a few cuts. Where's Captain Oppo? Damn Marine. Tell us where Oppo went, or I'll slice you in half. Miguel couldn't hold back all of them. Some pirates charged toward Heizei, who stood motionless. Enraged by being so blatantly ignored, the pirates swung their blades at Heizei, but the blade stopped just inches from him, unable to fall further. What is this? Is this guy also a devil fruit user like Captain Oppo? While the pirates panicked, Heizei's attention was elsewhere. His keen senses detected a major disturbance occurring on this island. Boom. A violent roar came from another direction, followed by several equally intense explosions. While everyone was bewildered, Heizei looked toward the sound. The explosion came from Area 1. If he remembered correctly, there was an auction house there. Could it be? Bara bara bara. His portable den mushy rang. Ignoring the blades aimed at him, Heizei casually answered. Heizei, where are you right now? Pirates have attacked the Celestial Dragons at the Area 1 auction house. Get there and support immediately. A grin curved on Heizei's lips. Time to work. With a flick of his finger, the heads of the pirates surrounding Heizei flew off. Under the protection of the limitless curse technique, not even a drop of their blood could splash onto him. Miguel! Heizei shouted, leaping into the air and raising his hand toward Miguel's surroundings. Curse technique amplification blue. A terrifying blue orb swept across, rolling all the pirates surrounding Miguel into a single mass. Done. Boss. Miguel couldn't help but gasp in awe. One move and the field was cleared. Even though he had seen it before, it was still breathtaking. Heizei, are you ready? Miguel, ready for what? Heizei, to fly. Miguel. Heizei grinned, then controlled the pull of blue to suck Miguel directly into his grasp. Then his expression changed. Oh no. This kid is heavier than he looked. If he relied solely on his LV1 physical enhancement, carrying Miguel over would cost him considerable effort. Fortunately, with the suction of blue, it was still manageable, but he would need to find a chance to upgrade his physical skills. Boss, what are you doing? Seeing himself suspended in midair, Miguel asked in confusion. By the way, boss, I've been meaning to ask. Is that Jeppo? How is your Jeppo so fast? Enough chit-chat, let's move. Swoosh. Under the bewildered stares of everyone, Heizei flew into the sky, carrying Miguel. Mama, he can fly. Is he a superhero? At the Holy Land of Mary Geos, after listening to the report, Zhang Guo rubbed his forehead with a grim expression. Is it that brat again? Always causing trouble. What in the world is that clan situation? Inciting the celestial dragons required dispatching an admiral, and wasting admiral-level combat power on such matters filled Zhang Guo with helplessness. An officer beside him replied, according to intelligence, aside from Straw Hat Lu Fei, there are also Yusita Cg de Te La Fa Air Hijao Luo, and over 5 other pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million belly at the scene. Bo Lu Sa Li Nua, seated nearby, leisurely sipped tea after hearing the report. Oh my, no matter what, we can't just ignore an attack on the world nobles, can we? Zhang Guo-san. Hearing the voice, Zhang Guo turned in disbelief to look at Bo Lu Sa Li Nua, who stood up. Could it be that this guy who always clocked in and out on time and frequently asked for leave had finally come to his senses today? Excitement surged in Zhang Guo's heart. Excellent. At this critical moment, Bo Lu Sa Li Nua could finally step up. Bo Lu Sa Li Nua said, I'll take care of it. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Without any doubt, Zhang Guo immediately approved. Bo Lu Sa Li Nua smiled mysteriously and then slowly walked out of the room. At the junction of Area 2 and Area 1, Heizei and Migu Air flew swiftly. With the enhanced 6 eyes upgraded to LV3, they could sustain prolonged floating flight. There are pirates who dare attack the celestial dragons. Boss, what do you think? Migu Air exclaimed in astonishment, but suddenly noticed a massive boulder hurtling toward them. Boss, watch out. Without needing Migu Air's warning, Heizei grabbed him and vanished in an instant, leaving a sharp whoosh sound in the air. On the distant ground, a figure as massive as a small giant remained in the pose of having thrown the boulder with white wings on his back. Wu Erji laughed heartily. This flying marine actually dodged. This is the first time I've seen a flying marine. Indeed, being close to Marine headquarters makes things different. Migu Air landed back on the ground and finally saw their attacker. His expression instantly turned grave. This guy is the pirate with a bounty of 1/8 belly, the monk, Wu Erji. He's also one of the supernovas known as the worst generation. Boss, be care. Swallowing the word careful, Migu Air, who was about to warn Heizei, suddenly realized he was overthinking. Heizei had just single-handedly killed Siku Lachiapu without taking a scratch. That guy's bounty was 1/8 belly higher than the monk, Wu Erji's. Heizei said nothing, silently walking toward Wu Erji with a slightly darkened expression. He had finally managed to show off, and this fool had to interrupt. Was everyone in this pirate world insane? Even a marine admiral wouldn't flee, and they still had the leisure to attack a mere petty officer like him. Well, a bounty of 1/8 belly, huh? You're delivering yourself right to me. Heizei smiled slightly magnanimously, forgiving Wu Erji. Haha, what did you say? You look young, but you sure talk big. Do you really think a mere petty officer like you can arrest me? Wu Erji laughed heartily, clearly dismissing Heizei as beneath his notice. This was understandable. As a pirate with a bounty close to 2 euro belly, he had killed countless marine petty officers. Naturally, he wouldn't see Heizei as a worthy opponent. Heizei didn't answer, just stared coldly at the man before him. He would never let go of this walking 1/8 bounty points. Was this guy's ability something like cause and effect? Heizei couldn't recall clearly, only remembering that the user grew stronger when damaged, and this fellow looked tough and sturdy. Even a Pooh who seemed slender was so resilient. This one would likely be even more absurd. He had to go arrest Lu Fei, so he couldn't waste too much time here. With that thought, Heizei extended a finger, and the upgraded LV3 technique Reversal Crimson suddenly blazed with dazzling red light. An immense surge of cursed energy erupted across the field. Heizei felt a stir in his heart. The upgraded power seemed quite effective. The red light grew brighter. Wu Erji grinned and charged at Heizei with his fists raised. Kid, no one's stupid enough to stand still and wait for your attack. Before he finished speaking, the red orb had already flashed into existence, moving so fast that even a supernova like Wu Erji couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, the crimson had already plunged into Wu Erji's body. The next second, Wu Erji's eyes widened as the blinding red light engulfed his mountainous frame entirely, and a violent, thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. Boom. The gale swept through the ground, trembled, and the roaring wind even pushed Migu Air, who was behind Heizei, back a few steps. However, Heizei himself, protected by the limitless technique, was unaffected. This is the move that obliterated Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshan in one blow. Migu Air peered through the gaps of his fingers in astonishment at the raging wind. Since being knocked out by Heizei in the training camp that day, he hadn't witnessed the power of technique Reversal Crimson. Now seeing it, Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshan, who had taken that hit, was indeed a true man. It was just a pity that his beard was completely burned off. The raging dust and gale didn't obstruct Heizei's vision. Through his enhanced 6 eyes, he could clearly see Wu Erji lying on the ground, gasping heavily with a bloody, mangled chest and chaotic breath, clearly in a severely wounded state. The instant cast power of LV3 technique Reversal Crimson had already surpassed the maximum output of before, and earlier there had been a 50 boost from the natural fighter ability. Moreover, the speed was much faster. According to Heise's estimation, even among the vice admirals at headquarters, few could dodge this crimson now. At the very least, Hua Xiaoshan couldn't. Just as Heise was about to deliver the finishing blow within the range of his 6 eyes, a figure with a somewhat familiar aura quietly approached. Ding. The system detects the current situation. New life choices have appeared. Life choice 1, confident in your strength, you immediately kill Wu Erji and also eliminate the approaching Bazi Air Huijin Si. Reward sword skill upgraded to LV2. Life choice 2, not feeling confident enough, you spare Wu Erji and instead turn to kill the approaching Bazi Air Huijin Si. Reward battle instinct LV1. Life choice 3, you feel this is not the time to show your strength, so you choose to retreat. Reward prestige level reduced to LV1, and you receive a from the system. Looking at the last choice, Heise just chuckled. Was there even a need to choose? As for the skill battle instinct, it was rather interesting. Its effect was that after the user lost consciousness, including fainting, becoming mentally incapacitated, etc., it would automatically counterattack when encountering danger. However, this skill didn't seem very practical to Heise. With a system, why would he ever get knocked out? He might as well just quit. Heise raised his hand and made a slicing motion toward Wu Erji's neck. Jutsu Sever. A razor-sharp slashing attack directly severed the unresisting Wu Erji's neck. Please wait, sir. Huijinsi's voice came from a distance, but it was already too late. Watching Wu Erji's head roll away, Huijinsi's eyes were filled with deep confusion. Impossible. I read his fortune today, and there was no sign of death. Heise's gaze fell upon Huijinsi. His heaven-defying 6 eyes sensed the dense, eerie aura emanating from the other man. At that moment, Heise suddenly understood where that faint sense of familiarity came from. That's right, if I recall correctly, this Huijinsi must have eaten the Paramecia-type straw fruit. However, although the scarecrow he creates can absorb damage on his behalf, it is ultimately just a substitution technique. Moreover, this substitution technique is not invincible. Once all the scarecrows are destroyed, the user's real body will suffer a fatal blow. So it seems this fruit's weakness is quite obvious. Just overwhelm it. Thinking this, Heise smiled confidently. Huijinsi's expression had become extremely grave. Ever since he began his career, his fortune-telling had never been wrong. But today, how could this be? Allow me a moment. Leaving behind these words, Huijinsi ignored Heise and began fortune-telling on the spot. Probability of escape. 36. Probability of defeat in battle. 87. Meanwhile, the pirates under Huijinsi were far from calm. Who is that marine? He actually cut off the head of that monk, Wu Erji. Is he a marine admiral? You idiot. Didn't you see his shoulder insignia? He's only a sergeant. Impossible. How can a mere sergeant kill Wu Erji? Miguel had just recovered from the shock when he recognized the newcomer, and his expression immediately tensed. This guy is also one of the supernovas of the worst generation. Basil Huijinsi. Bounty 249 million berries. There's very little intel on him. Oh, Heise's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. Such a high bounty. Miguel's face was solemn as he assumed a combat stance. Why is my luck so bad today? I've already run into 3 supernovas. Bad luck. No. Heise had already heard the abundant echoes. Watching Huijinsi still engrossed in fortune-telling, Heise couldn't help but marvel. Truly a man who could calmly perform fortune-telling even in front of a marine admiral. So composed. Since he likes fortune-telling so much. Heise raised his palm and began forming hand seals. Phase jackfruit pillar of light. Buzz buzz buzz. The continuously condensing cursed energy made even the ground tremble. Miguel standing nearby was so intimidated by the gathered power that his hair stood on end. You've got to be kidding me. How come I feel like the boss's move is even more terrifying than before? The red light from Heise's cursed energy was like a second sun illuminating the entire plaza. Huijinsi's subordinates were already in chaos, urgently urging Huijinsi to flee. Boss, are we running? We'll die. However, Huijinsi seemed not to hear because he had already calculated that he would not die today. Despite the minor error just now, he remained extremely confident in his fortune-telling result. It's fine. I won't die. Having said that, Huijinsi looked at Heise. Although his cold black pupils were now occupied by red light, he still smiled slightly. The power this marine uses is indeed somewhat similar to mine. Buzz buzz buzz. The full power version of the cursed technique Reversal Red had already formed. Against a devil fruit user like Huijinsi, the best solution was to destroy all of his substitutes in one blow. Heise wore a smile. Cursed technique Reversal Red. Whoosh boom. With a flash of red light, the building where Huijinsi was standing was instantly engulfed. If Heise hadn't shielded him, Miguel would have been blown away by the shockwave. Hey, boss, the power of this move is just too astonishing. It could probably destroy a warship. Watching the explosion caused by Heise, Miguel's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His eyes were wide and his face was full of shock. The glass on all the surrounding buildings was shattered, and that high rise along with the structures behind it was completely destroyed, raising a cloud of dust. The originally bustling street had now become a ruin littered with debris. As for the pirates, they were even more horrifyingly brutalized. Their bodies were blown to pieces, their blood staining the ground as if a terrible nightmare. Heizei said nothing, vanishing from his spot. In the next moment, his figure silently appeared in the midst of the ruins. Looking at the unharmed Huijinsi before him, Heizei's expression was amused. Your ability really is quite interesting. At this moment, Huijinsi had lost his previous composure. The sweat constantly seeping from his forehead attested to that. Yet he still forced himself to remain calm. Our abilities share a strange sense of familiarity. I thought we would become great comrades. Heizei, what makes you think you deserve to be my comrade? Huijinsi. Heizei, all the subordinates you brought are dead. I'm curious. How many lives do you have left now? Seeing the smile on Heizei's face, Huijinsi's heart raced uncontrollably. Heizei's recent and scrupulous attack had annihilated all his substitutes in one go. Now he had no substitutes left. In other words, if Heizei killed him once more, he would truly die. No, stay calm. I should have no death sign today. After a moment of silence, Huijinsi's face suddenly twisted into a ferocious expression. Demon subduing form. Since the substitutes had absorbed the damage, Huijinsi was now at full strength. Meanwhile, Heizei had just unleashed a full-powered curse technique, Reversal Red, and although it wasn't at maximum output, he couldn't use it again for a short time. So this was the pressure of a 249 million berries bounty. Watching the scarecrow that had swelled in front of him, a hint of excitement appeared on Heizei's face. With a light flip of his palm, a dark patterned blade shimmering with mysterious light appeared in his hand. The blade was entirely black, its body covered with mysterious dark patterns like hellfire, as if containing endless power and secrets. The edge was incredibly sharp, gleaming with cold light, sending chills down one's spine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using a supreme grade blade for the first time. Reward 1 sword style, Azure, Flash LV. 1. This was a sword technique. The moment he grasped the dark blade bolstered by the natural fighter, all low-level skills were flawlessly executed by Heizei, each amplified by 75. Body techniques, swordsmanship, and various skills instantly combined into the optimal combat strategy. The skill Heizei had just comprehended through his innate talent would be unleashed to its fullest with this single slash. 1 sword style, blue, flash slash. A blue light coiled around the blade. The razor-sharp cut combined with the astonishing tearing force of blue severed even the hard claws of the scarecrow with a single stroke. This slash fused armament Haki reverse curse technique, blue curse technique, solution swordsmanship, and body techniques, encompassing most of Heizei's skills. Coupled with the boost from natural fighter, its power was unimaginable. Even the demonized scarecrow of Hawkins was as fragile as paper. How is this possible? Under Hawkins' disbelieving gaze, the famous blade dark directly cut him in half at the waist. Crack! The massive scarecrow's body split into 2 halves. Hawkins' scarlet eyes rapidly dimmed. Even in death, he could not understand why his divination had failed, why he who bore no death omen had met his end today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Basil Hawkins, earning 24900 billion level bounty points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the stage achievement reward condition end of the worst generation, 311. Reward 8000 billion level bounty points. Normal bounty points 1400. Billion level bounty points 42700. A sudden windfall. Heizei stored dark back into the system space, gazing at the ample bounty points. A faint smile crossed his lips. His persistence and efforts had finally yielded a tremendous reward today. System allocate points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for injecting 100 billion level bounty points. Natural fighter upgraded to LV3. So how should I allocate the remaining 32700 points? With the boost from natural fighter, it would be best to raise all skills to LV3 first to maximize combat effectiveness. With this thought, Heizei hesitated no more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for injecting 1300 billion level bounty points. Curse technique solution upgraded to LV3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for injecting 1300 billion level bounty points. Reverse curse technique blue upgraded to LV3. Watching his newly abundant balance drain away like a receding tide, Heizei felt a pang of reluctance. But there was no choice. He gritted his teeth and continued to allocate points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for injecting 300 billion level bounty points. Swordsmanship upgraded to LV3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for injecting 140 normal bounty points and 100 billion level bounty points. Body techniques upgraded to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for injecting 1500 billion level bounty points. Armament Haki upgraded to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for injecting 1500 billion level bounty points. 1 sword style blue flash slash upgraded to LV2. After Heizei's relentless efforts, only 600 billion level bounty points remained. Gone so quickly. Heizei stared at the empty balance, a headache creeping in. He still had so many skills left to upgrade. It wasn't enough. He needed to earn more bounty points. Captain, are you alright? As the dust gradually cleared, Miguel, unable to find Heise's figure, shouted loudly. Only when he saw Heise standing amidst the ruins with the bisected Hawkins at his feet did Miguel fall silent. At Marine Headquarters, Mary Gios. Sengoku stood by the window, his expression stern as he gazed at the sea. The recent chaos is truly giving me a headache. Why did it have to happen at this critical juncture? According to intelligence, at least 8 supernovas have gathered at Sabaody. Those damn pirates. Suddenly, so many guys with bounties over 100 million appear. Now is not a good time to spare troops to deal with these bastards. I hope Borsellino brings some good news. Otherwise the pressure will be too much. Damn Whitebeard. With the news of Ace's execution now public, the Marines had begun frantically summoning troops and mobilizing forces. The warlords of the sea were also called to duty. At Sabaody port. Boom. With a cannon blast, a tall figure in yellow-striped clothing landed safely on a cannonball amid a fierce explosion of fire. Moshiri, 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 yo, how strange. Borsellino drawled in a languid tone, repeatedly calling the unanswered Den Den Mushi. Seeing this, pirates fled in panic. Run! A Marine Admiral is here. At this time on Sabaody Archipelago, the Straw Hat Pirates had successfully escaped the auction. They had reached an agreement with Silver's Rayleigh and were preparing to lie low on the island for 3 days before setting sail for the New World. However, a colossal steel figure blocked the Straw Hat's path. Seeing the familiar silhouette, everyone except Luffy showed fear, assuming combat stances as if facing a great enemy. When Luffy tried to charge forward, Sanji quickly stopped him. Hey Luffy. Wait. Luffy looked puzzled. What's wrong, Sanji? You know this guy, eh? No mistake, this is Bartholomew Kuma, the warlord of the sea, known as the Tyrant. Robin explained, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. This was the being that had nearly annihilated their crew. However, they were unaware that the tyrant before them was merely a pacifista created by the world government with combat power far inferior to the original. But even the first-generation pacifista was still a formidable boss-level threat to the current Straw Hat crew. After a fierce battle with the entire crew, the 3 strongest members of the Straw Hats finally found their moment. Zoro, Sanji. Luffy shouted. The coordination of the King's wings needed no words. Demon Wind, Foot, Dragon, Tiger shot. Sanji charged first, his blazing foot smashing heavily into the pacifista's head. Zoro seized the opportunity to chant his technique. Demon Aura 9 Sword Style Azura Mystic 9 Flash. The wild slash struck the pacifista, nearly severing its left shoulder. Then Luffy leaped into the air. Gear 3 Giant Spin Rocket. Boom. Under the combined assault of the 3 main fighters, the pacifista PX finally broke down. Phew. Is everyone okay? Luffy panted, having exhausted most of his strength. But in the next second, he saw everyone staring blankly behind him. What's wrong? Just as Luffy was baffled, a black-haired, blue-eyed youth spoke calmly. Yo, nice to meet you. Luffy, watch out. Amid the crew's simultaneous shouts, Luffy jerked his head around to see a fist rapidly enlarging in his vision. Black sparks and azure light alternated. Boom. Luffy's head was smashed into the ground by Heise's fist. The flying debris struck the tree trunk with undiminished force. The entire Straw Hat crew stared at Heise, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. But one thought echoed in their minds: this Marine who had suddenly appeared was strong. Luffy, you bastard. Sanji roared in fury, his left foot scraping against his right to ignite searing flames as he lunged at Kurozawa at breakneck speed. Kurozawa watched the unconscious Luffy and fell into contemplation. Honestly speaking, he had no real intention of ending the boy's life here. Though the allure of a 300 million berry bounty was strong, Luffy's bounty would only skyrocket from here. Besides, Garp had shown him kindness, and there was the unpredictable sun god Nika, who might appear at any moment. But to kill or not to kill? If he truly slew Monkey D. Luffy right here, what kind of ripples would that send through the world? He was genuinely curious. After a brief deliberation, a smirk curled at the corner of Kurozawa's mouth. Ding. World will fluctuation detected. New life choice triggered. Life choice 1, kill Monkey D. Luffy welcomed the awakening of sun god Nika and survived the ensuing battle against the approaching Dark King Rayleigh. Reward Supreme King Haki level upgraded to LV5. Life choice 2, mortally wound the entire Straw Hat crew, inflict unimaginable agony upon Monkey D. Luffy and successfully survive after Dark King Rayleigh arrives. Reward Curse King, LV1. Life choice 3, stay your hand here, claim that the Marines are not indiscriminate killers and earn the Straw Hat's reverence. Reward convert current prestige level into simp level. Sun God above. And a Rayleigh 2. This dungeon is way over my pay grade. World will fluctuation, huh? Kurozawa's pupils flickered subtly. No wonder he'd sensed it. Sanji's charge speed had surged exponentially in an instant. So this is the influence of a world will shift. Fascinating. Boom. A dull heavy impact rang out. Sanji stared at Kurozawa in astonishment. He caught my demon wine leg with a single bare hand. Good. It seems even an attack of this caliber can't breach my LV2 limitless technique. Kurozawa glanced at his palm. What lay between it and Sanji's flaming leg was an infinite distance. And even without the limitless technique, his armament Haki, now upgraded to LV2, was more than enough to withstand Sanji's current demon wind leg flames. Without hesitation, Kurozawa hurled Sanji's shin aside. Sanji, caught off balance mid-air, scrambled to right himself, but Kurozawa would never grant him that chance. A blue radiance materialized around Kurozawa's right fist. The punch, reinforced with armament Haki and black flash, slammed into Sanji's waist with devastating force. Black sparks exploded outward. Sanji was sent flying, vomiting blood, until he crashed through a boulder before finally coming to a halt. One down. Without a moment's pause to mourn Sanji, the next challenger was already upon him. The Straw Hat's current strongest, the three-sword master Zoro. Demon Aura, nine-sword style Ashura, Mist Silver. Zoro rattled off the lengthy technique name in rapid succession. If the 5-star strongest sorcerer slumbering in distant Shinjuku could witness this, he'd surely remark that if his challenger had been Zoro instead of Sukuna, the swordsman would have been sliced in half before he could even take out alone. Clang. A single dark crimson blade intercepted Zoro's ultimate technique. The swordsman's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, even with a sword hilt clenched between his teeth. That's a named blade. Who the hell are you? How does a mere marine sergeant possess a weapon and strength like this? Zoro's heart raced. The more he observed, the more certain he became. The grade of Kurozawa's blade surpassed even his own Wado Ikemanji. Kurozawa remained silent, studying him in turn. If Zoro's swordsmanship were converted to levels, it would currently sit around LV4, still above Kurozawa's own. However, Zoro was in poor condition, while Kurozawa had numerous buffs stacked in his favor. A faint smile played on Kurozawa's lips as he spoke coldly. Fools like you, overestimating your abilities. Do you really think you can protect this equally delusional fool who dreams of becoming Pirate King? Under the Straw Hat's despairing gazes, Kurozawa's dark blade pressed down heavily. A crimson gash tore open across Zoro's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Two down. Zoro. Chopper wailed, tears streaming from his eyes. The other Straw Hats sprang into action, launching their own attacks. Fleur. Robin barely managed to begin her hand gesture when a brutal slap interrupted her incantation, followed by a fist that caved into her abdomen, sending her sprawling unconscious. Three down. Robin. Nami's eyes flew wide in sheer terror. She couldn't comprehend how a man so far away had reached them in the blink of an eye. Her weathery stick had just expelled a thundercloud bubble when Kurozawa snatched it away, using it as a makeshift club to smack Nami's rear, then stomped his foot down hard, crushing her head into the ground. Four down. Nami. You bastard. Sword. Boom. Kurozawa flashed above Brook and drove him into the earth with a single punch, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Five down. Frankie, coup de vent. Usopp, behold my special attack. Firestar triple combo. A roaring cannon blast surged toward him. Kurozawa calmly extended his palm. Curse technique, reversal blue. In an instant, a massive orb of azure light condensed from surging cursed energy. Frankie's coup de vent and Usopp's projectiles were completely swallowed by its gravitational pull. Frankie, what the hell? This is my super coup de vent. Usopp's face went deathly pale. As Kurozawa moved his hand, the colossal blue sphere engulfed both Frankie and Usopp entirely. Seven down. Usopp. Frankie. Everyone. Chopper's tears flowed uncontrollably. He looked at his fallen comrades, then at Kurozawa approaching with slow, deliberate steps. Should I fight this guy? Can I even win? After a fierce internal struggle, Chopper had just reached for his rumble ball when a backhand sent him face first into the dirt. Joe. Purr. Hearing that weak, trembling voice, Kurozawa couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. So this is the resilience of a protagonist. He was certain the force he'd used should have rendered the reindeer unconscious for a considerable time, if not killed him outright. Kurozawa glanced sidelong at Luffy, then meeting the captain's despairing gaze, raised his foot and brought it down upon Chopper's unconscious form. No. Boom. 8 down. As blood splattered through the air, Kurozawa sensed Luffy's pupils constrict violently and his heart pound erratically. Seeing this, Kurozawa's smile only grew more radiant. Straw Hat Luffy, a weakling like you who can't even protect his own crew. Do you still dream of becoming Pirate King? Another brutal stomp. Boom. Stop it. You monster. Driven by the desperate stimulus of his crewmates' lives hanging by a thread, Luffy miraculously forced himself to his feet, staggering toward Kurozawa with unsteady steps. Miguel, watching from the sidelines, remained silent. Though Kurozawa's methods were brutal, these were pirates after all. They deserved whatever they got. And besides, the boss's strength was absolutely monstrous. Monkey D. Luffy, with a 300 million berry bounty and the infamous Straw Hat Pirates, pounded into the ground single-handedly by this one man. He was practically the model of a New Age Marine. Also watching the battle were Sentomaru and a single pacifista. This guy is incredibly strong. Even I might not be able to beat him. Sentomaru recalled how he'd encountered Kurozawa and Miguel on the way here. It was definitely the right call letting him handle this. Saves my pacifista unit from getting destroyed too. Sentomaru muttered to himself while coloring his voice. How is a guy who can casually demolish pirates with 300 million berry bounties only a sergeant? Watching Luffy approach, Kurozawa raised his hand using blue to drag Usopp toward him, then in full view of Luffy, snapped the sniper's nose. Luffy HH. A man without strength. What right does he have to speak of dreams? Kurozawa's fist drove Luffy into the ground once more, and his dark blade descended in a single lethal slash. Schwat. A white figure shot across the ground at a speed beyond ordinary imagination, and then an old leg covered in hairy legs kicked a slipper toward the renowned blade in. Clang. The flying slash enshrouding the renowned blade and was knocked askew, blasting away to fell a distant large tree. Sentomaru and Miguel gaped in astonishment. Who is this old geezer? The boss's attack was actually blocked. Ignoring the stunned duo, Rayleigh's spectacles glinted with cold light, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I thought which Marine had such murderous intent, but it's you, a swindling brat. Heisei did not hurry to reply. His azure blue eyes swept over Rayleigh's slipper. So this was the legendary supreme grade slipper. Truly extraordinary upon seeing it today. Yo, long time no see, Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh's pupils contracted. You know me, and you still dared to cheat me in Venice. Knowing his reputation, someone still dared to target him, especially such a young brat. How did he know? Rayleigh felt a surge of confusion. Heisei replied honestly. How can you say that? I was doing you a favor, helping you quit your addiction. Brat, I was playing cards when you were still sucking on your mother's milk. Since those old farts in the Marines didn't teach you properly, let me teach you some respect for the elderly today. Rayleigh swiftly withdrew his foot, then kicked out again, this time with far more ferocity. Heisei could even sense an extremely intense Haki from it. Without a word, Heisei mustered all his strength and slashed out at Rayleigh's supreme grade slipper. One sword style azure flash. Clang. The clash of the two instantly erupted into a powerful aura. The whirling wind whipped Rayleigh's white cloak, while Heisei's justice coat also danced in the turbulence. Did I hear that right? That guy just said this old man is Dark King Rayleigh. The real Dark King. Sentomaru's expression turned grave. If the legendary pirate truly intervened, today's situation could become extremely troublesome, even escalating into an irreparable outcome. Dark King Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Dark King Rayleigh. After a brief shock, Miguel's entire body began trembling violently with excitement. The boss can actually exchange blows with a legend like that without falling behind. Truly a man destined to become Fleet Admiral. Sentomaru interrupted, you're thinking too simply. Although this kid's potential is extraordinary, a pirate who can be called the Dark King can't be this weak. That's a living legend. On the grass, clang. Sparks flew as the renowned blade and clashed with Rayleigh's slipper. Rayleigh's gaze shifted to the blade in Heisei's hand, becoming intrigued, yet he taunted. You're just relying on youth and a good sword you can't fully wield. If you want to fight me, even a great swordsman isn't enough. If you know you're about to kick the bucket, just lie down in your coffin. Coming out at your age to mess around, aren't you afraid of throwing your back out? Heisei said, his gaze deliberately drifting to Rayleigh's waist, the implication clear. Trying to provoke me. You're still too green. Rayleigh let out a hearty laugh and suddenly exerted force with his foot. The explosive power shook Heisei's arms, a force as unstoppable as a tsunami. Heisei was sent flying backward through the air, yet a smile tugged at his lips. The old bastard got impatient. Rayleigh was about to speak when he saw Heisei's face showing not a trace of panic, instead extending his fingers. Heisei hung upside down in midair, his long fingers rapidly forming seals, his justice coat billowing, and his azure blue eyes blazing with astonishing brilliance. The perceptive Rayleigh immediately sensed something amiss. His observation Haki spread instantly, and he discovered that 3 glowing blue lights had appeared around him without his knowledge. Phase Twilight Eye of Wisdom. Heisei chanted the incantation rapidly from midair. The seeds of azure planted before Rayleigh's arrival grew at super speed, approaching maximum output in an extremely short time. The technique Reversal Azure enhanced to LV3 bloomed like a sea firework, engulfing this living legend. An interesting brat. Before being swallowed by the bursting blue light, Rayleigh keenly sensed the power within the blue orbs, leaving behind a smiling remark before being completely submerged. There's even more interesting to come. Heisei's gaze turned cold. If Rayleigh had unleashed his full strength, these techniques would have been largely ineffective. But unfortunately, not all strong fighters in One Piece are like Red-Haired, who would open with a 3 billion berry divine departure. Besides, Rayleigh was fighting a newly minted Marine sergeant, so he wouldn't go all out from the start. Fond of showing off, are you? Old bastard. Heisei landed back on the ground. Protected by the infinity technique, the raging wind from the battlefield had no effect on him. He rapidly formed seals with his hands, and a crimson light shone brilliantly, even amidst the rampant blue glow. Phase Jackfruit Pillar of Light. Technique Reversal Crimson. Maximum output. This blow, even if you're Dark King Rayleigh, it won't be pleasant. Buzz buzz buzz. Technique Reversal Crimson shot forth like a divine sword of the heavens. The dazzling red and white light once again dominated the battlefield, followed by a violent roar. After being enveloped by the red and white light, the people in the distance heard a series of extremely violent explosions. The 2 massive main trunks supporting the Sabaody archipelago were gouged with a shocking hole. With cracking sounds, the 200-meter trees that formed the archipelago toppled. This scene naturally did not escape the eyes of the supernovas scattered across Sabaody. X-Drake, an attack like that. It must be a Marine Admiral, right? Is it a Kainu or Kizaru? Anyway, the plan needs to be hastened. Trafalgar Law, such an astonishing attack. If we were the opponents of such a strike, it's unthinkable. Even the usually arrogant Eustace Kid was silenced by the sight of such power, merely clenching his fists tightly. Capone Beach, is it a Marine Admiral? That idiot Straw Hat has actually drawn such a beast. Even my big father would be shattered by that blow. Jewelry Bonnie stared blankly at the explosion, momentarily forgetting to even bite into the chicken leg in her hand. Borsellino. Ooh, things seem to be getting a bit troublesome. Borsellino finally gave up on calling the unresponsive Den Mushy, his gaze unreadable behind his sunglasses. Yada no Kagami. Golden light gathered into a mirror, and then his form dissolved into particles of light rapidly approaching the direction from which the attack had come. Look out. PX7. The power of the maximum output curse technique Reversal Red was so immense that even Jean Taoan and Mi Guer, who were watching from afar, felt its impact. The violent surge of energy spread outward like raging waves, churning and roaring, causing the two to widen their eyes in astonishment. With the activation of Reversal Red, a powerful gale of awe-inspiring might swept through, carrying a fierce aura that seemed capable of tearing everything to shreds. The wind scraped Jean Taoan and Mi Guer's skin, painfully forcing them to squint to avoid the sand stinging their eyes. What terrifying power! Mi Guer murmured under his breath, gripping his weapon tightly, his palm trembling slightly from agitation. Jean Taoan frowned, his gaze fixed gravely on the distant battlefield. They realized that this battle had far exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, Jean Taoan had timely ordered the Pacifista PX7 to shield himself, and Mi Guer sparing them from serious harm. Boom, boom. The fierce explosions gradually subsided, and Jean Taoan's face was filled with shock. What the hell is going on with this kid, eh? An explosion like that would completely destroy even a Pacifista in an instant. A single Pacifista costs no less than a warship, and this kid easily surpassed that. What a joke. Mi Guer's heart was in turmoil, but recalling that this was his boss's technique, a proud smile spread across his dark-skinned face. Truly worthy of the boss. On the battlefield, Heizei was hovering midair, his heaven-defying six eyes piercing through the smoke to see the somewhat disheveled Lei Li inside. Heizei curled his lips. Old man, I told you at your age you can't afford to get hurt. In the thick smoke, a flash of astonishment flickered in Lei Li's murky eyes. His swordsmanship was already approaching the level of a great swordsman, and he had even mastered Haki. What was even more shocking was that someone of this age could unleash such a powerful attack. It was simply beyond imagination. Even those who were once called monsters and now stand as emperors of the sea, the so-called Yonko, were no better than this at his age, were they? At this thought, Lei Li couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking up at the sky. With his observation Haki released, he could sense the mysterious force swirling around Heizei, a power he had never encountered in all his years sailing the seas. That move just now must have been composed of this power. Even the elite vice admirals of Marine headquarters could never achieve such might. As the dust gradually cleared, Jean Taoan and Mi Guer widened their eyes. The white-haired figure in the crater had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were slightly tattered. Heizei had actually injured Lei Li. He was a living legend. This was simply unbelievable. Cough, cough. Lei Li coughed lightly and casually wiped a trace of blood from his lips. I admit you are truly a rare genius. It's a pity that someone like you joined the Marines. Jean Taoan was stunned and couldn't help saying, did I hear that right? Even the Dark King Rayleigh praised this kid as a genius. One must know that when a living fossil who had witnessed the pinnacle of the world uttered such words, its weight was self-evident. Mi Guer simply grinned, showing his white teeth. As expected of the boss. So if not the Marines, should I become a pirate? Heizei's eyes flickered. After his heaven-defying six eyes had been upgraded to LV3, his perception had reached an incredibly fine level. Not to mention the rustling of grass, even the sound of blood flowing could be sensed by him. At this moment, an astonishing power was surging within the Dark King Lei Li's body. If it erupted, its might would be absolutely unimaginable. A genius of the new era in the Marines. If you were to fall here, those old codgers in the Marines would surely have a headache. A smile appeared on Lei Li's aged face, and the lenses of his silver glasses reflected a faint gleam. Watching Lei Li's faint smile, Heizei sensed a subtle killing intent. Even a trace of it instantly lowered the temperature on the field. Heizei could even notice that Jean Taoan and Mi Guer, watching from afar, involuntarily held their breath under this killing intent, though they themselves might not have realized it. Are you going to get serious, old man? Heizei smiled without fear, tightening his grip on the famous blade Dark as he slowly applied force. His entire spirit and energy were roused to their peak at that moment. The next second, swish. Haki burst forth. With a single sound, Lei Li's figure turned into a blur, leaving behind a violent gust as he shot through the air like a silver bullet. Lei Li moved so fast that Jean Taoan and Mi Guer couldn't even react. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Heizei. With fierce Haki rippling, Lei Li raised his longsword with his right hand and slashed down in an instant. Heizei's pupils constricted. Such speed. Amano Murakumo. Buzz. Clang. A gleaming golden longsword blocked the Dark King Lei Li's attack, the dazzling golden light shining onto those silver glasses. Seeing who had blocked his attack, Lei Li sneered, "You're quite fast now, Kazuru." Yo, how terrifying. I never imagined the great Dark King Rayleigh would go so hard on a Marine petty officer. Bolu Sali Nuo replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The old man finally came. Seeing that tall figure with yellow stripes, Jean Taowan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time couldn't help shouting, "Old man, you're so slow. PX4 is wrecked. How am I supposed to write a report to Vegapunk when we get back?" Admiral Bolu Sali Nuo. Migo Air was somewhat excited, never expecting to see a battle between an admiral and the Dark King today. So thrilling. Yo. Long time no see, Admiral Bolu Sali Nuo. Heizei smiled and greeted Bolu Sali Nuo, who had just blocked the attack for him. "Are you the Heizei who caused a big scene at the training camp? I never imagined you'd grown to such a level. How terrifying." Bolu Sali Nuo replied with his eyes shifting slightly. After all, his opponent was the Dark King Lei Li, so he had to be fully alert. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You really don't take this old man seriously." Lei Li sneered, and the blade in his hand instantly burst with a terrifying sword aura. Bolu Sali Nuo naturally wouldn't just stand there and wait for death. Although the death benefits for fallen soldiers were tempting, he hadn't yet collected enough of his 5 insurances and 1 fund. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the 2 top-tier powerhouses clashed for several exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand. Seeing this, Heizei flashed and quietly appeared beside Luffy. Looking at the helpless guy lying on the ground, Heizei smiled slightly. If Lei Li hadn't already had his bounty revoked by the Marines, he would have tried something even at great risk. "Lei Li, you came here for Straw Hat Luffy, didn't you?" At Heizei's words, Lei Li's expression changed. The sharp, famous blade Dark was now resting on Luffy's neck. Having once felt its edge up close, Lei Li had no doubt that with a slight motion of Heizei's arm, Luffy's head would be cut off instantly. "What do you want, brat?" Lei Li said with a grim expression. Heizei looked at Lei Li with a sly smile and said, "Drop your weapon and surrender, and I won't kill him." Meanwhile, Heizei was secretly observing Bolu Sali Nuo's movements. A question that had long troubled him might be answered today. "Kizaru, are you really a spy for the Revolutionary Army?" Rayleigh remained silent, and the atmosphere fell into a tense standoff. Miguel still gazed at Heizei with admiration, truly worthy of being the boss. To think he could threaten Pluto Rayleigh. Sentomaru's expression was grave. Setting aside everything else, if Rayleigh were not captured today, Heizei would surely be targeted by him. Having a grudge held by such a vicious and powerful pirate, one could not imagine how terrifying life would be. Rayleigh gazed at Heizei, a sigh welling up in his heart. How many years had it been since he last saw such a brilliant young man? Even Straw Hat Luffy, who had just boasted before him with words akin to those of Captain Roger, was now trampled under this young Marine's foot. 23 years had passed since Roger's death. News of the One Piece treasure had grown scarce, and some had even begun to doubt its authenticity. With the Navy's relentless suppression, the tide of the great pirate era had been gradually subdued. Now at this critical juncture, another prodigious youth had emerged in the Navy. Was the era of great pirates initiated by Captain Roger at the cost of his life about to come to an end? In an instant, Rayleigh seemed to see in Heizei a vision of the near future, a sea calmed and subdued by the Navy. "Kid, you're playing with fire." After a moment, the corners of Rayleigh's mouth curled slightly, and a chilling murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire scene. Miguel and Sentomaru felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. The murderous aura emanating from Pluto Rayleigh, almost tangible, pressed down on them like the frigid depths of the ocean, making it impossible to breathe. Beads of cold sweat soaked Miguel's back. This was a nearly tangible killing intent. How terrifying. And this was without being the target. It was hard to imagine the pressure their boss was facing. Borsellino, who was closest, merely stared at Rayleigh, his eyes flickering slightly, thoughts unknown. Feeling the undisguised killing intent, Heizei's smile turned cold. Just as he was about to act, a tall figure appeared behind him. "If you were to go on a journey, where would you choose?" A voice devoid of emotion sounded. Heizei's brow furrowed slowly. "Such speed. Bartholomew Kuma, a warlord of the sea, is here too," Miguel exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the figure behind Heizei. The major figures he had encountered today were truly unexpected. This time Sentomaru looked at Bartholomew Kuma with narrowed eyes, saying nothing. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Contrary to everyone's expectations, Heizei turned his blade toward Kuma. "I can handle these guys myself. As a warlord of the sea, there's no need for you to steal the credit from a Marine sergeant, is there?" Seeing Heizei's action, Miguel shuddered. Hey boss, you're not thinking of going after this guy, are you? That's a warlord of the sea." But upon reflection, Miguel realized that Heizei had challenged the entire training camp on his first day in the Navy, beaten Vice Admiral Momosaji badly, and just now slain 3 of the worst generation, single-handedly defeated the Straw Hat Pirates, and even wounded the legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh. A truly ruthless individual. From this perspective, it was only reasonable that the boss would do anything. Seeing Bartholomew Kuma's appearance, Borsellino said nothing, merely confronting Pluto Rayleigh. But both men's minds were clearly not on each other. Borsellino's eyes flickered. If he had seen correctly before he arrived, Heizei had already wounded Pluto Rayleigh in combat. From the brief exchange just now, Borsellino knew that even if Rayleigh was not at his peak, his combat power was still formidable. Otherwise, for an admiral of monster-level strength, even a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries would not last long against him. Yet in the recent clash, Pluto Rayleigh had matched him evenly, proving his might. It seemed not long had passed since the training camp incident, and this kid's growth rate was astonishing. Kuma patted the book in his hand with his large black paw. In response to Heizei's accusation, after a brief silence, he flickered and reappeared before Luffy. With a single slap under Heizei's stunned gaze, he sent the Straw Hat crew members flying one by one. What the hell? He's not even pretending anymore. After making all the Straw Hat members vanish before everyone's eyes, Bartholomew Kuma finally spoke. These are heinous criminals. It would be too dangerous for you to handle them. To minimize losses and ensure your safety, it's better for me to intervene. Then facing Heizei's gaze, Kuma added, I won't take credit for their defeat. You can still claim it as usual. Heizei's mouth twitched. Looking at the expressionless Borsellino in the distance, he had already figured it out. Others might not know Bartholomew Kuma's ability, but Borsellino certainly did. As a Marine Admiral, and given that Kuma had been modified by Dr. Vegapunk and was a warlord of the sea, there was no way Borsellino didn't know Kuma's power. There was also no way he didn't realize that Kuma's actions just now had not killed a single Straw Hat member. Good grief, he was just standing by and letting the Straw Hats escape. It turned out that among those present, only Miguel was on his side. Fine, I'll just see how you report this to Sengoku. He remembered that during the Sabati Archipelago incident, Kizaru had casually arrested 500 pirates to cover up the matter. Heizei gave a forced smile. Thank you so much. I'll remember this favor, Bartholomew Kuma. Seeing that the matter had settled, Rayleigh stepped back, his eyes fixed on Heizei with a hint of murderous intent. Kid, this old man will remember your face too. I hope your luck holds out. Then his figure vanished, and Borsellino did not stop him. Miguel was puzzled. Admiral, why not pursue and attack? That's Pluto Rayleigh, a pirate, who poses a great threat to the world. Bartholomew Kuma pursuing a combatant of that level would cost too much. Besides, the Navy revoked Rayleigh's bounty years ago, and now is not the time to expend strength on him. Heizei naturally didn't believe these explanations. Though they held some logic, a closer look revealed it wasn't that simple. Heizei, Miguel fall back. Miguel, yes boss. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making Monkey D. Luffy suffer immense pain and successfully surviving Pluto Rayleigh's attack. Reward Curse King, LV1. Skill Curse King activated. Under the skill effect, the host has automatically comprehended skills. At Marine Headquarters Marineford, inside the office, Vice Admiral Momonga sat behind his desk. Gion Kaku, what brings the two of you to my humble abode? As he spoke, Momonga instinctively stroked his chin, and upon feeling the smooth touch, he couldn't help but chuckle. Since Kurozawa had singed off his beard, he now had to shave it daily. Otherwise, the newly grown stubble would look too unsightly and damage his image. Just wandering around, Gion replied evasively. She couldn't very well admit she'd come to ask about Kurosawa's whereabouts. Just as Gion was pondering how to broach the subject, a knock sounded at the door. Momonga, enter. Reporting, Vice Admiral Momonga. I am Kobe. I have important matters to report to you. Kobe saluted. After recovering his health, he had come at the earliest opportunity to report on Kurosawa. Because he had fainted that day, Kobe had not seen the faces of Gion and Kaku. Kaku glanced at the pink-haired brat. Wasn't this the one Gion had punished to clean the toilets? Why was he here? Gion also recalled this, her expression souring. At that moment, bara. Bajie. Momonga reached over and answered the call. Apologies, Gion, official business takes priority. No worries. Go ahead. Gion shot a resentful glare at Kobe. If not for this lowly soldier's interruption, she would have already asked where Kurosawa was. Damn it, foiling her plans again. She'd make him scrub toilets again. No, perhaps use him as a human punching bag instead. Momonga watched as the white Den Mushi immediately turned black. He didn't need to hear the voice to know who was on the other end. Moshi, is this Vice Admiral Momonga? This is Miguel. Hearing the robust, energetic voice from the Den Mushi, it was evident the caller had suffered no significant injuries. Momonga smiled and asked, how did the mission go? Miguel, reporting, Vice Admiral Momonga. Regarding the pirate riot incident at Sabati Archipelago, 89 pirates were shot dead on the spot, and 31 pirates captured. Among them, a pirate with a bounty of 9 million berries was executed on the spot by Sergeant Kurosawa. The riot incident has been resolved satisfactorily. Upon hearing this, Momonga smiled slightly. You all did excellently. Gion, standing nearby, frowned upon hearing this. He was out on a mission. No wonder she hadn't seen him at the training camp. Kobe's expression tightened. That lackadaisical bastard Kurosawa had actually killed a pirate with a 9 million berries bounty on the spot. Could those rumors actually be true? Miguel continued. After completing the mission, Sergeant Kurosawa encountered a belligerent pirate, Brufin Duankuen. Kobe Duankuen. I have some recollection. He's a pirate with a 22 million berries bounty. Miguel, Sergeant Kurosawa then took action and killed him on the spot. Besides him, there was another pirate at the scene, Nikoloyu G. King. It was Kurozawa who discovered his disguise. Nkalolyu G. King. That 36 million berry cyborg. That man's danger level is absolutely terrifying. If I were leading the team, the only wise course would be to avoid his blade. Kobe's expression turned grim upon hearing this, contemplating with the gravity of facing a great enemy. Momonga merely nodded slightly. A pirate with a bounty reaching 30 million indeed posed a tremendous threat. For a sergeant of Miguel's caliber, it was far too formidable. Miguel's Sergeant Kurozawa then subdued him in one move and executed him on the spot. Kobe was astounded, clenching his fists. What? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Momonga was taken aback for a moment. Well done. Gion's lips curled upward slightly. The man she had her eye on. How could he possibly be weak? Kaku, however, was unimpressed. To him, pirates with bounties in the tens of millions were nothing but a single slash. Utterly unremarkable, not even worthy of the effort of a vice admiral candidate like himself. But upon hearing Miguel's next words, Kaku's expression shifted slightly. Additionally, this morning on Pleasure District, during patrol, Sergeant Kurozawa and I encountered a member of the worst generation. The worst generation? Those are all pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. The danger factor is ridiculously high. We must report this and request reinforcements immediately. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kobe's forehead. Just hearing about it carried such oppressive weight. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be to face them directly. The worst generation, is it? That might be worthy of my intervention. Kaku smiled confidently. Surely a pirate of that caliber would be beyond Kurosawa's reach. Gion's pretty face revealed a look of concern. You encountered the worst generation. Pirates with bounties over 100 million are far too dangerous for you too. Even I. Wait, hold on. Momonga, who had been somewhat agitated, keenly sensed something incongruous. What did you just say? You went to the Pleasure District for patrol first thing in the morning. Are you certain it was early morning? Miguel swallowed hard and steeled himself. Yes, Vice Admiral Momonga. Gion. Kaku. Momonga. Kobe meanwhile looked somewhat bewildered. What was so crucial about this point? After a brief silence, Miguel continued. That member of the worst generation was Scratchman-a-Poe. Kobe's eyes sharpened upon hearing this, then he recalled the information. With a bounty of 198 million berries, he's a devil fruit user with soundwave attacks. That kind of ability kills invisibly and can produce large-scale explosions. Extremely dangerous. One would need a captain. No, only a vice admiral leading the team could stand against him. I alone would be more than sufficient. Kaku declared proudly, then secretly glanced at Gion to observe her reaction. Unexpectedly, Gion paid him no attention at all, instead asking, Kurozawa wasn't injured, was he? Miguel heard the vaguely familiar voice and immediately recognized it. Reporting Vice Admiral Gion. Sergeant Kurozawa was not injured. He immediately notified the garrison to come for reinforcement. Everyone nodded in approval. After all, with insufficient strength, calling for backup was the wise choice. But Kaku proudly remarked that if he had been there would have been no need for such trouble. Momonga, what did the fellow intend to do at Sabaody Archipelago? Did you determine his purpose? No. Hearing Miguel's unabashed reply, Momonga was about to speak when Miguel continued. Sergeant Kurozawa immediately took flight and went to kill him. Due to the haste of the moment, by the time I arrived, that supernova's head had already hit the ground. There was no time to interrogate him. That was far too impulsive. I thought he had at least some semblance of reason, but... Wait, what did you say? He killed him. Kobe slapped his forehead in frustration, but quickly registered the latter half of Miguel's sentence, and his expression gradually turned remarkable. What? Kurozawa killed that guy. Momonga abruptly rose from his chair, his tone rising several pitches. Kaku was slightly taken aback. He killed a supernova. That man must have been gravely wounded. At Kaku's words, Kobe visibly relaxed. That aligned with common sense. A heavily injured supernova. Even he could do it. Momonga likewise concurred. Gion did not rush to voice her opinion, simply letting Miguel continue. Based on what we observed, that supernova was lively and energetic at the time, in quite good condition. A casual attack could blow up a group of pursuers. After hearing Miguel's supplementary account, everyone fell silent. Kobe's cheek twitched uncontrollably, unable to believe this was true. To kill a supernova in a frontal confrontation. Even with 2 more years of intense training, he might not be able to achieve such a feat. How could that good-for-nothing be this strong? Kobe's clenched fist tightened with increasing force. Gion's eyes sparkled with brilliance. As expected of Kurozawa. Handsome and immensely powerful, the perfect future admiral candidate. Seeing Gion's love-struck expression, Kaku gritted his teeth in fury. TCH, just a mere supernova. If Kaku made my move, it would be equally effortless. HSSS. Momonga took a deep drag from his cigarette before slowly regaining his composure. To have killed a pirate with a bounty of nearly 200 million. Such combat prowess was hard to believe coming from a recruit who had joined the Marines less than a month ago. A monster. Absolutely a monster. But realizing that this monster now served as a Marine, Momonga couldn't help but curl his lips upward. Ha ha ha. Excellent. With this achievement, Kurozawa can be promoted to ensign upon his return. I'll write the promotion recommendation myself. With that, Momonga was about to hang up when Miguel hurriedly interjected, Vice Admiral Momonga, I still have more matters to report. Kurozawa slapped his forehead. Alright, I almost forgot about the World Nobles attack incident. Miguel, the incident erupted shortly after we gunned down Scratcherapo. Then during our journey to render aid, Sergeant Kurozawa and I encountered another member of the worst generation. Urge the monk. Burning Mountain's brow arched, his rising smile gradually flattening. What? Another one of the worst generation? Everyone present was taken aback. Encountering pirates of this caliber in succession boded ill for a mere marine sergeant. Urge the monk, his bounty stands at 180 million berry, and his threat level is by no means trivial. Despite his worried facade, Kobe secretly rejoiced. In his mind, no matter how strong Kurozawa might be, consecutively facing opponents of supernova caliber would surely exact a heavy toll. You've just endured a brutal battle. Since the enemy hasn't harmed any civilians, it would be wise to steer clear first. After hearing Miguel's words, Burning Mountain reasoned that while Kurozawa was formidable, killing pirates of that level would still require a fierce struggle, inevitably depleting his stamina. After all, even he himself couldn't expect to fell a member of the worst generation while retaining full strength. If Kurozawa ran into another member of the worst generation, now he might very well be overpowered. Sure enough, upon hearing this news, a trace of worry resurfaced on Gion's face. Seeing his opportunity, Gaji boasted, Worry not, Gion. Even if 100 such small-time pirates appeared, none could ever best me, Gaji. I will surely protect you. Gion cut him off sharply. Shut up. You continue. Is Kurozawa unharmed? Miguel, rest assured, Vice Admiral Gion. Urge the monk attacked us of his own accord and was promptly slain by Sergeant Kurozawa on the spot. Then another member of the worst generation made his appearance. Kobe. Gaji. Gion. After a moment of silence, question marks seemed to hang over everyone's head except Gion's. Burning Mountain exclaimed in astonishment, You mean Kurozawa killed a supernova and then killed another one? Urge the monk with a 180 million berry bounty. And then you encountered another. Kobe's voice trembled in disbelief. That's impossible. How could he possibly have the strength to cut down 2 supernovas? Those are pirates hailed as the worst generation. Miguel's words had also caught Gaji off guard. Although he bragged about slaying 100 supernovas, in terms of actual strength, taking on 2 pirates with bounties near 200 million consecutively would require at least a Vice Admiral-class powerhouse from headquarters to secure a clean victory. Was this brat Kurozawa saying he now possessed Vice Admiral-level strength from headquarters? As expected of Kurozawa, the man I've set my eyes on will surely become an admiral one day. Gion's eyes were practically sparkling, her affection undisguised. This only further irritated Gaji, his face twisting in frustration, yet utterly helpless. Miguel, indeed, Vice Admiral Burning Mountain. Next came Basil Hawkins of the worst generation, and Sergeant Kurozawa used the very same technique that defeated you in training camp to swiftly eliminate him. What? Basil Hawkins? That's a powerful pirate with a bounty as high as 249 million berry, ranking among the top in the supernova bounties. And he was defeated by Kurozawa in an instant as well. Kobe felt as if the world was collapsing around him. Even with several more 2-year periods, he doubted he could achieve such monumental feats. Gaji remained silent, growing ever more taciturn. The light in Gion's eyes shone brighter, a faint blush even coloring her cheeks. Hearing this, Burning Mountain recalled the feeling of that red light flashing in his face that day. Hawkins, with a bounty of 249 million, had been instantly defeated. Yet he himself had managed to withstand that attack, which was a testament to his own strength. A gratified smile spread across his face. 3 members of the worst generation slain in a row, ha! That kid Kurozawa coming back this time will warrant at least a promotion to lieutenant. Lieutenant, Vice Admiral Burning Mountain, I strongly suspect you of deliberately suppressing new recruits. Gion immediately snapped, pointing an accusing finger at him, her expression displeased. Mind you, a pirate with a bounty near 200 million has surely committed heinous crimes with countless civilians slaughtered. And Kurozawa has cut down 3 such pirates in a row. He deserves at least a promotion to lieutenant commander. Otherwise, countless marines who risk life and limb will be disheartened. Seeing Gion's agitation, Burning Mountain quickly waved his hands. Gion, calm down. I'm just an old fool. You're right, Lieutenant Commander is the proper rank. Oomph. Gion snorted, crossing her arms. Burning Mountain felt helpless. Gion's status was somewhat special. If she truly made a fuss, he would have a hard time. The transponder snail's mouth continued to open and close. Miguel paused before adding, however, that technique Sergeant Kurozawa used seemed to grow mightier with each use. Afterwards, we encountered the entire Straw Hat Pirates crew. The Straw Hat Pirates. That's Luffy-san. Kobe's eyes widened in shock, and realizing his slip, he hastily clamped his hand over his mouth. Fortunately, no one was paying the slightest attention to Kobe's outburst. Upon hearing about the Straw Hat Pirates, Burning Mountain's expression grew serious. A rare elite crew that rose to prominence in mere months. First they crushed the Arlong pirates, then wreaked havoc in Alabasta, defeating none other than Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And in the Enies Lobby incident, even Rob Lucci, hailed as the strongest genius the world government has seen in 800 years, fell to Straw Hat. Furthermore, their ranks continue to swell amid their endless misdeeds. Such ferocious pirates. At this moment, Kobe desperately wanted to argue. Luffy-san was not that kind of person. But unfortunately, a powerless Kobe like him, if he actually dared to say it, would be best off hiding in a restroom until the end of time. More likely he'd be dragged out and executed on the spot. The fame of the Straw Hat Pirates had even reached the ears of Gaji and Gion. Gaji smirked. Such a Straw Hat crew is indeed threatening, but still not a match for a single finger of mine. Miguel, upon encountering the Straw Hat Pirates, Sergeant Kurozawa wasted no words. With a single punch, he downed their Captain Monkey D. Luffy, rendering him incapacitated. What? He took down Luffy-san with one punch. That's impossible. Luffy-san is so strong. Kobe roared, inwardly refusing to believe that the man who had seemed invincible to him and had led him into the Marines could have been defeated by Kurozawa. Down with a single punch. Has that kid already learned Haki? Otherwise, I remember his physical abilities still hadn't reached that level of power. Burning Mountain pondered deep in thought. Miguel, Haki. I believe your deduction is quite sound, Vice Admiral Burning Mountain. Also, from what I observed, Sergeant Kurozawa seems to grow stronger against formidable opponents. Kurozawa has grasped Haki in such a short time. Truly the #1 genius of the Marines. Gion's eyes sparkled with admiration. Gaji, upon hearing this, also wanted to seize the chance to praise himself. But then he recalled the age at which he had learned Haki, and quietly closed his mouth. Miguel, the remaining Straw Hat crew members tried to rescue their captain, but the result was them being taken down one by Sergeant Kurozawa. The entire process was immensely swift, as effortless as dispatching chicks. Kobe was now utterly numb, his palms drenched with sweat. Miguel grew excited as he spoke. And then the climax came. Upon hearing this, the people on the other end of the den mushy grew restless. Major seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere as well, feeling a sense of pride. He deliberately paused without rushing to speak. Oh, defeating Straw Hat Luffy with a bounty of 300 million isn't the climax. Hiwashishin's curiosity was fully piqued. What happened next? Ziyuan listened intently, eager to know just how brilliant Hiai's performance was. Jiaji said impatiently, "Hurry up and tell us, stop being so mysterious." Major continued, "Sergeant Hiai's defeated the entire Straw Hat crew, not just physically, but completely crushed them psychologically." Then, just as Sergeant Hiai's was about to behead Minchi D, Luffy on the spot, a figure that no one expected, appeared. Who? They have accomplices? Hiwashishin asked in confusion. Jiaji was also curious. Ziyuan frowned, wondering which reckless fool dared to ruin Hiai's moment at this point. KB also didn't want his senior Luffy to be beheaded, especially by Hiai's, so he listened carefully. Based on the Den Mushi's changing expressions, Major could guess the reactions of the others, feeling a bit smug. He then said slowly, word by word, "The Dark King. Zirbatsi Lele." The conversation fell into silence. Major watched the Den Mushi's mouth growing wider and smiled slightly. "The Dark King Lele. Are you sure? That's the right hand of Pirate King Luogia Lele." Hiwashishin was uncertain, his voice trembling. Ziyuan's eyes were filled with deep gravity and concern. That living legend had chosen to intervene at this moment. Wasn't Hiai's in great danger? Jiaji's expression was equally grave. Facing the former peak powerhouse of this, even he dared not claim certain victory. In Jiaji's view, Hiai's had provoked someone like that, so he was probably already dead. He would soon hear news of Hiai's death. How should he comfort Ziyuan? Maybe offer her a warm embrace from Vice Admiral Jiaji. KB tried hard to suppress the joy on his face. Although he didn't know why the Dark King Lele helped Senior Luffy, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Hiai's was no match for the Dark King Lele. He couldn't even withstand a single move. That meant Hiai's was going to die. Ziyuan said anxiously, "How is the situation?" "Go on." Major chuckled. "Vice Admiral Ziyuan, rest assured, Sergeant Hiai's didn't even lose a single hair during this operation." Hearing this, KB was stunned. What did that mean? Was Hiai's completely vaporized? Others also looked confused, but Major's next words cleared their doubts. Sergeant Hiai's first blocked Lele's sneak attack with astonishing reflexes, and then in a brief exchange he made the Dark King Lele spit blood. A sharp intake of breath. "What did you say?" "He made the Dark King Lele spit blood. How is that possible? Are you sure that person is really Zirbatsi Lele?" Jiaji burst out shouting. In fact, he had witnessed Lele's strength before. Without exaggeration, if he had faced Lele at age 18, he would have been completely crushed with just one finger. Vice Admiral Jiaji, that person wielded a famous sword, had silver hair and a scar over his eye, and later fought the arriving Admiral Bulisolinuo to a standstill. There's no mistaking it. Major added. "What? This is simply..." Jiaji was speechless and involuntarily stepped back. Ziyuan's beautiful red lips parted in surprise, clearly not expecting Hiai's to be so fierce. KB's face was ashen. He couldn't understand why in just the few days he had spent cleaning toilets the gap between him and Hei's had become so enormous. Like an unbridgeable chasm. Huh. Hei's. What a good lad. I need to call Marshal Zhanghua. Everyone will talk another time. Please take your leave now. Huashishin burst into laughter at the sudden good news, then his expression turned serious. Know this matter, I must go and see Marshal Zhanghua in person. On the azure sea a massive warship sped forward. Hei stood on the deck, the sea breeze gently tousling his black hair. The pale blue in his eyes seemed to overlook the entire blue ocean. This harvest is quite good. Hei smirked. With his current strength, even without going all out, he could hold his own against elite vice admirals of the headquarters. Curse King LV1 cursed energy output increased by 50, a cursed energy attacks carry curse effect healing reduced by 50, a pain increased by 200 comprehend the core of cursed energy. Skill evaluation, let the world feel pain. Curse King also allowed Hei's to directly unlock the ultimate move of Gojo Satoru Void Style Violet, as well as Sukuna's technique 8 secret technique open and domain malevolent kitchen. Although all skill levels are currently LV1, their power is already formidable. For example, the current Void Style Violet has 3 times the power of the combination of Technique Reversal Blue and Technique Reversal Red. If the level of Void Style Violet continues to increase, the multiplier will grow exponentially. However, the bounty points required are also terrifying. Just the maximum output of Technique Reversal Red was enough to injure the Dark King Lely and snap 2 giant trees in Xiangbedi. Multiply that power by 3. The scene. The reason Marine Admirals are called monsters is because of their devastating power that is like natural disasters to ordinary people. For example, Admiral Huang Yuan's lightspeed kick can knock out a supernova in 1 kick and break a giant tree with 1 kick. This is the top-tier combat performance on this sea. And now Hei's also possesses this level of destructive power. In other words, to some extent Hei's is qualified to compete with the top powerhouses of this sea. However, in terms of physical techniques, Hei's urgently needs to improve. The simultaneous advancement of swordsmanship and Sukuna's techniques is also imminent. With the blessing of his extraordinary 6 eyes, his speed is acceptable for the time being. Hei's is currently like a glass cannon high-speed moving archmage. His destructive power is sufficient, but he might encounter high burst attacks such as top-tier Conqueror's Haki infusion. His current limitless technique might not be able to hold it. Physical techniques. Hei's murmured to himself. A tall figure in yellow-striped suit slowly approached. Yo Hei's, go in there you are. The Shichibukai meeting is about to start. Marshal Zhanghua asked me to ask if you are willing to attend. Minutes ago, Huashishin arrived at the Holy Land Marihola and personally paid a visit to the Marine Marshal Zhanghua. Are you certain about what you have said? Zhanghua listened with a face of utter astonishment. Huashishin's lips curled slightly. This was precisely the effect he desired. He could not be the only one terrified by Heizei. The entire Marine force must know what kind of monster had been forged in his training camp. Huashishin, the report was submitted by Miguel, and Admiral Bosilano was present during the battle. There is no possibility of fabrication. Zhanghua felt a momentary daze upon hearing this. An 18-year-old swordsman who had reached the peak of swordsmanship, mastered Haki, possessed extraordinary speed, defeated 5 supernovas consecutively, and even clashed with the living legend of the sea Pluto Lely before escaping unscathed. Such achievements. There was likely no second person in the entire world who could match them. He was the most monstrous prodigy since the founding of the Marine. Even Kapu and he or Kuzan Sakazuki and Boleselanua could never have reached such heights at the same age. Even if they had joined forces, they would likely have been crushed by Heizei of that era. What did this mean? A prodigy of combat prowess capable of overturning the world's balance was about to emerge. This thought flashed through Zhanghua's mind, and he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. The gloom cast by the Whitebeard Pirates was swept away in an instant. Even if this battle could not be won decisively once Heizei matured, he would eventually sweep the seas. Let the bullets fly a little longer. What of it? With this thought, Zhanghua's wise eyes gleamed with sharp light, as if he could see a distant future where Heizei led the Marine to capture all the great pirates of the New World, bringing an end to the Great Pirate Era initiated by Roger. Immediately connect me to Boleselanua Den Den Mushi. Ask Heizei. No, consult Heizei's opinion. See if he is willing to attend the upcoming Shichibukai meeting. Huashishin was taken aback. Marshal Zhanghua, I do not deny your decision, but exposing Heizei so early might not be wise. Zhanghua shot him a disdainful glance. These military men truly had nothing but decorative items atop their necks. Heizei caused such a commotion on the Sabaody archipelago. Do you think it can be concealed? Huashishin scratched his head. You are right, Marshal Zhanghua. Zhanghua continued. Not to mention whether Lely will actively leak information and send various forces to assassinate Heizei. I suspect that at this very moment that stinking bird from the newspaper has already written tomorrow's headline. Huashishin raised an eyebrow. You mean Morgan's? Should we? Zhanghua waved his hand, a smile of mastery curling at the corner of his mouth. Since it can no longer be hidden, let that stinking bird do some good publicity. Besides, we will proactively contact Morgan's and tell him to write well. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind plucking all his feathers. Kiwashishin, as you command, Marshal Zhanghua. Zhanghua turned his gaze to the window. Since Kuzan Sakazuki and Bulasalino, the Marine, had never produced another monster of their caliber, causing a gap in the strength of the new generation. If any accident occurred, there would be no one to fill the position of Marine Admiral. Jina and Jiaji were still far from matching those monsters. Zhanghua's eyes swept toward the distant horizon. The setting sun reflected on the calm sea. During these few brief days of peace, he was determined to establish Heizei's reputation as the successor of the Marines' new era. This would not only boost the Marines' somewhat flagging morale, but also set an example for the young soldiers and intimidate those restless elements. A move that served multiple purposes, truly worthy of me, the strategist Zhanghua. If the Marine were filled with brainless fools like Kapu, it would have fallen apart long ago. A Shichibukai meeting. Heizei was startled upon hearing Bolasalinua's words. Ding. Detecting the host's current situation, a new life choice has emerged. Life choice 1 agreed to attend the Shichibukai meeting, and during the meeting accused Bolasalinua of being a traitor dereliction of duty for allowing Manchi D. Luffy to escape and expose his inaction at this meeting. Reward prestige level increased to LV3. Life choice 2 gladly accept Marshal Zhanghua's request and demonstrate partial strength during the Shichibukai meeting. Reward armament Haki increased to LV3. Life choice 3 with your aloof pride you disdain such ostentatious occasions and resolutely refuse Zhanghua's request. Reward appearance 3. Sigh. All 3 rewards were tempting, but openly clashing with an admiral at this moment was not yet the time. While his appearance was already superior to everyone in this world, so there was no need to add superfluous beauty. How could I refuse Marshal Zhanghua's invitation? I will go, Heizei said with a smile. Bolu Salinu, Yash, that's good. I can tell that Marshal Zhanghua is eager for your presence. Oh, what insight does Admiral Bolu Salinu have? Heizei responded. Hehe, Marshal Zhanghua is probably looking forward to your performance, given how rapidly you have grown. Bolu Salinua spoke absent-mindedly. Once the pirates on the sea are purged, I can clock out early. Seeming to realize he had let something slip, Bolu Salinua glanced at Heizei, and seeing no strong reaction, averted his gaze. This kid is too close to Jina. I shouldn't have said these things to him, or else if Jina complains again, my excuses for taking leave will be cut in half. At Marineford, colossal warships the size of mountains docked one after another at the port. Elite Marines from all over the world stepped ashore. Among them were familiar faces like Tina Smog and Dasky. But unlike usual, these top-tier fighters in their respective regions were now a dime a dozen at Marineford. Even the giant vice admirals who could rend the earth with a single punch and destroy a tall building could not rank among the elite. Smog scanned the crowd, searching for Heizei. As someone who had pursued Straw Hat Luffy for so long, no one understood his tenacity better than Smog, yet he had been defeated by a mere sergeant. This piqued Smog's curiosity immensely. Dasky was equally intrigued. Adjusting her glasses, she scanned the crowd for that astonishingly handsome young man with the legendary azure blue eyes. As the elite forces gathered, the headquarters elite vice admirals felt the immense pressure brought by Whitebeard. Zizizu took a drag of his cigarette. Mobilizing so much combat power, Marshal Zhanghua is determined to win this battle. Deo Bowman's voice was deep, his eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit. Whitebeard, the so-called strongest king who rules the seas. He must not be underestimated. Shidalizi's face was grave. It is said that a single casual strike from Whitebeard can sink a sizable island. A single blow to destroy an island. The threat of the world's strongest man, the devil fruit with the power to destroy the world, weighed even on the elite vice admirals like a mountain of pressure. An enemy like that. It's okay, we have the admirals. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the soldiers suddenly erupted like they had been injected with adrenaline. Admiral Kazan. Admiral Sakazuki. The soldiers gazed at the two towering figures who appeared, their eyes filled with deep reverence and longing. The highest combat power representing the Marine admirals. With such stabilizing pillars, even if the opponent was the Whitebeard Pirates, they had no fear of battle. Another massive warship slowly docked. Heizei, don't forget the Shichibukai meeting later. I'll get off first. Before leaving, Bolasalinua specifically reminded him, which surprised Heizei a little. All right, Admiral Bolasalinu. Look, it's Admiral Bolasalinu. All 3 Marine admirals gathered. This has never happened before. In this war, the Marine will surely win. Hey, look at the guy behind Admiral Bolasalinu with those azure eyes. Could he be the Heizei who caused such a stir on the Sabaody archipelago today? He cut down 3 of the worst generation supernovas and defeated the Straw Hat Pirates, who have been making waves recently. Really? How is that possible for a sergeant? Of course it's true. It'll probably be headline news soon. I heard he only joined the Marine recently, and right away single-handedly defeated everyone in the training camp, and even beat up the instructor. Damn, that's savage. Is the giant next to him? The legendary Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. How does he have so many strong people around him? The elite Marines from various regions, having heard of Heizei's deeds from the headquarters elite, cast strange glances at him. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your prestige level has increased to LV3. Prestige level LV3, your justice is praiseworthy. Reward. Reward 150 million bounty points. A random skill shall be elevated by 2 levels. Access to the golden prize pool granted. Hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Heizei was taken aback for a moment. If his guess was correct, news of today's events must have already spread. He had only just returned to Marineford, and already so many knew. News certainly traveled fast. A random skill elevated by 2 levels. If it landed on Conqueror's Haki, that would be extraordinary. At level 4, his Conqueror's Haki already granted him extraordinary spiritual power. At his current level, as long as he didn't continuously use Conqueror's Haki, coding his Haki would never run dry. But if it reached level 6, well, he'd be practically unstoppable, no contest. System choose for me. Ding. Randomly selecting a skill for the host. Ding. The skill Swordsmanship LV3 has been selected for enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your swordsmanship skill has been elevated to LV5. In an instant, as if he had performed countless sword draws and slashes, a torrent of profound swordsmanship insights flooded into Heizei's mind. When he reopened his azure blue eyes, his swordsmanship had already reached the realm of a grand swordmaster. With this sudden enlightenment, Heizei's entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. He was like a sharpened blade poised to strike, ready to unleash a heaven-splitting force the moment it was drawn. Miguel, who had been walking beside Heizei, was the first to notice the change. Boss, I feel like you've changed somehow. Oh, you've gotten stronger again. Heizei simply smiled at this. As a grand swordmaster now, he could instantly defeat even a fully powered Zoro. Look, that guy. Those azure eyes. Could he be Heizei? Damn, he's even more handsome than the rumors said. I can't accept this. The chatter quickly reached the ears of the vice admirals. Tina, Smoker, and Tashigi all turned to look. Smoker remarked, so he's the one who defeated Straw Hat. And so young. Tina was stunned for a moment upon seeing him. The Marines have a stud this good-looking. She then licked her lips, a sly glint appearing in her eyes. Despite her glasses, Tashigi's attention was instantly captured by Heizei's sword. So distracted was she that she nearly bumped into Smoker in front of her. Some Mason. Elite vice admirals like Enigmo also looked at Heizei, rare smiles appearing on their faces. In such a short time he's already achieved this much. Seeing how lively he is, the rumors of him escaping unscathed from a fight with Dark King Rayleigh must be true. As of now, only a few people knew about Heizei's encounter with Silver's Rayleigh. If everyone else were like this kid, the Whitebeard Pirates would be crushed in an instant. I have a feeling. This kid Heizei is bound to make waves in the coming war. Haha, let's hope so. He can't possibly take down Whitebeard himself, right? Even just fighting against Whitebeard's commanders would be an incredible feat. Boss, it seems like everyone's talking about you, Miguel said with excitement. Were his skin not so dark, his cheeks would probably be flushed red. Bartholomew Kuma, Heizei, come with me. The meeting is about to begin, and it's impolite to be late. Heizei patted Miguel on the shoulder. You head back first. I'm going to Mariewa. Got it, boss. Miguel watched Heizei's retreating figure and sighed. Truly worthy of being my boss. To remain so calm and composed under everyone's gaze. Inside a grand banquet hall in Mariewa, a splendid dining table was laden with various delicious seafood, all personally prepared by the chefs of the Celestial Dragon Sanctuary. Several individuals of varying appearances and attires were feasting heartily at the table. Fufufu. You bastards still have the nerve to attend this meeting. Doflamingo, clad in his flamingo feather coat showing off his tanned 8-pack abs, and wearing outrageously flashy pink sunglasses, looked at Moria and spoke mercilessly. Hehe. Say one more word, you pink bastard, and I'll leave you in the darkness forever. Provoked, Moria bared his sharp teeth. Even with his body wrapped in bandages, he refused to show any weakness in this setting. Fufufu. A man defeated by a mere straw hat Luffy. I don't know what the Marines are thinking, letting a guy like him become a warlord. Team, shine. Moria's face turned red with rage. This bastard Doflamingo had been provoking him since the beginning, and he couldn't take it anymore. His massive body suddenly rose, his fist wrapped in armament Haki, and he slammed it down towards Doflamingo's head. Clang. Doflamingo extended his fingers, pulling out 5 threads to easily block the attack. Fufufu, you might not know yet. The Straw Hat crew has already met their end in Sabaody. As he spoke, Moria's shocked expression was reflected in his pink sunglasses. How is that possible? Who defeated that Straw Hat brat? It must be because he was too injured from our fight. If not for my carelessness, there's no way I would have lost. Fufufu, don't get so worked up. You'll have your answer soon enough. The one who defeated Straw Hat will be here shortly. Doflamingo looked at Moria, a barely perceptible cold gleam flashing at the corner of his mouth. Before the meeting, Doflamingo had secretly met with the 5 elders. One of their orders was to eliminate Moria during the upcoming war against the Whitebeard Pirates. Vice Admiral Tsuru, sitting quietly to the side, narrowed her eyes. Sengoku, watching the 2 men fight again, could only rub his forehead in exasperation. This Doflamingo was certainly well informed. The news that Heizei would attend the meeting was known to very few, though it wasn't particularly sensitive information. Who? Moria's pupils constricted upon hearing this. He was determined to see exactly who had dared to take away his chance for revenge. At the same time, Moria was curious. To be qualified to attend this meeting, one had to be at least a vice admiral, or perhaps a new warlord had joined. As he thought this, Moria glanced darkly at Marshal D. Teach. It was this man who had captured Port Gasti, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Otherwise, what right did he have to sit with him? However, Blackbeard ignored the others, simply continuing to devour large pieces of meat, occasionally letting out a low zaw laugh. Dracul Mihawk propped his long legs up on the dining table. He opened one eye, feeling a wave of disgust at the raucous, unsightly behavior of these people. Were it not for the chance to test Whitebeard's strength and to avoid the hassle of being hunted by the Marines, he would never have heeded their summons. Sengoku couldn't bear to look at these people. If the threat of Whitebeard weren't so great and the Marines didn't need the warlord's power to increase their chances of victory, he wouldn't sit at the same table with them. It was simply undignified. Has Bartholomew Kuma not arrived yet? Reporting Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Apologies for my lateness. The doors to the banquet hall slowly opened and a massive figure stepped in. Behind him was a young man of extraordinary appearance. A smile curled at the corner of Doflamingo's mouth. Here he is, the one you're looking for. Moriya's long narrow eyes fixed on Heizei, killing intent gathering in his gaze. Could it be you, this brat? After noticing the rank of a mere sergeant on Heizei's shoulder, Moriya became even more enraged. How could a mere sergeant possibly have defeated that straw hat brat? But Moriya didn't dare vent his anger on Doflamingo, a fellow warlord. Yet, if he beat up this soldier as a warlord of the sea, the Marines wouldn't do anything to him, would they? After all, they still needed him to fight Whitebeard. With that thought, Moriya hesitated no longer. A sinister key sound escaped his lips, and a dark shadow shot out from under his feet, launching itself directly at Heizei. Like a hunter lurking in the depths, the attack was profoundly obscure and hidden. As Moriya struck, without warning, the expressions of those present varied. Blackbeard and Doflamingo, also members of the 7 warlords, both wore sinister grins. There was nothing they enjoyed more than watching a spectacle unfold. Mihawk's expression remained unchanged, utterly indifferent to such matters. Before the surrounding soldiers could react, Vice Admiral Tsuru was the first to sense something amiss. Her face shifted through a series of expressions, but it was too late to intervene. Sengoku, who had taken in the entire scene, slightly twitched his eyebrows, but made no move. As the fleet admiral of the Marines, though advanced in years, he certainly had the strength to stop Moriya's attack if he wished. Yet he refrained for reasons befitting his rank. One of his purposes in summoning Kurozawa today was to intimidate these pirates who had been granted the title of warlords, to show them that the new era of the Marines had its own successor, no longer suffering from the generational gap of the past. The other reason was that Sengoku was certain Kurozawa could not be bested by Moriya's ambush. How could the one who had wounded Silver's Rayleigh be so easily humiliated by Moriya? Moreover, Kurozawa had just defeated the Straw Hat crew, while Moriya had been vanquished by them. The shadow racing across the ground could not escape Bartholomew Kuma's perception, but since Sengoku had not acted and the attack was clearly not aimed at him, he chose to remain still, taking the opportunity to gauge Kurozawa's strength. How could the one who defeated Dragon's son be so intriguing? Bartholomew Kuma was deeply curious. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow had closed to within a meter of Kurozawa, yet the protagonist himself showed no change in expression, as if he were completely unaware of the assault. The culprit Moriya had already flashed a triumphant grin. To him, the fact that the shadow had not been detected at this range spelled Kurozawa's doom. At the same time, Moriya inwardly cursed, "Damn that Doflamingo, he really tricked me. How could that straw hat brat who defeated me possibly lose to this mere petty officer?" In truth, from the moment Kurozawa stepped into the banquet hall, all movements and expressions of everyone present had been captured by his transcendent 6 eyes. He could vaguely guess why Sengoku had not acted. But testing was one thing. It did not mean Kurozawa had to swallow this insult, even if the opponent was a warlord of the sea. Seeing Kurozawa remain motionless, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Could the intelligence be wrong? Was this Kurozawa not as strong as Akainu had claimed? Damn, if I let this bastard kill a Marine right before my eyes, where would I put my face? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Sengoku's mind. The dormant power within him stirred, faint light already shimmering around his body. Just as he was about to act, Kurozawa raised his head, and his pale blue eyes met Moriya's gaze. Moriya felt an inexplicable sense of danger envelop him, cold sweat instantly beating on his back. Shii. The black shadow slammed into the barrier of the infinity technique, producing visible ripples, but ultimately failed to touch Kurozawa's body. Its speed and power had been reduced by more than half. No wonder someone like Luffy, who lacked Haki, could defeat this level of attack. Still, Moriya was once a pirate who had clashed with Kaido. It was hard to believe that after his defeat, the decline of his willpower had caused his combat prowess to plummet to such a degree. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Kurozawa's mouth. He lifted his foot, and then stamped it down, pinning the shadow attack firmly to the ground. The sudden turn of events made Moriya gasp in astonishment. When his eyes met Kurozawa's, he recognized that look. When had he seen it before? Moriya's mind drifted back to the past. He remembered in that battle Kaido had looked at him with the same eyes. It was the look one gives to the weak. Bastard. Seeing Kurozawa unharmed, the Buddha's light around Sengoku quickly faded, as if it had never been there. But Kurozawa's next move immediately unsettled him. Vice Admiral Tsaru, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, watched as Kurozawa drew his blade with lightning speed. The famed sword left its sheath, and in an instant the temperature within the banquet hall plummeted to freezing. Gorgeous, ominous flame-like patterns shimmered on the blade's surface. Its extreme sharpness drew the attention of the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk's sharp eagle eyes narrowed slightly. Having wielded the black blade Yoru for years, he could immediately sense that the sword in this young marine's hand was in no way inferior to his own. If the ranks of the supreme grade blades were not already fixed by the predecessors, this sword would surely be among them. Supreme grade blade level. The powerful figures present quickly noticed the extraordinary nature of the blade, and thoughts raced through their minds. But this was not the end. Kurozawa was not one to draw his sword for no reason. When his blade came out, it was meant to draw blood. A low hum like the wail of a hellish demon erupted as surging cursed energy and wild swordsmanship coalesced, then instantly transformed into a flying slash that tore through the air aimed directly at Moriya's face. Swish! The LV3 technique release fused with the LV5 Sword Saint's flying slash. This strike was no ordinary one. A dark light flickered within the banquet hall, and the pupils of all present reflected a flash of black-edged sharpness. The sheer intensity of the blade light caused even the strongest among them to feel a slight sting in their eyes. In Mihawk's eyes, this strike had already been judged a flying slash that had reached the level of a sword saint laced with an energy he had never seen before and faster than an ordinary sword saint slash. An interesting young man. Blackbeard's lips slowly curled into a grin. That flying slash is no joke. What a shame he's a marine, otherwise I'd really want to recruit him. Bartholomew Kuma's expression remained unchanged, though his mind was already calculating the outcome if that flying slash were to land on him. Doflamingo, who had already grown bored, let out a low, sinister chuckle when he saw Kurozawa effortlessly block Moriya's attack, and even counterattack. Fufufu, what an interesting fellow. This flying slash, even he felt a strong threat from it. If Moriya died here, it would save him trouble, but today's meeting would certainly become exceedingly interesting. As he thought, Doflamingo glanced at Sengoku. The latter's eyes were slightly dim, but he clearly had no intention of intervening yet. From Kurozawa's slash, Sengoku had already gained a more accurate judgment of his strength. Such a fierce flying strike. None of the new Marine recruits could withstand it. He was undoubtedly the #1 rising star of the Marines. The Marines had truly produced an extraordinary fellow. It wouldn't be long before this boy became known throughout the world, in the great war that was about to engulf all of Marineford. Doflamingo's grin widened. So Moriya, how will you handle this? The flying slash came at lightning speed. Moriya let out a startled cry. He never imagined that this guy would not only block his attack at the last moment, but also dare to draw his blade against him. Dark Bat's armament Haki hardening. In desperation, Moriya could only summon a few Dark Bats and harden his arms with armament Haki. With a mere SHI, the Dark Bats were sliced in two by the flying slash. Clang! The dark red slash struck Moriya's arms with immense force, instantly sparking violently. Soon the terrifying power carried by the slash caused Moriya's arms to tremble uncontrollably. Under his horrified gaze, blood splattered from his arms. Then, as if struck by a massive ship, his body was sent flying, crashing through the banquet hall wall, smashing through 2 more walls, and finally buried under falling rubble amid a cloud of dust. For a moment, the banquet hall fell into dead silence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first clash with a warlord of the sea. Achievement reward obtained. Achievement reward, 5,000 points of ordinary bounty. Oh, this system is quite sensible, giving rewards even for this. Heizei curled his lips, which in the eyes of others seemed like a victor's mockery. The Marine soldiers stared in shock at Heizei. They never expected that he would suddenly strike at Moonlight Moriya, and with such overwhelming strength. A single flying slash sent Moonlight Moriya flying back. That was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the 3rd great power on the seas. And such an existence was sent flying by Heizei with a single slash. Could he be dead? Just as the Marine soldiers were wondering, cough. Bastard. A mere Marine sergeant dares to attack me. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A giant claw pushed out from the rubble. Moriya coughed blood from his mouth, but still did not forget to curse, daring to treat me like this. Believe me, I'll quit right now and leave you Marines short of a major combat force when facing the Whitebeard Pirates. Despite Moriya's raging, no one in the banquet hall answered. Fufufu. Doflamingo leaned back in his chair, covering his face with his hand as he burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, you bastard? Moriya roared in fury, his chest heaving violently, his hands trembling uncontrollably, large amounts of blood dripping down his arms. A deep, bone-bearing, ghastly wound remained on his arm. At this moment, Moriya was convinced that Heizei possessed the strength to defeat the Straw Hat crew. When he looked at Heizei again, his eyes were filled with fear. It seemed that after being defeated by Luffy, Moriya's former heart of a strong man was returning, and even the lost Haki was now condensed back. Otherwise, just that one slash would have been enough to sever both his arms. You think too highly of yourself. You're merely a warlord. If you dare to leave, the Marines will hunt you down soon enough. Heizei's gaze swept over Moria, the famous sword in his hand glinting with a chilling light that reflected on the latter's face. Heizei's words struck the marine soldiers in the banquet hall. Yes, weren't the warlords just pirates? Without the recognition of the world government, they would still be hunted by the Marines. The Marines are the true rulers of these seas. What right did a mere warlord have to act arrogant in such a setting? For a moment the Marine soldiers couldn't help but hold their heads, high pride shining in their expressions. Noticing this, Sengoku smiled knowingly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. And what Heizei said really struck a chord with him. They were nothing more than tools recruited by the government. Mere pirates, what right did they have to be arrogant? Sengoku looked at Heizei, a rare talent with a handsome appearance unlike the monstrous admirals of the past who were either ugly or fierce-looking. He and Garp could be considered the good-looking ones. The more he looked, the more satisfied Sengoku became with Heizei. He had already decided to promote Heizei as the benchmark of the new era Marines. You bastard. Do you want to die? Moria glared angrily, clearly on the verge of a furious outburst, but he was also deeply wary of Heizei's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared about any meeting, he would have already started a fight. He was the world-famous warlord of the sea, how could he be trampled upon by such a man? A fellow who couldn't even withstand a single slash from me, yet dares to boast. Major combat force. You're not worthy. Heizei's tone was calm, as if he were stating a fact. Vice Admiral Tsuru coughed. Enough. Give an old woman some face. This ends here. Fufufu. Let them fight, it's much more fun. I think Heizei makes a lot of sense. Doflamingo, who delighted in chaos, was still fanning the flames. Heizei glanced at the man in the flaming pink feather coat. He wasn't surprised that Doflamingo knew about him. Zihaha. Blackbeard tore a large piece of meat from a giant ham leg, clearly looking forward to seeing them fight. Mihawk looked at Heizei with keen interest. He had thought Roronoa Zoro, whom he encountered in the East Blue, was a rare genius, but now it seemed this man named Heizei had even more astonishing potential. Enough. Bastard. Look at my arm. That bastard almost cut it off. Moria still blustered with false bravado. The old woman said. Enough. This matter ends here. Do you understand or not? Tsuru's eyes fixed on Moria, her murky pupils glinting with cold light, a strong warning in her gaze. As a veteran vice admiral, once part of the marine trio alongside Garp and Sengoku, Tsuru's authority was not to be challenged. Moria soon backed down, but his look at Heizei carried malice and coldness. Fufufu. Vice Admiral Tsuru, no need to be so angry. Doflamingo, seeing there would be no good show, said somewhat disappointedly. This must be the famous marine rookie, who cut down 3 supernovas of the worst generation in the Sabaody archipelago. Truly remarkable to meet you in person. Heizei did not respond to Doflamingo's praise. It was highly likely that Moria's attack on him was instigated by this man. Just like Crocodile, he was a manipulator who used fools as pawns. Unexpectedly, Sengoku suddenly stood up and walked straight toward Heizei. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Sengoku smiled at Heizei. Welcome back, Marine hero Sergeant Heizei. Whoa. Instantly, the banquet hall fell silent. The fleet admiral of the Marines personally stepped forward to greet his sergeant. What was going on? Jealousy, envy, admiration. All kinds of gazes fell upon Heizei. Heizei was also somewhat surprised. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this is what I should do. Under the eyes of countless people feeling the atmosphere was right, Sengoku's expression turned solemn. Sergeant Heizei, I hereby officially appoint you as Marine Captain on my authority as Fleet Admiral. Whoa, the Marines erupted again. From Sergeant to Captain, how many ranks was that leap? Sengoku placed his hands on Heizei's shoulders and continued. Your performance in the Sabaody archipelago was outstanding. You saved countless civilians from danger and cut down 3 so-called supernovas of the worst generation. Not only did you severely damage the morale of pirates, but you also set an example for the entire Marine force. From now on, you are the benchmark of the new era Marines. Every Marine will learn from you. The Marines are proud of you. Tsuru's eyes flickered. The pressure Sengoku would face with this move was immense. If the upcoming war against the Whitebeard Pirates went poorly, it would be a severe blow to Sengoku's authority as Fleet Admiral. The sudden scene made the warlords present exchange glances, but they were not fools. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku's action at this critical juncture was not without reason. That meant Heizei was truly regarded by Sengoku as the future of the Marines. After the brief interlude, the warlord meeting began. The main purpose was to discuss personnel matchups in combat. With Heizei's intimidation and Sengoku's move, the warlord meeting went much more smoothly than Tsuru had anticipated. The originally tense atmosphere, strangely enough, eased considerably after Heizei's intervention, as if a release valve had been opened. The most well-behaved of them all was Moonlight Moria, who had been thoroughly taught a lesson by Heizei. Near the end of the meeting, Fufufu. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I have a question. Seeing Doflamingo's malicious grin, Sengoku reluctantly replied, ask your question quickly. Fufufu. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I'm very curious. This opponent is different from usual. Even though you've mobilized 100 elite Marines, the opponent is Whitebeard. Do you think you can win? Hearing this question, everyone present began to judge which side had the greater chance of victory and also looked towards Sengoku. As the highest commander of the Marines, his answer was full of curiosity. After a moment of pondering, Sengoku slightly raised his head, his expression serious. This battle, the Marines will be victorious. You little brat, just you wait. As the 7 warlords meeting concluded, the attendees began to disperse, and Moria, before leaving, made sure to hurl a threatening remark at Kurosawa. Although Moria knew full well that being praised so openly by Fleet Admiral Sengoku on the spot had essentially cemented Kurosawa's unshakable position within the Marines for the foreseeable future. As long as Sengoku remained in power, anyone who dared to move against Kurosawa would have to weigh whether they could withstand the wrath of a Marine fleet admiral. But in this world, one must always throw out some tough words. After all, losing face was not an option. Kurosawa, I look forward to seeing what you can do. Bartholomew Kuma finished speaking, then tucked his book under his arm and walked away slowly. After today's events, he had formed a general opinion of Kurosawa. His assessment, unless he fell prematurely, he would undoubtedly be a pillar capable of propping up the era. Ziaha. Kurosawa, the 7 warlords are nothing more than that. Ziaha. Blackbeard, with his belly protruding, had spent the entire banquet hall session drinking and eating heartily, truly indulging himself to the fullest. Kurosawa's gaze swept toward Teach, and at that distance those eyes made him intensely uncomfortable. This greatest schemer in the world of One Piece was about to bare his vicious fangs. As a shrewd individual, Blackbeard Teach naturally saw the undisguised disgust in Kurosawa's eyes, but what did it matter? Disgust was just disgust. In his view, as long as there was a common interest, they could become partners. The phrase, the 7 warlords are nothing, was quite to Teach's liking. What were the 7 warlords anyway? Even the 4 emperors were not Teach's final destination. He, Blackbeard Teach, would become the only king of this world. Only those with shallow vision would be bound by a title, like the 7 warlords. Zia. His eyes widened as Blackbeard Teach grinned sinisterly. So how about it? Want to throw your lot in with me? Get lost. You're not worthy. Kurosawa's words were ice cold. Even if he were to become a pirate, he would never deign to associate with someone like Blackbeard Teach. Ziahaha, what a pity. Blackbeard Teach revealed a cruel smile, then left. Fufu. Kid, you're quite the show-off. Doflamingo, clad in his flamingo-feathered coat, strutted past Kurosawa, in his pink high heels, hands in his pockets, taking wide swaggering steps. Kurosawa was speechless at this guy. If we're talking about showing off, who could outdo you, Doflamingo? Doflamingo, out of the goodness of my heart, I'll give you a free piece of information. Oh. Kurosawa raised an eyebrow. The information from the Underworld's Joker was certainly something he was curious about. Fufufu. Doflamingo slowly walked over to Kurosawa, leaned close to his ear, and said in a low voice, someone's got their eyes on you. You'd better be careful. Who? I'd say quite a few people are already eyeing me. Kurosawa's expression remained unchanged. Fufufu. Cypher Pole 0, ever heard of it? Doflamingo said mysteriously. Kurosawa's expression turned serious at the mention, a dangerous aura emanating from him that made even Doflamingo feel a bit uneasy. After a moment's thought, Kurosawa slowly asked, they want to kill me. Fufufu, I thought you who fears nothing wouldn't believe me. That's all I can tell you. Don't ever say I leaked it. With those words, Doflamingo swaggered away. Watching that arrogant gait, Kurosawa suppressed the urge to draw his sword and cut him down. Your information is useful to me. Someday I'll consider sparing your life. Hearing this, Doflamingo paused mid-step, turned his head slightly, and a vein seemed to bulge on his forehead. Fufufu. What an arrogant little brat. With that, Doflamingo left without looking back. In his view, although Kurosawa was strong, it would still be many years before he could grow to a level that threatened him. He had crawled out of a pile of corpses, survived true seas of blood and mountains of flesh, and was now the largest arms dealer in the entire underworld, the hub of the underworld. In the legitimate world, he held a celestial dragon identity. In the criminal world, he had the backing of Emperor Kaido. Who would dare to touch him? Who in their right mind would be that brainless? Da-da-da-da. A tall, slender figure approached slowly. Sensing the sharp, formidable aura emanating from the man behind him, Kurosawa knew who it was without even guessing. Mihawk, who usually wore a cold expression, actually cracked a rare smile. Kurosawa, your blade is quite interesting. I hope you don't disgrace it. Kurosawa returned the smile. Of course. I'll carry this blade to the very top of the world. Mihawk was taken aback for a moment, his sharp hawk-like eyes fixed on those pale blue pupils, as if the statement were the most ordinary thing in the world. Carrying this blade to the top of the world. Kurosawa's words startled everyone around him. Saying such a thing right in front of the world's greatest swordsman carried an unspoken meaning. Very well, I look forward to it. Mihawk's smile widened. Aside from Shanks, he hadn't encountered a worthy opponent who could push him to his limits in a long time. The 7 warlords of the sea are special pirates selected by high-ranking government officials through deliberation and meticulous screening. Their purpose is precisely to deal with situations like this. Sengoku approached, his voice grave, with Vice Admiral Tsuru following behind him. Kurosawa, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Kurosawa, your potential is immense, but this time the opponent is different from any before. What the Marines must face is the most powerful pirate crew in the world today. Their captain Whitebeard, if no one stops him, he alone could capsize Marineford. You might think I'm joking, but true top-tier powerhouses possess exactly this kind of world-destroying ability. Looking at Sengoku's serious expression, Kurozawa understood the immense pressure this fleet admiral was under right now. Yet Sengoku still believed in him, enduring enormous strain to build him into a benchmark for the new generation of Marines. Of course, risks and rewards went hand in hand. In the future, he would inevitably draw extra attention from all forces, but the request he made would surely be granted by no one. In this war with the Whitebeard Pirates, you'll handle the pirates below the commander level. The rest will be dealt with by the vice admirals and admirals. What you need to do is gain experience in battle. Don't rush things. The future is the stage for your performance. Sengoku looked at Kurozawa with hope in his eyes, speaking earnestly. Kurozawa returned a military salute. Understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Seeing Kurozawa's demeanor, Sengoku was quite satisfied. Finally, there was a reliable successor. At least he wasn't like those troublemakers Garp and Kazan who loved causing headaches. Whitebeard. If war it is, then let it be. What does the Marines have to fear from you? Bara bara bara. Baga. Strawberry. Hello, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We've coordinated with Morgans. Hearing this, Sengoku revealed a mysterious smile. Are you ready, Kurozawa? On tomorrow's front-page news. In the waters of the New World, a massive whale-shaped supergiant ship drifted across the sea surface. A massive whale had a prominent white-bearded skull pattern on the mast. Known throughout the New World, this is the unmistakable emblem of Whitebeard, Newgate, Emperor of the Sea. In contrast to Marine headquarters, where forces were being massed with the gravity of an impending great war, the atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick was somewhat relaxed. Pops, you don't think that weird bird is going to stand us up, do you? Oomph. A burly man in cloth armor spoke with a booming voice. Upon hearing Diamond George's words, the unruly man with a pineapple-like yellow tuft of hair glared with displeasure. Hell, on this sea no one dares to treat the Whitebeard Pirates like that. His chest bore the tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates, and his abdominal muscles were sharply defined. If not for that unruly yellow haircut, he would charm countless maidens. If he really dares to do that, I wouldn't mind paying a visit to the newspaper office and turning him into roast bird. Gururara. Marco, don't be so worked up. Truly, it's not good for young people to always be so bloodthirsty. In the center, a figure like a giant sat on a chair covered in a dense array of needles and tubes administering fluid. Judging by the sluggish flow, his health was far from optimistic. For an ordinary person, even staying conscious would be a dream. Yet despite this condition, Whitebeard Newgate continued to drink heavily, ignoring the protests of the beautiful nurse and his sons around him. Pops, how many times have we told you? Drink less. Vista the Flower's sword frowned deeply. Beside him, Marco also disapproved of the drinking, but found no way to control Newgate. Pops, can't you show just a little self-restraint? Whitebeard laughed carelessly. Gururara. Don't worry, my sons. What is a little wine to me? I am Whitebeard. Pops. Marco. There's a guy who looks like a weird bird asking to see you. TCH, so he came after all. I thought he wouldn't dare. Let him come over. Marco curled his lip. Oh, respected Mr. Newgate. It's truly better to see you once than hear 100 times. I've only just arrived. My apologies, my apologies. His voice arrived before his person. The moment Morgan stepped onto the deck, he removed his top hat as a sign of respect. Marco's voice suddenly sounded in Morgan's ear. You're a fellow who knows manners. If you dare show disrespect to Pops, I'll be the first to pluck every feather from your bird body. Morgan's was startled. With his keen perception, he hadn't even detected Marco's movement. So fast. Truly worthy of being the 1st Division commander of His Majesty Whitebeard. Morgan's then showered more flattery. His Majesty Whitebeard is truly majestic and awe-inspiring. Even from afar, I was trembling and breathless from your overwhelming presence. Surely your combat power remains as formidable as ever. As he spoke, Morgan's gaze secretly shifted to Whitebeard, observing his reaction. With all those tubes inserted, it seemed Whitebeard's body was indeed, as rumored, far from its prime. His combat power must be greatly diminished. But what was this pressure that made one involuntarily tremble? Morgan's, who had weathered many storms, still felt a mountain-like oppression before Whitebeard. Listening to Morgan's flattery, Whitebeard continued drinking without any change in expression. Enough. Save that journalist's tricks for someone else. Let's get to the point. My sons and I still have a banquet to attend. Haha, His Majesty Whitebeard truly saw through my little scheme at a glance. Then I shall begin the interview directly. Seeing Whitebeard's straightforwardness, Morgan's wasted no time and pulled out a notebook from behind him. First question, Mr. Newgate. The Marine headquarters has mobilized 1 of his 0 elite soldiers. All 3 Marine admirals are present, plus the 7 warlords of the sea. And the battlefield will be at Marine headquarters, Marineford. Faced with such a lineup, Mr. Newgate, do you truly have confidence in rescuing Ace? After saying this, Morgan stared intently at Whitebeard, as if trying to capture every detail of his expression. Everyone turned their gazes to Whitebeard upon hearing Morgan's question. Faced with such an extraordinary lineup, it would be false to claim they felt no unease. Especially the seasoned pirates who had long fought on the seas. They knew only too well the terror of a single Marine admiral, let alone all 3 admirals appearing together, an unprecedented event. Even for the Yonko pirate crew that ruled the seas, confronting such opponents brought unprecedented pressure. Yet Whitebeard merely grinned, took a big swig of wine, and said, "Kurozawa, he is my son." Morgans was shaken by the implication. After a moment of silence, he chose to press further. "You believe you can rescue him?" Marco interrupted with a hostile tone. "Of course. Can't you understand that?" Morgans quickly scribbled something and continued. "All right, next question. Against the Marines' highest combat power, the Admirals, given your current physical condition, can you win?" "Kurozawa, I am Whitebeard." Morgans paused, then continued. "If the Marine hero Garp were to step in, how much chance do you think you'd have?" "Kurozawa, I am Whitebeard." Whitebeard simply drank, leaving Morgans unable to write anything down. "Very well, Mr. Newgate. I greatly admire your confidence. However, the Marines have produced a remarkably exceptional newcomer. I imagine you'd be quite interested." Everyone burst into laughter at that. Marco said mockingly, "A mere rookie. Can he overturn the heavens?" No, Mr. Marco," Morgans said. "This newcomer is no ordinary person. He joined the Marines less than a month ago and has already displayed astonishing combat power, slaying 3 supernovas, defeating the Straw Hat crew, who have been making waves recently, and even fighting the Dark King Rayleigh and wounding him. Even the Marine Fleet Admiral Sakazuki has contacted me, wanting him on tomorrow's front page to build the image of a future Marine icon." This last bit of news was new to Marco, but Whitebeard still replied with the same phrase, "Kurozawa, I am Whitebeard." Morgans was exasperated. It seemed that despite the risk he'd taken, the interview results were less than satisfactory. One final question. When the Whitebeard Pirates, hailed as the strongest men of the modern era who rule the New World, faced the reigning overlord of the seas, the Marines, who do you believe is the challenger? Upon hearing that, Whitebeard drained the rest of his wine and declared, "The Marines are the challengers." Equally confident, Marco crossed his arms over his chest. "Pops, we're going to win, right?" Whitebeard flashed a grin of white teeth. "We'll win because I am the strongest." After Morgans departed, the Whitebeard Pirates began their banquet. As for the Marine rising star Kurozawa, mentioned by Morgans, they paid him no heed whatsoever. Back in the newspaper office, Morgans had already devised how to arrange tomorrow's headline news. "Chief, if we write it like this, won't we offend both the Marines and Whitebeard?" "Don't worry, that's exactly the effect I want. Tomorrow's headline will sell like crazy." A smug smile curled at the corner of Morgan's mouth. The next day, the World Economic newspaper published a headline that shocked people across the world, sparking widespread heated discussion. "The strongest man of the modern era versus the strongest Marine of the new age. Who is the real challenger?" Interviewee Edward Newgate stated personally, "The Marines are the challengers. This great war destined to shake the world. Are you sure you can win?" Edward Newgate: "I will win." "Why?" Edward Newgate: "Because I am the strongest." A peerless genius has emerged among the Marines. Even Fleet Admiral Sakazuki calls him the future of the Marines. What is your opinion on this? No text here. While people all over the world were boiling over the headline news aboard the Moby Dick in the New World seas, "Pops, that stupid bird is indeed making up nonsense again, just as you said." Marco looked at the morning paper with a relaxed expression. "Damn it, I should have cut off his wings and made him into roast bird. He's tarnishing Pop's image." Vista gritted his teeth in anger, drawing both his swords and grinding them together, sending sparks flying. Whitebeard said indifferently, "Kurozawa, let him be. After all, we are notorious pirates." Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku's face darkened as he looked at the newspaper. "You bastard. Who taught him to write like this? How does this preserve the dignity of the Marines?" "Ha ha, Sengoku, don't be so angry. You know Morgans well enough. I think this headline is quite interesting." In the office, Garp laughed heartily as he listened to his subordinate reading the paper. "What about Mamanga? Weren't we supposed to have everything settled? The Marines are the challengers. What kind of joke is this?" A cross-shaped vein bulged on Sengoku's forehead. On Amazon, Lily Monkey D. Luffy had initially tamed the Empress and learned of the impending Great War at Marineford. Upon seeing Kurozawa's extremely handsome face, Luffy instantly recalled the scene of being knocked unconscious by a single blow that day. A fierce gleam appeared on his face. That bastard, he beat Nami and the others like that. "Kurozawa, I will definitely defeat you. But first I have to go save Ace." A tall, exquisitely beautiful figure walked from behind Luffy. Boa Hancock had already been captivated by Luffy, and with a fawning smile she said, "Luffy-kun, your enemy is my enemy." "Thank you, Hancock." "Brother Kurozawa, can't you not go?" Rimuru threw herself into Kurozawa's arms, crying pitifully, looking so sorrowful that she could melt anyone's heart. Kurozawa said helplessly, "It's just a small skirmish, don't worry. Besides, the Marine admirals and many vice admirals will be at the front. I'm just going to make up the numbers." The proprietress Lilia sighed softly. This time the opponent was the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's fearsome reputation was on par with the Pirate King Roger himself. Even a 3-year-old child would stop crying upon hearing that name. In a battle of this magnitude, Kurozawa could very well become cannon fodder. Rimuru knew this all too well, but she was not a foolish girl. Sobbing in Kurozawa's arms, she said, "Liar. After a bout of Kurosawa-style comforting, he finally managed to successfully redirect the mother and daughter's attention. Back in his apartment in Marineford, Kurosawa bent down and began his daily persistent training. Push-ups 1. Push-ups 1. Push-ups 1. After completing the training, he briefly admired his muscular lines. System check my bounty points. Normal bounty points 5,000. Billion level bounty points 15600. After all this effort, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Kurosawa smiled slightly. System allocate points. Ding. Congratulations, host. 3,000 normal bounty points have been injected. Domain expansion demon subduing kitchen upgraded to LV2. Ding. Congratulations, host. 10,000 billion level bounty points have been injected. Domain expansion demon subduing kitchen upgraded to LV3. The bounty point cost for skills above LV3 increases exponentially. Scanning the remaining skills, Kurosawa decided to continue maximizing the effect of Natural-Born Brawler. Ding. Congratulations, host. 2,000 normal bounty points and 1,000 billion level bounty points have been injected. Technique, Cleave upgraded to LV2. Ding. Congratulations, host. 3,000 billion level bounty points have been injected. Physical arts upgraded to LV3. Display system panel. Character Kurosawa human. Abilities Conqueror's Haki LV4 Inverse Heaven 6 Eyes LV3 Hollow Technique Purple LV1 Curse Technique Reversal Red LV3 Curse Technique Amplification Blue LV3 Domain Expansion Unlimited Void LV3 King of Curses LV1 Curse Technique Dismantle LV3 Curse Technique Cleave LV2 Secret Art Open LV1 Domain Expansion Demon Subduing Kitchen LV3 Physical Arts LV3 Swordsmanship LV5 Natural-Born Brawler LV3 Armament Haki LV3 Reverse Curse Technique LV2 Infinity LV2 Identity Marine Captain Billion Level Bounty Points 1600 Items Famous Sword Darkness Supreme Grade Blade Prestige Level LV3 Your justice is praiseworthy. What a skill tree I have. Looking at so many skills, if it weren't for the Natural-Born Brawler bonus that acted like a system cheat, he really wouldn't be able to use them all. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Kurosawa looked out the window and smiled. The Whitebeard Pirates. If I remember correctly, Whitebeard's bounty is over 5 billion. Come on. A few days later, there are 8 hours left until Ace's public execution. All hands assemble. All hands assemble. Woo. On this day, destined to be extraordinary before the sky had even broken into dawn, the piercing wail of alarm sirens echoed across Marineford. For the first time in history, an elite force of 100,000 Marines summoned from every corner of the world stirred from their slumber. Of course, there were also those who had not slept, driven by excitement or other reasons. At the sound of the bugle, they rose and rushed to the assembly point. The Whitebeard Pirates are coming. This time Iasan will carve my name into history by taking Whitebeard's head. Carve your name into history. Your mouth stinks like you haven't brushed in a decade. That's Whitebeard. Aren't you afraid? Amidst the clamor of voices, the 100,000 elite Marines assembled at lightning speed. On the plaza of Marineford, rows of powerfully built figures emanated the aura of the strong standing at the forefront. They were the elite vice admirals from across the world and the vice admirals of Marine headquarters. Reporting to Vice Admiral Yamakaji. Training Camp No. 2 has assembled in full. Awaiting orders. Yamakaji's face was stern as he scanned the crowd, then a smile broke through. Don't die too quickly, you little brats. Miguel's expression was resolute. Don't worry, instructor. Even if I die, it'll be after I've peeled off a layer of Whitebeard's skin. Yamakaji, ambitious little punk. After he spoke, Yamakaji turned his gaze to he eyes among the crowd. You two, kid. Don't charge too far ahead this time, or even I can't save your ass. Ding. Detected the host's current situation. A new life choice has appeared. Life Choice 1, single-handedly alter the course of the Paramount War and help your faction achieve ultimate victory. Reward. Distributed based on performance. Life Choice 2, betray your side during the war, join the pirate faction, and help Whitebeard rescue Port Gasti. Ace. Reward, Conqueror's Haki upgraded to LV5. Life Choice 3, go on a killing spree simultaneously fighting the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates and survive. Reward, Uranus World Class. He eyes met Yamakaji's gaze. Rest easy, instructor. I know my limits. Somehow, looking at Hiai's confident face, Yamakaji had a vague premonition. In this war, this kid Hiai's might bring everyone an unexpected surprise. At Marineford, the live feed was already being projected worldwide by Den Den Mushi. Well-equipped, formidable-looking Marines poured out in an endless stream, lining up in neat rows on the plaza. Heavy artillery pieces were quickly set up under orderly command. 50 massive warships surrounded Marineford's outer perimeter like insurmountable mountains, enough to terrify any ordinary pirate crew into fleeing at just a glance. One by one, Marine vice admirals draped in their coats of justice, along with giant vice admirals whose bodies towered like mountains, arrived on the scene. The magnificent spectacle laid bare the full might of Marine headquarters before the world. And this too proclaimed the Marines' unwavering resolve to win this battle. In the first half of the Grand Line, people watched the live Den Den Mushi feed and engaged in heated discussion. Are the Whitebeard Pirates really that strong? The Marines have deployed so many troops. No matter how you look at it, the Marines are sure to win. So many warships and heavy cannons and giants are joining the fight. Yes, regardless, how could Marine headquarters lose? Don't underestimate the Whitebeard Pirates. Rumor has it that their captain Whitebeard possesses the power to destroy the world. Destroy the world? Don't be ridiculous. Look, those are the 7 warlords of the sea. But why are there only 5? Look directly below the execution platform. That's the Marines' ultimate fighting force, the 3 admirals. Hey, didn't they say the Marines had a new rising star? TCH, just a rising star. How much impact can he have on a war of this scale? Fair point. I bet even the most famous Whitebeard will be exhausted after killing 100 Marines. 100,000 troops. Marine headquarters victory is already decided. In the second half of the Grand Line, countless infamous pirates also awaited the start of the war. Ha ha ha. Marine headquarters. Face the wrath of Whitebeard. Fight, fight. Better yet, tear each other apart. Then, no one in the new world will be able to rein us in. This is Whitebeard, the pinnacle of pirate power. Whitebeard sink Marine fort for us. As time slowly passed, less than 3 hours remained before the execution. The catalyst of this war, Port Gas D. Ace had already been led to the execution platform. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Garp walked side by side. Sengoku, Garp, I'm going to reveal everything. You have no objections, do you? Garp's face darkened. Suit yourself. I'm going down. As Sengoku ascended the execution platform, the soldiers below felt a flicker of confusion. This wasn't part of the battle plan, was it? Under the world's gaze, Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi. Before the war begins, I have something to tell you all. Port Gas D. Ace, why is this man being publicly executed today? And the great significance of his death to the world. His eyes looked up at the execution platform. Finally, it was about to start. If he remembered correctly, after Sengoku finished speaking, Whitebeard would arrive. How exciting. Sengoku, Ace, tell the world. Who is your father? Ace, my father is Whitebeard. Sengoku, wrong. Ace, nothing wrong. My father is only Whitebeard, no one else. Sengoku, on that island your mother, Port Gas D. Rouge escaped our search by holding you inside her womb for 20 months. And then the child who inherited the most evil bloodline in the world was born. Your father is the pirate king Gold. Roger. As Sengoku's words fell, it was as if the entire world had been muted. At such an occasion, spoken from the mouth of Sengoku himself, no one could doubt the truth of this revelation. After a brief silence, uproar erupted across the globe. Fire Fist Ace is the son of the pirate king Gold. Roger. Damn him. Kill him. The bloodline of such an evil being must never be allowed to live. At the same time, on the plaza of Marine headquarters, the Marines who heard this news were also filled with righteous fury. Their determination to execute Ace reached its peak. In this war, justice will prevail. Not long after, the Marine on the watchtower was the first to detect the anomaly on the sea surface. They're here. All hands battle stations. Cold sweat trickled down Sengoku's forehead. Suddenly appearing. How is that possible? On the sea, one pirate ship after another emerged from the thick fog. It's a fleet of pirate ships. Where's Whitebeard? Confirm immediately. Rikuyo. Vista. D. Calvin Brothers. Scored the Maelstrom Spider. Every one of them is a formidable opponent. Pirate captains who have made a name for themselves across the new world. A total of 43 pirate crews. No sign of Whitebeard or his commanders yet. But without a doubt, these are all pirates under Whitebeard's command. Impossible. He must be here. Watch the sea. As the pirate ships closed in, Don Quixote da Flamingo grew excited. If not for Sengoku's orders, he would have already grabbed a rocking chair and started enjoying the show. Fufufu. This is getting interesting. How thrilling. Come on, Whitebeard. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A massive number of bubbles rose from the sea surface near Marineford's inner bay. Only then did Sengoku realize. So that's it. They coated all their ships and came from underwater. But in such a short time. Crash. A colossal wave shot into the sky, and an enormous whale-shaped ship burst through the surface. It's the Moby Dick. As the Marines cried out in alarm, 3 more ships of the Whitebeard Pirates entered the bay. 1st Division Commander Marco. All 14 commanders are on board. The decisive battle was about to begin, yet the air suddenly fell quiet. Clang, clang, clanged. From the Moby Dick, which faced the execution platform, came the sound of metal striking. Below the platform, Borsellino couldn't help but lean out, his face full of curiosity. Gurura Sengoku, it's been decades, hasn't it? A towering figure stood at the prow, exuding an overwhelming, domineering aura. It was none other than the captain of the Emperor's pirate crew that ruled the new world, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Sengoku clenched his teeth at the sight of his old rival. Whitebeard wore a smile. My son, is he all right? If not, then prepare to have your entire Marine force annihilated. Even facing such a formidable lineup, Whitebeard did not hesitate to issue a threat. Even as a pirate, the entire world was awestruck by his sheer presence. Sengoku, do you think you can win, eh? Gurura, we will win. Whitebeard bared a mouthful of white teeth, his face brimming with absolute confidence. The decisive battle had begun. The declaration of certain victory from the strongest man in the world. Countless Marines were on high alert. Although the Whitebeard Pirates' main fleet had directly bypassed the first defense line of the Marine headquarters' giant ship encirclement through a surprise attack, what stood in their way were the 7 warlords of the sea stationed on the coastline and 100 elite Marine soldiers. The third defense line was composed of elite vice admirals, and the fourth defense line was the 3 Marine admirals beneath the execution platform. On the coastline, Doflamingo looked at the Hawkeye and Mihawk beside him with curiosity. Fufufu. And what about this time? You're not going to stand by as usual, are you? Of course, Mihawk completely ignored Doflamingo's attempt to converse. Moria grinned slyly. Hi. Facing the 7 warlords, the 3 Marine admirals, and 100 elite Marines on my side, how are you going to attack, Whitebeard? Boa Hancock, clad in a purple robe, had no heart for battle, still worrying about Luffy in her mind. Sengoku, such arrogance. All units increase vigilance. The enemy is Whitebeard. If we're not careful, we could lose. Wait just a moment, Ace. After saying that, Whitebeard planted his Murakamajiri to the side, assumed a horse stance, pulled his hands to his chest to gather power, then suddenly thrust them outward into the air. Dong! Under the bewildered gazes of 100 elite Marine soldiers, the air struck by Whitebeard's fists actually developed visible cracks, spreading like a spiderweb through the void. Then boom! The terrifying tremor power transmitted to the sea. Under Whitebeard's deliberate manipulation, countless ocean currents began to vibrate and condense, gradually gathering into colossal waves of impossibly immense size. Amid violent earth tremors, several giant tsunami waves shot into the sky, each as massive as Marine headquarters at Marineford. In the blink of an eye, they had already surpassed the highest point of Marineford. Countless Marine soldiers stared wide-eyed at the spectacle. Watching the sky-obscuring waves, no one doubted that if such waves fell, at least 2/3 of the 100 elite Marines stationed on Marineford's plaza would be wiped out in one blow. Kobe's face was filled with terror. What a joke. Is this the power of Whitebeard? Although he had been punished to clean the toilets, he was still summoned for a battle of this magnitude, even as a toilet cleaner. Among the Marine soldiers, Heize looked up. Witnessing at first hand the visual impact of a wave capable of engulfing a giant island was truly unparalleled. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard revealed a confident smile at everyone's reactions, and his division commanders were no different. This was an attack from the world's strongest man. How would the Marines respond? Watching this, Ace on the execution platform seemed to see hope as images of the past flashed through his mind. Doflamingo laughed in amazement. Fufufu. What a terrifying power. If that strike lands, the Marines will surely be devastated. Under the despairing gazes of many Marine soldiers, swoosh. A blue figure leaped up from directly beneath the execution platform, rising 100 meters into the air with sheer physical strength alone. Kazan extended his arms in midair, gathering extreme ice power in his palms. Then 2 beams of ice so cold they could freeze the air itself shot toward the colossal waves in the sky. Ice Age. Kazan's voice rang across the battlefield. Under countless shocked gazes, the waves that could have destroyed a giant island quickly turned to ice. In just a breath, the towering waves surrounding Marine headquarters were completely frozen. The world's strongest man's devastating opening was thus neutralized. It's Admiral Kazan. This is the power of an admiral. Scared pirates. Whitebeard stared at the figure in the sky. Akiji, you brat. Kazan, looking at Whitebeard, who was hundreds of meters away, placed his hands in front of him and formed an ice spear. Though this technique looked ordinary, only those who knew him understood that even the most advanced armament Haki coating could not withstand that extreme cold. Ice block partisan. Kazan spoke, coldly launching the deadly ice spear toward Whitebeard. The latter merely smiled and threw a punch into the air. Gurura. Invisible space trembled. The extremely hard ice spear was shattered into pieces before it could even approach Whitebeard. The invisible tremor force, undiminished, violently pierced through Kazan's body. However, the latter had clearly anticipated this. Before the tremor reached him, Kazan had already turned his body into elemental ice. Crack. With a loud explosion, a mass of ice fell into the sea. Kazan extended his palm, and his ice power instantly froze the sea surface, simultaneously freezing the Moby Dick that had sailed into the inner bay. What are you afraid of? We have an admiral backing us. Fire. Bang. 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 As cannonballs were fired one after another, a large number of pirates also leaped down from the Moby Dick. The war had officially begun. Amid the countless charging shouts, even the 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista, joined the fray. Among the Marine ranks, the vice admirals were also eager to move. Soldiers. This battle is for justice. Show your skills and crush all evil. Charge. On the execution platform, Sengoku frowned at the distant figure in the white coat. He didn't need to look to know that Whitebeard was probably gazing at the battlefield with a smile. That bastard. If someone could directly attack the enemy commander, our morale would surely soar. Unfortunately, the admiral's strength must be reserved to guard the execution platform. Among the vice admirals, Granny Tsuru, leave the fighting to us. You can sit back and drink tea. I'm not that old yet. Hua Xiaoshan sighed helplessly, then scanned the soldiers, but didn't find Heize. Strange, where did that kid go? In the high sky above Marineford, only a very few noticed that a figure had appeared there at some point. Sakazuki's brow furrowed in confusion. Heizei, how did he get there? Borsellino also noticed opening and closing his mouth. Yo, he can fly too. Whitebeard looked at the figure in the sky somewhat puzzled. He hadn't read the newspaper that day, so naturally he didn't know who Heizei was. Marco, who was paying close attention to every move on the battlefield, frowned. He looked at Heizei in the sky. That guy is the Marine rookie, isn't he? What does he want? Huh? Showing off. What a stupid move. Many pirates who noticed also mocked him. High in the sky, Heizei's hair fluttered in the wind. His pale blue eyes flashed with infinite brilliance. Dark power like that from hell surged wildly around him, and the immense concentrated cursed energy twisted even space itself. Cursed technique reversal blue. Cursed technique reversal red. A red and a blue orb formed in midair. Heizei began to form hand seals, chanting incantations. 9 pillars polarized light cacophony of ravens between the surface and the reverse. The complete incantation, the complete hand seals, and cursed energy pushed to its limits. Imaginary technique, purple. A violet light bloomed in the sky above Marineford targeting. Whitebeard. What is that thing? The purple light blooming over Marineford shone into everyone's eyes. Through the live broadcast via Din Mushy projection, people all over the world were also witnessing that dangerous yet beautiful scene at this moment. Is this the Marines' latest technology? Or has another admiral made a move? On a large tree in the Sabaody archipelago, a figure with white hair sat atop the giant tree. It was Silver's Rayleigh the Dark King, who had crossed swords with Heizei that day. He stared intently at the screen. Judging from that dazzling purple light with his decades of bloody combat experience, if this move was not a show, its power was absolutely beyond common sense. It had even reached a level that could threaten the Yonko. Who could it be? Akiji is impossible, and Akainu and Kizaru have different abilities. Has the Marines produced another remarkable figure? Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help but recall the young Marine with pale blue eyes from a few days ago. Could it be that kid? No. He shouldn't have grown to this level in just a few days. On the battlefield of Marineford, the purple light, shining overhead, was like a second sun rising. Especially after Kuzan froze the entire battlefield with his power through constant mirror reflections, the purple light illuminated almost every corner of the field. Moria was puzzled by the purple light. Logically, there should be no one in the Marines capable of such a move. Doflamingo spread his arms and laughed. Fufufu. Who's pulling what trick? The Marines. Even Boa Hancock, the pirate empress whose thoughts were absorbed in Luffy's matters, couldn't help but be drawn back by this disturbance. Her enchanting eyes revealed deep confusion and shock. Could this be Vegapunk's latest technology? Bartholomew Kuma, holding a book, slightly opened his mouth. With his modified mechanical eyes, he activated a special scanning mode, and could see that within the purple light was the figure of Heizei. Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, who always looked down on others, actually showed a flash of shock in his eyes. His insight and judgment were beyond ordinary imagination. Even from a great distance, Mihawk could sense how terrifying the energy within this purple light would be if it burst. Kazan put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sky. Quite a momentum. Beneath the execution platform, Borsellino's sunglasses were tinted purple. Yo, that's truly terrifying. Heizei-kun, Sakazuki smiled. Whitebeard, let's see how you handle this. Sengoku's mouth fell open. Who's there? Looking at this target. Is it attacking Whitebeard? But the intention is too obvious. Ace, kneeling on the ground with handcuffs, looked grim. Dad. Garp, who had been picking his nose, stopped and stared blankly at the sky. It does have the momentum of Roger back then. The Marines still have such a figure. How come I don't know? Amid the murmurs, the purple light from the collision of red and blue orbs grew stronger. That churning, distorted purple seemed to carry an eerie aura. Even the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates, who had experienced countless battles, felt intense unease upon seeing it. Among them, Marco, who had been observing the entire battlefield, wore an especially grave expression. Was this thing created by that Marine rookie? Are you kidding me? Even I feel danger from it. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, staring straight at the gradually expanding purple. The energy pressure formed by this purple reminded him a top-tier powerhouse of the great battle years ago, the move used by that arrogant hero, the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, Divine Departure. A technique that could only be performed by combining Supreme Conqueror's Haki with supreme swordsmanship. Now this unknown brat before him actually made him feel the same pressure as when he faced that move back then. Gurura. Despite his wariness, Whitebeard grew increasingly excited. High above, Heizei's hair fluttered wildly, and the purple essence in his control was condensed to its limit. Hollow technique, purple. The next moment, brilliant bloom. Boom. The massive purple orb shot out instantly, leaving visible dark purple distortions in its path, as if even space could not withstand the energy, and collapsed under its crushing force. In the next second, the purple hollow technique purple arrived before Whitebeard at astonishing speed, and his pupils were completely filled by the purple light in that instant. Undying Thistle. A blue flame phoenix streaked across the sky, its two wings ablaze with undying fire, spinning frantically at high speed, forming an indestructible shield. Marco stared straight at the approaching purple, confidence in his eyes, for with this move relying on his undying flames and powerful haki and physical technique, even someone like Kaido would not be able to break through in a short time. Then Hollow Technique Purple collided violently with Phoenix Marco. The scene was like a massive high-speed train carrying wild thunder, crossing a wormhole, crashing into a fierce beast wreathed in flaming feathers. Clang! The illusory mass of Hollow Technique Purple burst forth, and just upon contact it melted half of Marco's cheek. However, under the effect of the undying flames, the half of his face that should have melted began to recover. Seeing this, Marco smiled. He had already felt the power of the purple light. It was indeed formidable, but as long as it couldn't break through his defense immediately, then he would win. Even a Yonko-level attack can't get through me. Huh. Before he could finish, Marco sensed something wrong. What was this attack? Why was the pain so intense? In shock, Marco realized that the power of this Hollow Technique Purple was far more than it appeared on the surface. Logically, even if the purple light was powerful, it shouldn't be enough to make him unable to withstand it. But why was his undying flame's regeneration speed becoming so slow? It was as if some force was suppressing the regeneration of the undying flames. This was unscientific. However, others didn't know Marco's situation. What they saw was Marco using his body to withstand this seemingly world-destroying attack. Marine soldiers looked grim. It's the commander of Whitebeard's 1st Division. Phoenix Marco. Nice job, Commander Marco. The pirates cheered in encouragement. Sakazuki frowned. Marco's defensive ability was beyond his expectations. If he encountered him later, he would need to increase the dosage of his great eruption. Sengoku gritted his teeth, regretting that the move hadn't worked. So close, we almost took down their commander directly. Even Whitebeard, seeing Marco block the attack, showed a proud smile. Indeed, my son Marco, you did. Huh. Before Whitebeard could finish, the scene of the collision in the sky suddenly changed. The purple light, after a moment of intense struggle, suddenly crushed through. Dad, watch out. Under the blessing of the cursed king, Kurozawa's cursed energy assault had become so overwhelming that even Marco's rapidly regenerating blue flames of the undying phoenix could no longer withstand the ferocious attack of imaginary technique purple. Marco's body was devoured inch by inch by the purple void, the pain from the cursed energy exceeding all reason, and even someone with his endurance could no longer maintain composure on his face. Of course, his face was already beyond recognition. If it could still form a human visage, it would surely be twisted into a crumpled chrysanthemum. Normally, wounds healed by the undying phoenix felt almost no pain, but against this purple light the agony was almost unbearable. Under such crushing pressure, his regenerative ability began to collapse, and he could no longer sustain it. Dad, watch out. The moment the warning was shouted, the purple light was already within 5 meters of Whitebeard. At this distance, his skin could directly feel the stinging pain of imaginary technique purple. That violent purple intent determined to crush everything. At this range, the other commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates had no time to react. Then under the world's awestruck gaze, Whitebeard was forced to act. Boom. Whitebeard's left fist shot forward with time so short he could only muster a fraction of his devil fruit power and a limited amount of haki. Even so, such a punch was enough to incapacitate a Marine Vice Admiral. The massive fist, condensed with quake force, slammed into imaginary technique purple. Crack, crack, crack. Huge fissures spread rapidly, and the violent purple aura began to tremble violently. The onlookers held their breath, watching the clash, until the quake force Whitebeard generated, like an invisible storm, stood in opposition to the purple glow of imaginary technique purple. On the screen, one purple and one white formed 2 distinct zones. Whitebeard blocked it. Didn't he? Or did he? On the bow of the Moby Dick, that great ship that had weathered countless battles unscathed, was now suffering massive fractures from the clash. Then, as Whitebeard's eyes widened in disbelief, the terrifying imaginary technique purple abruptly exploded, as if a deep spatial tunnel had swallowed it whole. Boom. On that ice-blue battlefield witnessed by the world, a deep purple tunnel stretching almost across the entirety of Marineford stood in shocking prominence. Imaginary technique purple, after crushing over Whitebeard, continued with undiminished force, blasting him to the far end of a second massive ship before finally coming to a halt. Had Whitebeard not resisted with all his might, this single strike might have thrown him out of the inner bay of Marineford. But in doing so, he absorbed nearly the full force of a maximum output imaginary technique purple. Yet he had no choice. If he didn't neutralize its power, he would be drenched in front of the whole world. Losing face was one thing, but it would severely damage morale. For such a war, Whitebeard could never accept that. On the battlefield of Marineford, aside from the roaring explosion of imaginary technique purple, all other sounds nearly vanished. Countless eyes were fixed on the end of that purple tunnel, desperate to know how Whitebeard was faring after taking such a hit. People around the world murmured among themselves. Whitebeard couldn't have died like that, could he? Maybe. After all, that attack's power was terrifying. Even Marco couldn't stop it. What about Marco? On the ice a mass of blue flames was slowly coalescing into a human form, but at an agonizingly slow pace. Having barely reformed his mouth, Marco looked upward with concern, ignoring the searing pain throughout his body, and was about to take to the sky to find Whitebeard. Dad. The Moby Dick was now in ruins, its entire bow crushed and shattered with a deep gash carved from the middle of the hull, like a plowed field. Even if the Whitebeard Pirates won this battle, the Moby Dick could never return to sea. Pirates crawled up from various parts of the ship. Had Whitebeard not absorbed the majority of the force of imaginary technique purple, those who remained aboard might have been annihilated. Dad, are you okay? Damn it. How dare you strike Dad? The director wisely turned the din mushy camera toward the end of the purple tunnel. As the deep purple collapse slowly dissipated, Whitebeard's figure emerged. His war robe was tattered with patches of purple residue on his body, especially his left arm, which was coated in a thick dark purple, cursed energy remnants capable of corroding the body. But what drew the most attention was the bright red blood continuously flowing from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. Whitebeard is injured. The man hailed as the world's strongest is actually injured. Whoa! The world erupted in shock. Marine soldiers raised their arms and cheered while the pirates' eyes showed fear. From the very start, their pillar of support, the strongest man, the Emperor of the Sea, their father Whitebeard, had been wounded. And even with Marco's intervention, he still looked somewhat disheveled. The atmosphere began to shift subtly, and the balance of victory in this war started to tilt toward the Marines. Fufufu. Who is this? That's Whitebeard we're talking about. Don Quixote Doflamingo tilted his head back and laughed while Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes widened in shock. If such an attack came at her, the outcome would be unpredictable. Whitebeard's brow furrowed, and he looked up at a certain point, his tiger-like eyes filled with ferocity. At this moment, the residual cursed energy of imaginary technique purple was devouring him, accompanied by extraordinary pain. Following Whitebeard's gaze, the director, taking the hint, angled the camera toward the sky. There at the opening of the purple tunnel, a figure with black hair stood proudly. Rayleigh on Sabati Archipelago's eyes flickered as he locked eyes with the protagonist on the screen. Then his mouth slightly opened, somewhat dazed as he beheld the instigator, that black-haired figure. It really is that kid. On screens around the world, Kurozawa tilted his head slightly, and those pale blue eyes came into view. That guy is Kurozawa. He's the one who gravely wounded Whitebeard. Who's Kurozawa? That Marine rookie. Didn't you read the newspaper that day? The one about who's the challenger. At Marineford on the execution platform, Sengoku realized that the tide of battle had begun to shift in the Marines' favor because of one person. A smile involuntarily crept on his Sengoku's lips. He couldn't afford to miss such a chance. He picked up the din mushy and shouted with all his might, "Attention, all personnel, the enemy commander Whitebeard has been successfully injured by our side." That devastating attack came from our Marines' super rookie, Kurozawa. He is the future star of our Marines. Even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, cannot withstand the future of our Marines. This battle is ours to win. All forces, advance. At the Holy Land of Mary Geos, the 5 elders were observing the war in real time through din mushy communications. The god of finance spoke. "What a loss that we failed to recruit this Kurozawa into Cipher Pole. There's nothing to be done," said the god of agriculture. "He was brought into the Marines by Garp. By the time we took notice of him, he was already beyond our reach. Attacks of this magnitude are enough to threaten even an emperor," the god of law remarked. "Even Lucci lacks such power. What a pity indeed. If he refuses to serve us," said the god of environment, "then how is he any different from an enemy? Simply eliminate him." "Let us wait a while longer," the god of science and defense interjected. "Vegapunk's new weapon will soon make its debut. You may all anticipate it." Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Marineford, Doflamingo stared in disbelief at the figure descending from the sky, his expression shifting from shock to a knowing amusement. Fufufu. It's that brat after all. Truly, those Cipher Pole bastards must be kicking themselves now. What is that bastard doing here? Are you kidding me? Moria's face twisted grotesquely. The man who had clashed violently with him not long ago now wielded such overwhelming power overnight. Did that mean should they meet again, Moria might very well fall to this brat's hands? Mihawk, the ever-aloof swordsman, curved his lips into a smile. What an intriguing little brat. Bartholomew Kuma's face remained impassive, his lips moving in a voice only he could hear. Truly the man who could pound Dragon's son into the ground. Kurozawa. Boa Hancock, who had always looked down upon men and shown no favor to any male, found her pupils contracting slightly at the sight of Kurozawa's face. Can a man of such striking handsomeness truly exist in this world? And with such overwhelming power as well? But wait. He's the one who wounded Luffy at Sabati Archipelago a few days ago, isn't he? In that case, he is an enemy of mine. Allow me to face you. Boa Hancock's expression cooled, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Kurozawa. Enigmo unleashed a sword slash that cleared an entire area of pirates before his gaze turned skyward to the figure with flowing black hair, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Truly a man from my training camp. Not far from Enigmo, a muscular dark-skinned man who had just used Soru to reposition and cut down a pirate looked to the sky, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Of course, Instructor Enigmo. That's our training camp's leader after all. With that, Miguel's gaze shifted to the distance where a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates was wreaking havoc. If his boss was that strong, he couldn't afford to fall too far behind. Momonga added his praise. Indeed, you've truly produced an extraordinary one this time. Strawberry rolled his shoulders. When our juniors are this fierce, we old-timers had better step up our game, or we'll have no face left to show. As several powerful figures charged forward and cleared swaths of pirates within just a few breaths, the morale of the marine soldiers surged. The vice admirals are joining the fray. They're all so strong. Whitebeard Pirates. Face your doom. Charge. In the sky, his azure pupils surveyed the battlefield below. The raging, cursed energy within Kurozawa slowly subsided. Through his transcendent 6 eyes, he could clearly observe the state of Whitebeard's body. Even a maximum output hollow purple only inflicted this much damage on Whitebeard, though Marco absorbed most of its power. Well, it was merely a probe anyway. That was how Kurozawa saw it, but the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates were far from pleased. The man Kurozawa had wounded was their father. Vista the flower sword bared his blade with a fierce expression, cold light shimmering along its edge. Are you kidding me? A brat like you actually wounded our father. It was my carelessness, Marco said, his face contorted with fury. The pain within his body had nearly faded, but the humiliation Kurozawa had inflicted burned white-hot in his chest. You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on our father? Let me teach you a proper lesson. With that, Marco spread his arms wide as blue flames of regeneration rapidly reignited along both limbs. Waves of force swept outward and the immense recoil launched him skyward like a blue arrow piercing through the heavens, streaking toward the clouds with savage ferocity. Kurozawa watched Marco's approach with an unchanged expression. Just you. Seems you haven't learned your lesson. You little brat. You must be exhausted after unleashing an attack like that, right? And still you dare to speak so arrogantly. Die. Marco let out a sharp cry as his figure closed in at terrifying speed. Marco is attacking Kurozawa. Not good. Kurozawa is in danger. The Marines gasped in alarm, and even veteran vice admirals like Enigmo wore grim expressions. Although Kurozawa's earlier attack had been spectacular, it was ultimately a surprise strike. And as Marco had said, after unleashing such power, Kurozawa was surely exhausted by now, wasn't he? Damn it, striking a junior from behind without warning. Where's the honor in that? As the vice admirals moved to intervene, a lazy voice drifted through the air. Oh ho, what a remarkable little brat. But sending your subordinates to face the admirals this early, isn't that a bit disrespectful to us? Borsellino stepped forward from beneath the execution platform, his gaze locking onto Marco, soaring through the sky. In the next instant, his body dissolved into particles of light and reappeared beside Kurosawa. Don't you think so? A dazzling golden radiance flared beside Kurosawa. Lightspeed kick. Borsellino's right leg blazed with lethal luminosity, a strike capable of shattering a towering ancient tree viciously launched toward Marco. Boom. Admiral Borsellino. Commander Marco. Aboard, facing Borsellino's lightspeed kick, Marco countered with a kick of his own. A terrifying force transmitted through his foot, and his expression soured instantly. Gritting his teeth, he released explosive Haki while pressing down with his leg, yet finding it extraordinarily difficult. Borsellino, you bastard. How terrifying! Each and every one of you is as strong as a monster. Whitebeard's commanders. Borsellino taunted with a relaxed smile as he pressed his foot downward. Marco was unable to withstand the pressure and was kicked straight into the ice, blasting a deep crater. Yet he quickly rose again, clearly unharmed by the blow. Kurosawa-kun, you've worked hard. You may take a brief rest now. With that, Borsellino's form once again dissolved into golden particles. In the next moment, an immense radiant light blazed high above Whitebeard. Yasukani no Magatama. Don't get too cocky, Borsellino. Immortal Thistle. As golden light flared, a figure wreathed in blue flames shot upward. Under the gaze of the masses, Marco spun at incredible speed, conjuring a shield of blue fire that blocked the onslaught of golden particles. He actually blocked it. Admiral Borsellino's attack. He couldn't stop Kurosawa's attack earlier, yet now he's blocking an admiral's. High above, Borsellino, having finished his barrage, felt somewhat awkward hearing the crowd's murmurs. My being outdone by a junior is quite embarrassing. Die, Borsellino. With a whoosh, the soaring phoenix suddenly accelerated, appearing directly above Borsellino, and slammed down a devastating kick. Boom. Borsellino blocked Marco's kick with one hand, a slight smile on his face. How terrifying. Marco gritted his teeth, pressing down with all his might. Are you kidding me? Borsellino's form was sent hurtling into the ground of Marineford, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Admiral. Amid the soldiers' shouts, Borsellino quickly emerged from the rubble as particles of light. Despite the massive explosion, his uniform remained immaculate, not a speck of dust clinging to it. Rest assured, I'm fine. With that, Borsellino cast a meaningful glance skyward, watching Kurosawa descend slowly. That purple attack of Kurosawa's had broken through a defense even as Yasukani no Magatama couldn't breach. Could it be that he had been going too easy? Borsellino felt a twinge of regret. At that moment few noticed a burly man who had plunged both hands directly into the ice. The ice frozen by Kazan was so hard that even ordinary blades couldn't scratch it, a testament to its incredible density. Then with a series of violent cracking sounds Jozu hoisted a colossal block of ice the size of a small hill. Are you kidding me? That man's strength can lift something that massive, oi. Jozu strained every muscle, veins bulging across his body. You marine bastards, die. The colossal ice block soared through the air, hurled viciously toward the execution platform. Kurosawa's eyes narrowed as he watched. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Akainu didn't intervene, Ace would likely be crushed to death by the ice. That would be quite an interesting development. Hey, you marine bastard. You're the one who attacked Oyaji, aren't you? A magnificent rose-petal sword slash tinged with a hint of romance tore through the air. Kurosawa tilted his head slightly and vanished in an instant. Grah. The rose slash passed harmlessly over Kurosawa, but the poor ordinary pirates caught in its path were not so fortunate. The beautiful, yet deadly energy invaded their bodies and cruelly tore them apart. He actually dodged. Flower Sword Vista's eyes flickered with interest. He had deliberately employed an extremely fast sword strike, sacrificing some power for unmatched speed. Is that Soru? No. Even the vice admirals who are masters of Soru couldn't have evaded that strike. Soruha, Kurosawa smirked, eyeing the thick-mustached swordsman before him. With a bounty of 884 million berries. Not bad at all. Oh, reciting my bounty. Are you after my head? Flower Sword Vista sneered coldly. Kurosawa merely smiled faintly. As the two exchanged words, the iceberg Jozu had hurled was about to crash down on the execution platform. The giant marine vice admirals guarding the platform wore panicked expressions. This thing is way too big. We can't stop it. What incredible strength. That's Whitebeard's 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu. Even the vice admirals of the giant clan, standing over a dozen meters tall, were like mantises trying to stop a chariot against the iceberg. Everyone's running off on their own. Honestly, Sengoku's orders didn't include you lot. Gulu gulu. Beneath the execution platform, a figure clad in red rose from his seat. The burly arm beneath his sleeve transformed into rolling magma. In an instant, the temperature around the platform skyrocketed, the very air warping from the extreme heat. It was the pinnacle of destructive power, the Mera Mera no Mi's counterpart for offense, the Magu Magu no Mi. If no one stands guard here, and the enemy launches a surprise attack, how would we face the world? He roared, his magma-formed right arm expanding violently. Great eruption. A magma fist the size of a giant smashed ferociously into the iceberg. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, the incredibly hard iceberg began to melt rapidly upon contact. A moment later, the colossal block of ice vanished completely, as if it had never existed, leaving onlookers questioning their own eyes. Truly worthy of Admiral Akainu. That iceberg just melted away completely. Wait, what is that? A red light flickered on the magma fist, and the moment it reached its peak brilliance, it violently exploded, scattering countless magma fireballs across the battlefield. Each individual fireball was powerful enough to destroy a massive pirate ship. Boom, boom, boom. As the magma fireballs rained down, the battlefield was transformed into a veritable hell. Oh dear, it seems your attacks aren't very effective. The firelight reflected off Kurosawa's face, the dark crimson of the sky, making the darkness in his hand all the more sinister. Playing with swords in front of me. You'd better worry about yourself, you arrogant brat. Flower Sword Vista's expression hardened. His form blurred into a thin streak as he charged at Kurosawa, leaving a trail of roses in his wake. Kurosawa's 6 eyes flared, clearly perceiving the needle-sharp sword chi hidden within those petals, coiled to burst forth like a blooming bud. One sword-style azure flash. Rose waltz. Clang. Their blades clashed violently. In an instant, roses and azure ripples scattered across the sky, shattering the ice beneath them as countless cracks spread and erupted. As countless irregular ice fragments were sent flying by the sheer force of the clash, Flower Sword Vista's face showed shock. Your swordsmanship has reached the realm of a great swordsman. Are you kidding me? He was supposedly a devil fruit user, wasn't he? How could he also wield a sword? And at such a young age? His potential is terrifying. However, even among great swordsmen, there are tiers. Your swordsmanship is still too green, boy. Vista quickly regained his composure from his shock, but just then caught a glimpse of Kurosawa's lips curling into a smirk. As a top-tier great swordsman, Vista's perception was naturally sharp. His keen instincts immediately sensed something amiss. An inexplicable power surged around the boy, exuding an ominous aura from every angle. Commander Vista, I'll help you. You bastard, you're the one who attacked Oyaji. A man from not far away roared, charging forward with his blade at breakneck speed. Vista hurriedly tried to stop him, but found himself rooted to the spot by an inexplicable force. A chill ran down Vista's spine. This boy was definitely hiding something. Fossa, stay back. Fossa, commander of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was baffled by the warning. Curse technique, reversal blue. A blue orb of light coalesced in the space between Kurosawa and Fossa. A terrifying gravitational force drew the scattered ice fragments together while Fasa found himself pinned in place by the overwhelming pull. Curse technique release. Kurozawa, holding his blade in his right hand, formed a seal with his left and made a subtle gesture toward Fasa. A lethal cursed energy slash along with the blue orb carrying countless ice shards slammed into Fasa. In an instant, Fasa's body was mangled beyond recognition, his sword shattered into pieces. Kurozawa looked at the stunned Vista and spoke, "Stay out of my way." A system notification chimed in his mind, but he ignored it, his focus solely on the battlefield before him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Fasa. Gained 295 million belly from the billion-level bounty. On the ice not far away, surging blue cursed energy intermingled with dark red and black cursed slashes. The ice shards attracted by azure transformed into countless fine blades, which in a violent spiral tore Fasa's body into a ghastly form beyond recognition. In the blink of an eye, the 15th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, who had shaken the New World, fell dead on the spot. Captain Fasa. Impossible. Captain Fasa is dead. The pirates who had watched Fasa charge at Heizei believed that a 2-on-1 would secure victory easily. Never did they imagine the final outcome would be an instant kill. What kind of monster is this Heizei? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Heizei looked at the enraged Vista before him, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What can't accept it? You remnants of the old era. Veins bulged on Vista's forehead and blood vessels protruded on his tightly stretched dress shirt beneath his suit. Flowing sword energy and Conqueror's Haki converged into a trickling stream of power, coiling and spiraling around his twin blades, while roses within them grew increasingly crimson and vivid. Remnants of the old era. You brat, are you ready to face the consequences? Vista's eyes hardened. His twin swords clashed repeatedly against Heizei's darkness, the amplitude of vibrations and sparks growing fiercer. Clang, clang, clang. Heizei narrowed his eyes. Just then his heaven-defying 6 eyes abruptly detected a scorching fluctuation descending from the sky. A colossal magma fireball tore through the air, leaving a long black smoke trail, plummeting rapidly toward Heizei and Vista. Heizei's lips curled. I'll deal with you later. As his words fell, Heizei gently moved his left finger. The azure that had just finished off Fasa streaked toward Vista under Heizei's control. Wherever it passed, its violent gravitational force shattered more ice, forming a spiked ice ball laden with debris. It was easy to imagine that being struck by such an attack would be excruciating even for hardened Marine vice admirals, let alone a fragile swordsman like Vista. It's a magma fireball. Dodge. Captain Vista watched the sky. At that moment, without even a moment to mourn Fasa's death, the Whitebeard Pirates quickly shouted warnings. The red and blue attack struck almost simultaneously. As a seasoned veteran and a supreme great swordsman, Vista could instantly judge that the magma fireball descending from the sky posed a far greater threat than the ice ball hurtling toward him. Brat, trying to take me down with you? Then I have to say you're still too green. Vista's arms shook and his flower-adorned swords traced a graceful arc. The crimson rose sword energy carrying immense vibrational force actually sent Heizei along with his blade hurtling into the air. In the air, how will you dodge this attack? Vista sneered as he watched Heizei midair. The former's rose sword energy clashed against the limitless technique guarding Heizei's body, creating visible ripples, yet still failed to breach it. Heizei smirked inwardly. It seemed the level 2 limitless technique was far more effective than he had imagined. Vista sensed nothing amiss. Relying on his years of sword-fighting experience, he was certain that before the magma fireball struck, he would cleave Heizei into pieces. However, Heizei's lips curled upward, and only then did Vista feel a foreboding. Could this brat have another trick up his sleeve? Farewell. As Heizei's voice died away, his figure simply vanished into thin air. How is this possible? Vista's pupils contracted. He couldn't understand why Heizei could break free after being entangled by his rose sword energy, and at a speed so fast that even he could barely track it. No time to ponder now. The next second, the magma fireball and Heizei's azure ice ball struck simultaneously. Boom. Red and blue radiance blazed at that moment. The terrifying high-temperature flames and the freezing gravitational ice spikes completely engulfed Vista. Heizei's figure appeared in the distance, not bothering to check on Vista, nor did he receive any notification of Vista's death from the system. Indeed, as expected of a top-tier great swordsman, even taking Akainu's attack head-on didn't kill him, huh? Compared to Heizei's remark, far away on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, who had witnessed the entire brief exchange, furrowed his brow. This brat, isn't he a bit too monstrous? At that moment, a colossal magma fireball hurtled toward Whitebeard's location. His expression remained unchanged. Dong! Whitebeard shook his left arm, and the Haki surging within finally expelled the eerie purple cursed energy from his body. Then, gripping Murakamijari in his right hand, he gathered surging Haki and vibrational force at the blade's tip and thrust it directly at the magma fireball. Thump! Crack, crack, crack. With a thunderous roar, an invisible gale infused with Haki and vibrational force intercepted the magma fireball. Then Whitebeard blew hard, actually extinguishing the blazing inferno completely. Whitebeard gazed at Sakazuki on the execution platform, a confident smile on his face. Magma, brat, you'd be better off lighting the candles on my birthday cake. Sakazuki's face also radiated confidence. You half-paralyzed old man, do you fancy a lavish funeral? Whitebeard did not answer. He swept his eyes across the battlefield. The war's momentum had begun to slip beyond his expectations. All because of Heizei, who had wounded him, causing morale to plummet. Apart from the commanders, still holding the upper hand, the other skirmishes were trending toward retreat. Whitebeard frowned. The war had only just begun. If this continued, it would be disastrous. No. I was careless. Whitebeard's gaze fell on the youth who had just injured him, only to see him already charging toward another of his commanders. Defeating Fasa in almost a single blow, and still not satisfied. Young Marine. Kurozawa. Whitebeard laughed, but anger had already crept onto his face. He assumed a wide open stance, then leaped into the air. High above, his cape fluttered behind him, and a sharp light glimmered in his murky eyes. An unimaginably terrifying might gathered in his left fist. My sons, move aside. At his bellow, countless pirates heard the cry, and their faces filled with alarm. Pops is making his move. Get out of the way. Watching the fury on Whitebeard's face, Marco kicked a vice admiral aside. Pops. Is he angry? On the execution platform, Sengoku's expression also shifted dramatically as he saw Whitebeard leap. He's going to take personal action so soon. Whitebeard. Surprise aside, Sengoku felt more exhilaration. That the enemy commander was entering the fray so early was all because of Heizei. Wait. Whitebeard's target. Is Heizei? On the ice, Heizei casually slashed a few times, dispatching some reckless pirates. He had already locked onto his next target. Speed drew the 14th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates with a bounty of 456 belly. Just as Heizei was about to strike, a sudden chill swept through his body. What? Heizei abruptly looked up at the sky, where vast cracks were rapidly spreading across the distant heavens. Behind them stood a towering, burly figure, Whitebeard. All units attention. Whitebeard is about to make his move. On the execution platform, Zhangwa shouted through a den mushy. Countless Marines' expressions stiffened, and their eyes revealed an uncontrollable terror. The legendary strongest man was about to strike. Who was his target? As the Marines panicked, a golden light flashed across the battlefield, then transformed into a beam of light, shooting straight toward Whitebeard. Almost simultaneously, a figure wreathed in blue flames intercepted the beam at the same incredible speed. Bang! Borsellino kicked Marco's wing, and the latter taunted, "That hurts." Borsellino's mouth slightly opened. "Don't lie to me." He had hoped Borsellino would intercept the attack, but unfortunately Marco had covered it. Heizei's eyes flickered. In the next moment, where Whitebeard had punched the sky itself seemed like a rubber sheet wrapped around water, suddenly caving inward into an oval protrusion, then cracks spread across it. Under the expanding shockwave, space rebounded with a terrifying force capable of destroying heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The violent vibration force and airwaves combined into a visible massive shockwave roaring toward Heizei like a towering tidal wave. Heizei! Heizei! Huashishin shouted in panic. Even if he rushed at full speed now, it would be too late. Of course, even if Huashishin arrived facing such a wrathful strike from Whitebeard, his fate would be extremely tragic. Boss! Miguel also had an ugly expression. That was Whitebeard's attack. Zhangwa and Kapu both clenched their teeth, the latter even tightening his fists. Was the future of the Marines to fall here? Below the execution platform, Sakazuki watched Whitebeard strike, but he chose not to intercept. As a Marine Admiral, he had his own considerations. Facing the enemy commander's furious attack, one should avoid its edge and wait for him to relax before delivering a fatal blow, rather than blindly acting. Only then could the odds of victory be greatly increased. For this, Sakazuki would rather sacrifice a rising new star of the Marines than miss the chance to maximize gains at any cost. Heizei, your sacrifice is worth it. Rumble. The violent, overwhelming wave of power pressed down like the heavens themselves, a pressure that even slowed the thoughts and reactions of the mind. Heizei stood rooted to the spot, now understanding why many powerful pirates chose to withstand an enemy's ultimate move rather than dodge. Because they couldn't dodge. Perhaps the world's rules empowered it. But unfortunately, that didn't include Heizei. At such a distance, it wasn't enough to immobilize him. A faint gleam flickered in his azure eyes. Just as Heizei was about to use instantaneous movement to evade, an ice-blue figure blocked his path. An extreme, bone-chilling cold emanated from Kazan's body. Even without deliberately targeting Heizei, that cold was enough to slow the energy within him. Glacier Age. Kazan's expression was grave, his hands transforming into ice. The cold that erupted from him was even more intense than the Glacier Age he had used earlier. Crack, 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 crack. The extreme cold ice collided with the formidable wave of shockwaves. The biting cold was even able to freeze the vibrating Haki. But just as it froze, it was shattered by the subsequent tremors. The two energies clashed in midair, but clearly Kazan's ice was being suppressed. La. Heizei, you'd better dodge. I'm getting out of here too. As he spoke, half of Kazan's face had already begun to elementalize, and the overwhelming energy was about to break through his ice. Heisei heard this and hesitated no more. His figure flickered and vanished, reappearing beyond the attack's range. Probably. La you dodged fast. Seeing Heisei had left Kazan's body, then fully turned to ice. The next moment, without Kazan's maintenance, the glacier age instantly collapsed. Whitebeard's already weakened wrathful strike finally crashed into the battlefield. Boom. An astonishing wave of energy fell directly like a cuboid tsunami, crashing onto the ground, sending out square-shaped energy ripples. In an instant, the ice surface shattered and numerous marines were swept into it. The violent energy shattered their internal organs and bones in a flash. No one below Vice Admiral survived. In the sky, Borsellino glanced downward with an unreadable expression. Yeah, this isn't good. Marco, who was facing him, revealed a confident smile. Who told you to provoke Pops? He's our king. Sakazuki watched Whitebeard smiling in the sky, his eyes gradually sinking. Zhangguo saw Kazan act to save Heisei and felt relieved, but upon seeing the widespread attack, he couldn't help but sigh. Whitebeard, even after all this time, your power is still so domineering. Kapu also sighed. Heisei, facing Whitebeard is still too early for you. It's good that you're safe. Huashishin gritted his teeth, raising his hand to block the sweeping gale, his eyes revealing deep wariness. On the ice, a man holding a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right placed the shield before him, and a gust of wind swept past. Speed Giroux felt the power. Even from this distance, it brings such fierce wind. I can't imagine what it would be like to be hit head-on. Truly worthy of Pops. Speed Giroux smiled, completely unaware of the black-haired figure behind him. A dark red sinister gleam flashed, and dark, directly pierced through Speed Giroux's body. In his horrified eyes, cursed energy surged wildly on the blade of dark, and a pain as if from hell spread through his entire body. Before he could even scream, his expression turned from horror to despair. Blood-red, cursed energy condensed into a spiral airflow around the blade. Heisei's voice sounded behind him like a demon whispering in his ear, reversal cursed technique crimson. A sharp sound. Speed Giroux's body trembled violently. A red beam of light shot out from the blade of dark, streaking straight toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard, who was falling from the sky, turned his head and saw a red streak of light shooting through the thick smoke at incredible speed. The red glow rapidly enlarged in his pupils. In desperation, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a pair of azure eyes staring intently at him through the smoke from which the red light had been fired. The next moment, the red light pierced through Whitebeard's chest. Marco's furious roar echoed across the battlefield. Pops. Spido Keel's eyes gradually glazed over. Whitebeard's astonished face quickly distorted in his vision, and the sensation of death quickly spread throughout his body, suppressing the pain that felt like being in hell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Spido Keel. Obtained 45600 points of billion-level bounty value. Dad, whose attack was that? At this moment, no one grieved over Spido Keel's death. The pirates' gazes all converged on Whitebeard in the sky. That streak of red light shot through rapidly, leaving a shocking bloody hole in Whitebeard's shoulder. Boom. The reverse technique, he, after piercing Whitebeard's shoulder, flew a long distance before erupting in a violent explosion. A cold sweat bead seeped from Whitebeard's forehead. The intense pain almost made him grimace, but he barely maintained his facial expression through sheer willpower. With a thud, Whitebeard's figure landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His gaze fixed tightly on Hei's, and a smile even curled at the corner of his mouth. Gurara. Even though the residual shockwaves from Whitebeard's attack blocked the view, some sharp-eyed, powerful figures noticed this scene. Doflamingo let out a fufufu laugh, his expression growing more and more excited. Boa Hancock narrowed her beautiful eyes, her mouth slightly open in surprise. That attack from Whitebeard was clearly aimed at Hei's. Facing the attack of an Emperor Whitebeard, this man was not only uninjured but also managed to counterattack, while Whitebeard exposed an opening and even took down one of Whitebeard's division commanders amid the chaos. Boa Hancock's eyes sparkled with a glimmer. Such a man she had never heard of before. Bartholomew Kuma beside her couldn't help but admire that astonishing speed and power, finding an opportunity in such a short time and having the combat strength to support this surprise attack. Even I would. Dracule Mihawk's hawk-like pupils constantly contracted, as if trying to see through everything about Hei's. This kid, even I am beginning to find him unfathomable. Meanwhile, on an ice surface nearby, crack, crack, crack. A figure of ice formed with crisp sounds. Phew. Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with unstoppable admiration. Hei's young man, well done. Many vice admirals, including Huashao Shan, also witnessed this scene. Among them, one vice admiral who had just fought with Spido Keel said that Spido Keel was taken down just like that. The 14th Division commander of Whitebeard. There was more that this vice admiral was embarrassed to say. In the brief exchange just now, Spido Keel had been suppressing him, and now Hei's had silently taken down this guy in an instant. Doesn't that mean Hei's also has the ability to instantly kill him? Damn, he's just a rookie. Does he have to be this monstrous? How are we supposed to survive in the future like this? Many elite vice admirals exchanged uneasy glances. Huashaoshan chuckled shamelessly. It's only natural that a soldier from my training camp perfectly inherits my style from back in the day. Haha. He just got lucky. What does it have to do with you, Huashaoshan? Mamanga, not far away, couldn't stand it, and directly exposed him without mercy. Miguel watched Hiai's with sparkling eyes, his admiration growing stronger, and his fighting spirit surged. The boss is really too strong. I must not disgrace training camp now. Too. Wah? This is so terrifying. Is this the strongest man in the world? Kobe, frightened by the terrifying shockwaves, plopped down on the ground. By now he could no longer discern the flow of battle. Even though the Marines had already gained a huge advantage, Kobe was still trembling with fear as he watched the Marine soldiers falling around him. Helmeppo saw Kobe like this, and although he was also very scared, he still stepped forward to try to pull Kobe up. Pull yourself together, Kobe. You're the man who's going to become a Marine Admiral. How can you fall here? You're right. Hearing this, Kobe seemed to recall his belief and immediately tried to stand up. They say he severely wounded Whitebeard, but I think Marshal Sengoku was just showing favoritism. How could Whitebeard, who can unleash such an attack, be injured by Hiai's? I must get a grip. I absolutely can't lose to a guy like Hiai's. Helmeppo frowned at Kobe's words, but didn't dare to refute directly. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, Kobe, dodge. Before Helmeppo's words even finished, a fierce slash came flying from somewhere, cutting right past Kobe's side. Your hand. What? Kobe, who had just stood up with a bewildered expression, felt something wet splashing on his cheek. He saw Helmeppo looking at his right hand in horror. Realizing belatedly, Kobe turned his head in disbelief to look at his blood-soaked right arm. Where's my hand? Then he reached out to touch it, and intense pain instantly surged into his brain. Aya! Kobe let out a heart-wrenching scream, and then passed out. Seconds earlier, a figure dressed in a gentleman's tailcoat, holding twin swords, headed toward Hiai's. Keel. Watching Hiai's emotionlessly pull dark out of Spido Keel's body, Vista's mood was now extremely gloomy. You damned bastard. Not only did you strike at Dad, but you also cut down Fasa and Keel. It's either you or me today. Yo, long time no see, but you look not so good. Hiai's looked at Vista with a smile on his face. The latter had some burnt spots on his body, and his neat tailcoat was now somewhat tattered. Presumably he was feeling the effects of that magma fireball and pale blue ice ball. Enough nonsense, I'm coming for your life. Receiving Hiai's expression, Vista saw it as a blatant mockery. If he had quickly taken care of Hiai's earlier, none of what followed would have happened. It was all his fault, and he had to make up for it. Rose flying petals. Vista struck his twin swords together, creating a shower of sparks. The sharp sword energy fused with Haki formed a flying air current slash tinged with flame-like brightness, hurtling toward Hiai's. Not bad speed. Hiai's lightly praised, then dodged with a flicker of his form. Vista naturally knew how troublesome Hiai's was, understanding that this slash wouldn't easily finish him. After quickly releasing the flying slash, he stomped his feet and burst forward at maximum speed toward Hiai's. After dodging, that's your opening. Vista's eyes were confident. Relying on years of combat experience, he actually predicted Hiai's landing point in advance and quickly closed in. This slash is your death sentence. Rose round dance. Hiai's just smiled at the biting, stinging sword energy. If you attack me, it seems your commander's situation is not too good, huh? Hearing this, Vista, who had been resolute in his goal, began to waver. His peripheral vision unconsciously darted to the side, and then his pupils sharply contracted. Whitebeard was facing a righteous beating from Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji. On the execution platform, Sengoku's eyes lit up as he watched Whitebeard's furious strike not only fail to take effect, but also expose a flaw that Heizei seized to injure him. In Sengoku's view, the fact that Heizei casually killed one of Whitebeard's subordinate captains was not the point. The point was a powerhouse of Whitebeard's level actually revealed a flaw because of his attack on Heizei. This war has only just begun. Doesn't that mean Whitebeard's combat power is very different from his peak years back then? A gleam of wisdom flickered in his eyes. Whitebeard, you too cannot withstand the passage of time, can you? A smile curled at the corner of Sengoku's mouth. Perhaps today Whitebeard might very well meet his end here. Dad. Ace choked up the immense emotional impact, leaving him speechless. How could the old man, who could even dodge ambushes in his sleep, make so many consecutive mistakes today? Originally, seeing Whitebeard's dashing entrance, Ace thought the old man's health had improved. But now it was clearly not the case. The old man's physical condition was very concerning. In the air, Marco stared intently at the frivolous Borsellino before him, but his thoughts drifted back to before the battle when Whitebeard had removed all the needles and 4 drips from his body to boost morale. Now it seemed the old man's deterioration is far faster than imagined. Yo, a bit unexpected. Young Junior. Borsellino's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. You seem a bit distracted facing me. Don't get cocky, Kizaru. Marco's foot transformed into a claw blazing with blue flames and intense Haki, and he kicked out at Borsellino's abdomen. Phoenix stamp. Clang. A gleaming golden sword appeared in front of Borsellino, completely blocking the domineering force of Marco's claw. Whooshed. A gale of wind spread outward from the point of their collision, billowing Borsellino's justice coat wildly. Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Borsellino still spoke slowly, but Marco, with his powerful observation Haki, could sense a difference. This Kazura guy seemed to be getting serious. Marco's eyes were extremely serious. While constantly distracted by observing the battlefield, he also noticed that the fiery red figure under the execution platform had disappeared, and an icy blue figure was also moving rapidly. Akiji's target is the old man. If it were just one admiral, it would be fine, but if that bastard Akainu's target is also the old man, it's bad. Besides Sengoku being able to see Whitebeard's abnormal state, the admirals as top-tier combatants also possessed battlefield sensitivity. Now was the best chance to take Whitebeard down in one blow. On the ice, a massive ice spike was rapidly heading toward Whitebeard, instantly freezing the pirates. It passed into ice sculptures without any resistance. Akiji, you brat. Whitebeard watched the ice spike heading toward him, still wearing a calm and confident expression. He raised his right hand, holding Murakumajiri, and slashed down. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. A shockwave blade cut through the ground. Kazan's face was calm. He could easily dodge Whitebeard's slash by manipulating his elementalized body to quickly traverse the ice, but behind him were hundreds of marine soldiers. He could dodge, but those ordinary soldiers would surely die. Era. Ice saber. Two massive ice blades instantly formed and collided with Whitebeard's shockwave blade. Crack, crack, crack. The ice sabers shattered, and the shockwave blade froze. Kazan's attack was also temporarily halted. Just as a smile began to form on Whitebeard's lips, he suddenly sensed a fiery red mass falling from above. He looked up and saw a ball of scorching magma with the momentum to melt everything crashing down toward him. Whitebeard, go to hell. Akainu gritted his teeth. His entire lower body transformed into magma. His right fist, imbued with the momentum of the fall, emitted a deadly red glow, and with powerful Haki, he blasted it down toward Whitebeard's head. Bang! Sizzle! Whitebeard's arm muscles bulged like writhing dragons. The blade of Murakumajiri condensed with the power of vibration and wild Haki, colliding fiercely with Akainu's fist. Boom! Two energies, one red and one white, seemed to divide the world, separating Whitebeard and Akainu. Under the surging energy vibrations, both bodies were enduring immense impact from each other. Especially Akainu, facing Whitebeard's vibration power, his insides felt like a churning sea. Whitebeard was also suffering. The magma's high temperature seemed to incinerate everything, and the ice around him began to melt rapidly. At this rate, he would fall into the sea first. While Whitebeard was fighting two admirals, Marco also wanted to quickly provide support, but Borsellino, who usually liked to slack off, began to exert himself. Don't look around. Boom. Golden light flashed. Borsellino, wielding Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, instantly emanated a sharp aura, and with his powerful strength sent Marco staggering half a meter back. Without pausing, Borsellino immediately followed with a lightspeed kick. Marco knew that he couldn't let Borsellino interfere in the battle with Whitebeard, so he had to shield himself with his wings. Bang! A terrifying energy explosion. Marco barely managed to withstand the damage of this blow through the regeneration of his undying flames, and thus was not kicked away. How long can you hold out? Borsellino relentlessly pressed on. The Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi in his hand blazed with light, and with a single slash he cut off one of Marco's wings. Then his body turned into particles of light, and flashed above Marco's head before condensing a bowl-shaped laser beam and blasting it downward. Boom. Faced with such an attack, even Marco was forced down to the ground, triggering a violent explosion. After doing this, Borsellino took a deep breath and flashed toward Whitebeard. Quickly cover the old man. Marco quickly climbed out of the rubble, and as soon as he recovered with his undying flames burning, he urgently shouted. The other members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also shocked at this moment. The old man is being ganged up on by the marine admirals. Hurry and help. What about the commanders? I'm coming. Jozu let out a fierce roar. Despite his massive size, his movements were not at all clumsy. He stomped the ice using the huge recoil to fly low over the ice surface like a human cannonball, shooting out at incredible speed. Meanwhile, the other Whitebeard commanders also began to show their true abilities, ready to go help Whitebeard. For a moment, the pressure on the Marines increased dramatically. The climax of the war seemed to be arriving early. Vista, seeing Whitebeard surrounded naturally, would not stand idly by. Suppressing the urge to cut down Heisei, he turned and charged toward Whitebeard's direction. Heisei smirked at this. Now everyone on the battlefield is focused on Whitebeard, which means characters like Marco and Jozu, who could tie him up, can't spare attention for him. And the other commanders are no match for him, and busy supporting Whitebeard, they will inevitably reveal many openings. Now is the perfect time to harvest bounty points. Calling up the system panel, Heisei looked at the bounty points that had already met the upgrade requirement and smiled. Then, time to hunt. At the same time, an enormous figure stepped into the inner bay of Marineford, each step causing tremors. Ace, I'm coming to save you. The atmosphere of war was intense, with increasingly fierce attacks constantly exploding across the battlefield. On the execution platform, Sengoku frowned deeply. The premonition in his heart grew stronger, and he thought it might be time to alter the plan to execute Ace early. In the waters outside Marineford, the Whitebeard Pirates' Grand Fleet was just about to engage the 50 warships outside the bay, while on the inner bay battlefield Whitebeard had already made his move, allowing them to gain a massive numerical advantage in a short time. Sengoku's mind raced at lightning speed. As the supreme commander of the Navy in this war, he had to make the most correct decision in the shortest possible time. Drops of sweat as large as beans rolled down Ace's forehead. Looking at the distant battlefield, his expression was even worse than when he had been defeated by Blackbeard. Pops. Damn it. It's all because of me. I'm too weak. Watching his former comrades fall one by one while trying to save him, and his most respected father figure Whitebeard being surrounded and attacked by the Navy's 3 admirals, Ace couldn't help but regret his impulsive actions from before. Seeing Whitebeard's strained expression, Sengoku pondered briefly and finally decided not to miss this golden opportunity to corner Whitebeard. He grabbed a den mushi and roared at the top of his lungs, "All units, focus on blocking the reinforcements of the Whitebeard Pirates commanders. Create an opportunity for the admirals. Kill Whitebeard in one blow, and let the world witness the might of the Navy." Oh! Hearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku's bellowing order, the 100 elite Marines shouted with earth-shaking vigor, their eyes blazing with unprecedented killing intent. Seeing this, Sengoku was quite satisfied. "Kurozawa, you've really been a great help." Sengoku withdrew his gaze from Kurozawa, then picked up a special den mushi, his eyes firm as he spoke, "Pacifista deploy." Facing the sudden shift in battlefield conditions, Sengoku's decision was to play all his trump cards and go all in. At that moment in Mary Geos, the 5 elders received the news the instant Sengoku gave the order. The science defense warrior Saturn frowned, using the Pacifista this soon. "But the battlefield situation is ever-changing. Perhaps we should show a bit of trust." The other 5 elders remained somewhat silent until the finance warrior spoke first, but his concern was different. "This, Kurozawa, is not simple. After this battle, there will be even fewer people in the government who can restrain him." As he spoke, the finance warrior's old eyes fixed on the dark red blade of Kurozawa on the screen, a glint of greed flashing deep within them. The other 5 elders could probably guess what the finance warrior meant. "If he cannot be used by us, how about this?" The Navy's rising star performed exceptionally in the battle against the Whitebeard Pirates, but unfortunately left a hidden injury and died a heroic death. What do you all think? Let's wait and see. Around the world, the massive war at Marineford was being broadcast live through the Navy's den mushi video transponders, not only on large screens in major regions, but also on Ultra HD 1080p exclusive feeds for nobles. This war that could reshape the world's balance was being presented in its entirety to the world. Is this the true strength of Navy headquarters? It's too strong. So the legendary 3 admirals really are terrifying. They can even push Whitebeard back. And that new Navy star, his combat power seems no less than the admirals. Indeed, this new Navy star Kurozawa is unpredictably terrifying. Have you noticed? Kurozawa was the first man to wound Whitebeard. And not long after the war started, he killed 2 of Whitebeard's commanders. He even fought against 1st Division Commander Marco and 5th Division Commander Vista without being at a disadvantage. On a large tree in Sabaody, Rayleigh's gaze had been following Kurozawa almost the entire time. Since Kurozawa unleashed that purple haze, all his subsequent actions had been without any waste, each step dealing a painful blow to the Whitebeard Pirates. Rayleigh couldn't help but mutter softly. Not only did he force Whitebeard to step in early, but he even seized a weakness to counter-wound him and indirectly restrained Marco and Vista. Hiss. The more Rayleigh thought about it, the more astonished he became. If a few days ago he had worried about the end of the great pirate era after Kurozawa's rise, now he was certain of that speculation. "Captain Roger, could it be that the tide of the times is not on our side? Look at that. What is that? Are you kidding? Something even bigger than the giants. Could it be the legendary island-stealing tribe?" The oars. Thud. Thud. With each booming step, little Oars Jr. approached wearing a huge straw hat on his head. His skin was dark green, and he was so massive that even the Navy's giant vice admirals looked like small children in front of him. "Ace, I've come to save you." With a shout, little Oars Jr. glanced at a nearby warship and extended his huge hand, his hard skin ignoring the attacks of guns and cannons as the Marines stared in horror. Fire! Fire! No matter how the cannonballs exploded, they couldn't hinder little Oars Jr.'s movements. Crack! Grabbing a warship the size of a small mountain, this military equipment that had always made pirates tremble was thrown by little Oars Jr. like a brick at another warship. Boom! With a single move, he caused terrifying destruction to the Navy. Oars Jr., the demon. Bounty 440 million berries. A guy like this is left to our giant vice admirals to handle. Led by LaCroix, several giant vice admirals directly faced little Oars Jr. The giant admirals, who usually fought using their size advantage, never expected that one day they would be suppressed in that very aspect. "Come on, demon. Kill them all, little Oars." Amid the shouts, LaCroix launched the first attack. He stomped the ice surface, cracking it with countless fissures, then leaped and swung his giant blade downward. No one among the giants can withstand this strike of mine. Die. As the blade flashed, Little Ors Jr. gave a contemptuous glance and casually swung his own giant sword. Clang. A tremendous force reverberated from the clash of blades. LaCroix's eyes showed disbelief. He overpowered me in strength. Before LaCroix could regain his balance, Little Ors Jr. delivered several more slashes. Clang, clang, clang. Crack. LaCroix's giant blade shattered under the repeated blows, the fragments sent flying by Little Ors Jr.'s immense strength. Under LaCroix's horrified gaze, Little Ors Jr. mercilessly swung his final blow to finish him. Vice Admiral LaCroix. There was no time to mourn. The other giant vice admirals charged forward to attack, but the outcome was even more brutal. Each of them had their weapons knocked away in a single blow and couldn't even take a second strike. Little Ors Jr. Weaklings who can't even take one hit are not worthy to be my opponents. The moment he saw Little Ors Jr., Moria's mouth nearly split into a grin, especially after witnessing Little Ors Jr. effortlessly cut down several giant vice admirals. His expectations reached their peak. He. Demon. My demon. With such a perfect body, if I turn you into the strongest zombie demon, I will be unstoppable. Bartholomew Kuma scanned the distant bay and stepped forward. It's our turn to act. Boa Hancock, dressed in purple robes, sat atop the giant snake. Go, I shall personally meet that man. He actually hurt Luffy. Unforgivable. 5 of the 7 warlords of the sea, only Mihawk and Doflamingo have yet to make a move. Fufufu. Mihawk, aren't you going to act yet? Are you really just going to watch the show this time? Smiling, Doflamingo walked out with his hands in his pockets, swaggering with a wide stance. This intense battle had made him itch to join in. It was time to get some action. Mihawk remained silent, only occasionally glancing at Heizei. He was eager to see what surprises this young man could still bring to the war. Even the giant vice admirals were taken down in one slash. What kind of monster is this? This demon, it seems even the admirals would have to step in to deal with him. But the admirals are busy dealing with Whitebeard, and the elite vice admirals are intercepting the commanders. They can't spare a moment. Countless marine soldiers showed terror on their faces. The giant demon before them, so massive that its full form could barely be seen, was like a natural disaster, completely unstoppable. However, to their relief, Little Ors Jr. did not turn his attention to them. Little Ors Jr. looked toward a certain place where a black-haired figure was mowing down ordinary pirates like a reaper. With a single step, Little Ors Jr. charged toward Heizei. Billion level bounty points 76700. System add points for me. Looking at the numerous skills on the panel, Heizei resolutely chose to first upgrade the level of the Heavenborn Fighter skill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully injected 5000 billion level bounty points. Heavenborn Fighter upgraded to LV4. Heavenborn Fighter LV4 perfectly integrates and utilizes abilities not exceeding this skill level in combat. Gain a 75 boost when using skills of the same level. Low-level skills gain a 150 boost. Compared to the previous 25 increase per level, the boost from LV3 to LV4 has become 50. Moreover, same-level skills now receive a massive 75 increase. Don't underestimate these bonuses. If the Hollow Technique purple he had just unleashed at Whitebeard had received this extra 50 boost, the price Whitebeard paid would not have been simply torn clothes and residual cursed energy on his arm. Heizei smiled with satisfaction. System continue adding points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully injected 1000 billion level bounty points. Curse Technique 8 upgraded to LV3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully injected 5000 billion level bounty points. Physical Arts upgraded to LV4. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully injected 500 billion level bounty points. Armament Haki upgraded to LV4. Regular bounty points 3200. Billion level bounty points 6700. Seeing his bounty points nearly depleted, the wallet that had just been fattened was now slim. Heizei couldn't help but sigh. Was the fruit of his hard-earned efforts so easily spent? The inner lament of Heizei was unknown to others. What they saw was only Heizei's frenzied slaughter on the battlefield, almost single-handedly creating a gap in the charging formation of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not a single pirate in the area survived. This marine rising star Heizei is incredible. No wonder Fleet Admiral Sengoku is promoting him so heavily. The gap in strength between us is not just a little. Amid the exclamations of the marine soldiers, Momonga, who was fiercely battling the commander of the 7th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, had already noticed the danger. His expression turned grim as from the corner of his eye a massive figure was approaching Heizei. That demon's target isn't Heizei, is it? Damn it, why am I stuck with this Rikuyo? You just performed so strongly, don't go down so quickly. Heizei. Momonga looked annoyed, having to pray in his heart. The guy in front of him wielded a giant iron chain hammer, each strike covering a wide area with immense power, extremely troublesome. Even with all his might, Momonga couldn't do anything about him in a short time. Rikuyo felt the same. This damned vice admiral is so hard to deal with. Pop still needs my help over there. But soon Rikuyo also noticed Momonga's gaze and saw Little Ors Jr. charging toward Heizei. Rikuyo sneered. Want to save him? Just wait until Little Ors Jr. chops him into mincemeat, then you can collect his corpse. On the execution platform, Ace watched Little Ors Jr. approaching, memories flashing through his mind. If Little Ors Jr. were to face the now exhausted Heizei, maybe it could work. In Sengoku's mind, data about the ogre clan flashed. He frowned slightly. The power of this race should not be underestimated. Garp, who had been stationed in the rear, watched Little Ors Jr. and couldn't help but clench his fists. A guy like this should be good for a few punches. Heizei, how will you deal with him? Swish. With another casual slash completing a double kill, Heizei withdrew his gaze from Miguel and curled his lips. Not bad growth. Time for me to start achieving today's small goal. Miguel was now able to hold his own against a pirate with a bounty of 40 million berries. Though he was injured, it was a necessary step on the path to becoming a strong person. Just then a voice came from the sky. So you're the one who wounded Pops. Before rescuing Ace, I'll take care of you, you bastard. A massive shadow fell, darkening a large area around Heizei. Captain Heizei, watch out. Amid the shouts of warning from the marine soldiers, Heizei looked up calmly. Little Ors Jr. was already swinging a massive cleaver halfway down. Heizei smiled, and his figure vanished. I'll start with you. Boa Hancock, riding her giant snake, cleared any obstacles, whether marine or pirate, with her perfume femur. As she rushed toward Heizei, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Why is that demon attacking that bastard Heizei? Meanwhile, not far away, Moria let out a strange cry, his expression shifting from surprise to delight. His mind was already calculating a bright future. If I can cooperate with the demon to kill or severely injure this bastard, then steal his shadow and create the strongest ogre zombie. I'll be the future strongest Shichibukai. With that thought, Moria was about to manipulate his shadows to surge out and ambush Heizei. But in the next second, the joy on Moria's face suddenly froze. Curse technique 8. Boom. A dark red light exploded in the sky. A torrent of blood gushed from the demon's neck, cascading down like a real waterfall. Ding. The sheer power of that slash is overwhelming. He severed the demon's head with a single stroke. I never imagined Captain Kurosawa's swordsmanship could be this formidable. No wonder he could hold his own against that flower sword vista. Beneath the astonished gazes of countless marine soldiers, the colossal demon's head soared high into the air, its expression still frozen in the arrogant sneer it wore when swinging its blade. Little Ors Jr. Little Ors Jr. was beheaded in one blow. Are you kidding me? Torrents of blood sprayed across the faces of the pirates, a scene like a monstrous demon weeping blood before pouring its vessel of crimson wine upon the feet of ants. Kurosawa's figure hovered in the high sky, his pair of pale blue eyes coldly gazing down upon the pirates below. In this form, Kurosawa appeared to the pirates as an invincible god of slaughter. Not to mention the ordinary pirate crew members, even those low-ranking officers with bounties close to 80 million berries found their legs trembling at the sight. Their psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse, still daring to look around. With a furious roar, Miguel seized the opportunity and ended the distracted pirate with a single stroke of his blade. Thanks to the immense terror Kurosawa had instilled in the Whitebeard Pirates, Miguel finally gained a moment to catch his breath. Truly formidable boss. The same scene unfolded across the battlefield. Because Kurosawa had instantly eliminated Little Ors Jr., the pirates' fighting spirit plummeted further. At this moment on the battlefield, ordinary marine soldiers were gradually gaining the upper hand in their battles against the pirates. It's you who should be collecting the corpses. Yamakaji blocked a hammer blow from Rakuo with a blade deflection. The latter's expression turned grim due to Little Ors Jr.'s death. Excellent. Now I can focus entirely on you. Yamakaji's face turned cold, and his formidable aura began to radiate outward with reckless abandon. The other vice admirals also seized the moment while their opponents were shaken to launch fierce offensives. For a time, the tide of war turned decisively in the Marines' favor. Good one, Kurosawa. That slash was even a little cool in my eyes. Garp swung his fist, a smile finally spreading across his face. Ace and Luffy are both so troublesome, but Kurosawa, you will surely become the finest Marine. Garp had already made up his mind. He would ensure Kurosawa's smooth rise within the Marines. You bastard. You actually, Little Ors. If I ever get my hands on you, I'll grind your bones to dust. On the execution platform, Ace clenched his teeth in rage, his eyes glaring fixedly at Kurosawa. If looks could kill, Kurosawa would have died countless times already. Sengoku, standing nearby, had been observing the entire battlefield. The renewed shift brought about by Kurosawa filled him with both surprise and delight, instantly killing the demon with one slash. Such power. His swordsmanship seems to have advanced even further since that meeting. How many more surprises can this boy bring me? On the ice field, with a thunderous boom, the enormous demonic head plummeted from above. Its already immense weight, amplified by gravitational force, smashed a deep crater into the ice. That bastard actually beheaded my strongest zombie. Blood vessels burst in Moria's eyes. But as he turned his furious gaze toward Kurosawa, the cold gleam of the dark blade snapped him back to reality. How has that bastard's swordsmanship become so terrifying? If I had been struck by a slash like that day. Moria couldn't help but recall the meeting that day. The wound on his arm began to throb faintly, and his eyes filled with fear and lingering dread. Forget it, I'll graciously spare his life. Even though he lost his head with hogback around a little stitching and patching, and he'll still be usable. Fufufu. Chopping off a demon's head with a single slash. This is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo strolled across the battlefield with his hands in his pockets, sashaying in a swagger that naturally drew the attention of many pirates. Yet every one of them who dared approach him inexplicably began slaughtering each other in a frenzy. The unique development of the string fruit granted Doflamingo formidable control even on such a chaotic battlefield. A man like that. Thank goodness he's not an opponent, or he'd be a real headache. Doflamingo withdrew his gaze from Kurozawa and spotted a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Let's have you play with me for a while. This boring pirate game. Mihawk crossed his arms, his eyes revealing undisguised admiration for Kurozawa. That slash, just now. Even a typical first-rate grand swordsman couldn't execute it so effortlessly. Kurosawa's rate of progress far exceeded his imagination. Before long, besides Shanks, I'll have another opponent who can match me blow for blow. Mihawk couldn't help but recall the words Kurozawa had spoken to him, and the anticipation in his heart grew ever stronger. I'll be waiting for you on the world's strongest throne. A slash like that. Boa Hancock's eyes turned profoundly dark. The strike Kurozawa had just used to kill oars. She had once seen Rayleigh use it in the same manner. Regardless, anyone who dares lay a hand on my dear Luffy must pay the price. You damned woman. Aren't you a warlord? Why are you attacking us Marines? Watching Boa Hancock petrify both Marines and pirates indiscriminately, a sailor shouted at her in fury. But Boa Hancock paid no heed. Kicking another Marine soldier into stone, she lifted her chin skyward, gazing down at everyone with her pair of magnificent truths. No matter what I do, I will always be forgiven, because my beauty is unparalleled in this world. Damn. Since it's already done, then we can only forgive you. Yeah. After all, what's done is done. What else can we do but forgive? The group of Marines lowered their weapons in resignation. Seeing this, Boa Hancock felt even more contempt for men. A bunch of rabble. Only Luffy is truly special. This Kurozawa is extremely dangerous, but even if I cannot defeat him, he surely won't harm me. In the end, he too will be conquered by my beauty. Boa Hancock's gaze was utterly confident. And indeed, after all these years, it had proven true. No one had ever raised a hand against her after she showed them kindness. This was the very reason the Pirate Empress was so certain. Ding. Congratulations, host, on defeating Little Oars Jr. Obtain 44400 bounty points from the 100 million tier. 100 million tier bounty points, 51100 points. With the enhancement of LV4 Natural Fighter, stacking LV3 Curse Technique 8 with LV4 Armament Haki. Even if it couldn't perfectly integrate with LV5 Swordsmanship, severing the demon oar's head was still quite effortless. Excellent. I must say, apart from a large Emperor's crew like this, it would be difficult to find so many pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million gathered in one place again. Kurozawa slowly descended back to the ground, his gaze sweeping across the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates one by one. In his eyes at this moment, they were no longer infamous pirates, but moving treasuries of immense wealth. Kurozawa felt a surge of delight, barely able to restrain himself from prematurely harvesting their bounty points. My killing moves. I'll save them for Whitebeard. Once he's on guard, it won't be so easy to strike. Compared to those bounties of a few 100 million each, the 5,046 million berry bounty was far more significant. Kurozawa knew exactly where his priorities lay. You insolent fool. Take my kick. Pistol kiss. A fragrant breeze swept in, carrying a tempestuous aura of Haki intermingled with a unique allure. Such an attack appeared mesmerizing, yet being struck by it would be anything but. Kurozawa's gaze was equally frigid, his pale blue eyes flickering as he watched the long leg hurtling toward him. In an instant he discerned that his current level of armament Haki was insufficient to fully withstand this degree of petrification ability. Foolish woman. With a low growl, Kurozawa raised his palm as a blue-white ball of energy coalesced in his hand. Curse Technique Reversal Azure. Bang. A powerful gust of wind swept through, causing the Empress's Cheongsam to flutter wildly. Boa Hancock was in a high kick stance, and Kurozawa finally understood. Whether due to the devil fruit's effect or her stunning beauty, even in battle, she could easily distract others. Unfortunately, he was not among them. Boa Hancock herself paid no heed, her beautiful eyes filled with frost. What did you just call me? Foolish woman. Huh. It seems you're not only foolish, but also hard of hearing. Kurozawa smirked. Upon hearing his repeated words, Boa Hancock's face turned icy, and shock surged within her. Could there really be a man other than Luffy who remained unconquered by her charm? No. He must be pretending. Just another man's trick she had seen before. She only needed a small maneuver to expose his true nature. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Boa Hancock's expression regained its usual haughtiness. Stop pretending. In my presence, all men are the same. Kurozawa couldn't care less about what Boa Hancock was thinking. The battlefield of Marineford was vast, yet this foolish woman had deliberately sought him out. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. Was it because of Luffy? At this point in time, the foolish woman should have already been tamed by Luffy. Bang! As the curse technique reversal azure exploded, the two figures distanced themselves. Boa Hancock swept her Chong Sam aside, revealing her long fair legs, then lifted her chin and thrust out her chest, displaying her overwhelming allure. Soon you will kneel at my feet and atone for your arrogance and hypocrisy. Pink arrows materialized at the tips of her pale fingers, ready to launch. Kurozawa remained silent. Killing Boa Hancock now would bring him no benefit. The pirate empress was formidable, but more importantly, eliminating a warlord yielded no bounty. Even if there were a bounty, it would be like wasting time to kill Marco, who was worth 890 million berries. A thankless task. Once a certain proposal was passed, these warlords would be stripped of their status, and their bounties would be reinstated. By then he should have already climbed to the position of head of the Marine Bounty Department. Harvesting them then would be the optimal choice. But that didn't mean he had to tolerate this Boa Hancock now. You're just an old hag past your prime, yet you seem so proud of yourself. If you dare attack again, I'll kill you. Kurozawa's words struck home. Boa Hancock's eyes widened in utter shock. Her life experiences had granted her the ability to discern truth from falsehood, and Kurozawa's words felt genuine. Kurozawa would truly kill her. The murderous aura radiating from him promised that if she made a move, she would face his fierce retaliation in the shortest possible time. How could this be? Could it be that this man was not enchanted by my beauty? Impossible. I don't believe it. Besides Luffy, there was someone else. No, that wasn't it. Boa Hancock's mind raced. Luffy had seen her naked and still remained unaffected. This Kurozawa must be no different. If she used that technique, he would surely fall at her feet. No one but Luffy could resist her punishment. With that thought, a smile returned to Boa Hancock's face, her lips exuding seduction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a random lucky life choice. Lucky life choice 1, the Empress's Wound. Conquer Boa Hancock in all aspects: combat, stamina, psychology, etc. Reward Conqueror's Haki upgraded to LV6, or an increase of 1 level. Lucky life choice 2, the Empress's End. Kill Boa Hancock within any time limit. Reward 10000 points of billion level bounty value. Lucky life choice 3, the Empress's Fall. Defeat Boa Hancock, trample her dignity, execute ultimate humiliation, and successfully tame her. Reward Evil Aura 100 Super Hardening of Max all attacks. Inflict 500 abnormal sensation. Lucky life choice 3, the Empress's Fall. Defeat Boa Hancock, trample her dignity, execute ultimate humiliation, and successfully tame her. Reward Evil Aura 100 Super Hardening of Max all attacks. Inflict 500 abnormal sensation. Kurozawa looked at the choices before him, lost in thought. Boa Hancock snorted, hands on her slender waist. Oomph. Just a tough mouth. If you have the guts, come back with me to Amazon Lily. But her words were met only by a chilling, murderous intent that enveloped her entirely. Boom. Rumble. Just as Boa Hancock was in disbelief, a cataclysmic sound erupted from the distant battlefield. Countless eyes turned to see a crimson column shooting straight into the sky. The scorching heat distorted the very air, and blazing magma rained down like a hellish inferno descending upon the world. Gurgle, gurgle. Whitebeard, all those foolish sons you've collected seem to be on the verge of collapse. Sakazuki's entire body had turned into magma, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard. Sensing the drastic temperature change, Whitebeard's battle robe was soaked with sweat. If not for the wild surge of Haki protecting him, the heat alone would have cooked him at this distance. He had already experienced the devastating power of the crimson magma. Even in his prime, pure armament Haki could not defend against such destruction. An awakened devil fruit, transcendent physical skills, and Haki, and that rookie Marine who had wounded him. This war's decline was all his doing. So this was the new era of the Marines. Whitebeard's eyes swept across the battlefield. Borsalino and Kazan were temporarily occupied by Marco Vistajozu and the other commanders, but the commanders were clearly struggling and would soon be unable to prevent the admirals from rejoining Whitebeard's fight. The Marines, spurred by Kurozawa's actions, had suppressed the pirates. Kurozawa, my sons are not for you to meddle with. Under such dire circumstances, Whitebeard laughed instead of cowering. His arms and every muscle bulged, and the world-shaking tremor power within him resonated with his overwhelming Haki. Crack, 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 crack. Countless fissures spread rapidly from Whitebeard's body as the epicenter. Witnessing this, even Sakazuki, who had become elemental, felt an unprecedented pressure. On the execution platform, Sengoku's face was equally grave. Whitebeard. Is he going all out? Whitebeard now understood that rescuing Ace without paying a heavy price was impossible. Everyone, listen to my orders. Charge toward the execution platform with all your might. I will clear the path for you. At this moment, there was no time to mourn Or's death. All the pirates reignited their fighting spirit and surged toward the execution platform. Dad, Ace, hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. The world's strongest man was giving his all. On the battlefield, Kurozawa's eyes flickered. This is going to happen ahead of schedule. Was it turning the tide? Or hastening the destruction? In a region not far from Whitebeard, extreme cold and dazzling golden light erupted, alternately intertwined with blue undying flames, sharp rose-like sword aura, and an indestructible diamond giant ramming back and forth. 6 commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates deployed to intercept Kazan and Borsellino. Crack, 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 crack. Countless fissures spread rapidly, centered on Whitebeard. With his captain's order, the entire battlefield was about to usher in the heat before the climax. Prepare to dodge. We're too close to Pops. Our king is about to get serious. Marco panted, shouting to the other 5 commanders. Sizzle. Vista's dueling swords sparked profusely. His neatly pressed tailcoat, after tangling with 2 admirals, had become quite disheveled. Is Pops about to take over the battle? Then we just move forward, right? Diamond charge. Diamond, Jozu roared. His entire right side turned into high-purity diamond. The terrifying muscles forged through countless strikes unleashed all their power in an instant, charging toward Kazan at a speed akin to a flash. Kazan sensed the killing intent from his side in advance. Flawlessly mastering his devil fruit ability, he turned his body into elemental form just before Jozu collided. Bang! Crunch, crunch. Kazan's body shattered into countless ice blocks. Jozu looked angrily to the side. Damn Admiral, such a troublesome ability. Let's stop here. Pops is going all out, said 9th Division Commander Blenheim, gritting his teeth and panting. The remaining 3 commanders nodded, their chests heaving violently as well. Even in a 6 versus 2 fight, and after a very short skirmish facing Admiral-level combatants, the Whitebeard Pirates commanders were heavily drained. If the fight dragged on any longer, the consequences would likely be extremely unfavorable for the Whitebeard Pirates. Not far away, a block of ice rapidly coalesced into a human form. Kazan looked coldly at Whitebeard. Era. This is way too reckless. This power. Yo? Indeed. And these guys are like they don't care about their lives, truly terrifying. Borsellino formed a laser beam at his fingertip. Though he could fire it instantly, he took over 2 seconds to aim precisely before decisively firing. Whooshed. Marco flashed into the air. The laser beam passed beneath his feet, and with a boom, killed over a dozen pirates behind him in one shot. Rumble, rumble. The space around Whitebeard shattered completely. The shockingly terrifying tremor force finally made the very space unable to withstand it, cracking like glass. The entire marine fort began to shake violently under the influence of this power, like the prelude to a great earthquake. On the execution platform, Sengoku's face was twisted with anger. Whitebeard, you bastard, don't you care about anyone else's life? Ace, kneeling on the ground, looked stunned. It was his first time seeing Pops use his power on such a large scale. Even from this distance, the sheer force made him feel an uncontrollable palpitation. Sengoku grabbed the den mushi and roared. All units adjust formation. That man. Something big is coming. Go Pops. Let these Marines witness your invincibility. The wrath of the world's strongest tremble Marines. Amid the roars of the ferocious pirates, the Marines' soaring morale finally began to waver. What's going on? Why is the ground shaking? Is a tsunami coming? But judging by the pirates' reactions, it seems Whitebeard is causing it. Garp sat in the rear, watching the tremors spreading across the entire marine fort, sighing inwardly. After this attack, I don't know how many Marines will die. Nearest to Whitebeard was Admiral Sakazuki, who bore the heaviest pressure on the entire battlefield. The terrifying tremor force pressed down like invisible quicksand, making even breathing extremely difficult within that range. Such dreadful pressure would have crushed the bones of a mere vice admiral by the sheer force before Whitebeard even unleashed his attack. Yet Sakazuki, under these circumstances, still managed to grin. Whitebeard, you bastard, aren't you afraid your beloved son will die? Kurozawa, you don't need to worry about my sons. Instead, you'd better worry about yourself. Whitebeard smiled. The next moment, Sakazuki's expression froze. In that instant, all of Marineford seemed to hit a pause button. Then, boom. The shockwave affecting the entire battlefield was released from Whitebeard's center. The terrifying energy even condensed into a tangible energy barrier, expanding at extreme speed. At that moment, Marineford was enveloped in white light, and even the live Den Mushi broadcast was temporarily interrupted. All fights between the combatants were forced to stop, including the skirmish between Hiai's and Boa Hancock. The terrifying wave spread rapidly, throwing many powerful fighters off balance. Only those truly skilled in physical arts could maintain their equilibrium under such conditions. Boa Hancock, thanks to her serpent's assistance, did not reveal a flaw to Hiai's after the wave passed. Hiai's silently regretted. Though upgrading Conqueror's Haki infusion to LV6 was extremely tempting, worth far more than 1 bounty points at this moment, he had to race against time, and 1 bounty points were already quite generous. What's with this man? His physical skills are so formidable. Even I lost my balance a little. Boa Hancock watched Hiai's figure flicker away, marveling. He's heading toward the epicenter of that tremor. Is he courting death? She naturally didn't know that with the heaven-defying 6 eyes and the innate warrior talent Hiai's could maintain his peak combat power in any situation. And this was also an essential quality for becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Mihawk fixed his gaze on Hei's. The moment Whitebeard unleashed such an attack, he wanted to know whether Hei's would be affected. Now Hei's figure was already speeding through the tremors. While others were trying to avoid Whitebeard, Hei's, defying convention, charged straight toward the most dangerous epicenter. Excellent. No matter the circumstances, you can push your combat power to the limit. Hei's, you will soon be able to rival me, won't you? Mihawk's hawk-like eyes contracted sharply. He was already looking forward to the day Hei's would challenge him. So who is your next target? A smirk curled at the corner of Mihawk's mouth. He was extremely curious about just how far Hei's could go in this war. With Whitebeard's cover, the invisible slashes began their frenzied massacre. Domain expansion, demon subduing kitchen. Shu SHHH. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully injecting 500 billion level bounty points. Domain demon subduing kitchen upgraded to LV4. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Shi Yubing. Gained 600 ordinary bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Lian Shixing. Gained 400 ordinary bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating De Jier. Gained 1000 billion level bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Echoes of fate resounded unceasingly within Hei's mind. At this moment, he felt that the brief forbearance he had endured was utterly worthwhile. In Whitebeard's world-shattering strike, all manner of debris, ice, shattered stone, broken iron, and severed limbs, were violently sent flying across the entire battlefield, imbued with fearsome vibration force. The attack was devastatingly lethal, and it also completely obscured visibility on the battlefield. Only those possessing top-tier observation Haki could perceive the subtle changes through such energy fluctuations. But clearly it was difficult for such powerful individuals to spare their focus on Hei's, whose movements were like a phantom. The domain demon subduing kitchen upgraded to LV4, generated an invisible, boundless domain centered on Hei's. With the perfect enhancement of the heavenly fighter, the bone shrine that would normally materialize after deploying the domain was unnecessary, greatly increasing the secrecy of Hei's actions. Otherwise, even amidst such chaos, moving at high speed, while carrying a massive bone shrine would inevitably attract countless eyes. Shu SHHH. Wherever Hei's passed, bloodstains instantly covered the bodies of all pirates. Countless streams of blood gushed out around him, making him resemble a human-shaped flesh grinder. Blood mist erupted everywhere, painting a scene of incomparable gore. A truly blood-soaked battlefield. With the perfect enhancement of the heavenly fighter, Hei's could control the domain slashes so they would not accidentally harm the marine soldiers, nor waste power on meaningless targets like ice or the ground. Through his extraordinary perception granted by the heaven-defying 6 eyes, the power of each slash was tailored to the individual, ensuring every pirate met a precisely fitting death. He achieved flawless utilization of cursed energy without a single iota of wasteful expenditure. In just a few breaths, Hei's ordinary bounty points had soared to 8600. Rumble. Whitebeard's vibration force engulfed everything. The distance was too great. Even Mihawk in the end could not see Hei's actions before being swallowed by the energy surge. The other powerful individuals were in a similar situation. When the energy wave arrived, each employed their own means of defense, leaving no spare attention for much else. The earth and ice surface cracked, and countless bottomless fissures spread across the entire battlefield. On the execution platform, Sengoku's body emanated a golden Buddha light, completely neutralizing the vibrations that reached the platform. But his expression had turned extremely grim. Although the attack's range was enormous, Sengoku could notice that under Whitebeard's deliberate control, the majority of this strike's targets were Marines. Only the pirates charging at the front ranks would also be caught in it, but the Marines' casualties were undoubtedly far greater. Damn that Whitebeard. After releasing this attack, Whitebeard's expression showed some fatigue. The emptiness following the sudden release of his inner power was extremely displeasing, but the effect of this strike was bound to be highly significant. A smile crept onto Whitebeard's face. The defensive lines that the Marines had painstakingly constructed would surely be mostly destroyed by this blow. Even the crimson magma that had surrounded him earlier was now nowhere to be seen. In this gambit, he had won. Deep within a certain fissure in the earth, Sakazuki's body had turned to magma. Despite using elementalization and Haki in time to defend, his mind was now plunged into a state of daze. Crack crack. On a patch of ice, Kazan's body coalesced from ice, appearing unharmed except for his dirted clothes. Buzz. In the sky, a figure radiating golden light slowly materialized, his clothes as immaculate as ever. Borsellino's mouth formed an O shape. Yo, how terrifying, Whitebeard. It could be said that among the Marines, Borsellino was undoubtedly the one least affected by Whitebeard's attack. With the power of the glint fruit, he had simply retreated from the battlefield at light speed. As Borsellino marveled, he suddenly noticed something amidst the chaotic wreckage. A figure in a Marine uniform was charging straight toward the division commanders. Hei's Cohen, how interesting. On the broken ice, Hei's flew close to the ground at high speed. Along the way, he had slaughtered every pirate he could conveniently reach. Ordinary bounty points, 24200 points. Billion-level bounty points, 45400 points. 4 pirates with bounties over 100 million ha. Heise's eyes flickered. But on second thought, it was only natural that those charging at the front were bound to have some strength. Unfortunately for them, they had run into someone as unreasonable as Heise. After all, who could have imagined that aside from Admiral-level combatants, anyone else could have fought their way to their side under such circumstances? Everyone was busy defending against the overwhelming vibrations. Huff huff. Is everyone all right? From the rubble, Marco, breathing heavily, shook off the stones from his body with a flap of his wings and looked at several division commanders. Thanks to the regenerative ability of his blue flames, his body was still at full strength, but his stamina had been considerably drained after a brief skirmish with an admiral. On the other side, Vista straightened his body from a half-crouch, also somewhat exhausted. The rose-colored sword aura around him slowly dissipated. Gazing at the dusty battlefield, Vista smiled. I'm fine, but the Marines might not be. Dad's attack should be enough to sap their strength. Curiel, the captain of the 10th Division who had joined in blocking the two admirals, grinned slightly. Of course, Dad is the strongest. Curiel, wearing a watermelon-shaped hat and purple glasses, provided powerful suppressive fire for Marco and the others with his Haki-infused cannons and guns. Jozu then climbed up from the ice, panting heavily. Damn Marines, it's time for us to counterattack. After a fierce clash, the division commanders were clearly not at their peak. Blenheim, captain of the 9th Division, rested his sword on his shoulder, his chest heaving. Curiel, your marksmanship isn't bad. Thanks for earlier. Curiel grinned at this. Just then, as Marco was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Vista and Jozu, the two top-tier commanders, also sensed something amiss. A spine-chilling aura approached silently. In that instant, the 6 commanders felt as if they had fallen into hell. Boundless coldness and bloodthirst seemed to devour them completely, making even their blood feel like it was freezing. In the place shrouded by smoke and dust, a glint of light flashed in the pale blue eyes. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of the commanders, a crack appeared right down the middle of Marco's face. Marco! Captain Marco! The commanders shouted in terror as a figure slowly emerged from the smoke. Heise, holding the famed blade, and walked forward slowly, exuding an extremely eerie and sinister aura that made him appear to the onlookers like an underworld envoy walking among mortals. Shown. The flames of immortality burned completely, healing the wound on Marco's face from that slash. But the intense pain, having been experienced once, would be forever remembered by Marco. A cold sweat trickled down his back. It's that brat. Marco looked grimly at Heise emerging from the smoke, his eyes filled with deep wariness. What was going on? That brat's technique. What was that just now? A slash. Why couldn't even I see it? The commanders all breathed a sigh of relief seeing Marco was fine, then looked at Heise, shock surging uncontrollably in their hearts. How did you get here? Vista's gaze was cold as his twin swords clashed, emitting scorching energy. In the next moment, he flashed forward, the burning flame rose sword aura bursting into brilliant sparks, thrusting straight at Heise. Rose flame wheel danced. The immensely powerful Haki sword edge instantly stirred a fierce aura across the field. The already shattered ice surface rapidly melted under the high-temperature sword wind, and roses blossomed, more vividly crimson than usual. The moment they contacted the target, the flame sword energy within would instantly deliver the most lethal damage. Except for Marco and Jozu, the other 3 commanders were somewhat surprised. Vista Boss used such a powerful move right from the start. He must be really riled up. Marco's gaze locked onto Heise, activating his powerful observation Haki to capture every move Heise made. Based on their earlier exchanges, Marco judged that this young Marine could not be dealt with by conventional means. Vista's immediate use of a powerful sword technique was the most correct decision. Jozu sneered from the side. Although he also thought Heise was strong, he still believed Heise couldn't withstand Vista's flame slash, whose domineering damage was enough to destroy a warship. Facing Vista's rapid approach, Heise continued walking slowly. Since entering the domain of the demon-subduing kitchen, he had delivered an invisible slash to Marco's face, but the result was unsatisfactory. Heise knew, then, that even with the upgraded LV-4 demon-subduing kitchen, it was impossible to instantly eliminate someone with maximum cursed energy output. Against a special healing, mythical Zoan fruit user like Marco, he would need to reduce the healing effect brought by the upgraded Curse King. But since Marco couldn't be instantly killed, he would target the others instead. With so many commanders present, the primary priority was to avoid being entangled by any of their attacks, lest he fall into an endless chain of attacks from the commanders. Anyone who has played jungle knows that once you fall into the opponent's attack rhythm, the outcome is a slow death. So, Heise looked up, light flowing in his pale blue eyes. He extended one hand, and a massive blue orb of colossal cursed energy, mixed with armament Haki, instantly gathered, hurling it toward the side of Vista's path. Technique Reversal Blue. As soon as it appeared, the terrifying gravitational pull of blue spiraled in surrounding water, ice, and debris, even slowing Vista's speed. Heise smirked, and his figure vanished in an instant. What? Blenheim was shocked. This speed. Kirill also failed to track Heise's whereabouts. For a gunner losing sight of the opponent meant being in a constant, dangerously passive state. Facing this situation, another commander who had joined to intercept the Admiral Blamenko, the commander of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, had a pocket appear on his body. He pulled out his beloved large wooden hammer, his expression turning serious. The next moment, Heise appeared above them with red and blue lights alternating around him, emitting immense fluctuations. Combined with the eerie pressure within the demon-subduing kitchen domain, he appeared to the commanders like a judge presiding over life and death, as if Heise alone could slaughter them all. Marco watched this scene and quickly recalled the torment worse than death caused by that technique, virtual style, purple, not long ago. Red and blue lights alternating. Could it be that technique? Marco hurriedly shouted, "Jozu! Stop him! Yash!" Boom. The commander's prior coordination needed no further explanation. Almost the moment Marco spoke, Jozu had already begun charging his legs. With a furious shout, he shot upward like a cannonball toward Heise. Heise in the air remained composed. Jozu's explosive speed was already the fastest on this battlefield, but unfortunately his speed wasn't enough to break through Heise's foresight. With the perception of the Heavenly Six Eyes and his innate combat talent, Heise had absolute control over the battlefield. Got him. Seeing Jozu about to collide with Heise, the commanders were certain the attack would land. But the next instant, swish. Heise's figure vanished again in midair. Jozu's attack hit nothing, and although he was gnashing his teeth in frustration, he lacked Heise's teleportation ability, so he could only helplessly fly straight out of the battlefield. Another one eliminated. Marco's expression was uncertain, countless doubts flashing through his mind. Why could this guy move so quickly consecutively? And that red and blue light from before, didn't it require charging? He could even interrupt it and escape. This is unscientific. Marco naturally didn't know that Heise had no intention of releasing virtual-style purple when he teleported high into the sky. The purpose of pretending to gather cursed energy was simply to lure Jozu out of the battlefield. About 2 meters behind Marco, Heise appeared with a slight smirk. At this distance, Marco's kick couldn't hit Heise directly in time. Marco was still in shock, but upon sensing the presence and killing intent behind him, his foot quickly transformed into a phoenix talon wrapped in advanced armament Haki and kicked backward. "You want to kill me so badly? You bastard, you don't take me seriously at all." The blue-yellow claw flames rapidly enlarged in Heise's eyes, carrying a fierce wind. At this distance, Heise had enough time to muster his power and unleash his full-strength one-sword-style blue flash. Just before entering the commander's midst, Heise had already injected 3 bounty points to upgrade one-sword-style blue flash to LV3 and 2 elite bounty points to upgrade his physical arts and armament Haki to LV5. He also injected 16 bounty points and 2 elite bounty points to upgrade reversal technique and limitless technique to LV5. Clang. The dark red blade light and blue flame talons collided with a thunderous impact. The terrifying Haki power and sharp sword energy shattered the ice surface inch by inch. Feeling the immense force from Heise's blade, Marco was astonished. Although it was a hastily kicked kick, it was enough to instantly suppress most strong warriors, yet Heise could withstand his pressure in such a short time. "Captain Marco will help you." At this moment, the other 3 commanders finally found their opportunity. Blenheim wielded a machete, Blamenko swung his massive hammer, and both charged toward Heise. The other commander, skilled in firearms, Kirill, loaded his bullets and instantly aimed, ready to pull the trigger and release the pre-stored Haki bullets directly. Under such circumstances, Marco wore a victorious smile. "Kid, you do have potential, but do you want to kill me and make a name for yourself? That will be the worst decision of your life." The blue flame talon pressed down hard, gradually suppressing Heise while tightly locking onto his, and to prevent it from escaping. "Pay the price for your arrogance." However, Marco saw not a trace of panic on Heise's face. A sense of foreboding rose in Marco's heart. "No, don't come." Marco shouted in panic. Heise smiled. "Too late. Shushishu." In an instant, Kirill's body was covered in bloody wounds. "Kacha! Kacha! Kacha!" In an instant, nearly 100 invisible slashes all fell upon Kurozawa. His body instantly became a mass of blood and flesh. His vision turned pitch black, and the fingers that had been pulling the trigger snapped in that same moment. The invisible slashes covered every inch of his body without any blind spots. The watermelon patterned cap on his head was shredded, and the purple glasses he wore shattered into countless fragments. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting the loss of his hard-stored Haki-infused bullets, but now he would never have the chance to use them again. "You bastard." Ma Erika's face twisted with fury, the bulging veins on his body and the restless surge of his aura all indicating that he was in a state of unbridled rage. Buluan Hai Mu and Bulaman Ku, who had been charging forward, also sensed something wrong. When they turned back, they saw that their lively comrade had somehow become a blood-soaked figure. Kurozawa. Who did this? Seeing Ma Erika's uncontrollable fury, Buluan Hai Mu and Bulaman Ku's hearts were seized by a terrifying suspicion. Could it be that marine soldier Heise? Impossible. They had been watching him the entire time, and Kurozawa had been in the safest position. How could Heizei, while locked in combat with my air-coup, bypass the two of them to strike Kurozawa? My air-coup was equally shocked and enraged, but he quickly pieced it together. Could it be that move from earlier? From the very beginning, an invisible slash had cut across his face. That was the move. If it weren't for his undying flames regeneration, he would have already fallen. The other commanders turned their gaze back to Heizei, whose teeth gleamed white, yet the smile on his face seemed utterly sinister. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Kurozawa. Obtained 5500 billion level bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the stage achievement reward condition fall of the Whitebeard commanders, 315. Reward 1000 billion level bounty points. Oh, an unexpected bonus. The smile on Heizei's face grew wider. From the moment he stepped into the commander's range, his domain demon-subduing kitchen had never been closed. Unlike with Lao Nua, Heizei could freely choose the targets of the slashes, as well as the precision and magnitude of the cursed energy output, all under his control. Although maintaining the domain continuously drained enormous energy, it was clearly all worth it. In less than a second it was enough to annihilate a commander who had not fortified himself with Haki, even under the heavy pressure of facing Meyer Ku and the other commanders. Kurozawa didn't even have time to feel the pain before being erased by the slashes of the demon-subduing kitchen. You two fall back. I'll handle him. Meyer Ku roared, the undying flames on his body blazing even fiercer, and the Haki on his claws grew more ferocious. This guy's techniques are too bizarre. Use Haki to protect your vital points. As if struck by a sudden realization, Meyer Ku's mind jolted, and he quickly warned, but unfortunately it was already too late. Buluan Hai Mu and Bulaman Ku released their armament Haki the moment they heard, but the slashes of Heizei's demon-subduing kitchen were clearly faster. Within the domain's range, wherever his mind turned, the slashes would land instantly. Shwa! A trail of blood spread across Buluan Hai Mu's neck, then rapidly expanded, and bright red blood gushed out in an instant. His vision blurred. Activating Haki required time, and the Haki concentrated in a short moment was not sufficient to withstand the cursed energy slashes of the demon-subduing kitchen. After breaking through the defense, Heizei's cursed energy output intensified. The blood spurting from Buluan Hai Mu's neck finally traced the shape of the invisible slashes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Buluan Hai Mu. Obtained 56500 billion level bounty points. Billion level bounty points 126900 points. This is the echo of fate. Hearing the delightful sound in his mind, Heizei felt a surge of pleasure. The billion level bounty points were skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. Finally, he could level up. Rumble. On the battlefield, the aftershocks of Whitebeard's devastating strike finally dissipated slowly, allowing the skies above the battlefield to become active again. You bastard. Pay with your life. A shrill scream broke the brief lull. At that moment, both Marines and pirates looked in confusion toward the source of the sound. All eyes turned to that area where a large bird wreathed in blue flame spun at high speed, forming a terrifying blue flame tornado under the enhancement of monstrous physical strength and Haki. Beneath this blue flame tornado, a figure with black hair stood motionless. It's Heizei. How did he end up there? Amid the exclamations of many Marines, a rose-colored sword wind also attacked Heizei. It's Flower Sword by Sita. Undying Bird Meyer Ku. How can Heizei take on both of those powerful commanders at once? On the battlefield, at the center of countless shattered fissures, a towering figure stood firm, holding a massive blade. Even an outsider could see at a glance that this man was the one responsible for the devastation. However, the arrogant smile on the face of this invincible pirate overlord suddenly froze as his gaze fell upon a certain spot. Though Kurozawa and Buluan Hai Mu were drenched in blood, Whitebeard identified them with a single glance. Looking at the smile on Heizei's face, the air around Whitebeard slowly solidified. The live projection Din Mushi recovered at that moment, and the scene of the Marineford battlefield continued to broadcast live to the world. Heizei, how could he appear in that position? On the execution platform, Zhang Guo noticed the situation, and his expression turned extremely grim. Facing the full force attacks of two commanders simultaneously, even an admiral-level figure would have to be extremely cautious. Because the destructive power of Meyer Ku and by Sita at this level could easily destroy a giant warship, if one is not careful, even advanced armament Haki hardening would be pierced by such attacks. Heizei was the supernova that Zhang Guo had staked the dignity of the fleet admiral and the authority of the Marines on. If Heizei were to fall at the hands of the commanders in the short term, the advantage painstakingly built in this war would be severely undermined by Heizei's death, dealing a devastating blow to Marine morale. In the long term, it would be a huge loss for the future growth and development of the Marines, something Zhang Guo did not want to see. You kid, don't be defeated like this. Zhang Guo gritted his teeth and muttered. The pacifistas would join the battlefield in at most 1 minute, and then the pirates would suffer the most severe blow since the start of the war. As long as Heizei could hold on for 1 more minute, Zhang Guo was confident in securing victory in this war. Ace, kneeling nearby, was also puzzled. After Old Man's one move, how did Meyer Ku and by Sita suddenly start ganging up on Heizei? Like Ace, most people on the battlefield under the cover of Whitebeard's move did not know that Heizei had just killed 2 commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates. But Ace could be certain that Ma Er-ku and Bai Si-ta were now clearly using their ultimate moves. Facing the combined lethal attack of these two, even he at his peak would have no way out but death. Even though he had launched a shocking attack that could injure Old Man, the consumption of such an attack must be astonishing, and it couldn't be repeated. So, this Marine captain was doomed. How is Heizei in that place? Hua Xiaoshan shook the dust off his hat, while keeping an eye on Lakuyu nearby. He was both anxious and furious. If not for Whitebeard's move that affected the entire battlefield, he would have been able to free himself to help his most prized disciple. Although Heizei had joined his training camp halfway through, he was still the top seed of camp now. 2. Heizei, you can't die here, or I won't have the face to face them. Especially when he recalled Ji Yuan's instructions to take good care of Heizei. If he died like this, there would be no peaceful days ahead. Mi Gu'er crouched on the ground, his left arm stained with blood, and several wounds on his body bleeding. Yet his face showed no fear, instead it appeared proud. His eyes burned intensely as he looked at the black-haired figure. Boss, I may not be the face of our training camp, but if I haven't fallen, you can't go before me. In the dust, the figure clenched his fist. Heizei. Garp's bonds of justice and family collided within him, but he still chose to participate in this war. Guarding the execution platform and not allowing anyone to cross was the greatest effort he could make. However, he would never allow the future of the Marines to be so easily destroyed on this battlefield. You bastard, why are you so impulsive? The battle situation at that position is not a place you can set foot in yet. Garp's forehead veins bulged. Finally, after a fierce mental struggle, he made up his mind. Kid, after this you'd better stay in the Marines obediently. What is that bastard doing? Is he asking for death? He actually picked a fight with commander-level opponents, and 2 at once. Moria looked at the terrifying blue flame tornado, a sneer spreading across his face. This move I can't even block. Just die like this, Heizei. Hopefully there will be a corpse left. I'll definitely turn you into my zombie soldier, and make you wash my feet, hee. Doflamingo shrugged the fiery feather coat on his shoulders, and said with interest, Fufufu. Heizei, under such circumstances can you still handle it? Is this hypocritical man going to die, eh? Boa Hancock frowned. Earlier she had wanted Heizei to die, but after being humiliated, she didn't exactly want him to live. If he's to die, it should be at my feet. A young Marine genius cannot die here. Bartholomew Kuma analyzed the battlefield situation instantly, and the next moment his figure disappeared. Mihawk's protective sword aura disappeared. His gaze fell on Heizei, and he frowned slightly. Whitebeard's commanders ganging up on a rookie right in front of me, how shameless. Buzz buzz buzz. Yada no Kagami. High in the sky, Borsalino's figure turned into golden particles and dissipated rapidly. At this time all over the world, what's going on? Why hasn't the Din mushy malfunction been fixed yet? Has some major change happened on the battlefield? Look, the communication projection is restored. What the hell is that situation? How did the ground and ice crack like this? Idiot, that's not the point. Look at that blue flame tornado and that sword aura. It's Whitebeard's commanders Ma Er-ku and Bai Si-ta. There, joining forces to attack. Heizei, what's going on? 2 commanders actually joining forces against a Marine rookie. That's too shameless. Are you stupid? In war, who talks about fairness? On the giant tree of Saboti, Rayleigh adjusted his reading glasses, watching the terrifying blue flame tornado on the screen. With his experience and insight, it was easy to judge that this move was a powerful technique that could only be executed by perfectly combining physical techniques and Haki. That brat Ma Er-ku has also grown up. Rayleigh couldn't help but marvel. The Ma Er-ku he could stop with a single finger back, then was now a thing of the past. If he were to face him again, he would probably have to go all out. But what also surprised Rayleigh was that Ma Er-ku and Bai Si-ta actually joined forces to deal with Heizei. 4 proud commander-level figures like them, even though they were crewmates teaming up against an enemy, was rare. Bartholomew Kuma, that tyrant, is heading toward Heizei. Look over there. Admiral Borsalino has made his move. Whitebeard. He's moving too. Damn. What's going on with Heizei? On the Marineford battlefield, Heizei watched the 2 rapidly approaching without any panic. System add points for me. Ding. Congratulations, host. On the execution platform, Sengoku, who had been closely monitoring Whitebeard's movements, changed his expression and couldn't help but curse aloud. Whitebeard. You bastard. Ace pops. On the battlefield, a massive black figure flashed with incredible speed, even surpassing Heizei's LV3 inverse Heaven 6 Eyes teleportation by a notch. Yet Bartholomew Kuma, moving at such speed, was suddenly blocked by a figure that appeared before him. His mechanical eyes scanned rapidly. Warning. Warning. Extreme danger level individual detected. Edward Newgate. Recommend activating highest level alert. Bang. Crack crack crack. White energy coiled around Whitebeard's fist as he punched directly into Bartholomew Kuma's forehead. The terrifying tremor force instantly shattered a large expanse of space cracks. Such speed. Bartholomew Kuma only had time for this thought to flash through his mind before his vision went blank momentarily. Boom. The energy shockwave from Whitebeard's punch shattered the ice even further, while the immense force sent Bartholomew Kuma, who had come to support Heizei, flying an unknown distance. With one blow, he sent a Shichibukai flying. Whitebeard did not pause. He turned to look at the golden light in the sky. A terrifying gleam flowed in his eyes, and his aura was like a peerless, ferocious beast. All Marines instinctively averted their gaze when meeting his eyes, as if one glance would mark them for an unending pursuit to the death. Shush! Boom! With a sound, Whitebeard, relying on his tremor power and extraordinary physical techniques, turned his half-crippled body into a streak of white light. With his unmatched instantaneous burst speed, he actually caught up to Borsellino, who had already used the Yata no Kagami, and blocked his path. The golden figure had observation Haki, but facing Whitebeard's first display of such terrifying speed, even Borsellino was shocked. Yo! However, Borsellino, worthy of a Marine Admiral despite being caught off guard, his superb combat reflexes allowed him to materialize the aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi in front of him. The next instant, the explosive Murakumajiri gathering tremor force, and supreme Haki swung down. Virum. Clang. Crack, crack, crack. Space trembled and shattered, and the golden glowing figure was twisted and deformed under this force. Boom. The terrifying shockwave formed a massive whale-like vortex that violently blasted Borsellino away, leaving only that world-dominating figure standing proudly in midair. Ace stared at the man in shock, his mouth opening and closing before finally uttering two words. Pops. Sengoku's eyebrows twitched continuously. The speed he displayed had actually surpassed Kazuru. Unbelievable. Whitebeard. All who witnessed this scene were shaken. One punch, one Shichibukai, 1/1 Marine Admiral. Is this the world's strongest man? Rayleigh gazed at the figure, recalling the battle between Whitebeard and Roger in the past. That scene was truly the pinnacle. He can still burst out with peak speed. To stop the Marines from rescuing Heizei. On the battlefield, Whitebeard remained silent, but the anger in his eyes was unmistakable. Do not ask why he didn't use this speed to attack Heizei directly. It was the dignity of a king and his trust in his sons. Whitebeard glanced toward Heizei, believing that Heizei should also. Boom. Half a second earlier, ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully injected 5000 points of billion-level bounty value. Inverse Heaven 6, eyes upgraded to LV4. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully unlocked a new method of using the virtual style purple. A cold light of unprecedented intensity burst from his cyan blue eyes. The LV4 Inverse Heaven 6 eyes perception was now fully comparable to future sight-level observation Haki. Moreover, whether it was cursed energy usage or Haki, all abilities had been greatly enhanced, as if his entire spirit had been instantly elevated to a new height. If before Heizei relied on the innate fighter to achieve near-perfect battle control, now even without the innate fighter his application of abilities had reached the pinnacle of mastery. Of course, the boost to skill power from the innate fighter was indispensable. Curse Technique Reversal Blue. Curse Technique Amplification Red. Heizei smiled slightly, and a blue and a red energy orb materialized in an instant. Marco's face tightened. This is... No mistake, it's that move. Vista. In shock and anger, Marco forced his already fully powered strength to an even higher peak. Vista did the same. His dual swords trembled wildly. This overloaded attack had surpassed his Haki strength limit, and using it would severely damage his swords, but now there was no time to care. The terrifying purple produced by the collision of the blue and red lights after crushing formed a deep purple tunnel that could even injure Pops. If Heizei unleashed an attack of this level, it was highly possible to withstand the combined assault of him and Marco. This must not happen. This move has a long cast time, so there's still time. Thoughts flashed through their minds, but the next moment Vista and Marco's eyes both froze. Completely different from what they expected, the blue and red orbs collided and superimposed. The instant they appeared with sparkling purple lights surging in a spiral, like countless stars in a galaxy in a strange vortex. Is he trying to take us all down with him? Vista was shocked. Isn't this guy afraid of being caught in it himself? But I have the blue flame of resurrection. Ooh, I won't die. Marco was reassured. At this moment, both Marco and Vista desperately wanted to know what was going through Heizei's mind. However, what they saw next was Heizei's arrogant smile. Illuminated by the purple light, that smile was deeply etched into their hearts like a demon's mark, insane and indelible. Heizei uttered softly, unlimited virtual style purple. The next instant, infinite purple light illuminated the battlefield, completely obscuring the expressions of Marco and Vista. The dark, mysterious, cursed energy after superposition and collision produced a hypothetical mass that rubbed into ultimate destructive force like a devastating thunderbolt, detonating once again at Marineford. Boom. Ding. Congratulations, host, for the... Boom. The astonishing purple fluctuation completely engulfed Marco and Vista, drawing the gazes of countless people to that battlefield. What's going on? This... By Kurozawa. Damn Marines. They actually did that to Marco and Vista. It's a complete suicide attack. Captain Kurozawa couldn't have died gloriously, could he? The terrifying purple light exploded wherever the deep purple energy reached ice, and rubble instantly melted, showing the horror of its destructive power. Flamenco, who had barely escaped, opened his mouth wide. He had clearly seen a high-quality blade melt into scrap metal the moment it was touched by that purple energy. Marco and Vista should be okay, right? This kid. On a distant crater, Jozu was getting up and saw the scene. With his extremely high defense, he had his own unique judgment on various types of damage. Even if I fully harden my armament Haki, I can't withstand this attack. I'd need to use diamond hardening at least. On the execution platform, bastards Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku couldn't help but roar at the sight. In his view, although killing Marco and Vista was valuable compared to Kurozawa, who had infinite growth potential, letting the latter thrive was the best development for the Marines. Ace, kneeling nearby, had a grim expression. To be able to fight Marco and Vista like this. But they should still be alive, right? Garp's face darkened, clenching his fists. He didn't understand. Kurozawa's weakest point should be physical combat, yet he still adopted such a suicidal attack. Why? Mihawk frowned slightly, his hawk-like eyes fixed on the bursting purple light. Is this where you stop? Kurozawa. He. That bastard Kurozawa is finally dead. But it looks like there's nothing left of him. Moria spread his arms, licking his blood-red lips. Too bad I can't make you into a zombie soldier. Fufu. Interesting. Doflamingo, with his hands in his pockets, cast a dangerous glance from under his pink sunglasses at Moria, a mocking curve appearing on his lips. His invisible control threads from the Ito no Mi had already sealed off Moria's surroundings, yet the latter was completely unaware. Dead. That saves me the trouble. Boa Hancock said with a haughty look. As expected, only Luffy is the most special man. In front of real-time broadcast screens around the world, countless people discussed the scene. Is he dead? But taking out 2 of Whitebeard's commanders is already a huge gain. On the giant tree of Sabaody, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that Kurozawa wouldn't be so foolish. Although the situation was extremely dangerous, it shouldn't have been a hopeless death trap. The new era Marine. What exactly? Rayleigh's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared at the screen, an incredulous look in his eyes. On the Marineford battlefield, the dazzling purple light gradually dissipated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using unlimited void technique purple for the first time. Reward 8 Crimson Blade Pulse LV3. 8 Crimson Blade Pulse, as the name suggests, is like combining the Master's reversal technique Crimson and the 8th technique with swordsmanship similar to a combination skill like One Sword style Blue Flash. The tremendous power of this technique is not hard to imagine. Huff huff huff. In an ice crater, the figure shrouded in blue undying flames was gasping heavily. Beneath the giant undying wings was the grim-faced Vista. Both Marco and Vista were covered in large amounts of purple energy, the vicious curse's agonizing power constantly ravaging their bodies. The 200 pain from the Curse King, amplified by the innate fighter's constitution, was madly consuming their willpower. Wounds heal extremely slowly. Huff. This guy's ability is too troublesome. Marco's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. To protect Vista, he had just taken the brunt of the instant unlimited void technique purple. Vista looked at his twin swords with regret, as if bidding farewell to old friends. These swords, which had accompanied him through the New World for many years, were now coated in purple and damaged beyond his imagination. A few more uses, and they would break. But our attack should have worked too. That guy must be dead. Vista's expression suddenly froze. As the purple light dissipated, a black-haired figure slowly emerged. Era, what a delightful battle. Kurozawa smiled contentedly. The wounds caused by Marco and Vista had already healed under the LV5 reversal technique. Apart from some damage to his marine uniform, his overall condition seemed to be at an excellent level. Marco's eye twitched. This? Impossible. Vista roared in a trembling voice. Having taken our finishing move, you should be dead for sure. Why do you look perfectly fine? Seeing their confusion, Kurozawa did not explain. They would never know that unlike the Lao Shi master, his unlimited void technique purple would not cause any harm to himself. Even if he were at the epicenter of the explosion, he would not be injured by his own technique. The reason his clothes were torn was entirely due to Vista and Marco's attacks. In fact, because of the unlimited void technique purple, their attacks were greatly weakened, and with the LV5 infinity technique, unless Kurozawa voluntarily deactivated it, their attacks could not even touch him. However, for the sake of his plan, he did deactivate the infinity technique briefly and used the combined strength of LV5 armament Haki and LV5 physical combat to withstand some damage, which is why his clothes were slightly torn. After all, their attacks, after being weakened, could not kill him instantly, and it was easy to heal minor injuries with LV5 reversal technique. Therefore, with the massive cursed energy and M. On the battlefield, countless Marines watched the scene in shock, some delighted, some unwilling. Miguel looked at the radiant figure, his eyes filled with endless admiration. As expected of the strongest boss. What an astonishing kid to come out unscathed from that situation. Yamakaji's smile was already uncontrollable. I don't know what happened, but compared to the predicament of Whitebeard's 1st Division Commander and 5th Division Commander, Kurozawa is still in high fighting spirits. In other words, this duel, Kurozawa won. Volcanic Rock's words fell like the judge's gavel in a courtroom, sealing the verdict. Is Kurozawa the winner? Kurozawa wins. Numerous Marines revealed victorious smiles. Defeating 2 commanders in a 2-on-1 battle, such a formidable presence rivaling an admiral, was their new star of the Navy. At that moment, even the world's top critics, the 5 elders in Mariewa, couldn't help but sigh. If it had been Kurozawa, who joined the Marines instead of Rob Lucci back, then surely everyone on the sea would now bow their heads in deference to the Navy. On the giant mangrove of Sabaody, the former right-hand man of the pirate King Silver's Rayleigh watched and remarked directly. If it had been Kurozawa born instead of Garp, perhaps Roger wouldn't have reached just the final island, but the ultimate end. On the execution platform, Sengoku couldn't help but laugh heartily. Didn't expect this, Whitebeard. How can you still win this war now? Ace's face turned ashen. Marco and Vista joining forces. Actually lost. Garp, just moments ago frowning, now burst into tearful laughter. Gah. Kid, well done. Moria was stunned. He. Bakana. Fufufu. So powerful. As Doflamingo laughed, he didn't forget to tighten the invisible control strings wrapped around Moria. Mihawk smiled slightly. Excellent. There is now a place for you among the world's strongest, Kurozawa. He's not dead. This man. Boa Hancock's pupils contracted continuously. He managed to turn the tables in such a situation, just like Luffy. Compared to the Marines' high spirits, the pirates showed more signs of defeat. Whitebeard's eyes were bloodshot as he witnessed the scene. Against the combined assault of Marco and Vista, that brat could still achieve such a feat. Era, as the commander-in-chief, you shouldn't be looking around. A voice sounded beside Whitebeard. The bone-piercing chill that swept through his body in an instant made alarm bells ring in his heart. The owner of this voice was definitely capable of threatening his life. Thoughts raced through his mind rapidly. Whitebeard inhaled sharply, forcibly pushing his already overloaded body to muster power once more after his full-speed burst. Unfortunately, the chilling cold that swept over him was not just a sensation. It was true, absolute ice. Ice time. Shing. Kazan exhaled icy breath. A flash of ice blue light spread rapidly from his palm, instantly enveloping Whitebeard's entire body. In moments, a thick layer of frost covered his lower body. Whitebeard struggled to turn his upper body, but the swiftly spreading ice restrained his power, completely suppressing the strength he had forcibly mustered. The next second, to his shock and fury, his body was fully frozen. Admiral Kazan. Dad. The Marines watched in awe while the pirates were terrified. Marco and Vista had just been defeated by Kurozawa, and now Kazan had frozen Whitebeard. The outcome of this war seemed about to be decided. Marco and Vista were frantic, getting up and enduring intense pain to rush to Whitebeard's rescue. However, a figure blocked their path. Kurozawa's hand gripped darkness, radiating boundless killing intent, his pale blue pupils dancing with excitement. Whitebeard frozen, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for 5,000 bounty points. Defeated soldiers still want to save someone. Kurozawa's lips curled upward. He overclocked the powerful perception of his 6 eyes to fully grasp the ever-changing battlefield, ensuring his plan would be executed perfectly. Around the world, countless eyes were glued to the screen, afraid to miss even the slightest detail, some even forgetting to breathe. Rayleigh's gaze sharpened. Whitebeard, are you going to fall like this? On the execution platform, Sengoku rejoiced at Whitebeard's frozen state. Due to the forced interception of Bartholomew Kuma and Borsellino's reinforcements, Whitebeard's combat ability had briefly declined, and Kazan had clearly seized this opportunity. Now is the moment. The time to kill Whitebeard. Ace roared, his eyeballs bloodshot. Dad. Finishing him off? Against Whitebeard, the Emperor of the Sea who shook the world, Kazan naturally gave his all. Ice saber. The blade of extreme cold condensed in his hand, its sharp, frigid edge capable of easily cutting through even armament Haki-hardened defenses. Kazan moved swiftly, his icy blade wrapped in Haki, thrusting toward Whitebeard's frozen statue. Diamond shining charge. Finish. Boom. Ugh. Under the eyes of the world, a body covered entirely in diamonds slammed into Kazan's side with a solid impact. The immense force sent ripples through the air. Kazan's attack was interrupted, he spat blood, and even his ice saber shattered. Kazan inwardly lamented. In his focused state, he had been gambling to kill Whitebeard before Josu's attack arrived. After all, such a chance was rare, but unfortunately it failed. Josu's speed had exceeded his expectations. Commander Josu. The pirates were both surprised and overjoyed. Fortunately, Josu had intercepted Kazan's attack in time, or the consequences would have been dire. That bastard. Sengoku gritted his teeth, devastated by this turn of events. Losing such an opportunity in the future. No, there's still a chance. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks rapidly spread across Whitebeard's ice statue from the inside out, moments away from shattering. Just then, a crimson glow illuminated beneath the ice. Josu, alarmed, moved to block in front of Whitebeard, but a voice sounded beside him, freezing his expression. Returning the favor. Kazan, who had been knocked away moments ago, had somehow already arrived beside Josu. With a flash of icy light, Josu's body was instantly frozen. Commander Josu. What is that? Rumble. Boom. A crimson power surged from beneath the ice, causing massive tremors. Amidst the crowd's shouts, Whitebeard's tremor power finally shattered the ice, breaking free. Dome. Breaking out, Whitebeard's eyes blazed with intensity as milky white quake energy frantically condensed in his hand. But just as he emerged, a terrifying magma crimson lotus burst through the ice beneath him. The extreme heat instantly melted countless chunks of ice, even making Whitebeard's freezing body just freed from the ice break into a sweat. Hellhound. The next moment, the crimson grew rapidly in Whitebeard's eyes, and the magma that could melt anything plunged straight into his chest. The world seemed to be muted, except Kurozawa's eyes gleamed with excitement. Boom. Terrifying force pierced through Whitebeard's chest, and even one as mighty as him found it unbearable kneeling on the ground. Sakazuki's voice slowly rose. Whitebeard. The crow's feet at Sakazuki's eyes wrinkled together, yet they didn't diminish the smile on his face in the slightest. Now who is the challenger? Ugh. Gurgle gurgle. Terrifying crimson magma surged violently within Whitebeard's chest, and the searing heat instantly spread to every part of his body. Had it not been for his formidable armament Haki mitigating much of the damage, his vital organs would have been utterly destroyed by that single punch. Well done, Admiral Sakazuki. Whitebeard Pirates. Face your doom. On the execution platform, Sengoku's face beamed with wild joy. At the same time, he noticed that the pacifistas had already arrived. Excellent. Press the advantage and annihilate Whitebeard's main force. Ace, standing nearby, wore an expression of utter despair, his lips trembling as he muttered, impossible. Pops. You're the strongest. Pops. That magma bastard. Amid the pirates' furious and terrified shouts, a series of sounds pierced the air. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the distance, massive pacifistas gathered light in their mouths and fired instantly, weaving a blanket of laser fire that rained down upon the pirates' position. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Many pirates were engulfed by the laser barrage before they could even react. Screams of agony rang out, quickly drowned in the devastating explosions. With their commander mortally wounded and now suddenly ambushed by the pacifistas that the Marines had pre-deployed, the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates plummeted to rock bottom in an instant. On one battlefield, Marco's body blazed with blue flames, unleashing incredible speed and power to drive Kurozumi back step by step. Pops. You bastard, get out of my way. As he spoke, Marco delivered another heavy kick. With immense strength amplified by advanced armament Haki, the single blow cracked the ice surface, creating a massive crater and fissures. You seem anxious. Kurozumi smirked as he watched Marco's frenzied attacks, his body shifting and dodging with blinding agility. Had he not deliberately allowed it, the latter's strikes wouldn't even have grazed him. With his 6 eyes upgraded to LV4, Kurozumi's speed was unrivaled on this battlefield. Only a handful could match him. If Kurozumi so wished, with the enhanced perception of his 6 eyes, no one could harm him. But without showing a hint of weakness, how could he lure the cunning prey into his trap? The perception of his 6 eyes acted like an ultra-wide radar. Under his deliberate focus, he diverted more attention to cover Whitebeard's area. As expected, after taking Akainu's punch, Whitebeard's already frail body began to decline rapidly. Every bodily function and life force deteriorated at an alarming rate. Yet, even in this state, Whitebeard still possessed a terrifying capacity for a desperate final strike. Boom. A flash of red light, another instant reversal technique, red burst against Marco's blue flame claws, producing a shockwave that rustled Kurozumi's cloak. His expression remained unchanged, and with his perception sweeping toward Vista and Blamenk, he curled his lips slightly. Good, once I deal with you, I'll disappear for a while. Huff huff. Pops. Vista breathed heavily, his face etched with worry. After taking such a magma punch from Akainu, Pop's body must be. Gurgle gurgle. Crimson energy continued to surge. Akainu was satisfied with his punch. His observation Haki was equally formidable. He sensed Whitebeard's strength rapidly fading, his vitality nearly extinguished by that blow. Victory was within sight. Covered in blood, Akainu now wore a smile. He had been the closest to Whitebeard when the latter unleashed that devastating attack that shook the entire battlefield. At that distance, even his powerful physique nearly lost consciousness. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and chose the optimal strategy, diving beneath the ice. Even so, his body sustained enormous damage, preventing him from using his full strength at the moment. Otherwise, that single punch alone could have killed Whitebeard on the spot. But it didn't matter. Another punch would yield the same result. Die, Whitebeard. Magma energy erupted within Akainu as he channeled his full power, the Crimson Force surging once more to deliver the fatal blow. Just then, his observation Haki clearly sensed something miraculous. Whitebeard's life force was beginning to revive. Impossible. Shock surged through Akainu's heart. He tried to accelerate his attack, but to his horror, he saw Whitebeard's glazed eyes suddenly reignite with sharp light, and a massive hand rapidly filled his vision. Whoosh swish. A milky white glow as if imbued with gravity slammed heavily onto Akainu's head. Crack 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 crack. Cracks spread rapidly from the point of Whitebeard's fist, enveloping Akainu's entire body. Rumble rumble rumble. The entire space visibly warped. Under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, Whitebeard, who should have perished, unleashed another world-shaking attack. Akainu. Kazan's face turned grim. Almost instantly his body was covered in ice, and he shot toward Whitebeard as a blur of blue light. Meanwhile, a layer of extreme cold energy spread out even faster in front of him. The next second, boom. The terrifying tremor once again shook the historic Marine headquarters. The land of Marineford trembled uncontrollably once more because of that man. At nearly the same moment outside Marineford, someone noticed something unusual as they watched the violently churning sea. Look up in the sky. What is that? A ship E. A massive warship propelled by a powerful current unleashed by Jinbe plunged directly into the heart of the Marineford battlefield, like an arrow diving toward the earth. Boom. After Whitebeard's shockwave counterattack, the Straw Hat rescue team arrived ahead of schedule. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the fierce tremor spread, sending Luffy's crew tumbling. Kurozawa frowned at the sight. What's going on? According to the original timeline, that rescue team shouldn't arrive for at least another hour or so. Suddenly it dawned on him. It must be the influence of world rule fluctuations. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Whitebeard is gravely wounded, and the time to harvest has come. With that thought, Kurozawa looked at the three before him and smiled. Flamenco, still smiling when death is at your door. His power must be nearly exhausted. Let's strike with everything we've got, kill him, and then rescue Pops. Through Kurozumi's constant dodging and occasional kicks, he had taken Marco was convinced of Kurozumi's poor condition. As he spoke, Marco spun his wings at high speed, combining with powerful physical techniques to turn into a blue fireball spiraling toward Kurozawa. This time he was determined to kill him. Once Pop's counterattack and the elimination of Kurozawa, the main architect of the Marines' advantage, were achieved, the tide of war would once again turn. Blue Flame Phoenix. Vista also unleashed a powerful sword technique, almost skimming the ground as he slashed toward Kurozawa. Even before his body arrived, the fierce roses pierced into Kurozumi's infinity barrier. Above both Marco and Vista, a plump figure raised a massive hammer and brought it down with tremendous force. It's all because of you bastards. Just die now. Watching the three closing in, Kurozawa had already made his decision. Dark, cursed energy began to coil around the blade of his sword. Dark. He opened his mouth and uttered, "Ultimate Art Open." Shown. As if from another dimension, the dark flames danced upon the blade of darkness, like long-awaited hellish demons joyously celebrating their arrival in the mortal world, greedily breathing in the air of humanity and burning ever more fiercely from sheer excitement. In an instant, everyone on the field sensed something amiss, especially Marco, for in his perception Kurozawa now resembled a butcher from hell, casting on them the gaze one reserves for lambs awaiting slaughter. Flames. Vista's pupils contracted, but unlike the high-temperature flames generated by ordinary sword chi, the flames on Kurosawa's blade gave him a sensation vastly different from any flames he had seen before. Rather than fire, they seemed more like a sinister force of slaughter that merely took the shape of flames, for even before the dark flames touched him, they instilled an unnatural dread. No matter how you play tricks, you must be at your limit now. Damn Marine died. As the three commanders' attacks were about to land, Kurosawa's eyes grew increasingly wild, and with a single stroke he slashed out with darkness. Chua? In that instant, it was as if the dark crimson patterns on the blade of darkness came alive, transforming into rings of dark flames resembling fire serpents that swirled around Kurozawa, before soaring outward rapidly, consuming the pupils of Marco, and the others engulfing them completely in the blink of an eye. With his heaven-defying LV-46 eyes, Kurozawa was able to combine LV-5 armament, Haki, and swordsmanship with the Ugi Kai to a certain extent, unleashing power that was equally unimaginable. This is... Within the ring of dark crimson patterns, horrifying cursed energy slashes tore Marco's wings into 1,000 holes. With Marco bearing most of the pressure, Vista could momentarily remain unscathed thanks to his rose sword chi. But another commander was not so fortunate. Bramenko, inferior in both physical technique and Haki to Marco and Vista, had far fewer means to counter such an area of effect cursed energy slash. Facing such a widespread Ugi Kai, Bramenko could only swing his giant hammer wildly, forming a whirlwind shield around himself, while simultaneously many pitch-black openings split open on his own body. This was the power of his bag fruit, allowing him to use his body as a pocket, sacrificing its storage function to absorb a portion of the attacks and reduce damage. But the damage he could absorb was naturally limited, and Kurosawa's move exceeded the limits of Bramenko's ability. Clang! A dark crimson cursed energy slash slammed fiercely against Bramenko's hammerwind shield, causing his arms to tremble violently. Then several more slashes stacked on top, and under the crushing pressure Bramenko could no longer endure. His wooden great hammer snapped with a cracking sound like a tree being ignited, and blood spilled from his mouth. Powerlessly, he could only watch in terror as the dark crimson fire serpent bared its devouring fangs and bit into his chest. Chua? Ugh. The open wounds from the slashes were already extremely painful, not to mention the eerie cursed energy that burned like flames, and under the Curse King's doubled pain, Bramenko immediately rolled his eyes back. The openings on his body might have absorbed 2 more fire serpent attacks, but once he lost consciousness his body was nearly torn apart in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Bremenko. Gained 67800 bounty points. Within the dark crimson flames countless sword chi mixed with cursed energy slashes poured madly onto Marco like a firebird flapping helplessly in a roasting cage. Meanwhile the architect of this masterpiece, Kurozawa, listened to the pleasant sound in his mind, his smile growing ever brighter. Bang! Vista's figure appeared before Kurozawa. Under Marco's cover and the sacrifice of another commander, he finally broke through the Ugi Kai's blockade. Vista's heart was heavy with grief. It was hard to imagine that this marine's techniques were bizarre and strange, yet each one was overwhelmingly powerful, and his stamina seemed inexhaustible, maintaining an extremely high level of combat strength from start to finish. Truly a monster among monsters. At this moment Vista would rather face an admiral than continue as Kurosawa's opponent. The same thought crossed Marco's mind. That eerie energy not only slowed his regeneration, but also inflicted unimaginable pain, making him feel that all the battles he had fought in his life couldn't match the agony of fighting Kurozawa today. Clang! His twin swords clashed against the blade of darkness. The rose sword chi wrapped around them, shredding Kurosawa's clothes, sending droplets of blood flying. Vista's face finally revealed a hint of a smile. At the same time the phoenix form of Marco swooped in, and a powerful claw slammed heavily into Kurosawa. It's over. Under the combined efforts of Marco and Vista, Kurozawa was ruthlessly blasted into the ice, the violent energy wreaking havoc on him, and after piercing through countless layers of ice, he plunged into the sea. Back on the battlefield of Marineford, Admiral Sakazuki. Damn it, that Whitebeard has had his chest pierced, yet he still possesses such terrifying power. What about Kurozawa? As the dark crimson flames dissipated in the concerned gazes of the crowd, the imagined image of Kurozawa still standing did not appear. Standing on the remaining ice blocks were only the panting Marco and Vista. Impossible. Could Kurozawa be? Under the tense gazes of countless Marines, Marco suppressed his intense pain, his expression calm, and responded, "Yes, Kurozawa has been killed by me. Commander Kurozawa is dead. How is this possible?" Countless Marines found it hard to believe. After Whitebeard's counterattack gravely wounded the admiral, and the commanders had killed Kurozawa, the Marines' conviction of victory had quietly vanished, and their morale began to plummet rapidly. The trembling force gradually dissipated. Whitebeard looked toward Marco and burst into laughter. "Gura, well done." On the execution platform, Sengoku's face was grim. How could this happen? Just moments ago Whitebeard had been gravely wounded, the commanders had been unexpectedly suppressed by Kurozawa, and the pacifistas had arrived. Everything was going perfectly for the Marines. How had it been reversed in an instant? And that grandson of Garp, how could he appear here? He even brought 2 warlords with him. Damn it. Then the Straw Hat rescue team swung into action. With this unexpected reinforcement, the ordinary pirates who were about to be crushed by the pacifistas finally gained a fighting chance, no longer being slaughtered one-sidedly. Whitebeard's massive pirate fleet finally drew close and began to land and engage. Straw Hat Luffy, relying on his powerful protagonist aura, made his mark on this top-tier battlefield, causing tremendous trouble for the Marines with assistance from all sides. Boa Hancock, holding her cheeks, looked at Luffy with eyes seemingly about to drip water, truly worthy of Luffy. Whitebeard breathed heavily, his eyes fixed on Luffy as he continuously broke through even the defenses that he himself had failed to breach, drawing closer and closer to the execution platform. Finally, he made up his mind. "All hands, this is my captain's order. Cover Straw Hat Luffy and rescue Ace." After a brief silence, the pirates erupted in tremendous shouts, not only because Luffy had yelled, "I am Ace's brother." The commanders also saw Luffy's astonishing potential and began to cover his advance toward the execution platform. An old man with 1 foot in the grave, unable to save his own son, can only pin his hopes on others. Sakazuki walked forward step by step, his body drenched in blood as crimson magma flowed from him. Marco sneered, transforming into a blue flame and flying a kick toward Sakazuki. "Stay out of family matters." Sakazuki chuckled. "Did I say something wrong? Relic of a bygone era. The age of pirates ends with me." Boom. The crimson magma clashed with Marco, but the latter was forced back step by step. Whitebeard's eyes gleamed with determination, feeling the vitality slipping away within him. He made his resolve. With a look of absolute finality, he declared to the world, "One Piece. It truly exists." The next moment, dark crimson thunder exploded in the sky, and a figure descended to the ground at an unimaginable speed, pale blue eyes flashing with divine light. Kurozawa slashed out with darkness. Clang. Dark crimson burst, Conqueror's Haki instantly sweeping the entire field. Under the stunned gaze of countless onlookers, the sky split apart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using Conqueror's Haki coding for the first time. Reward, Dark Divine Evasion, LV1. What did Whitebeard just say? One Piece is real. That's not important. Look up at the sky. What is that? Whitebeard, who had expected his words to shock the world, was the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. He abruptly looked up. An immensely powerful Conqueror's Haki materialized into tangible black lightning coiling around the blade of dark, like thunder serpents. In Hiai's deep blue pupils light flickered like a descending war god. Where the blade passed the air trembled and twisted. The crimson-black divine blade with its thunder serpents spiraling and gnashing almost condensed into a black hole capable of devouring everything. The next second it flashed directly above Whitebeard. Dark divine evasion. This is... Watching the destructive scene approaching from the sky, the explosive black lightning and divine radiance, Whitebeard's thoughts momentarily flashed back to a battlefield decades ago. That man Gold. Roger had used this very technique, divine evasion. The power of this attack was exactly the same as Roger's divine evasion, but the profound complexity of this strike seemed to surpass the latter. With this thought surfacing in his mind, Whitebeard was also stunned. Yet instead of fear, all the blood in his body instantly boiled. This feeling. Kurozawa. Under the intense pressure of that unparalleled domineering aura, Whitebeard's fighting spirit fully awakened. Even in his broken, aged body, he regained a hint of his former glory. Kid. His towering frame bulged with muscles, and several black thunderbolts crackled and vanished around him. The ground beneath his feet could no longer withstand the sudden burst of power, shattering into a web of cracks. Whitebeard grinned, gathering tremendous force into Murakamijairi, and slashed toward the black blade descending from the sky. The blade with dark flame patterns clashed with Murakamijairi from a distance. At the center of the crossing blades, the supreme will of Hiai's and Whitebeard intertwined in fierce combat. In an instant, countless black thunderbolts swept outward, carrying destructive power that crushed even the air, turning the surroundings into a vacuum. Conqueror's Haki burst forth, and waves of marines and pirates alike fainted from the force, unable to witness this pinnacle of power. The live Den Mushi transmission also cut off. On the execution platform, Sengoku's expression was a mix of shock and joy. The crimson-black lightning glow reflected on his face even from a distance. So that brat isn't dead after all. But this is Conqueror's Haki coding. Is it really this powerful? What the hell are you doing, you brat? Garp's mouth was wide open, much like when he'd seen Luffy land on the battlefield. Hiai's stance and the power of this clash were almost identical to Roger's in the old days. But, not to mention Roger at this age, even Roger at his peak, seems to be inferior to Hiai's in terms of technique. As a man who had chased Roger across countless seas, Garp knew Roger's moves inside out. His words carried undeniable weight. Ace and the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates were stunned speechless. Many commanders recalled the day when Shanks, another emperor, met their old man. That clash that split the sky. A drop of cold sweat slid down Marco's forehead. He muttered absent-mindedly, "This guy actually survived. We clearly saw him get blasted into the sea." "Why, that guy is the Marine who hurt my friends that day." Straw Hat Luffy stared at the black-haired figure, memories flooding back of that day when he was knocked out with a single punch. Ugh, that's terrifyingly strong. Even from a distance, Straw Hat Luffy could feel the sharpness coming from that technique. If he had been hit by this move back then, he would have been left with nothing but bones. Could it be that he did it on purpose? This thought took root in Straw Hat Luffy's mind. After all, based on Hiai's current performance, killing the Straw Hat crew in Sabaody would have been as easy as killing chickens. Kurozawa. Kid, facing me, are you ready? Terrifying power continued to release. Black lightning serpents swirled above Whitebeard's head, forming a fearsome Haki vortex that relentlessly assaulted his counterattack. Yet Whitebeard still laughed heartily. Even when Hiai's power occasionally tore through his defenses and invaded his body, he showed not a trace of retreat. A half-buried old era ends here today. The new world has no ship for you. A numbing sensation spread through Hiai's hands. He couldn't help but admire, even at such a broken state, Whitebeard's power was still astonishing. If it were Marco or the others facing this attack, their defenses would have been torn apart head-on, and there would be no strength left to exchange words with him. Kurozawa, the new world has no ship for me. An old general may be old, but he can still fight. Whitebeard laughed heartily, their clash reaching its climax. A prodigious kid. Even Roger in his day wasn't as terrifying as you. As long as you exist, the age of pirates will never come. Whitebeard murmured, and a dangerous aura enveloped Hiai's. On the execution platform, Sengoku's eyelid twitched. He quickly picked up the Den Mushi. All forces provide full cover for Hiai's. If you die, Sengoku will have a headache, won't he? Whitebeard grinned despite the dried blood at the corners of his mouth. His kingly demeanor remained undiminished. There is no one in this world who can kill me, let alone a decrepit old man like you. Hiai smiled with a hint of mischief. Whitebeard was startled. The confidence and ease in Hiai's tone seemed innate, as if he were stating a plain fact. Buzz. At the end of their clash, the terrifying energy fluctuations violently contracted toward the center of their distant confrontation, then erupted. In this war that would go down in history, Edward Newgate gave his all within minutes of his appearance. Then, his greatest feat was etched into Marineford. The entire Marineford battlefield fell into distortion after the explosion. Only Whitebeard faintly heard. Domain Unlimited Void. The overwhelming force of Conqueror's Haki rapidly expanded. Both Whitebeard and Heizei had momentarily exhausted their strength bodies and Haki depleted after pouring everything into that single strike. Yet Whitebeard hadn't anticipated that even after executing such a devastating blow, a startling brilliance would once again ignite within Heizei's eyes. In Whitebeard's perception, an extremely ominous aura surged from Heizei as the epicenter, then was released in an instant. Domain expansion unlimited void. As Heizei's words fell, the immense cursed energy within him coalesced to create a closed-off miniature world, the ultimate masterpiece of jujitsu power, a domain expansion. Moreover, unlike other special-grade jujitsu sorcerers like the Teacher or Suguru Geto, within his domain expansion unlimited void, the power of all his techniques receives a 50 additional boost. Under the effect of domain expansion unlimited void, this small world is entirely Heizei's home turf. The sealed cursed domain is complete. From the outside, it appears as a black sphere completely enveloping Whitebeard and Heizei. A closed barrier-type domain has both an inner shell and an outer shell. One method to break the domain is to shatter either its inner or outer shell. Typically, the outer shell is far more fragile than the inner shell. Therefore, if Heizei wished to trap Whitebeard within domain expansion unlimited void, his primary concern was avoiding interference from others who might break the outer shell from the outside. Although one could adjust the strength of the inner and outer shells through extraordinary talent, this would also increase other risks. The current situation largely matched Heizei's initial expectations. A single clash of dark divine departure with Whitebeard had cleared the area of all nearby targets. Now it was time to fully enter his rhythm. At the moment the domain was completed, Whitebeard's gaze became vacant, his body standing rigidly in place, as if his soul had been stripped away. Indeed, even though Whitebeard had sensed the overwhelming malevolent intent erupting from Heizei, with his strength temporarily depleted, he had no means of counterattack. The instant he was trapped within the domain expansion unlimited void, his mind was flooded with an endless torrent of useless information. Moreover, the unlimited void, amplified by the 6 eyes, continuously launched relentless high-intensity mental assaults against Whitebeard. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his brain had sustained irreparable damage. In this monochrome world, the blade of darkness reflected a chilling gleam. Heizei's figure flashed and appeared before Whitebeard in an instant. Facing the strongest man in the world, even one afflicted by a supreme crowd control skill like unlimited void, Heizei dared not show the slightest carelessness. Moreover, before the war began, he had already speculated about Whitebeard, that a powerhouse of his caliber could reflexively counter Ace's surprise attack, even while asleep. So wouldn't that mean? Clang! A sharp metallic clash echoed through the silent domain, the resulting sparks seeming utterly out of place. Heizei's pupils constricted slightly. Just as I thought. Pretty impressive, Whitebeard. Just before Heizei's darkness struck Whitebeard, the man who should have been paralyzed by unlimited void miraculously swung his blade and blocked the attack. Clang! 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 As a shower of sparks flew, a smirk curled at the corner of Heizei's mouth. His form flickered and vanished, reappearing behind Whitebeard. A crimson glow burned at his fingertips. Cursed technique, reversal red. A sphere of red light shot forward at incredible speed. Yet in this life or death moment, Whitebeard, no longer in control of his own body, still managed to swiftly raise his blade and block the attack. Ting! Boom! The cursed technique, reversal red, forced Whitebeard to stumble backward step by step. Seeing this, Heizei finally confirmed that while Whitebeard could still move under unlimited void, his combat capability was no more than a third of his full power. The current Whitebeard couldn't even withstand a direct blast of the instant cursed technique, reversal red. With a smirk, Heizei's darkness became wrapped in a terrifying blood-soaked cursed energy. That crimson blade light cast an eerie glow over the black and white world, making it even more sinister. Eightfold crimson blade pulse. Outside, while Heizei pulled Whitebeard into the domain world, everyone on the battlefield rallied and began their own maneuvers around the two. What is Heizei young man up to? Truly, but it seems he has a way to handle that man alone. An icy presence slowly approached the black sphere. The bone-chilling cold emanating from his body was so intense that even bullets fired at him froze into ice before getting close. Kazan exhaled a plume of frost and stared at the man before him. Regardless, all we seniors can do now is stop you all. Akiji. Crocodile's expression turned grim. Among all the enemies on this battlefield, Akiji was definitely one he least wanted to face. Second gear rubber jet, Gatling. Boom boom crackle crackle. Steam-tinged reddened fists moved so fast they left afterimages completely shattering Akiji's body. Crocodile watched in utter disbelief. Straw Hat you. Crocodile couldn't comprehend. In front of Akiji wasn't Straw Hat Luffy nothing but a one-hit target. How could he possibly have a chance to smash Akiji into bits of ice? What Crocodile didn't know was that Akiji was equally troubled. Facing Garp's grandson, he simply couldn't bring himself to go for the kill. Crocodile, now's the chance. Seeing his attack land, Luffy quickly shouted at Crocodile. The latter, gritting his teeth, had no choice but to press forward. Countless swirling sands filled the battlefield as his hands transformed into sand. Desert Gundam. Crunch. With their combined effort, Akiji's body was completely destroyed. We actually defeated an admiral. Crocodile stared at the scene before him, the smoke from the cigar dangling from his mouth, curling upward. He fell silent for a moment. Let's go, Crocodile. We're going to help that Whitebeard, old man. With that, Luffy dashed toward the black sphere. He had a hunch that to rescue Ace Whitebeard was an indispensable asset. You bastard, are you giving me orders? Crocodile grumbled, clearly annoyed, but he followed suit. On the battlefield, Mihawk's hands itched with excitement. After witnessing Heizei unleash that dark divine departure, his desire to spar with him had reached its peak. However, looking at the black sphere, Mihawk knew the time wasn't right yet. Cover the old man. I don't know what trick the Navy is pulling, but we must not let them succeed. Find a way to shatter that black sphere. Marco soared into the sky. With Whitebeard temporarily absent as the 1st Division commander, he naturally took up the banner. As his words fell, the Whitebeard Pirates began their assault on the black sphere. Despite the Navy's rapid response and Sengoku's orders to thwart the pirates' intentions, such a conspicuous black sphere on the vast battlefield was an unmistakable target, especially with the safety of the execution platform to consider. In less than half a minute, with the Straw Hat rescue team causing chaos and the Whitebeard Pirates going all out, the sphere was pummeled with a barrage of attacks. Rescue the old man, and victory in this war is still ours. Charge. It's just the Navy's trick. The old man is the strongest. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. Countless cannonballs and bullets streaked across the battlefield. A single moment of carelessness could be taken out by an attack from who knows where. Yet amidst such chaos, there was one man who seemed to have all danger narrowly miss him. Buggy the Clown found a corner and pulled out his Den Den Mushi, launching his exclusive live broadcast. Hey, hello everyone. I am the rising new generation pirate superstar Buggy. People all over the world were baffled by the sudden appearance of the clown on their screens. Who the hell is this clown? I want to see Whitebeard. And what's that black sphere behind the clown? Amidst the world's confusion, a figure finally reached the black sphere with the cover of his comrades. You bastard Heizei, this time you're dead for sure. Vista brandished his twin blades, and a powerful slash of sword energy struck the black sphere. Numerous cracks spread across its surface. Under the gaze of the world, the sphere shattered with a thunderous explosion, revealing what lay within. Vista's triumphant smile froze on his face a moment earlier, and countless spectators cried out in shock. This is... Almost at the same moment Vista broke through the outer shell of domain expansion unlimited void, Heizei materialized before Whitebeard, whose consciousness was just beginning to reassert control over his body. However, having already sustained irreversible damage, even though Whitebeard regained awareness, he could only watch helplessly as the gleam of the blade grew ever closer. A flood of images flashed through his mind, the story of his life. The next moment, darkness sliced across Whitebeard's waist. The sharp, dark red sword aura surged, cleaving him cleanly in two. Blood gushed like a fountain, witnessed by the world through Buggy's live broadcast. What a... Old man. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Edward Newgate. Received 504600 bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment, the fall of the strongest. Under the gaze of the world, blood continuously gushed out from Whitebeard's waist, and his upper body heavily crashed onto the ground. For a moment, everyone on the battlefield and across the world who saw this scene was stunned. Hey, did I see that right? That man, that strongest man, is now dead. This is truly unbelievable. Yeah, Whitebeard is still standing with his lower body, even after death. Truly worthy of being the strongest man. Your focus is a bit strange. On the giant tree of Sabaody, Rayleigh's sake flask tipped over, spilling into the void. He stared blankly at the screen. Even though it had already happened, he still found it utterly unbelievable. That Newgate, who once rivaled Captain Roger, just died like this. Is the great pirate era truly about to come to an end? Is the great pirate era truly about to come to an end? On the screen, Heizei's feet slowly landed. His pale blue pupils at that moment reflected in the eyes of the world incomparable. He actually cut that Whitebeard in half. What exactly happened during the lost time on the screen? Countless pirates of the New World stared at Heizei on the screen in shock and horror. Even an Emperor of the Sea was cut in half, so their fate as small fry was bound to be even more tragic. What exactly happened during the lost time on the screen? Countless pirates of the New World stared at the figure on the screen in shock and horror. Even an Emperor of the Sea was cut in half, so their fate as small fry was bound to be even more tragic. On the battlefield of Marineford, Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat fall of the strongest. Reward 10000 billion level bounty points. Power of the Tremor Fruit, LV1. Conqueror's Haki storage card, LV6. Power of the Tremor Fruit, LV1. All attacks can be imbued with Tremor Force. Ordinary bounty points, 24200. Billion level bounty points, 749300. Skill commentary, every strike reaches deep into the opponent, tremble convulse. Power of the Tremor Fruit, LV1. All attacks can be imbued with Tremor Force. Ordinary bounty points, 24200. Billion level bounty points, 749300. Skill commentary, every strike reaches deep into the opponent, tremble convulse. Ordinary bounty points, 24200. Billion level bounty points, 749300. Skill commentary, every strike reaches deep into the opponent, tremble convulse. How delightful. Whitebeard, I will probably never forget you for the rest of my life. Heizei said this with a sincere smile while listening to the incessant echoes of fate in his mind. His mood had never been so wonderful. Having gained over 600 billion level bounty points in one go, this feeling was simply too perfect. At this moment, Heizei could fully understand Gojo's behavior after awakening reverse curse technique and hollow purple floating in midair, shouting something like, "Heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one." And also Sukuna's eagerness to deliver a victory speech after killing Gojo, because he really couldn't help it. Heizei's gaze swept across the entire battlefield, taking in everyone's expressions. At that moment, Hawkeye Mihawk, who had always kept his arms crossed, lowered them. Unconsciously, he had shifted from his initial calm demeanor to a subtle combat stance. His hawk-like eyes flickered and contracted, though he spoke no words, they revealed the turmoil within him. Doflamingo, who was always fond of his fufufu laugh, also showed signs of abnormality. He was just one step away from finishing off Moria, but his body froze. If anyone could see through his pink sunglasses, they would surely find that this arrogant underground joker's eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. Moria was now terrified, his entire body drenched in sweat from the immense tension. If heaven gave him another chance, he would definitely say 3 words to Heizei at the Warlord meeting. Even Boa Hancock, who had always looked down on all men except Luffy, now wore an expression of shock on her peerless face. This man actually killed Whitebeard. Could it be that I misjudged? Is there really a man in this world more special than Luffy? The dark-skinned Miguel murmured. Boss, you are simply invincible. You are simply invincible. Not only Miguel, but on the battlefield now, Heizei's figure was dazzling in the eyes of every Marine. At this moment, even the 3 admirals representing the highest combat power of Marine headquarters seemed dim before him. He was like a war god incarnate, capable of anything. The Marines all believed in their hearts that even if another emperor appeared, Heizei could cut them down too. A new era. Ha ha ha. Mountain Burn let out a hearty laugh. I have never fought such a thrilling war. Heizei, I, Mountain Burn, declare you the strongest Marine of the new era. On the execution platform, Ace's face turned ashen. Bloodshot veins bulged in his eyes as he stared fixedly at the severed body, still praying stubbornly in his heart. Get up. Get up, get up. Get up, Dad. This can't be real. Get up, Dad. This can't be real. Sengoku, the fleet admiral who had weathered countless storms, could no longer control his expression. His mouth fell open in shock, which then turned into a burst of laughter. As if using all his strength, he picked up the Den Mushi and shouted, "All pirates, listen. Your leader Whitebeard Edward Newgate has been slain by our Marine rising star Heizei. I order you all to lay down your arms and surrender, or the Marines will annihilate every last one of you." Sengoku's words, amplified through the Den Mushi, swept across the battlefield, snapping the dazed crowd back to reality. Countless Marines raised their arms and cheered. Heizei, Heizei, Heizei. This is the power of our new era Marines. Tremble, pirates. Do you hear that? Surrender, Whitebeard pirates. You damn pirates. Your end is here. Accept the righteous judgment of the Marines. This is the power of our new era Marines. Tremble, pirates. Do you hear that? Surrender, Whitebeard pirates. You damn pirates. Your end is here. Accept the righteous judgment of the Marines. Do you hear that? Surrender, Whitebeard pirates. You damn pirates. Your end is here. Accept the righteous judgment of the Marines. The morale of the Marines after Heizei killed Whitebeard reached its peak since the start of the war. Conversely, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates completely plummeted. Some pirates even began to drop their weapons and flee in panic. At this moment after Whitebeard's death, the Whitebeard pirates truly began to collapse. The only one who remained composed was the 1st Division Commander Marco, who looked like a phoenix but had a pineapple-shaped head. Marco looked at Whitebeard lying in a pool of blood and recalled the words Whitebeard had said to him before the war began. Marco, if I die, your task is to take my place, rescue Ace, and lead everyone back to the new world safely. Marco turned his head. His eyes had turned icy cold. The extinguished flames of immortality on his body blazed up again, emitting a special aura, as if they had undergone a rebirth after death, gaining a fiery resurrection. At that moment after Whitebeard's death, Marco's heart underwent a great transformation. He became one with the mythical Zoan Phoenix fruit body and soul. The mythical Zoan bird fruit model Phoenix fully awakened. A sharp cry pierced the sky. The flames of immortality reignited above Marineford. Without a moment of mourning for Whitebeard's death, the one who immediately rushed to the execution platform was the current strongest 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the undying Phoenix Marco. Everyone follow my orders. Though the old man is dead, his will lives on. Rescue Ace. Do not let the old man's sacrifice be in vain. Marco soared high in the sky shouting to the demoralized pirates below, while at the same time, he sped through the chaotic battlefield toward the execution platform. However, Marco's rallying cry had limited effect. Standing closest to Kurozawa was a gentleman clad in a tailcoat, none other than the 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the world's premier great swordsman Flower Sword Vista. As the one who had witnessed his own father being cut down at the waist from the closest distance, staring at Kurozawa, who still wore a satisfied smile, after killing Whitebeard, like an artist admiring his masterpiece, a torrent of emotions surged within Vista in an instant. In that moment his rationality was completely overwhelmed by a tide of fury. Vista no longer wished to think about anything else, only a single thought dominated his mind. Kill Kurozawa. Rose-colored sword energy surged forth once more, closing the incredibly short distance in a flash, striking toward Kurozawa. Yet had anyone familiar with Flower Sword Vista seen this rose sword energy, they would have noticed that although it remained vivid, it was now tinged with a heavy sense of death, having lost its former blazing crimson radiance. Kurozawa saw it too. Watching the approaching rose sword energy, he smiled with a sinister charm. System allocate points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully injected 150000 bounty points. Skill innate fighter LV4 upgraded to limitless transcendence LV5. Limitless Transcendence LV5 and battle synergistically utilize abilities not exceeding this skill's level. Gain 50 bonus when using high-level skills. Gain 150 bonus when using same-level skills. Gain 300 bonus when using low-level skills. Skill assessment: even with the world as your enemy, dare claim invincibility, dare claim undefeated. Ding. Congratulations, host. Injected 100000 bounty points. Heaven Defying 6 Eyes upgraded to LV5. In an instant, Vista's movements appeared to Kurozawa even slower than before, slowed down by more than tenfold. Every flaw was completely laid bare in his mind. Kurozawa had a feeling that with the LV5 Heaven Defying 6 Eyes and Limitless Transcendence, even relying solely on his LV5 swordsmanship, he could now decisively defeat Vista. Excellent. Kurozawa's smile widened. Keep maxing it out. Ding. Congratulations, host. Injected 9500 regular bounty points. Tremor Fruit Power upgraded to LV4. Remaining regular bounty points 14700. Ding. Congratulations, host. Injected 100000 bounty points. Domain Expansion Malevolent Kitchen Shrine upgraded to LV5. Remaining bounty points 399300. At this moment, Kurozawa hesitated briefly as he looked at the details for the next level of Supreme King's Haki. Supreme King's Haki LV5, an incomparable spiritual power, nearing that of a celestial being, with an abyssal increase in Haki reserves. The quality of Supreme King's Haki transforms to the point of being able to suppress souls and seal awakened devil fruit powers, with an expansion range of up to 10,000 meters. Tisk. It seems quite tempting indeed, but upgrading Supreme King's Haki from LV4 to LV5 requires 300 bounty points. At LV5, my Supreme King's Haki should be strong enough to go head-to-head with Shank's right. But Shank's swordsmanship and his other 2 colors of Haki certainly wouldn't lag far behind. And now I have a stored LV6 Supreme King's Haki card. I feel like I could slay gods and demons during that time. So let's set this aside for now. The opponents on this battlefield don't warrant me using such a trump card just yet. Now then. Ding. Congratulations, host. Injected 150000 bounty points. Domain Expansion Unlimited Void upgraded to LV5. Remaining bounty points 249300. Can't spend it all, I simply can't spend it all. Keep him coming. Ding. Congratulations, host. Injected 5000 bounty points. Cursed Technique Reversal Red upgraded to LV4. Ding. Congratulations, host. Injected 5000 bounty points. Cursed Technique Dismantle upgraded to LV4. Ding. Congratulations, host. Injected 5000 bounty points. Dismantle Crimson Blade Pulse upgraded to LV4. Remaining bounty points 99300. Damn, this is about to run dry. After a brief thought, Kurozawa decided to inject 500 points to upgrade Cursed Technique Amplification Blue to LV4. This way the power of the ultimate move Imaginary Technique Purple would also be amplified simultaneously. After doing all this, Kurozawa looked at Vista, licking his lips like a wolf eyeing a lamb. Bounty of 884 million. Oh my, talk about wishing for something and getting it. Seeing Vista getting closer and closer to Kurozawa, the watching Marines grew anxious. Danger, Captain Kurozawa. Let us assist you. Captain Kurozawa just killed Whitebeard. He surely can't handle a commander at full strength right now. We must provide support immediately. Such thoughts arose in their minds as they sprang into action, but their movements were frantically intercepted and blocked by the Straw Hat rescue team. In the chaos of covering for Kurozawa, a path leading to the execution platform inadvertently opened up. My Kurozawa-kun, aren't you capable? Particles of golden light shimmered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shockwave. Just as the golden light was about to fade, a tremendously powerful water column pierced through it. The water column's power did not diminish, shooting forth like a sharp spear, carving a straight line through the battlefield. Wherever it passed, even the hardest blades and shields were pierced through in a single strike. Yo Jinbe. Borsellino dodged the attack, then his form coalesced nearby. However, a large blue figure had already closed in. Fishman Karate secret technique. Onigawara Seiken. Boom. It's Knight of the Sea Jinbe. Damn it, isn't he one of the 7 warlords? Why is he helping the pirates? No matter. We have Kurozawa and the admirals on our side. A mere warlord will win. Sakazuki meanwhile had fallen back to intercept Marco on the route to the execution platform. But after unleashing his hound blaze, Sakazuki sensed something was off. Marco's regenerative ability seemed considerably stronger than before. Sakazuki was shocked. On the other side, Kazan was being held back by Luffy and the others. Seeing this, Kurozawa showed no sign of the panic others expected. Watching the rose-colored air current slash, whose mere scattered sword energy split the earth with countless fissures, Kurozawa simply extended one finger. A crimson light flashed briefly before shooting out. Empowered by limitless transcendence, though released instantly, its power was leagues beyond what it had been. Cursed technique, reversal red. A single blast unleashed a terrifying explosion that completely engulfed Vista's figure. The rising dust could block others' perception, but Kurozawa could see everything clearly. Noting no technique burnout, he curled his lips into a smirk. The crimson light at his fingertip flickered again, and he fired 2 more consecutive red blasts. Boom. Boom. Ding. Congratulations, host. Killed Vista. Acquired 88400 bounty points. Without a pause, a brilliant blue light flashed in Kurozawa's eyes. His form vanished, and in the next instant he appeared before Marco in the sky. Yo. Long time no see. Seeing Kurozawa's smile, the suppressed anger in Marco's heart began to stir, but after his transformation, he quickly regained his composure. Retracting after saving Ace was the best course of action now. With this guy's power, he can't kill me anyway. Especially since I've already achieved Devil Fruit Awakening. Even that Akainu bastard's attacks couldn't do a thing to me. With this thought, Marco unleashed a full power claw strike at Kurozawa. Kurozawa smiled slightly, his hand wreathed in darkness, infused with killing curse energy. Domain expansion, malevolent kitchen shrine. SHHHH. In an instant, Marco was sliced into shreds. In his disbelieving eyes, he felt even his very soul being cut apart by the invisible slashes. On the Marineford battlefield, there was no longer anyone who could stop Kurozawa's advance. Gah! I'm here, Sengoku. Ding! Heizei no longer needed to conceal himself. The complete form of Domain Fuma Yuchuzi was fully manifested before the eyes of the world. High in the sky, countless marines and pirates stared at the suddenly appearing demon-suppressing shrine, all trembling with fear. What is this thing? So eerie. And why does it feel so evil? Is that something Colonel Heizei created? It's simply terrifyingly strong. Boundless, eerie aura emanated from the demon-suppressing shrine. Just floating silently in the air made people's hair stand on end. Even the elite vice admirals of Marine headquarters, seasoned veterans, felt an overwhelming oppression. From such a great distance, the hands gripping their swords trembled uncontrollably. Huashishin, a cigarette dangling from his lips, murmured, Heizei, are you the reincarnation of Azura? This killing intent is too strong. The demon-suppressing shrine manifested by Domain Fuma Yuchuzi had every bone gleaming with a sinister light narrating endless death and sorrow. Above the shrine, the black-haired youth with pale blue flickering eyes flashed a grin of white teeth, and invisible slashes roared out instantly, covering Marco's figure. Shwa 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 shwa. The invisible slashes after the Domain Fuma Yuchuzi was upgraded to LV5 had greatly increased in power. So even Marco, who had also made tremendous progress and awakened his Devil Fruit ability, could barely withstand it. After all, Marco had awakened the mythical Zoan Bird Fruit Phoenix form. Although his physical and mental transformation had also broken through his Haki under the influence of heart power, facing the LV5 Domain Fuma Yuchuzi slashes, he was instantly defeated. Neither advanced armament Haki hardening nor coating could block the cursed energy slashes from Heizei. The extreme pain from all over his body instantly overwhelmed Marco's mind. Thus, everyone saw the phoenix emitting eerie blue flames of immortality shatter into countless fragments in the sky. Captain Marco. To have Captain Marco taken down in an instant. A red figure looked up at the sky. Sakazuki's pupils reflected the tragic state of the Phoenix Marco. He felt no sympathy, only a surge of doubt. Is the power that Heizei uses invisible slashes? Even the regenerative ability that could withstand my Hellhound seems unable to resist Heizei's attacks. Sakazuki was shocked in his heart. As an awakened Magu Magu no Mi user, a single Hellhound from him could kill or cripple anyone below the 4 emperors. Even a monster like Whitebeard, after taking one Hellhound, had his health bar dropped to the execution line. The lethality was undoubtedly top tier among all Logia abilities. But even such damage output was outshined by Heizei. Sakazuki found it unbelievable, and so did Marco. However, already diced into mincemeat, he could not even utter a painful groan. Marco's last sight was Haiziai's sneer, then all senses disappeared. Amidst the intense pain, less than 2.5 seconds had passed in the outside world, but he felt as if an entire century had elapsed. Fighting to this extent, this guy's level of damage output surely couldn't last long. I just need to endure. The strong-willed Marco, relying on his obsession, forcibly activated his devil fruit's regenerative ability to keep working. Otherwise, the moment he was swallowed by the extreme pain, he would have been sliced into a mist of blood by failing to maintain his ability. But Marco's calculations were wrong. When the invisible slashes had cut his body into pieces smaller than a fingernail, Haiziai's eyes flickered, and he changed the focus of the domain Fuma Yuchuzi's slashes. Shwa 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 shwa. The same invisible slashes, but this time Marco truly felt that his soul was being butchered. Perhaps out of the soul's self-preservation, boundless fear forcibly awakened Marco's soul consciousness. At this moment, while being tormented by immense pain, the consciousness within his soul could also perceive that all his abilities were rapidly disappearing. Haki, physical body, vitality, voice. Everything that a normal living being with a soul possesses was being stripped away by the slashes of Fuma Yuchuzi. It was like a butcher scaling a fish layer by layer, then devouring it completely. So this is Fuma Yuchuzi. Haiziai's grin widened. However, to his surprise, through the powerful perception of his 6 eyes, he detected a group of figures quietly appearing in a building collapse caused by Whitebeard and Marineford. These guys. Why have they come early too? Haiziai could understand the appearance of Blackbeard, but why was Douglas Barrett beside him? Something had changed for an unknown reason. After all, in the original storyline, Douglas Barrett, a former powerful combatant of the Roger Pirates, appeared as the main boss of the movie with an extremely arrogant and unyielding personality. Haiziai was very curious what reason Blackbeard Teach had used to bring him here. On the execution platform, bang bang bang. Ace's face was pale, tears streaming from his eyes. Filled with remorse, he was frantically head-butting the floor. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, Pops. It's me, it's all my fault. Stop and leave here. I don't need you to save a sinner like me. However, no one changed because of Ace's words. On the battlefield, those who were supposed to pursue continued pursuing, those fleeing continued fleeing, and the confused remained confused. The words of a man in chains carried no weight. In a pool of blood, Kobe, who had lost an arm, suddenly woke up. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Ha ha ha. Oh. Kobe had just recovered from the shock when the excruciating pain from his severed arm made him scream. Helmeppo quickly comforted him. Kobe, pull yourself together. We Marines are going to win. That Haiziai killed Whitebeard. Nanny. Hearing this, Kobe seemed to lose all life. At that moment, his worldview collapsed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Marco. Gained 137400 million level bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the stage achievement reward condition fall of the Whitebeard Commanders, 715. Reward billion level bounty points, 40,000. Current billion level bounty points, 315100. Another surge of bounty points. Heizei smiled faintly. System, keep adding points for me. On the battlefield, a figure moved stealthily. Moria, gazing at Heizei in the sky, gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn Heizei, he actually cut Whitebeard's body in half. But that Marco seems even worse. Cut into who knows how many pieces. I wonder if Hogback can even stitch him back together. Fufufu. Where do you think you're going? Behind Moria, a pink-clad figure appeared silently. As Doflamingo's fingers tightened, Moria's body was immobilized. Heh, what's going on? My body, why can't I move? Moria's face twisted in fury. Struggling in vain, he heard the laughter and shouted, Doflamingo. You bastard, you dare attack me. We're both warlords. Fufufu. If you're dead, you won't be right. Doflamingo sneered, continuing, the government won't avenge a dead man, let alone a pirate. Moria, bastard. Fufu. Today's show has been quite entertaining, but it's time to end it. Just as Doflamingo was about to act, click. The sound of a gun being loaded came from not far away. Don't move. Our captain wants to have a word with you all. Doflamingo turned his head, glancing at the speaker. You? Van Augur. Why are you here? Where's Teach? And you, what status do you have to command me? With that, Doflamingo let out a cold laugh, and his fingers moved abruptly. Bang! Barrett has agreed, all right. Blackbeard Teach's eyes blazed with fierce ambition. Gazing at the devastated Marineford, he was already itching to act. Douglas Barrett said nothing, but his eyes burned with fervor as he looked at the figure of justice on the execution platform. Do your thing. Just don't get in my way. Jahaha. Exactly. Swoosh. A sound of breaking wind and Barrett's figure vanished. On the battlefield, boom. 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 Though Whitebeard and several key commanders had fallen, slaughtering nearly 50,000 pirates still required a great deal of time. Straw Hat Luffy kept dodging attacks from various elites. Under the influence of the world's will, like an invisible giant hand, he was being guided step by step toward the execution platform. Under this influence, even fighters of the caliber of Marine admirals failed to deliver a one-hit kill on Straw Hat Luffy for various reasons. That pineapple head uncle is dead too. Huff huff. Luffy panted heavily, his eyes shrinking as he gazed at the nearly invincible figure in the sky, yet he showed no sign of discouragement. Ace, I'm coming to save you. On the execution platform, the soldier pretending to be the executioner, Mr. 3, was already drenched in cold sweat. Inside, he was screaming, "Stop shouting, damn it. If that marine killer in the sky notices me, it's all over." Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully injected 100,000 billion level bounty points. Cursed technique reversal crimson upgraded to LV5. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully injected 100,000 billion level bounty points. Cursed technique 8 upgraded to LV5. Ding. Detected multiple skills reaching LV5. Unlocked skill upgrade reward. Random prize pool drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained another world summon card 1 legendary. Oh, what's this? Heise's lips curled. It seemed he had drawn something extraordinary. Continue add points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully injected 100,000 billion level bounty points. 8 Crimson Blade Pulse upgraded to LV5. Remaining billion level bounty points 15100. This gone again. Heise sighed softly. The expenses were only growing. It was a pity about Douglas Barrett and these warlords. The Marines had already revoked their bounties, so killing them yielded little value. Did he really have to wait until Luffy ignited the world and the bounties inflated? Then Heise thought of something. His gaze fell on the execution platform, and his eyes lit up. Right system, can you have Sengoku issue in order to put a bounty on these guys right now? Even if the warlords won't work, that Barrett must be bounty eligible, right? Ding. Nope, the bounty points awarded by the system must be recognized by the world government, approved by the Marine Fleet Admiral, and finally issued as a bounty warrant by the Marine Bounty Department to be valid. Heise, ding. Detected that the system's failure to clearly explain the function affected the host's enjoyment, triggering a special compensation reward. Ding. Special compensation reward has been sent to the system space. Please check your inventory. Hearing the system's voice, Heise was stunned. Such a good deal. Good. Everything becomes reasonable. His mood was refreshed again. His azure blue eyes swept across the battlefield. Monkey D. Luffy, Blackbeard, Teach, Douglas Barrett, Knight of the Sea, Jinbe. Each one of them is set on wreaking havoc at Marineford. With a light sigh, Heise decided to harvest as many bounty points as possible before these people could act. He raised his finger, aiming at the 12th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Scarlet cursed energy coalesced, then blasted out in an instant. Even at LV5, the cursed technique reversal crimson's power and speed had already surpassed the commander's defensive range. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, and the powerful shockwave even sent Straw Hat Luffy tumbling from afar. This scene was witnessed by Boa Hancock, who had been watching Luffy's actions. The suppressed emotions in her heart burst forth at this moment. Bastard. You dared to attack Luffy again. I will make you pay. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully killed Haruda. Gained 33200 billion level bounty points. In the air, Heise blew on his finger, looking satisfied. This demeanor made him appear like a demon in the eyes of the pirates. Captain Haruda. What kind of monster is this guy? He took down a commander in one hit. After defeating Pops and the others, he still has such terrifying combat power. Doesn't he ever get tired? Strong fighters like Jinbe and Crocodile also noticed this scene, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Even if they stopped the admirals, the Marines still had such a monster. Was this war even meaningful? Jahaha. Sengoku. Here I come. Dark hole. With an evil laugh, darkness like ink surged in waves from under Blackbeard's palms, sweeping away everything in its path. That guy is Teach. Sengoku roared in fury. You bastard, how dare you rebel? At this moment, Blackbeard Teach, having assessed the battlefield situation, was also astonished, but he had no choice but to come for the Gura Gura no Mi, which was crucial to his plan. Jahaha. Heise. Blackbeard Teach looked up at the sky. A graceful figure suddenly sprinted upward. Teach frowned in confusion. The Pirate Empress. What's that woman doing up there? Unforgivable. You hurt Luffy. Perfume femur. With a sharp cry, unparalleled Conqueror's Haki coiled around her white leg, combined with a vast amount of devil fruit power. A single touch would turn the target to stone, then shatter it. Heise watched the approaching whiteness, a cold expression on his face. I told you, if you dare to act, you already have a path to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Crimson light gathered, and the next second, boom. A terrifying explosion resounded in the sky. Luffy looked up at the falling figure. Hancock. Then Luffy's pupils contracted sharply. Heise's figure instantly flashed above the falling Boa Hancock. As her pretty face showed horror, the blade of darkness gleamed with bloodthirsty, killing, cursed energy. 8 Crimson Blade Pulse. Swoosh. The dark red blood blade, converging vast amounts of sinister, killing, cursed energy, rapidly enlarged in Boa Hancock's eyes. Around it, electromagnetic pulses cracked and scattered arcs of lightning. Under Straw Hat Luffy's frozen gaze, it instantly pierced through Boa Hancock's body. The dark red blood blade, undiminished in power, plunged straight into the earth. Clang. Ding. Congratulations, host. Why did Colonel Kurozawa suddenly start fighting Boa Hancock? Yeah, isn't she one of the 7 warlords? To hell with that. This woman attacked us and the children without restraint, relying on her beauty and status. From the distant darkness, Blackbeard Teach watched Boa Hancock's figure in the sky, a sinister gleam in his eyes emitting intermittent laughter. Pirate Empress, if you're going to die here, I might as well take your devil fruit along with you. Blackbeard Teach bared his uneven teeth and with several of his subordinates began swiftly closing in on Whitebeard's body. Barrett, it's up to you. That bastard Teach. What's his purpose here? It can't be to rescue Ace, can it? On the execution platform, Sengoku frowned as his gaze swept across the battlefield. And that Pirate Empress is another headache. Watching the violent explosion in the sky, Sengoku silently approved of Kurosawa's actions. A mere warlord. If she died, so be it. With Whitebeard dead and the admirals free to act, the Marines no longer needed them. Even without these people, the Marines, who represent justice, could still win this war waged in the name of justice. Under Sengoku's watchful gaze, Kurosawa's figure flashed above Boa Hancock. The latter was about to utter a harsh retort, but her keen senses immediately detected Kurosawa's naked killing intent. You bastard really intend to kill me? I merely wish to teach you a trivial lesson. Boa Hancock's pupils contracted violently at the glow of the cursed crimson light. The attack gathering on that blade was absolutely powerful enough to threaten her life. Her fair fingers drew a pink, bewitching heart in front of her voluptuous chest. The allure that burst forth was so potent that even Marines and pirates who caught only a faint whiff downwind found their eyes popping into hearts, and some unfortunate souls were petrified outright. With her devil fruit power at full throttle, Boa Hancock's charm reached its zenith. She was utterly confident that even Vice Admiral Mourning, facing this technique, would find his pain-inflicted discipline utterly useless. However, Boa Hancock witnessed a sight that shocked her to the core. Kurosawa's hair danced in the breeze, his azure eyes utterly unmoved by her devil fruit ability, while the crimson cursed energy on the blade darkness condensed with ever-increasing speed. What kind of man is this? A sliver of fear crept into Boa Hancock's heart. Her attack wasn't ready. Conjuring that massive heart of allure was already the limit of what she could do in such a short span. Kurosawa's attack speed was simply too fast. The next instant, shank. The power of 8-style Crimson Blade Pulse erupted at full force, its speed surpassing even Kazara's lasers by an unfathomable margin. The dark red, cursed energy tore through the air, shattering Boa Hancock's heart of allure like paper, and before her pupils contracted to pins, it pierced her lithe, delicate frame clean through. Excruciating pain instantly coursed through Boa Hancock's entire being. From below, Straw Hat Luffy could clearly see her body convulsing violently as the 8-style Crimson Blade Pulse tore through her. Hancock, what the hell did you do to her? Straw Hat Luffy's face twisted in fury, but before he could react, boom. The swelling crimson blade of the 8-style Crimson Blade Pulse slammed straight into the earth, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent cannon fodder and even Luffy flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. In the distance, Kobe watched in despair, clutching his severed arm as he muttered brokenly. How could this happen? Even someone as strong as Luffy-senpai got blasted away in one hit. This monster. In the sky, Boa Hancock's body was suspended midair, impaled on the crimson blade. After a violent tremor, the life in her pupils was already fading. Ugh. Hancock. On the ground, Luffy staggered to his feet, gazing up at the figure in the sky. His benefactor, who had helped him so much during the rescue of Ace, was being ruthlessly harmed by this man. Just like in Sabaody, everyone was being crushed by this guy. Damn it. Damn it. For the first time in days, Luffy felt that overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Hiss, hiss. A massive pink python, its entire body coated in armament Haki, weaved through the air in an S-pattern, lunging straight for Kurosawa. A serpent that knows Haki. Kurosawa smirked, placing his hand on Boa Hancock's head. With precise manipulation, he inflicted intense pain that jolted the dying Hancock back to brief awareness. Then, before her dazed eyes, the pink serpent that had been her constant companion was severed into dozens of pieces, blood erupting into a crimson mist. Her vision blurred with rage. This is your own choice. His cold voice echoed in her ears like a demon's whisper. Before she could voice her fury, Kurosawa grabbed her head and slammed it down into the earth with brutal force. Bam! Rocks shattered as blood flowed freely. Boa Hancock lay motionless. The current warlord queen of Amazon Lily, the legendary pirate empress, had met her end. Hancock! Luffy screamed in anguish, his nails digging deep into his palms from sheer rage. The remaining warlords watched, a chill running down their spines. This Kurosawa. He actually dared to kill Boa Hancock. She was a government-sanctioned pirate. Fufufu. Does this count as a declaration of war against the world government? Doflamingo's expression was one of amusement. Jinbe's face was grim. This man's strength is far too troublesome. Jaiha. Well done, Kurosawa. Though what a waste of such a big hole left in her body. Blackbeard Teach stared at the motionless body on the ground. A gruesome blood hole on her slender waist gushed blood, faint traces of dark red, cursed energy lingering within, barely visible beneath the crimson. Barrett should be just about ready to, right? Stepping onto Boa Hancock's head, Kurosawa's eyes were cold silent. Luffy had risen from the ground, his face dark with fury as he glared at Kurosawa. Take your foot off her. Kurosawa paused for a moment, then a cruel smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He ground his heel into Hancock's head, then pressed down with crushing force. Bam! Hey! Luffy's face flushed crimson with fury. At that very moment, rumble! On the battlefield of Marineford, an unexpected upheaval began. Sengoku Garp, come on. Let me see if you've made any progress over the years. Medium bullet. A massive jet-black heavy robot radiating a terrifying aura appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield. With a thunderous BOM it shot toward the execution platform. Sengoku's expression shifted. This guy, is that demon's descendant? What's he doing here? Jai haha. That's it. Tear this battlefield apart. As Blackbeard Teach cackled, a towering silhouette as tall as Marine headquarters itself emerged from the shadows, its massive hands sweeping down toward the execution platform. Captain, preparations are complete. Shiryu of the range sheathed his sword as several Marine soldiers crumpled to the ground. Ding! Detecting host's current situation. Congratulations, host. A new life choice has been triggered. Life choice 1, face Marshal D. Teach's attempt to seize the power of the tremor fruit. On the giant tree of shampoo, Rayleigh's eyes flickered wildly as he stared at Boa Hancock lying on the ground, his gaze overflowing with killing intent. Kurozawa. Turning his body toward a certain direction, Rayleigh's figure vanished. At the same time, people around the world sighed in regret after seeing Boa Hancock's death. What a pity, not even a shred of chivalry. Exactly. Such a beautiful woman killed just like that. What a waste. I'm not so sure, someone said. Oh. You mean the pirate empress isn't dead, eh? No, what I mean is if I had been there, she wouldn't have been wasted. On the battlefield of Marineford, ignoring the enraged Straw Hat Luffy, steaming red, Kurozawa remained indifferent, instead immersed in the pleasant echoes within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Boa Hancock and completing the lucky life choice, the Pirate Empress's end. Reward 100,000 points of 100 million level bounty. Ding. Detecting the host's exceptional performance, causing Boa Hancock to die in humiliation while making the son of the world suffer. Rewarding additional luck. Additional lucky rewards, super hardening of max. Oh, super hardening. System, will this be useful in battle? Well, it's better than nothing. Maybe one day I'll find a use for it. Ding. Detecting the host's current situation. Congratulations, a new life choice has been triggered. Life choice 1, facing Marshal D. Teach's attempt to seize the power of the tremor fruit, your noble character, compels you to intercept him and deliver a harsh righteous humiliation. Reward to be evaluated based on performance. Life choice 2, overwhelmed by the immense pressure of the Blackbeard Pirates, you choose to turn a blind eye and stand by, allowing him to seize the tremor fruit's power. Reward Angler LV1. Life choice 3, confronted with Marshal D. Teach's betrayal of the Marines, your overflowing sense of justice cannot tolerate it, so you choose to forcefully suppress the entire Blackbeard Pirates. Reward Dark Divine Evasion upgraded to LV2. TSK. Looking at the options in his mind, Kurozawa felt a bit conflicted. The skill Angler sounded mediocre, but actually had merit. Simply put, if you defeat a pirate and let him escape, then kill him later, the bounty reward will be doubled. Angler LV1's doubling reaches 200. Upgrading Dark Divine Evasion to LV2 was also tempting, saving a full 0 points of 100 million level bounty. Interesting. Kurozawa's lips curled upward, completely ignoring Luffy's rubber fist hurtling toward him. Gear 2nd Gum Gum Gatling. Accelerated by Gear 2nd's steam, the rubber fists were faster and stronger. Even a Vice Admiral's iron body might not fully defend against them. Yet when they struck Kurozawa, he made no defensive move whatsoever, letting Luffy's fist slam into his body. Seeing this, Crocodile silently took a drag of his cigar, unable to help sneering inwardly. Another Marine about to be defeated by Straw Hat. If nothing unexpected happens, the next scene should be Kurozawa getting sent flying by Straw Hat Luffy. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Straw Hat Luffy's fists rained down on Kurozawa like a storm, yet the latter's body remained utterly still. Garp, who had been secretly watching Luffy's actions, narrowed his eyes. Though old, he could tell that Kurozawa wasn't using iron body or any Haki-based defensive technique. It felt as if Luffy's attacks simply couldn't touch him. Among the few who also noticed, Mihawk let out a low whistle of wonder. You're getting harder and harder to read, Kurozawa. On the execution platform, Mr. 3 screamed in his heart. Damn it, Straw Hat. Why do you have to provoke this killing machine? Aren't we supposed to save Ace? And what about that giant robot charging toward the execution platform? It's as cool as my wax boxing champ, but is it even on our side? Don't crush me too. Sengoku was right there, but Mr. 3 could only silently pray in his heart that Sengoku would pull through. Ugh! Straw Hat Luffy roared wildly, completely oblivious that his attacks had no effect. Luffy-senpai, go. Kobe wanted to shout, but his remaining sense stopped him. If the surrounding Marines heard, they'd surely cut him down first. On the execution platform, Sengoku watched the figure rampaging across the battlefield without a word, then turned his gaze to the black-coated silhouette. Teach is one thing, but Shiryu, why? The only response was Shiryu's cold sneer. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted with every step of the medium-sized robot, and even the combined efforts of the elite vice admirals could barely hold it back. No mistake, this guy is Douglas Bullet, called the Devil's Heir. His power is astonishing. His aura is just like that monster Whitebeard. Wasn't he locked in the 6th level of Impel Down? How is he here? Bullet's robot closed in rapidly. Momonga and Enigmo exchanged glances, gripping their swords tightly, as their muscles bulged, coating the blades with maximum Haki. Vice Admiral Glory. Buzz. A brilliant cold gleam born from the combined strike of 2 elite Marine Vice Admirals surged across the battlefield, carrying fierce Haki as it howled toward Bullet. Where did all these small fries come from? Get out of my way. I'm looking for Sengoku and Garp. Bullet laughed as the robot's fist punched out. Clang. The overwhelming power of the giant fist collided with the gleaming slash, which trembled violently before shattering with a loud boom. It only made him pause for a moment. Seeing this, Enigmo and Momonga's expressions turned grim. The next instant, the robot's body flashed. Its massive size didn't hinder its speed in the slightest. Watch out. Boom. Vice Admiral Momonga raised his blade to shield Enigmo, but the terrifying force sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Bullet's grin never faded. The continuous battle stirred the boiling blood within him. The robot's palm rose, then slammed down toward Enigmo. Bam! The heavy blow, landing with unstoppable force, crushed Enigmo into the ground, even as he was not at his peak. Countless debris shot out from the pressure. The terrifying palm wind continued to spread, sweeping Straw Hat Luffy, who was still attacking Kurozawa, into the rubble. Instructor. Miguel cried out in panic at the sight of Enigmo in the crater, but he was far too weak to intervene in time. With Bullet's malicious grin, Enigmo struggled to rise, but the former gave him no chance to breathe. The robot's massive fist, wrapped in thick Haki, came crashing down. It's over. The fist grew larger and larger in Enigmo's eyes. Then, boom. Crimson cursed energy shot forth, slamming the robot's body straight into the earth, raising a cloud of dust several meters high. He actually managed to send that bullet. Blackbeard Teach stared in shock, but before he could react, a black-haired figure appeared above him. Looking into those pale blue eyes, Blackbeard Teach instantly felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Halfway through the air, the pale blue eyes looked down, a smirk curling on the lips as the mouth opened. Kneel. Thank you all for reading. This chapter is almost over. Are there any characters you'd like to see join the Paramount War? The author might add them in. Finally, please spare some free likes and power-ups. Thank you. Incineration Mountain Vice Admiral. Amidst the frantic shouts of the Marines, just as Barrett's massive robotic fist was about to crush Incineration Mountain, a crimson surge of cursed energy violently slammed the machine into the ground. That's Captain Heisei. Captain Heisei has made his move. Boss. Miguel stared with intense emotion at the figure with black hair and blue eyes suspended in midair, glimmering, tears welling in his eyes. In stark contrast to the Marines' renewed vigor at seeing Heisei take action, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates grew ever more terrified. Directly facing the pressure radiating from Heisei, Blackbeard Teach's expression was equally grim. Heisei may have slain Whitebeard out of Teach's sight, but the warlord Boa Hancock had truly died before his very eyes, and just moments ago, Heisei effortlessly suppressed Barrett, a foe that even all the vice admirals combined could not handle. The speed of that attack was something even Teach found nearly impossible to react to. This Heisei's strength was utterly incomparable to what he had displayed at the warlord meeting at Mary Geos. Cold sweat beaded on Teach's forehead. His mouth hung slightly agape as his mind raced for a countermeasure. However, his crew members did not share his sentiment. Zihaha, you bastards getting too cocky. Take this punch. A masked, burly figure leaped toward Heisei. It was Blackbeard's subordinate Jesus Burgess. Heisei, hovering in midair, remained expressionless. He merely extended his palm toward Burgess, and a blue-white radiance surged behind the pirate. A terrifying gravitational force instantly yanked the airborne Burgess back. What the A.R.? With a flick of Heisei's wrist, the blue-white light engulfed Burgess and hurled him into the ruins, triggering a massive explosion. Almost simultaneously, a gunshot rang out. Van Augur sneered coldly. Who gave you permission to speak to Captain Teach like that? Heisei didn't even blink at the incoming bullet. Just as Van Augur began to inwardly gloat, believing he had found an opening and was about to land a decisive hit, a horrifying sight unfolded before him. What? The bullet stopped. Van Augur's eyes bulged, deep disbelief flooding his gaze. Then he saw Heisei's irises shift toward him. Their eyes met, and Van Augur's heart jolted violently. The next second, Heisei appeared before him, blue-white, cursed energy swirling around his fist, terrifying attraction, mixed with armament Haki, as he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom. A monstrous force coursed through Van Augur's entire being. He felt as though every bone in his body was shattering. Overwhelming agony doubled him over, instantly curling him like a boiled shrimp. He spewed a mouthful of blood before the force blasted him away, sending him hurtling into the unknown. Wait. Hold on. Seeing this, the remaining members of the Blackbeard Pirates tensed, immediately dropping into combat stances. Blackbeard Teach, however, finally shouted in frantic haste, "Without my orders, how dare you act on your own?" Heizei silently observed them all. He recalled that the Blackbeard Pirates had been founded on mutual interest. When truly faced with life and death, they would inevitably scatter like birds and beasts. Their current behavior confirmed this perfectly. Despite their battle-ready postures, under Heizei's LV5 heaven-defying six eyes observation, every remaining member had already prepared their escape routes, ready to bolt at the first opportunity. Heizei turned to face Teach beside him. Interesting. Staring into those sapphire eyes, Blackbeard Teach sensed impending doom. He hastily retreated, widening the distance between them. The edge of his darkness blade glinted with a bone-chilling cold. Teach had no intention of being sliced down by a single close-range strike. His grand ambitions were only just beginning. Teach chuckled nervously. Heizei, we did work together once, you know. Aren't you being a bit too ruthless? Spare me the pleasantries, Teach. I know what you're after. Heizei spoke in a low voice audible only to those nearby. Huh. Teach's expression shifted dramatically. Though shock and doubt roiled within him, his keen insight into human nature told him that Heizei was not lying. Could this man truly know the secret of the Yami Yami no Mi? Teach, Ziaha, I never thought you'd know so much. Once this is done, I'll grant you one wish in the future. How about it? At these words, the other Blackbeard Pirates exchanged uneasy glances. Teach had never offered such a tempting reward before. He continued, become a Marine Admiral or join me. The choice is yours. Heizei only sneered in response. You seem to be misunderstanding something. What? Teach was baffled. Heizei raised a single finger. You? Kneel. Kowtow 3 times to me, and I'll let you pass. Huh. Teach's face contorted, and the expressions of his crew members mirrored his disbelief. Avalo Pizarro Cup. Do you think pirates have no pride? Lafitte. Young man, some strength, but severely lacking in discipline. Katarina Devon, such a handsome young man. Leave him to me in the end. Vasco Shot let out a loud burp. Doc Q and Stronger trembled in fear. Shiryu remained silent, but murderous intent blazed in his eyes. His grip on his sword hilt tightened, his long-honed survival instincts screaming that this Heizei was extremely dangerous. Though they were bound by profit, they still had at least a shred of face to preserve. Even these maggots gathered by greed could not stomach such humiliation of their captain. However, just as several crew members were preparing to make their move, Heizei struck first. In the next instant, Heizei's form vanished. Before their horrified gazes, a grotesque head flew high into the air. Even in death, Katarina Devon retained her previous smile. Kurozawa's cold voice rang out. I was planning to keep you alive, but you're simply too revolting. The thought that someone like Katarina Devon dared to toy with him. Recalling that look in her eyes, Kurozawa knew he wouldn't sleep a wink if he let her live. So even though her bounty would have skyrocketed later, Kurozawa refused to wait. Hey. Why so much bloodlust? Teach's expression was twisted with fury, pitch-black, ominous energy surging in his palm. The opening stance before unleashing his dark water. Clink. Shiryu's blade instantly left its sheath, aimed at Kurozawa beside him, while cold sweat drenched the back of his shirt. Shock flooded Shiryu's mind. This man's speed was simply beyond imagination. The remaining members of the Blackbeard Pirates stared at their comrade who had been chatting and laughing moments ago, now a headless corpse slowly crumpling to the ground. Thud. The severed head that had flown high into the air finally hit the ground. Witnessing this, the pirates' nerves were stretched taut, their gazes locked onto Kurozawa, terrified that they might be the next to suffer such a fate. Their faces grim and dark, they watched as Kurozawa turned slightly. Just that simple motion nearly made them leap out of their skin. After a moment, Lafitte whispered, Captain, why not just go along with him? It's only a Kowtow, nothing to lose. Doc Q and Stronger, already scared out of their wits, quickly chimed in. Yeah, Captain. Kowtow to him and save your life. Avalo Pizarro also dropped his earlier arrogance. That's right, Captain. Compared to your life, what's a little pride worth? The death of their comrade also sobered up the drunken Vasco Shot considerably. You bastards. Teach cursed inwardly at his crew, mentally fuming. It's not your heads that have to bow. You'll keep your word, oi? Teach said coldly. A faint smile touched Kurozawa's lips, of course. Meanwhile, the Marines and pirates in the distance watched the confrontation between Kurozawa and the Blackbeard Pirates with confusion. He wounded several crew members and beheaded one right in front of them. And they still haven't started fighting. Do you even know who that was? The notorious pirate who once ruled the seas, Katarina Devon, taken out by that bastard Kurozawa in a single blow. The ink-black power slowly retracted into Blackbeard's palm, vanishing completely. Teach walked toward Kurozawa, and seeing this, Shiryu frowned. Teach. I know what I'm doing. Teach said with a grim face, approaching Kurozawa. This is enough, right? The Marines clearly held the advantage in fighting strength now. Relying on a Barrett and a Whitebeard Pirates without their captain trying to snatch the fruit amidst the chaos was simply too risky, and as time passed, the chance of success would only dwindle further. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. For the dream in his heart, what was a mere Kowtow? Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Teach's head slammed heavily onto the ground before Kurosawa. What's going on? That Teach. Why is he kowtowing to Captain Kurosawa? What the hell? He killed his own crewmate, and now he's bowing to the enemy. In the distance, Kobe had secretly hoped the Blackbeard pirates might kill Kurosawa, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. What is this world coming to? Ever since Kurosawa appeared, Kobe's life had never been the same. Thud, thud. 2 more heavy impacts rang out as Blackbeard Teach's forehead cracked against the stone, skin breaking and bleeding. Seeing Teach actually kowtow, Kurosawa was somewhat surprised. You broke the skin on your forehead. I was just joking, you take things too seriously. Hearing this, Teach stood up, forcibly suppressing the murderous man-eating glare deep within his eyes. A joke. This is enough now, isn't it? Ha. Of course. I'm not one to break my word. You may pass. Kurosawa stepped aside, clearing the path. Ha. Teach's face remained dark, but as Kurosawa genuinely moved aside, a flicker of delight rose in his heart. His gaze swept toward Whitebeard's body on the ground, gradually burning with excitement. The power of the tremor fruit that could shake the world. Teach thought to himself, if he could obtain the power of the Gura no Mi this easily, then a mere kowtow was truly nothing. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates filed past Kurosawa one by one, their eyes fixed on him, the entire time terrified the god of death might suddenly strike. Only the drunk Vasco shot as he passed Kurosawa, perhaps emboldened by liquor, blurted out, "Kid, leave some room for maneuvering. We'll meet again someday." Hearing this, a smirk curled at the corner of Kurosawa's mouth. Who said you could leave? The moment those words fell, the pirates' footsteps halted abruptly. An overwhelmingly powerful aura enveloped them instantly, as if a hellish azura had locked onto them. Their bodies were frozen in place, unable to move an inch under the crushing pressure. What a boom! Amidst a cry of shock, blood splattered violently as a devastating impact followed. Vasco Shot's arm was severed and sent flying while his body was brutally smashed into the ground by an immense force. Kurosawa, what are you doing? Under the terrified gazes of the Blackbeard pirates, a mocking smile curved at the corner of Kurosawa's mouth. I never said you could leave. You bastard. The pirates moved to counterattack in fury, but Kurosawa's speed had long surpassed their reaction limits. Relying only on the least lethal of his techniques, cursed technique Reversal Blue, he defeated them all within 2 seconds. Kurosawa used blue to violently embed their bodies into the crumbling walls. In the end, only Shiryu and Blackbeard remained. Teach's face was twisted with rage as the power of the dark fruit surged wildly. Bastard. Die? Dark water. Whooshed. The gravitational pull of the darkness devil fruit was released instantly. Teach smiled triumphantly. Under this force, as long as the opponent was a devil fruit user, whether they could turn their body into an element or use any other trick, they would inevitably be drawn into his grasp. But the next second, Teach's expression froze. In his bewildered gaze, Kurosawa's body remained utterly motionless. Shiryu was puzzled by this. He had already been prepared to land a killing blow the moment Kurosawa was pulled into Teach's palm. But what was happening now? Teach. What? Before Shiryu could think further, his pupils suddenly constricted. Sword instinct took over as he slashed at his side. Clang. A violent gale burst forth as Shiryu's blade rain clashed against darkness, sending sparks flying. Sensing the terrifying swordsmanship of his opponent, Kurosawa smiled slightly. Shiryu's skill was even above Vista's. These fellows should rack up quite a bounty in the future. Captain, I'll help you. A voice boomed from the sky as Sanwan Wolf's massive hand came crashing down. The mountain-like strike compressed the very air, producing howling gusts, a testament to its terrifying power. Teach's face contorted as he watched the descending shadow. Hey, are you a moron? At this rate, you'll crush me too. Schwip. Kurosawa's figure vanished, reappearing midair. His azure blue eyes swept toward the colossal figure above. Almost forgot, there's still you. Cursed technique Reversal Red. 3 crimson beams of light flickered at his fingertips. One shot toward the sky, the other 2 aimed at Shiryu. On the ground, Teach and Shiryu were bathed in the red glow, the crimson light clearly illuminating the shifts in their expressions. Boom, boom, boom. After the violent explosions, damn it. Why does it hurt so much? I was only grazed a little. Teach writhed amidst the rubble, foam bubbling from his mouth. Then, under Buggy's live broadcast and the world's watchful gaze, Kurosawa appeared beside Teach. Out of the kindness of his heart, he placed his foot on Teach's face to hold him still, preventing the man from rolling around and getting cut by the sharp debris. Ugh, you bastard, you're breaking your word. You said you'd let me pass. Teach's voice cracked in shock and fury. A smirk curved at the corner of Kurosawa's mouth. Rules. My rules are the only rules. That Marine captain is far too brutal. He obliterated that colossal thing in a single blow. Hey. Do you know who that swordsman is? That guy is the legendary Deputy Chief Warden of the Impel Down. Why would he join Blackbeard Teach's crew? But thanks to Hiai's intervention, it seems the Marines have this battle in the bag. Even Blackbeard Teach is trampled underfoot. I really don't know what strength these pirates have left. I'm not so sure. Did you see that giant robot just now? What? That robot was indeed formidable. So many vice admirals couldn't stop it, but wasn't it knocked down by Hiai's in one hit? No, just watch and you'll see. That Douglas bullet known as the Demon Air won't be defeated so easily. Having survived until now, his combat prowess might rival that of the Dark King Rayleigh in his prime. No way. On the battlefield of Marineford, Sengoku, who had been observing from the execution platform, took in the overall situation. The current war situation, the remaining commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates led by Joza teamed up with two superpowers, Crocodile and Jinbe, barely managing to hold off Kazan and Borsellino's several attempts to reinforce. Meanwhile, following Whitebeard and Marco's dying orders, the Whitebeard Pirates had shifted from being the main assault force to covering Straw Hat Luffy's advance toward the execution platform. The Allied fleet under Whitebeard's command had almost entirely entered the inner bay of Marineford. The Blackbeard Pirates who had suddenly appeared brought along criminals imprisoned and impelled down. Once again we owe it to you, Hiai's. Sengoku looked at the figure standing atop Blackbeard Teach and smiled sincerely. Without Hiai's intervention, this war would have developed into a situation that even he would find troubling. Shiryu and those criminals imprisoned in the 6th level of the Infinite Hell were all easily dealt with by Hiai's. It was hard to imagine that in such a short time Hiai's combat power had reached such a terrifying level. It seems the rank of captain I gave him was far too conservative. With that thought, Sengoku's gaze shifted to the giant robot lying in the ruins. The Demon Air. What is your purpose? But none of that matters now. Let all evil be drowned in cannon fire. The time has come. Activate the wall of encirclement plan. With Sengoku's order, rumble, rumble, rumble. Tremendous sounds of violent shaking echoed as walls of indestructible hardness rose from Marineford's inner bay. Within less than 10 seconds, the inner bay was completely enclosed like an iron bucket. Moreover, the massive rising walls were equipped with fully loaded super heavy cannons. The power of each cannon shot was nearly 10 times that of an ordinary warship's cannon. Now the pirates trapped inside the walls had become living targets at the mercy of the Marines. By my command, open fire with all guns. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. Ag. Damn, Sengoku. This cannon fire is terrifying. Are we surrounded? What are these walls that suddenly rose from all directions? Damn it, break through them. It's useless. Ordinary cannon fire can barely leave a scratch. If Dad were still here, there might be a chance to break through. Hiai stood on Teach's gaze sweeping over the rising giant walls. Holding the script, he naturally knew that the defensive strength of these walls was such that even Whitebeard's quake shocks couldn't break them. Looks like your end is near. Hiai slowly pressed his foot down on Teach, teasing in a relaxed tone, while his fingers traced lightly, sending thin slashing strikes onto the latter's body. Empowered by the Curse King's curse force, the curse slashes eroded Teach's flesh, causing his skin to split and bleed profusely. Already burdened by the added pain from the Yami Yami, Nomi Blackbeard completely lost his composure and broke down. Oh, you bastard, Hiai. Can't you let me go? This is killing me. Bloodshot veins bulged in Teach's eyes. The intense pain pressed on his nerves, making his eyeballs protrude as if they would burst at any moment. In fact, under such agony, Teach had fainted twice within 3 seconds, only to be jolted awake by Hiai's in different ways. Moreover, every muscle in Teach's body underwent violent spasms. Yes, every part was convulsing. The sensation was akin to being twisted into a twist, then repeatedly ground against the ground. An utterly unbearable experience. Guhwoo. Blood and foam sprayed from Teach's mouth. If the Gura Gura Nomi hadn't been right before his eyes, he would have wished to die right then and there. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Life Choice 1. You have made Teach feel a pain that will never heal. Performance rating S. Reward Soul Control of Marshal D. Teach Curse King upgrade to LV2. Oh. Looking at the system prompt in his mind, Hiai's gaze toward Teach beneath his feet turned strange. Soul Control of Marshal D. Teach allows control over Marshal D. Teach's body at any time regardless of space or time, and can instantly erase his soul with a thought. Reading the description of Soul Control, Teach no longer seemed as disgusting to Hiai's. Instead, he appeared like a supremely loyal ultimate worker. Wasn't this equivalent to gaining a Yonko-level subordinate? One who would never complain. Truly delightful, Teach. Ding. Congratulations to the host for also completing Life Choice 3. You have decisively suppressed the entire Blackbeard Pirates. Reward Dark Divine Departure upgraded to LV2. Reward Dark Divine Departure upgraded to LV2. That counts too. System. Ding. The system settlement is never wrong. Kurozawa was slightly taken aback, but upon reflection it made sense. Life Choice 1 was to intercept and deliver a righteous humiliation to Teach, and Choice 3 was to suppress the entire crew, both of which he had accomplished. Excellent, he had grasped the entirety of it. Upgrading the Cursed King from LV1 to LV2 required 100 million bounty points, while the Dark Divine Evasion required 300 points. This directly saved him a whopping 450 million bounty points. What a steal. Bang, 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 bang. On the battlefield, as the containment walls rose besides Kazan and Borsellino, one admiral's position remained unopposed, presenting an unstoppable force across the field. Gurgle. Gurgle. Scorching hot magma surged endlessly from Sakazuki's body. Every large glob of magma that dripped to the ground melted through the hard floor instantly, with its terrifying temperature. Monkey D. Luffy, son of the world's most wanted criminal dragon. With such bloodline you chose to become a pirate. I will not let you live. Sakazuki's gaze was fierce, his killing intent locking onto the fleeing Luffy across the crowd. First I'll destroy your foothold. Sakazuki raised both hands high, transforming them into surging molten rock. Emitting extreme heat with a crimson glow, his arms swelled before launching a barrage of magma fists high into the air. Meteor volcano. The magma projectiles rocketed into the sky, then plummeted under gravity, carrying even more devastating power, descending like a meteor shower. But the meteors Sakazuki created brought not fortune, but annihilation. As the terrifying magma spheres crashed down, the sky darkened from the infernal glow. On the frozen bay of Marineford, the impact of the magma spheres instantly turned the area into a sea of flames. Countless pirates were either torn apart by cannon fire, melted into slag by the magma spheres, or knocked unconscious by the heat waves and swallowed by the sea. Their deaths were truly gruesome. Ace. Damn it. At this rate, how can I possibly save you? Straw Hat Luffy watched helplessly as the rising wall blocked his view of Ace, pounding the ground in frustration. Unlike the original story where the wall's ascent had been hampered by Kazan's ice, and Oars Jr.'s body had gotten stuck in the gap, causing a flaw in Sengoku's plan, this time, Oars Jr. had been cut down by Kurozawa before he could take 2 steps, so he never collapsed into the wall's crevice. Sengoku's plan proceeded flawlessly. With their foothold melted away by Sakazuki's magma, the pirates were now in a precarious and desperate situation. Before long, Luffy's gaze hardened once more. Without even a moment to mourn the death of Boa Hancock, his burning desire to save his brother conquered all. Jinbe, help me. I'm going to save Ace. Meanwhile, due to the rising walls, the Marine's Din Mushy live feed was completely cut off. However, what Sengoku hadn't anticipated was that Buggy the Clown, the super showman, and the first live streamer in pirate history, his Din Mushy broadcast was still going strong. The crystal clear 1080p quality was so sharp you could see every pore on a person. With the Marine's feed offline and no longer competing for resources, Buggy's broadcast had become the sole dominant show. Responding to the urgent demands of people worldwide, Buggy instantly dominated the world's live streaming stages. Ha ha ha, my minions. When the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates have crippled each other, all the treasure will be ours. Buggy laughed heartily, his goal from the start being to get rich. However, his words seemed to have sparked a misunderstanding among his men. They looked at Buggy's figure silhouetted against the impending firelight from the sky, appearing so grand and imposing. Deeply moved, they raised their fists and cheered. Whitebeard is dead, a new Yonko shall rise. The clown's smile can also turn the world upside down. What are you all shouting about? Buggy's expression changed in panic as he hastily looked around, fearing Whitebeard's sons might hear them. Yet his actions were interpreted differently by his followers. Truly worthy of Captain Buggy. To be ready for battle so quickly. Even in a safe place, he never forgets to stay vigilant against enemies. This is the fundamental combat awareness of a Yonko. Hey, what's that? With a shout of alarm, a massive magma sphere hurtled towards Buggy. His face filled with horror, he instinctively moved, shielding his men. How touching. Captain Buggy. Even in a situation like this, he still thinks about training our reflexes and combat skills. Buggy's face twitched. Are you all idiots? Boom. The blast swallowed everything. Simultaneously, on a section of the wall directly in front of the execution platform, layers of dark purple vortexes spiraled outward like quicksand, devouring everything. Even the wall itself was pulled into the maelstrom. Before long, the dark purple vortex condensed into a robot with a continuously expanding body. Inside the robot, Bullet's face was twisted in maniacal glee as he pushed his merge fruit to its absolute limit. Feeling the immense power surging as he merged with countless materials, Bullet's arrogance swelled to unbounded levels once more. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Marine headquarters to have such quality materials for me to merge with. So that Blackbeard guy wasn't lying to me. On the execution platform, Sengoku stared in shock at the rapidly shrinking wall, his voice trembling. How is this possible? Can this man's devil fruit ability actually absorb even the walls made with Vegapunk's latest technology? Meanwhile, the struggling pirates also noticed the miraculous opening and began flooding towards that section of the wall. Charge. Through there. However, a figure in red appeared at the gap. Gurgle. Gurgle. Magma boiled and deadly heat exploded outward. Hound blaze. The fangs forged of molten rock crushed everything in their path. Nothing could stand against this all-consuming scorching flame. You broken remnants, don't even think about passing through me. Sakazuki's expression was cold. Standing alone before the shrinking wall, he was an insurmountable chasm that no one could cross. Admiral Sakazuki. Damn you, Akainu. Swoosh. A terrifying pressure bore down from above. Sakazuki looked up in shock to find a massive shadow looming completely over him. Super heavy cannon. With a roar from Bullet, a colossal black fist, even larger than a giant's wrapped in dense haki, smashed down towards Sakazuki with immense force. Boom. Sakazuki's body blazed with intense red light, as searing magma erupted to meet the black fist. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves mixed with splattered magma sweeping across the area. Admiral Sakazuki. Under the gaze of the Marine, Sakazuki was smashed into a pool of magma by the single punch. Of course, the black fist didn't fare much better. Half of the fist melted away in the exchange. Drip. Drop. Sizzle. Magma dripped continuously, melting the ground beneath. Bullet controlled the fist, shedding the parts attached with magma, as he couldn't merge with it attached. Feeling the pain in his hand, Bullet laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. An admiral? Are the admirals of this era this weak? Dragonscale rebound, the twin meteors. A dark crimson blade slashed through the air, its sharp ring sending a chill down even Bullet's spine inside the robot. It was a sharpness he couldn't defend against. Ding. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. A new life choice has been triggered. Life choice 1: confront Jelicibolite, who is about to fully absorb a barrier wall. The righteous host chooses to strike with overwhelming force and successfully stop him. Reward: the power of the Tremor fruit is upgraded to LV5. Life choice 2: arrogant and disdainful, the host chooses to ignore Baylite's actions. Reward: useful weather knowledge X1. Life choice 3: the host chooses to deal with Baylite last first, slaying all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Reward: armament Haki is upgraded to LV7. If he were to kill all of Whitebeard's commanders first, the battlefield was too scattered, and with Ace still on the execution platform, it's not like he could just go ahead and execute him early, could he? Moreover, Baylite was constantly absorbing the barrier wall through his combined fruit ability and had nearly opened a gap completely. With this thought, he turned his gaze to a certain spot, muttered incantations under his breath, and the dark blade in his hand trembled slightly before he slashed out. Under the blessing of the LV2 Cursed King, the dense and sinister cursed energy swiftly merged with Haki and swordsmanship. Unlike the effect of Sukuna's incantation enhancement, the technique Hiai's now unleashed technique, Cleave, not only had its slashing power greatly increased by the incantation, but also its speed was dramatically enhanced. Although technique Cleave was only at LV3, this almost instantaneous slash effortlessly cut through the Haki armor covering Baylite's giant robot surface. At the port of Marineford, a figure in a black cloak had remained motionless from the start of the war, except for when he personally intervened to neutralize the tremor caused by Whitebeard. Mihawk's target had shifted from his initial anticipation and eagerness to face Whitebeard for the strongest, who had become a corpse before the battle could last long. Compared to Hiai's, Whitebeard could no longer satisfy Mihawk's thirst for excitement. Finally, Mihawk's keen hawk eyes caught the crimson slash streaking across the sky, and a deep, fervent excitement gleamed in the depths of his gaze. The power is still lacking, but the speed of this flying slash is among the best in the world. Swish. The dark crimson blade light bloomed in the air. Almost the moment Baylite moved his body, the slash, dominated by technique Cleave, had already cut into the surface of the combined robot. The strength of armament Haki had always been Baylite's proudest skill. His innate talent granted him a vast reserve of Haki, enough to harden and armor his entire body. Moreover, the hardening of Baylite's armament Haki did not diminish even when covering such a massive form. Yet the instant that dark crimson slash struck him, his main body felt an unprecedented pain. Ugh! A low, gritted teeth growl echoed from within the robot. Baylite's eyes were filled with shock. That bastard's attack actually hurt this much. Born in a war-torn country, Baylite had endured countless battles on the sea before being imprisoned in the underwater Great Prison. The torments he had suffered were truly inhumane. Yet compared to the agony caused by Hiai's slash, the torture he had endured in the underwater prison seemed insignificant. Just cutting into my robot, and it can transmit the pain to my main body. In a flash of thought, Baylite relied on his powerful combat instincts. Just as the dark crimson slash was about to pierce his heart, he manipulated his fruit ability to quickly reposition within the combined robot. However, even so, the incredibly swift dark crimson slash still left a bloody gash on him. The intense pain nearly caused his combined robot to destabilize, but with his sheer willpower, Baylite managed to hold the nearly collapsing robot together. That dark crimson slash. Captain Hiais, did you see that just now? Something dark red flashed by. So strong. He actually cut through that robot's defenses in one blow. Even cannon fire couldn't break it before. Under the stunned gazes of the Marine soldiers, the dark purple vortex that had been expanding on the barrier wall just a moment before abruptly ceased. After being struck by the dark crimson slash, the mountain-like robot trembled and came to a halt. Ugh, that little monster Hiais is too strong. Amidst the rubble of a collapsed stone pile, Momonga struggled to his feet, his face contorted in pain. Being hit by Baylite's robot punch was clearly an excruciating experience. In the judgment of this highly experienced Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Baylight's combat power displayed in some aspects might have already surpassed that of the aged Whitebeard, which was why almost all the Vice Admirals had been defeated in the first place when they joined forces. But Hiai's facing such a formidable enemy was actually suppressing him. While the elite Vice Admirals of Headquarters were stunned, Hiai's, through his reverse Heaven 6 eyes, thoroughly analyzed the combined robot controlled by Baylight. Not bad hardness. Inside the robot, he can also quickly reposition to avoid damage. Hiai's murmured, then a curious thought arose in his mind. LV3 technique cleave was still too low a level. This was just a test. Hiai's never intended to kill Baylight with a single flying slash. Let's try this then. Technique reversal blue. High in the sky, Hiai's extended his hand, and a blue-white light infused with cursed energy flew rapidly toward Baylight's combined robot. Meanwhile, after Baylight's combined robot had absorbed the barrier wall lowering its height, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates seized the opportunity to charge. Hurry! Hiding in the sea will only get us bombarded to death. Better to charge through and risk it all. Countless pirates braving the barrage of cannon fire stormed toward the gap in the barrier wall created by Baylight. Jinbe, I'm counting on you, Luffy said with a determined look. Jinbe gazed at the man who had created countless miracles and asked, "Are you really sure about this? You could die, you know." "Don't worry, I won't die." Luffy flashed a smile. Seeing this, Jinbe said no more. In this war of the highest caliber, he too was betting his fate to save Ace. Phase Twilight Eye of Wisdom. Technique reversal blue. Maximum output. Whooshed. The raging blue-white light flew at tremendous speed, crashing into the robot's chest in the brief moment when Baylight, hindered by Hiai's curse energy, could not immediately control the combined robot. As Hiai's chanted his incantation, cursed energy was rapidly mobilized even across great distances. This was the power of the modern era's strongest sorcerer, wielding the LV5 reverse Heaven 6 eyes and the LV2 Curse King. Boom. The terrifying gravitational pull of the LV4 technique reversal blue shook even the massive combined robot created by Baylight, its immense force clinging to the robot's body. Under Hiai's control, Baylight's combined robot was lifted off the ground by the attraction of technique reversal blue. Seeing this, Hiai swung his hand, hurling it like a basketball into the sea. Splash! The giant combined robot plunged into the ocean. At the same time, a large number of pirates charged toward the barrier wall which Baylight had absorbed down to only a few meters high. Hiai watched a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In this gap, the endless stream of pirates flooding in was nothing but a live target for him, wasn't it? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a life choice. You have successfully prevented Douglas Barrett from fully absorbing a surrounding wall. Reward Quake fruit power has been upgraded to level 5. Feeling the power surging within him, power that could tear apart the very atmosphere with a mere gesture, Kurogane couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction. On the execution platform, Sengoku had scarcely any time to rejoice at Kurogane's feat of blasting Barrett away. His gaze fell upon the lowered surrounding wall, and his brows knitted together. Quick to react, he immediately issued his orders. All units, focus fire on the breach in the surrounding wall. Open fire. We must intercept those pirates before they break through the wall. Boom, 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 boom. Cannon fire and bullets crisscrossed the battlefield. Following Fleet Admiral Sengoku's command, the Marine soldiers turned their guns toward the breach. But with the Whitebeard Pirates division commanders holding them off and powerful fighters like Crocodile providing cover, the Navy's bombardment, aside from the super heavy cannons mounted on the wall, could barely mount any effective resistance against the pirates charging toward the gap. A figure with yellow on one side and white on the other appeared before the breach. Sabo of the Revolutionary Army formed his hands into scissors and activated his devil fruit power, creating a massive platform that allowed the pirates to scale the several-meter-high gap with ease. On the ground at Marine Fort, whoosh! Kurogane's figure vanished from midair, and in the next instant he materialized at the breach. Watching the pirates charge relentlessly, a dark smile curved his lips as waves of sinister cursed energy erupted from him, spreading outward in all directions. Move, push through while our commanders cover us. You damn Marines, prepare to die with your necks bare. Amid the pirates' war cries, Whitebeard's 16th Division commander Aizu wielded his pistol, firing bullets wreathed in Haki to intercept every incoming shell. Glancing at his comrades charging ahead, doubt crept into his heart. He turned to Jozu beside him. Jozu, do you think we can still rescue Ace? Jozu had shaken off the freezing effects with his crewmates' help, and after a brief warm-up, had re-entered the fray. He harbored no hesitation. His heart burned only with fury toward Kurogane. Jozu now knew that after Akiji had frozen him into unconsciousness, Kurogane had gone on to cleave Whitebeard in two and had subsequently killed Marco and Vista. He would settle this score with his own hands no matter the cost. Moreover, Jozu did not believe Kurogane could still maintain peak strength after slaughtering so many powerhouses, Whitebeard, Marco, Vista, and others. His power must have been severely depleted. This was the perfect moment to strike him down. He could not let the sacrifices of his brothers go in vain. At the breach, a Marine Justice coat fluttered gently in the wind. Kuragane's lips moved. Domain expansion demon's kitchen. An endless expanse of cursed energy flooded the area, completely engulfing the breach. The pirates who had just set foot on land had no time to celebrate before their bodies were obliterated. Countless invisible slashes rained down, and the pirates' forms dissolved like shadows exposed to sunlight, instantly reduced to nothing but a crimson mist. Before the horrified eyes of countless Marine soldiers on the battlefield of Marineford, the gap in the surrounding wall, once the lifeline carved out by the Whitebeard Pirates commanders and other elite fighters, had been transformed into a sea of blood. The blood mist was so dense it seemed ready to coalesce into an actual sea of blood. It was easy to imagine that any living being caught within it would inhale gallons of blood with every breath. What should have been the pirates' escape route had instead become a gateway to hell, a corridor paved with endless blood. What the? This is absolutely brutal. Countless Marine soldiers fell silent, stunned. Even Sengoku, the fleet admiral who had always remained coldly rational, could not help but feel shaken at the sight. But unlike the others, Sengoku quickly composed himself. They were pirates. The more they died, the better for peace. Everything was done in the name of justice. Sengoku's gaze fixed upon the black-haired figure. In his heart, he made a silent vow: if Kuragane was willing to bear the infamy of such slaughter for the sake of justice, then Sengoku himself would shoulder any backlash that came with it. Should anyone dare to condemn Kuragane for this, Sengoku would defend him. Kuragane, your justice. I admire it. Beside him, Ace had screamed himself hoarse. He collapsed face first into the ground, his tears soaking the earth. Don't come any closer. Stop. Please stop. Whitebeard was dead. Marco Vista and the rest of his family had fallen one by one. And now the remaining pirates, oblivious, were charging headlong into a meat grinder. The sight shattered Ace's last remaining psychological defense. Meanwhile, in the inner harbor of Marineford, countless pirates, positioned lower and unable to see what was unfolding at the breach, remained unaware of the carnage ahead and continued charging forward at full speed. Fishman karate ocean current shoulder toss. Jinbe pressed his palms together, channeling the strength of a fishman to condense the seawater into a massive tidal wave, then launched it skyward like a javelin. Monkey D. Luffy was launched straight into the air. Ace, I'm he, what the? From his vantage point high above, Luffy's pupils contracted sharply. The towering column of blood mist, so dense it appeared ready to become a literal sea of blood, and the figure with pale blue eyes standing before it. Both struck deep at the core of Luffy's being. Kuragane. Ding. Congratulations, host, on eliminating Smoker. You have earned 666 bounty points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on eliminating Mr. 1. You have earned 333 bounty points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on eliminating. The relentless system notifications echoed in Kuragane's mind as his bounty balance skyrocketed in real time. A brilliant smile spread across Kuragane's face. Another bountiful harvest indeed. Out at sea beyond Marineford, a massive pirate ship sped across the waves. At its prow flew a white skull bearing a single red scar, a symbol instantly recognized as belonging to the Red Hair Pirates commanded by one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Shanks. Hurry up. Something enormous has happened at Marineford. At a certain point on the enclosing wall of Marineford's inner bay, golden light particles coalesced into the figure of a yellow-striped man. Borsellino stood upon it, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses fixed on the breach in the enclosing wall. The blood mist formed from the massacre of pirates surged skyward with an overwhelming force. It must be said the scene was truly visually striking, so much so that even Borsellino, a Marine admiral, felt a shiver run through him. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the pirates discovered the anomaly. Kakaka. With a flash of icy blue light, the power of frost poured forth as Kazan froze a wave of pirates who had previously landed on the grounds of Marineford into ice sculptures. He eyes Coin, your efficiency is quite astonishing. Saying this, Kazan also walked toward the breach in the enclosing wall. Thanks to Hei's single-handedly displaying battlefield suppression power on par with an admiral, the pirates on the grounds of Marineford were about to be completely cleared. At that time, the Marines could deploy all their high-end combat power to the breach in the enclosing wall into the annihilation operation against the pirates flooding in from the inner bay. Is this our Marine rising star? I think he can no longer be called a rising star. He's as strong as an admiral. He blocked that breach all by himself. This is our strongest Marine rising star. In the sea of Marineford's inner bay, splash, splash. A large amount of bubbles gushed out wildly. Jinbe, the Knight of the Sea, stared wide-eyed, as within the seawater the robot formed by Douglas Barrett's fusion transformed into a drill-like submarine speeding through the water. Is it unaffected by seawater? This ability is just like Kazan's. As Jinbe marveled, he saw Barrett controlling the submarine to charge toward the foundation of Marineford's inner bay land. Kokokokoko. A dull sound came from the bubbles continuously rising from the water. The solid foundation supporting the massive marine headquarters of Marineford crazily cracked under Barrett's machine drill, and soon a dark tunnel was excavated. Barrett controlled the robot to drill into it. That wall was made of some special material. Although I absorbed it, it took until now to truly convert and utilize it. Inside the drill-shaped submarine, Barrett laughed heartily. Through the power of his fusion fruit after merging the enclosing wall made of special material by Vegapunk, his current robot's body strength had surpassed even the previous armament Haki hardening. You brat. Before I take care of Sengoku and Garp and extract that secret, I'll smash you into mincemeat. Boom, rumble, rumble. High-frequency tremors came from beneath the earth. After Whitebeard's death, Marineford once again experienced violent shaking. Dark purple vortexes surged wildly within Marineford's foundation. As Barrett fused large amounts of hard rock and various debris into his body, Marineford began to tilt. What's going on? This feels like a super vibration mode. Hey, I feel like my teeth are chattering as I speak. Whitebeard is dead already. Is this an earthquake? Or a tsunami? Kobe wanted to cover his ears with both hands, but realized he only had one hand left. With a terrified expression, he murmured, "Is this war?" So many unexpected situations. I can't hold on anymore. Kobe turned to look at Helmeppo beside him. Let's run. If this continues, we'll really die. At this moment, Helmeppo was equally terrified. Just as he nodded in agreement and prepared to flee with Kobe amid the shock of the marine soldiers, the tremors from deep within the earth grew increasingly violent, and the most intense originated directly beneath the execution platform. On the execution platform, with the violent tremors, large cracks spread upward from the lower level. The intense shaking caused the two executioners to stagger, and Ace even fell flat on his face. Even Sengoku had to struggle to maintain his balance. What is this vibration? Below, Garp, who had been waiting, also noticed the anomaly. Before he could wonder, the corner of his eye caught a shadow descending from the sky at an astonishing speed toward the front of the execution platform. Luffy, how did that brat come from above? Boom, rumble, rumble. A huge impact exploded from beneath the execution platform. Countless thick, dark clods of earth rose with billowing smoke and dust. The platform prepared for Ace's execution was pierced from below by a gigantic drill and completely blown apart. Marshal Sengoku, what's happening? What is that thing? At this point, all the Marines on the inland of Marineford were attracted. Wait, what's going on now? Kazan stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brow as he looked at the suddenly exploded execution platform behind him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden cross-shaped flashes shimmered and gathered. Borsellino, who was in the middle of lining up his aim, canceled his 8-second charged laser, then turned his body to look at the execution platform behind. Yo, wow, what kind of commotion is this again? See? A voice descended from the sky. Ace, falling from the execution platform, looked up to the sky, his eyes full of disbelief. Luffy. At the breach of the enclosing wall, cold light flickered in pale blue pupils. Hiei's figure, under the effect of the limitless curse technique, was completely unaffected by the tremors. With his heaven-defying 6 eyes and 360-degree vision, Hiei had already seen the straw-hatted Luffy descending from the sky, as well as Douglas Barrett, who had destroyed the execution platform. Hiei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even after he killed Whitebeard and so many commanders much earlier, they still managed to rescue him. Was this the influence of the world's will? Hiei flicked his finger and 2 beams of light, one red and one blue, shot out rapidly from the breach of the enclosing wall, then descended onto the sea surface of Marineford's inner bay. Countless pirates, upon seeing this, were terrified out of their wits. However, before they could make their next move, they saw 2 more beams of red and blue light fly out, then hover above their heads. At the same time, Hiei turned around, divine light flashing in his pale blue eyes, and slowly walked toward the execution platform, his mouth opening and closing. 9 poles, polarized light, crow and declaration between surface and inside. The next instant, within the enclosing wall behind him, dazzling purple light blazed across the sky. Once again, the supreme feat, unlimited hollow technique purple, was inscribed upon the battlefield of Marineford. Just moments ago, Heisei inquired of the system, "Are you their system?" Ding. I am here. By the way, can the billion-level bounty reward for defeating the commanders be issued to me first? Ding. Detected that host has not yet defeated any new Whitebeard Pirates commanders. Temporary distribution is not possible. But that's not right. You are my system, don't you know my strength? Killing them would be a breeze. Moreover, even with a flawed system, Lao Nuo could take out a binding loan during the Shinjuku showdown. With a system, why can't I? Have you never heard of Huabei? Or Jingdong Tiao and Baikiao? Ding. Detected that host has incurred a misunderstanding due to a system flaw. The system is now upgrading to perfect similar functions. Ding. Due to the system's error causing host's misjudgment, a compensatory reward is issued 500 points of billion-level bounty. Heisei smiled. With the system, taking out a loan was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? Add points for me. Ding. Congratulations to host for investing 100 points of billion-level bounty. Curse technique reversal blue upgraded to LV5. Charge. Break through the Marines' defense line from here in one go. Inside the Marineford enclosure wall, as the pirates were still clamoring, a red and a blue light flew over their heads, then hovered over a spot on the sea. Seeing those familiar red and blue lights, especially the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, all turned pale with horror. This is the technique of that Marine rising star Heisei. Damn, can he still use it? Wasn't this move supposed to have a huge consumption? Not only the ordinary Whitebeard Pirates crew members, but even the division commanders felt a chill shoot up their spines. At this moment, the one who stepped up was the current strongest of the Whitebeard Pirates, the 3rd Division commander, a man known for his hardness rivaling Diamond Xiaozi. All hands obey my order. Dive underwater first. Before Xiaozi could finish speaking, another red and blue light flew out from the breach in the enclosure wall. This time the Cursed Technique Reversal Blue and Cursed Technique Reversal Red happened to hover right beside a pirate with a red nose. Clown Ba Ji stared blankly at the red and blue orbs less than a meter away from his face, a drop of snot hanging from his nostril. Meanwhile, as Zhe chanted the incantation from an extremely long distance, relying on the LV5 Unparalleled 6 Eyes, LV2 Curse King, and the Curse Energy Control, enhanced by LV5 Limit Transcendence, the Cursed Technique Reversal Blue and Curse Technique Reversal Red suddenly swelled. Dense curse energy converged wildly. The two red and blue orbs collided and rubbed against each other, and purple light blazed in 2 spots inside the enclosure wall, unleashing terrifying imaginary mass. A figure of sand approaching the breach in the enclosure wall froze. Even that blinding light posed a great danger to him, let alone the pirates around him. What kind of joke is this? It was unimaginable what a cataclysmic scene that purple light would trigger once it detonated. Straw Hat has already gone ahead. This old man cannot wait any longer. Sea Knight Jinping had just surfaced from underwater, saw the 2 purple lights in the sky, and without hesitation turned and dove back to the bottom of the sea at incredible speed. Better wait a bit longer. Boom. The purple light swallowed everything inside the enclosure wall. The combination of the LV5 upgraded Curse Technique Reversal Blue and the LV5 Curse Technique Reversal Red, the ultimate technique Imaginary Technique Purple, was detonated under unlimited long-range control, precisely targeting the pirates within the enclosure wall. 2 purple lights, one after the other, covered the entire enclosure wall according to Zhe's cerebral calculation of the blast radius. On the enclosure wall, the shockwave from the purple explosion blew Borsalino's marine coat upward. Even his orange sunglasses could not block the penetration of the purple light. This is truly terrifying, Zhe. On the Marineford mainland, as the purple light soared into the sky, the earth-shattering explosion shook everyone's hearts. Silhouetted against the purple light behind him, Zhe appeared like a descending god, and countless Marines stared in awe at this scene. I'm back. By the way, where is this? What is that? The rumbling sound made by Barrett was utterly insignificant compared to the explosion of Imaginary Technique Purple. As the enormous head emerged from the ground, Barrett also noticed the soaring purple light and the figure carrying the purple aura. Barrett's pupils contracted sharply. That brat. You'll die first. With a loud laugh, Barrett manipulated the giant mechanical drill arm larger than the execution platform and stabbed it toward Zhe with explosive force. Under the tremendous pressure, even the air was squeezed into visible ripples, producing a terrifying sonic boom. Zhe looked at the giant mechanical drill. His unparalleled 6 eyes completely analyzed the structure of that arm. So it's fused with Vegapunk's enclosure wall. I see its hardness is incomparably greater than before. Zhe, damn it, where are the admirals? Captain Zhe just dealt with so many pirates, and now that Devil's offspring is coming for him. Boss, damn it, I'm too weak, I can't help you. Miguel's face twisted with pain, deeply blaming himself for his powerlessness. The other vice admirals were all panting heavily, but with the violent tremors caused by the giant robot, they were also helpless. Rumble. A large amount of rock debris shattered and flew. Ugh. Kobe, who was fleeing, felt a numbness in his lower body followed by intense pain. Helmeppo saw a figure fall to the ground beside him. He turned to look and his face turned pale. Kobe, your leg. In a pool of blood, a boulder the size of a person had flown past, and Kobe's lower body was already a blur. Wah. Watching the giant drill rapidly approaching Zhe, Kazan exhaled a blast of cold air, his body freezing into ice. Just as he was about to act, his pupils narrowed slightly. That is. Zhe felt the curse energy that had been temporarily drained in large quantities by continuously using domain expansion and Imaginary Technique Purple, yet a faint smile crossed his face. Watching Barrett's Haki-infused drill coming, Zhe slowly tightened his grip on the sword. Dark. His marine coat fluttered without wind, dark red light rippled outward in circles like halos, and a torrent of Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a mighty ocean. Crack, crack, black lightning coiled around the blade of Dark, as Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki fused perfectly with swordsmanship. Dark divine evasion. In the next instant, Zhe's dark red blade collided with Barrett's mountain-like Haki drill with a thunderous clash. Clang. A violet radiance bloomed over Ma Lin Fan Duo, the vast purple aura surging straight into the sky, dyeing even the high heavens in a sea of purple. The pirates and marines outside who witnessed this scene were all left dumbfounded. An attack of this magnitude. Could it be that one of the 4 emperors has made a move? Among the marine admirals, there should be no such attack method. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Ate Moc. Obtained 24300 bounty points from the billion level bounty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing my dang Lao. Obtained 450 ordinary bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Lin Ken Jiachong. Obtained 900 ordinary bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing. An endless stream of notification sounds echoed in Heise's mind. The wildly surging bounty points made the smile on Heise's face grow even more exuberant. The solidified Conqueror's Haki transformed into dark red lightning serpents coiling around the blade oven. With each breath of the lightning serpent, the explosive force released was enough to easily break through the defense of advanced armament Haki. Under the shocked gazes of the Marines on the ground at Ma Lin Fan Duo, and Ba Lei Ti's massive mechanical drill collided fiercely across the air. Clang. In an instant at the intersection of and the drill, a torn and twisted vacuum zone formed. Under the collision and compression of their terrifying forces, that space was gradually compressed to its limit. Heise's hair wildly danced, and his smile under the dark red light together with his flickering pale blue eyes formed a shocking image that was deeply imprinted in Ba Lei Ti's mind. That arrogant smile and that heaven-shaking Haki reminded Ba Lei Te of a legendary figure from long ago, Luo Jie. How could a brat like you possibly do this? Ba Lei Te roared incredulously. In the center of the combined robot, his eyes burst with bloodshot vessels. Divine avoidance. This move is definitely divine avoidance. But how could a brat like this have learned such a technique? As a man who had challenged countless times the ultimate power he had sought throughout the first half of his life, Ba Lei Te could never be mistaken. Moreover, compared to the divine avoidance used by Luo Jie, although it was somewhat lacking in power in terms of technique, this brat was actually superior. Could you be Luo Jie's successor? Impossible. He never had the time for this. In the distance, Ka Pu clenched his fists, the reflection of the dark red lightning in the depths of his eyes. There's no mistake. I never expected this kid to actually be able to use Conqueror's Haki infusion. And the level of his training. To be able to control it without affecting others, even in this situation. Ka Pu was shocked in his heart. Even if he himself were to unleash a Conqueror's Haki infusion attack after reaching this level of destructive power, he would inevitably be unable to control the targets and range of the shockwave. Yet Heise was able to do it. The Marines in this area did not fall into unconsciousness due to his Conqueror's Haki, and most importantly, while controlling the damage of his own Conqueror's Haki, he also blocked out the Conqueror's Haki released by Ba Lei Te. Otherwise, given the range of Ba Lei Te's Conqueror's Haki, it would surely have caused many Marine soldiers to lose their combat capability on the spot. This kid. Boom. With the collapse of the execution platform amid the rubble filled with dirt and smoke, a key made of wax was inserted into the keyhole and then thrust in fiercely. Click. A crisp sound of unlocking rang out. On AIC's extremely gloomy face, a trace of a smile was forced out. Lu Fei, you brat, you're really causing trouble. Seeing AIC finally freed Straw Hat, Lu Fei shouted happily. That's really great. Hee. Although they had gone through all kinds of hardships and many people had sacrificed, they had finally succeeded in rescuing AIC. Then all of this was worth it. Seeing this, Mr. Free hurriedly said, Yes. Let's get out of here quickly. The Marines will notice us soon. Great AIC, let's go quickly. Straw Hat Lu Fei, having achieved his goal, said the same. However, AIC didn't respond immediately. Instead, he swept his gaze into the distance. At that moment, the clash of power between Heise and Ba Lei Te had just reached the limit that the vacuum zone could withstand. A terrifying wave of energy rapidly formed, a visible circle contracted, and then burst forth violently. Boom. Crack, 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 crack. The dark red lightning serpent representing the immense Conqueror's Haki tore through Ba Lei Te's defense. Perhaps because of Ba Lei Te's combined fruit transformation, the drill containing the material of the surrounding walls was actually less hard than the original. Under the level 2 and divine avoidance, it exploded wildly. This strike has a power of 3 billion. Can you block it? Heise smiled as the resistance hindering the swing of the blade, and in his hand could no longer hold. A shocking sky-covering blade light burst out voraciously. Crack, crack. Impossible. A brat like you can also reach Luo Jie's level. Ba Lei Te roared, but no matter how loudly he shouted, the power of his attack was ultimately completely exhausted by Heise's and divine avoidance. He could no longer maintain his subsequent moves, and could only watch helplessly as that sky-covering blade light severed his arm and rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Clang. Crack. The massive drill was split in two. The power bursting from the shining dark red center transformed into a dazzling cross-shaped energy ripple. The might of and divine avoidance remained nearly undiminished, fiercely slashing toward that mountain-like giant head. Boom. The dazzling light engulfed everything on the battlefield. After Heise's strike fully unleashed its power, all the strong ones lost their vision, leaving only a field of red and white. At the same time, a greedy gleam lit up in the darkness. Dichi completely ignored everything on the battlefield. In the chaotic battlefield, he silently approached Bai Huzi. Ja! A huge black cloth covered him and Bai Huzi's corpse. A sinister dark power condensed into a vortex in Dichi's palm reaching toward Baihuzi's lower body. Give it all to me. Old man. Boom, boom, boom. Debris of rocks scattered across the land of Ma Lin Fan Duo as Straw Hat Lu Fei and AIC stared in astonishment. This guy's power. Why is it so terrifying? Witnessing such a scene for the first time, Straw Hat Lu Fei was deeply shaken. He had thought that being knocked down by Heizei in a single punch during the battle at Xiangbo Di marked the farthest distance between them, and he believed that with diligent effort, he could rise again to protect his comrades. But now it seemed he needed to keep training. Compared to Lu Fei, AIC's gaze held a complexity far more intense. For AIC, the hatred toward Heizei had reached a point of absolute necessity. Kill or be killed. AIC was not like Straw Hat Lu Fei. The latter had at most been humiliated and his comrades injured by Heizei, and Boyahan Ku had been slain not long after they met. But for AIC, the man he trusted and admired most, the one who had given him the love he lacked since childhood, had died by Heizei's hand. And AIC's comrades, the captains of the Baihuzi Pirates, Ma Ku by Sita and others, were all his family. Bastard. AIC clenched his teeth fiercely. Though reason kept telling him to stay calm, not to rush to his death, and betray the sacrifices of Whitebeard and his comrades, the rage in his heart was still barely controllable. Patience was never his nature. Whooshed. On the ground centered beneath AIC's feet, rings of flame began to burn. Flames circle. The scorching fire exploded, sweeping away the surrounding marines. AIC, you're still so amazing. Hee. Straw Hat Lu Fei stared blankly at his older brother AIC, who had just defeated all the approaching marines with a single blow. Joy clouded his mind, and he clearly did not realize what AIC was about to do. Lu Fei, you go first. I have some matters to handle. AIC's face darkened, his eyes fixed on Heizei's figure. Lu Fei. The smoke and dust on Ma Lin Fan Duo's land slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, Ka Pu's gaze also fell on the freed AIC. Seeing the latter's movements, Ka Pu's heart was filled with mixed emotions. AIC. You damn brat, what else do you think you're doing? This reckless kid had just escaped, and instead of running, he was thinking of attacking Heizei. Damn old man. Still meddling at a time like this. Hearing Ka Pu's voice, AIC's body froze for an instant, and the flames he had been gathering to attack Heizei dimmed slightly. In a vast area of ruins, because Ba Lei Te had been severely wounded, his fruit's ability could no longer hold. All the debris he had absorbed earlier was now spewed out, creating a mountain of rubble on Ma Lin Fan Duo's land. Heizei stood atop the ruins, ignoring AIC's killing intent, his chest heaving violently. That strike in Shinbi was the strongest blow he could currently unleash with his pirate system power. A level 2 in Shinbi worth 3 billion, which had nearly drained his energy. But if AIC dared to make a move against him, Heizei wouldn't mind sending him to the afterlife. Compared to himself, AIC's life card, burned to less than a tenth of its original size, was in far worse shape. Heizei's Haki was now depleted, but he still had a considerable amount of cursed energy. With the boost of level 5 Heaven-defying 6 Eyes and level 2 Curse King, his cursed energy was sufficient to unleash 2 more ultimate level techniques. His azure eyes scanned Ba Lei Te's body. Cough. Kid. Ba Lei Te lay in the pile of rocks, coughing up blood. Though he had taken that in Shinbi blow, Ba Lei Te's fighting strength was not negligible. Even with his fruit abilities suppressed, his physical toughness and Haki alone made him unbeatable to anyone below the level of a Marine HQ Admiral. Under the observation of Heaven-defying 6 Eyes, Heizei assessed Ba Lei Te's current combat power. Combined with his memory of the movie version, where after the island-sized combined robot was destroyed, the opponent could still unleash a so-called ultimate devil form to clash with Wang Lu Fei, it was clear that Ba Lei Te was extraordinary. But this battle had been exhilarating. Thinking this, a smile spread across Heizei's face, and he said sincerely, truly delightful, Ba Lei Te. Can you entertain me even more? Cough. Kid, where did you learn that Shinbi? Ba Lei Te stood up, his muscles bulging, deep purple armament Haki covering his body. I admit your Conqueror's Haki surpasses mine, but my armament Haki is unmatched in hardness and power. After covering his entire body in deep purple armament Haki, Ba Lei Te's aura suddenly changed. His eyes turned bloodshot and he became brimming with confidence, exuding a terrifying presence that made it seem as if he had never lost the previous exchange. And that move you used just now? You can't use it again, can you? Watching Heizei remain still, Ba Lei Te grew more convinced of his own assumption. At the same time, the bloodline's genetic frenzy began to stir, and his emotions started to spiral out of control. With your Haki exhausted, how can you fight me with just your physical strength and swordsmanship? With a thunderous boom, Ba Lei Te's feet exploded with terrifying power, propelling his body like a missile toward Heizei. To die under my devil form is your honor. However, facing Ba Lei Te's attack, Heizei simply smiled and made no move to defend. Captain Heizei. Boss. Alala. The extreme cold rapidly approached the battlefield, but a figure moved far faster than Kuzan. Whooshed. A scarred hand clenched into a fist, unleashing a terrifying power in a single punch. Fist bone impact. Boom. The terrifying impact of Haki and immense force shattered Ba Lei's attack, sending his body crashing deep into the earth. As the smoke cleared, a figure landed before Heizei. "Thank you for your help, Vice Admiral Kapu," Heizei said gratefully. "Don't mention it. You've done so much for the Marines, how could I stand by and watch?" Kapu smiled slightly, but his gaze flickered toward a certain direction as he continued. "Your road is still long. How could it end here? It's Vice Admiral Kapu. So strong. Damn, old man." AIC caught Kapu's gaze and listened to his words, making a decision in his heart. "Lu Fei, let's go." "Great, AIC. Let's break out together." Straw Hat Lu Fei grinned, striking his left palm with his right fist. Clang, clang, clang. A massive yellow sandstorm rolled up from the breach in the encirclement wall, carrying countless pirates onto Ma Lin Fan Duo's land. Along with powerful currents of water, waves of pirates surged through the breach and landed on the shore. The explosion of hollow technique purple had dissipated before the clash between Heizei and Ba Lei. Now the pirates who still had the strength to fight, aided by various powerful figures, were charging forward. They spotted AIC's figure. AIC. AIC is saved. The news of AIC's escape spread rapidly across the battlefield. Diamond Xiaozi, the current strongest commander of the Bai Hu Zi pirates, charged at the front and saw the flames of AIC's Mera Mera no Mi burning. "All hands listen to my command. AIC has been rescued. The objective is achieved. All troops retreat to the new world." Xiaozi shouted, his gaze sweeping over Heizei with lingering bitterness. Fire fist. Fierce flames rushed forward like a train, forcing even the Marine Vice Admirals to yield to the scorching heat. Following this momentum, AIC would soon reunite with the main force of the Bai Hu Zi pirates. Gurgle, gurgle. Terrifying magma surged upward, carrying a murderous intent as it rapidly closed in on AIC and Lu Fei. "Oh no, Chi Quan is coming. Damn it. There's no way we can withstand this guy's magma. Ah, Chi." The terrifying red figure was like a god of death on the battlefield. Not a single inch of ground remained intact wherever he passed. The magma of extreme temperature incinerated everything. Under such power, whether shields or swords, they melted and disintegrated the moment they came into contact. Countless pirates facing this red magma, trying to block his advance, could only slow him down by a fraction at the cost of their lives. Or perhaps they couldn't even delay him by a hair. This was the power of the most destructive magmag fruit in the world. "Sakazuki, Admiral. Slay all these pirates." Amid the charging shouts of the Marine soldiers, Sakazuki's entire body transformed into magma rushing from the breach in the encircling wall straight toward the land of Malinfanjuo. All the pirates before him, whether worth millions, tens of millions, or hundreds of millions, were incinerated into black charcoal by the magma. In his eyes gleamed a resolute, killing intent. Sakazuki's figure was unstoppable, and in an instant he was about to encounter AC and Chao Mao Lu Fei. "Carrying the most evil bloodline in the world, you must die here today. No one can save you." Fishman Karate Spear Wave. Chuang. A massive water jet transformed into a sharp spear in Shinping's palm, blasting toward the path of Sakazuki's advance. However, the latter didn't even glance, merely letting the magma surge within his body, forming a devouring doghead on his left arm that bit fiercely at the water spear. Chi. Shinping's water spear collided with the magma doghead. In the blink of an eye, the water spear was completely evaporated. The magma doghead merely shrank by half, then lunged fiercely at the surrounding pirates, instantly turning another two unfortunate pirates into ashes. "This guy's devil fruit is really too troublesome. Damn, we can't stop him." Shinping's heart trembled at the sight, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His attack had failed to impede Sakazuki's advance by even a fraction. Schwa. A figure darted past Shinping. Kelokiter. Great Desert Sword. Kelokiter's face hardened. He pushed his physical speed to the limit, manipulating a massive amount of sand into a giant sword that pierced straight through Sakazuki's body. Success. The pirates cheered. "Sakazuki, Admiral." The Marine soldiers were startled. Hiyai's also shifted his gaze from Baylight in the pit to Sakazuki, who was about to kill AC. As far as Hiyai's recalled, in the original story, Sakazuki had been severely injured, and it was only with the cover of Mark by Sita and many other division commanders that they barely managed to stop him. But even with that interception, AC still went back to sacrifice himself. Now, however, Mark, the powerful 1st Division commander, had died early, and the Whitebeard Pirates' high-end combat power was reduced to only Xiaozi. Moreover, although Sakazuki had taken 2 full-force attacks from Baihozi, his physical condition should be much better than in the original story. So, since Haihozi and Chao Mao Lu Fei could both arrive here early, would Xiankasi also arrive ahead of time? Or would Kaido Dama or some new unknown force join the battle? Thoughts flashed through Hiyai's mind. Regardless, AC might die, but to kill Chao Mao Lu Fei here as well, Hiyai's thought it impossible. So given his current physical condition, should he use that LV6 Conqueror's Haki storage card? As Hiyai's was pondering, Sakazuki was pierced by Kelokiter's Great Desert Sword. The former showed no pain on his face, while the latter frowned, sensing something amiss. Could it be that he had avoided this slash by using the elementalization of a Logia? After all, that slash had been imbued with armament Haki. As a fellow Logia Kelookitagur, the user of the Sansan fruit naturally knew that he could turn his body into elements, thus, even if an enemy used armament Haki, he could still avoid the attack. As expected, the upper half of Sakazuki's body cut off by the great desert sword flew directly forward, continuing his charge toward AC at an even faster speed. Click! The bullet was loaded. Izong shouted, AC, run. We'll cover you. AC, who was fleeing, looked at Izong and nodded firmly. He had made up his mind not to let them down. Just as this thought crossed his mind, AC's pupils suddenly contracted. A flash of red light glowed deep in his eyes. He quickly opened his mouth to warn Izong, watch out. Izong, watching Sakazuki lunging at AC, gripped his twin pistols tightly. With Haki imbued, he was about to fire a bullet slash that contained a cutting force, but a red light pierced through his head at an astonishing speed. Cursed technique, reversal crimson few. He eyes blue on his finger, though there was no smoke, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Izong. Obtained 51,000 points of 100 million level bounty value. Listen, what a delightful sound. Boom. The red orb of cursed technique, reversal crimson, after piercing Izong's head, crashed into the ground with a violent roar. The remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates looked on in horror, wailing in grief. Captain Izong. Izong. Who is it? That bastard. Izong. AC stared at Izong, slowly falling, his mouth agape, choked with emotion, unable to utter a word. Today he had lost far too many family members. Pops by Huzi, Big Brother Mark, Big Brother Flower, Sword by Sita, and Big Brother Izong. All fallen in battle. And all of them died at the hands of that man. Well done, Kurozawa. There's no room for mercy when dealing with these pirates. Sakazuki said, now less than 200 meters from Ace. Damn Marines. Diamond shining charge. A furious roar accompanied by the sharp sound of wind slicing through the air rapidly approached Sakazuki. Sakazuki turned his head to see a massive diamond coming into view. The next second, boom. Sakazuki swung his molten magma fist just before Jozu collided with him. Diamond and magma clashed violently, both forces terrifyingly immense. The point of impact burst apart from the sheer force and the searing heat of the magma, spreading vast spiderweb-like cracks. Kurozawa watched this scene with keen interest. He had always been curious whether Akainu's magma could actually break through Jozu's diamond defense. Akainu. Jozu's face was flushed red by the glow of the magma. His entire body had turned into diamond, and he struggled against Sakazuki's explosive magma with his immense physical strength. Diamond Jozu. Do you want to be turned to ashes too? With Sakazuki's furious roar, boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as he drove his magma power even more fiercely. Although it had not yet melted the diamond Jozu, the latter was being pushed back step by step on the verge of collapse. Boom. A purple figure, catching Sakazuki off guard, blasted him away with a single punch. Slap. A lump of black mud fell from Bullet's fist onto the ground, the rock he had used to block the magma. You really are Roger's son. Without pursuing Sakazuki, Bullet questioned Ace. Hearing Bullet's words, Ace shook his head violently, his face filled with disgust. No, my only father is Whitebeard. Roger's son calling Whitebeard dad. Bullet laughed loudly, wiping the blood from his face, his gaze fierce as he scanned the surrounding Marines. Survive this, grow stronger, and become my opponent. I believe Roger's bloodline won't disappoint. That guy is the demon heir. Bullet. He's actually helping us. Maybe there's still hope. Whoosh. A breath of cold air exhaled, its freezing temperature crystallizing into ice in midair. Kazan's figure blocked Ace's path. Era. Don't keep talking to yourselves like that. Admiral Kazan. Akiji. That bastard is here too. It's the Iceman. Straw Hat Luffy's face changed drastically at the sight of the man blocking his way. He remembered all too well how he and the Straw Hat's strongest Zoro and Sanji had been instantly defeated by this guy. If the man hadn't held back, he would probably be dead by now. Akiji. Ace's expression also darkened as he looked at Kazan. Despite his fury, he was fearless. He extended his arm to shield Luffy, and scorching hot snakes of fire licked from his body's surface. Luffy, stay back, I'll handle this. Ace, I can't let you go today. Kazan seemed to sigh as his hand formed into ice, condensing into a massive frozen bird that charged at Ace. Ice block partridge. Whooshed. A raging inferno like a tornado roared around Ace's right arm, then quickly transformed into a massive mirror-like wall of flame. The next moment it clashed fiercely with Kazan's ice. The moment ice and fire intertwined, the ice melted instantly, forming a thick fog of steam. Era, ice can't overcome fire after all. What a troublesome ability, Kazan remarked. He actually blocked Admiral Kazan's attack. Truly worthy of Ace. Let's retreat while we can. Kurozawa curled his lip at this. TCH, putting on an act again. The same ice that could clash with Sakazuki, and it's going to match Ace's flames evenly. Especially when Ace was severely weakened with less than a tenth of his life force remaining. Garp stood beside Kurozawa, silent, his fists clenched and his face terrifyingly dark. But Kurozawa had no intention of idling now. There were still plenty of bounty points to harvest. With a flicker, Kurozawa vanished from his spot. Fufufu. How splendid. So where will this war lead next? With the deaths of many Whitebeard Pirates commanders, Doflamingo kept his hands in his pockets, too lazy to even toy with his puppet strings, and simply started acting as a spectator. But I never expected that Kurozawa, a marine, would dare to kill a warlord. Watching Kurozawa's figure disappear again, Doflamingo couldn't help but anticipate. Fufu, who will be your next target? Just as Doflamingo was looking forward to it, an arrogant laughter made him frown. Jaha! Be swallowed by darkness. Sengoku. The black curtain lifted and Blackbeard Teach made his entrance again. His eyes gleamed with an evil light. In his left hand he condensed a dark vortex, in his right fist he held a white tremor. After years of patient plotting, he had finally obtained the power he had dreamed of. Teach's heart soared in that moment, feeling that the world from now on was entirely within his grasp. All the previous humiliation and endurance had not been in vain. Jaha! Blackbeard. Sengoku frowned, uncertain of the arrogant Teach's intentions. Kurozawa also noticed that Teach had already acquired the Tremor Fruit's power. A free labor was not to be wasted. Since that's the case, let me see your worth, Blackbeard. Kurozawa curled his lips, and with a thought began to manipulate Teach. Jaha! First let me sink Marineford, the symbol of justice, into the sea. Just as Teach bared his fangs and clenched his right fist ready to shake the atmosphere and trigger a tsunami, an inexplicable notion directly influenced him, changing his course of action without his knowledge, as if it were his own idea. Such was the terrifying power of soul domination. Boom! Teach's fist slammed into the air, sending massive cracks spreading wildly. Then with a deafening blast, a terrifying shockwave erupted, slaughtering a large number of Whitebeard pirates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully manipulating Teach to kill Oxer. Obtained 444 ordinary bounty points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully manipulating Teach to kill Haruta. Obtained 333 ordinary bounty points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully manipulating Teach. Listening to the system's voice in his mind, Kurozawa was slightly stunned. Oh, so it counts like this. Killing people by manipulating Blackbeard also earns bounty points with no deductions. This is simply his ultimate labor. A strange expression crossed Kurozawa's face, and he slowed his actions. This made things much easier. Very well, go on a killing spree, Teach. Sengoku watched Teach, who had just been arrogantly laughing about sinking Marineford, now turning to help the Marines kill the enemy. He looked puzzled, but said nothing, only keeping his eyes fixed on his old friend Garp. If nothing unexpected happened, Ace would soon die at someone else's hands. Sengoku was deeply worried that Garp might do something irreversible out of rage, and had to stop him in time. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out one after another. With every punch, Teach dealt devastating blows to the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard Teach. How does he have the old man's power? Damn it. How is this possible? Jaha! Compared to the pirates' shock, Teach was utterly delighted, immersed in the destructive power of the Tremor Fruit. Shiryu, standing not far from him, looked puzzled. This wasn't according to the plan, was it? Weren't we supposed to attack the Marines? Bullet was equally confused, then immediately received a lightspeed kick to the chest. Boom. The monstrous force sent Bullet flying to an unknown location. Yo, seriously, how did a prisoner from the jail get here? Did Magellan clock out early too? Borsellino glanced at his watch, looking puzzled. Damn you, Kizaru. Josu's expression darkened. Now blocking his path were the Marine Admirals Borsellino and Sakazuki. Let's round up the pirates first. Sakazuki approached. The punch from Bullet earlier had clearly not done much damage. Yo, then I'll take this one. My ability is more suitable, Borsellino said, looking at Josu. Sakazuki glanced at Borsellino, knowing the latter was afraid of angering Garp by killing Ace, but he was not afraid of such things. For the stability of the world order, the evil blood of the Pirate King Roger must be ended here today. At the gap in the encirclement wall, a not very conspicuous place, Lord Buggy. Your performance just now was truly brilliant. Lord Buggy, were you planning to strike at the last moment, and when the Marine Admirals reveal their weaknesses, deliver a fatal blow with thunderous force? How strategic. And Lord Buggy could have directly taken down the Admiral, but chose not to. Was it to give us a chance to shine? That's right. No wonder. I said why Lord Buggy was waiting all along. I never expected we were letting down Lord Buggy's good intentions. Buggy the Clown. Listening to the cheers around him, Buggy the Clown looked speechlessly at these prisoners who had just escaped from impelled down. With this level of intelligence, how on earth had they survived until now? Oh well, the urgent task now is to take this opportunity to make my name, Buggy the Clown, known. With that thought, Buggy was about to turn the live projection den mushy when a black-haired figure appeared in his field of vision. Buggy's pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat suddenly pouring from his back. This black-haired, blue-eyed, handsome-looking Marine. Kurozawa. Buggy the Clown, his face showing terror, stared fixedly at Kurozawa, countless escape methods flashing through his mind, but all were rejected one by one. What does this murderous madman want with me? Isn't this guy specifically targeting pirates with high bounties? Yes, although he was busy with the live broadcast of the Paramount where the clever Buggy the Clown, through keen observation, discovered that this killing god Kurozawa, aside from actively taking down captain-level great pirates, would basically only kill a few unlucky ones when passing by, or when someone like that foolish woman Boa Hancock actively provoked him. Only then would he strike. So what does this guy want by appearing here now? Is he going to kill me? My bounty isn't that high. And this isn't even on his way. Thinking it over, Buggy still couldn't figure out why Kurozawa was here. Haha, Kurozawa, what can I do for you? Buggy said with an awkward expression. Sensing the fear in the other's heart, Kurozawa smiled slightly, his eyes glancing at the den mushy in Buggy's hand, and said, "Don't be nervous, I just need your help." Hearing this, Buggy finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this living demon wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't bother with all this talk. However, the conversation between the two looked completely different in the eyes of the subordinates around Buggy. Amazing. Lord Buggy can speak to this Kurozawa with the tone of a superior. That's right. You know, the strength Kurozawa has shown so far makes him the strongest person under the Marine Admirals. And yet this kind of figure comes to seek Lord Buggy's help. He truly is the man we believe in. Lord Buggy, we will follow you to the death. Kizaru, don't think you can stop me. Jozu with a fierce expression looked at Borsellino in his yellow-striped suit. Since the war began, this guy had taken the least damage. Even his clothes were barely disheveled. Ace, hurry and go. Pops will need you to carry it on. Leave the rest to us. Jozu shouted while his body surface became half covered in diamond. Borsellino in front of him also extended a finger as a dazzling laser began to condense. Is it real diamond? I want to try it. Curious, Borsellino gathered the laser much faster than usual. Fwoosh! A terrifyingly powerful laser shot rapidly toward Jozu. Whoa! The gleaming diamond upon contact with the laser instantly refracted Borsellino's beam away, blasting into the ground nearby, causing a tremendous explosion. Boom! As the laser exploded, Borsellino clicked his tongue at the diamond, covering Jozu. Really, it seems my ability is countered. Looks like I'll have to put in some effort. Damn, Admiral. Diamond power punch. Jozu roared and charged at Borsellino. At the same time, Sakazuki, under the obstruction of countless pirates, was still closing in on Ace, but the latter had now regained his composure. I must not let them down, absolutely not. I cannot let Pops and everyone's expectations be in vain. With this thought in his heart, Ace fled the battlefield alongside Straw Hat Luffy, but Sakazuki's voice rang out behind him. A bunch of trashy cowards running away with tails between your legs as soon as you rescue the hostage. Truly the style of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace's face darkened instantly upon hearing this, but his running pace didn't slow much. The pirates were also stunned by Sakazuki's words. Was this trash talk? Seeing that many powerful fighters were intercepting him, and he himself was seriously injured, Sakazuki knew he couldn't catch Ace this way, so he simply stopped. He took off his hat, revealing a square crew cut, confidently stroked it, then smiled slightly, and said, "No, I'm just speaking the truth. Isn't that so? That Whitebeard you worship, he was nothing but a man crushed by Roger his whole life. And even in death, he's just a mere Yonko. A complete failure." Seeing that even a Marine Admiral was resorting to trash talk, the pirates naturally weren't intimidated. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates' allied fleet started exchanging insults with Sakazuki. What are you barking about, you stupid Admiral? That's right, Akainu. You don't actually think such a cheap provocation will work, do you? But Ace, upon hearing these words, slowly stopped and turned his head, glaring fiercely at Sakazuki, flames spouting from his palms now and then revealing the fury within him. Shut up. Straw Hat Luffy, seeing Ace turn back, couldn't help but show confusion on his face. Ace. The other Whitebeard pirates were equally puzzled. Sakazuki felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just a casual remark. Who would have thought it would actually work on this hot-headed Ace? With this in mind, Sakazuki continued in a harsh tone. The era of Whitebeard. Just a remnant of the old era. The old man dies, his sons run away. Truly filial. Boom. Boom. Ace's fists blazed with flames as he growled, "Shut up." Sakazuki ignored him, and after finishing stroking his hair, he put his hat back on and continued. A pirate with the worst morals playing house with his family at his age. Shut up. Pops gave us so much love. He gave us homeless people a complete family. Ace roared with a twisted face, stepping toward Sakazuki. A bunch of harmful sea trash bugs huddling together for warmth. And you dare speak of love? What a joke. Seeing Ace no longer running but walking toward him, Sakazuki's body also surged with magma. Ace stomped his foot, and a terrifying pillar of flame burst forth from the ground, swirling around him. You don't understand anything. Sakazuki's expression remained unchanged, magma surging around him, the ultimate destructive power already prepared. I don't understand, and pirates do. Whitebeard is nothing but a criminal enabler who shelters you trash. Don't you dare insult Pops. Pops is the strongest man in the world. He is the Yonko who rules the new world. This era is called Whitebeard. Boom. Concentrating all his strength, streams of flame coiled around Ace's right fist. Anyone who insulted his father must pay a heavy price. The pirates, watching Ace still daring to turn back and fight, were all shocked, question marks popping above their heads. Even the Shichibukai and celestial dragon Don Quixote da Flamingo, watching from a distant ruin, fell silent. Hey Ace, don't be reckless. Luffy Ace. As the flames surged toward him, Sakazuki's fist also struck out. Boom. The moment their fists collided, Ace's expression twisted violently. That strange sensation was an intense searing burn. The scorching flames and the terrifying magma clashed in a frenzied explosion, two forces of equally extreme temperatures intertwining and grinding against each other before erupting with a thunderous blast. A half-naked figure was sent flying. As the pirates saw him, clearly horror painted their faces. Ace. He's been burned. He defeated Ace in a single blow. Ace's face contorted in agony, clutched his arm as he collapsed to the ground. Since obtaining the flame fruit, this was the first time he had ever felt such a sensation. He had intended to teach Sakazuki a lesson, but now he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Run, Ace. Under the cover of the other pirates, Ace and Straw Hat Luffy resumed their desperate escape. Heizei watched the scene in speechless disbelief. So this was what it meant to be outmatched in both combat and words. Whatever. He might as well claim that bounty himself. Go Blackbeard Teach. Boom. Another shockwave sent hundreds of pirates flying. Teach had already mastered the Gura Gura no Mi's power in an astonishingly short time. Zihaha. Old man, this ability of yours really suits my taste. A sinister gleam blazed in his eyes. Teach clenched his right fist and aimed at the flame-engulfed figure, punching into the air. Ace. Dong. Crack, 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 boom. The terrifying shockwave was unstoppable, like a massive ground-hugging tornado that swept through the pirates as if they were mere trash. Watching the rolling, thunderous wave, Ace bit down so hard his lips bled. Damn it, how can he use the old man's power? Fire fist. Ace's right fist shot out like a flamethrower, unleashing a colossal pillar of fire that slammed into Teach's quake-powered shockwave. Bang! Even from such a distance, Teach's quake shockwave still overpowered Ace's fire fist. The hard ground cracked violently as the collision of immense forces sent countless fragments of rock flying in all directions. Driven by a powerful gust, the debris tore through Ace's body in an instant. However, Ace had already activated his Logia elemental form, so the stones passed through him without harm, leaving only a few holes in his body. But Straw Hat Luffy was not so fortunate. After setting sail, a series of near-death battles and his efforts to rescue Ace from impel down had drained his body multiple times over. Blood splattered as Luffy's abdomen and thighs were pierced by the flying debris. Ugh! A pained groan escaped Luffy's lips before he collapsed weakly to the ground. Luffy, get up. Ace turned his head and his expression instantly changed. Ugh! Cough! Ace, I'll get upright. Slap. Straw Hat Luffy struggled to rise from the ground, but his limbs felt as heavy as lead. An overwhelming fatigue washed over him, so intense that he could no longer feel pain. Only the desperate urge to sleep. Crocodile and Ivankov, who had been closely watching Straw Hat Luffy, immediately sensed that something was wrong. Straw Hat Boy. Ivankov, who had performed the special surgery to unlock Luffy's potential, knew better than anyone that this time Luffy truly couldn't stand up. His body had reached its absolute limit. Wicked scum, this is your end. Sakazuki's right fist transformed into magma as he prepared to unleash dozens of jet magma dog heads at Straw Hat Luffy. Damn it. Death wink. Boom. A violent explosion ripped half of Sakazuki's body apart, causing him to fire only 3 of his magma dog heads. Ivankov snarled, "Sand Crocodile Boy. If you keep holding back, I'll spill everything from back then." Huh. Crocodile's forehead bulged with veins as he clenched his remaining fist tightly. "You bastard, you dare threaten me? Do you think that will work?" Ground death. He pressed his palm to the ground. In an instant, starting from Crocodile's hand, the hard stone tiles turned into sand and spread rapidly. Dozens of Marines who stepped on the sand were drained of moisture in the blink of an eye. And that was not all. Enraged Crocodile pushed further, conjuring a massive sand blade that split the earth and rose towards Sakazuki. Desert Spada. Sakazuki's body was cut open again. His face twisted in displeasure. A bunch of disgusting pirates. No one is going to stop me today. With that, Sakazuki launched himself at Straw Hat Luffy at blinding speed. Just then, seeing the 3 magma dog heads hurtling toward the fallen Luffy, Ace channeled a surge of flame energy within him, expending most of his remaining strength to conjure 2 fiery spears. He hurled them at the magma dog heads. Sacred Fire Shiranui. Boom. Magma and flame erupted, but only 2 of the magma dog heads were blocked. One still flew straight for Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy. Whoosh. Seeing Luffy in mortal danger, Ace's body exploded with astonishing speed. He transformed into a flying fireball and collided with the magma dog head. Whoosh. Aark. Ace grimaced in pain, clutching his stomach. A large patch of burn remained from blocking that magma dog head, but at least he had stopped it. Feel it? Well, this is the price of crime. I want you to watch your little brother die before your eyes. With Sakazuki's commanding voice, Ace's pupils shrank in shock. Luffy. Sakazuki appeared before Straw Hat Luffy and threw a punch. Crack. See. Luffy stared blankly at the figure before him. The ultimate destructive magma consumed even the inextinguishable flames. Ace's body shielded Luffy, his right arm completely melted away, most of his torso pierced by the magma. Blood gushed from his mouth, spreading in large patches across his body. Ace's life force began to fade irreversibly with terrifying speed. Ace! Amid the cries of the pirates, Zia! Ace! I'm coming to save you. Teach laughed as he unleashed a massive shockwave toward Sakazuki, its range enormous. Boom! With a loud laugh from Blackbeard, Teach's fist wreathed in milky white tremor power, smashed through the air, thump. Crack, crack, crack. Huge cracks spread across the air, and then burst open, violently transforming into a massive tremor shockwave that rolled toward Sakazuki. However, Sakazuki fell silent as he watched the formidable tremor shockwave. Since this attack carried no Haki, he didn't know if it would kill him, but Ace was definitely not going to survive. Ace! Straw Hat Boy! Amid the cries of the crowd, the massive tremor shockwave completely engulfed Ace, Straw Hat, Luffy, and Sakazuki. Boom! The power of the tremor fruit was extraordinary. The shockwave caused the ground to split crazily while dust filled the air. No one knew whether Ace and Straw Hat Luffy were alive or dead, except Heizei, of course. Since half of Ace's body had already been blown off by Sakazuki, he was beyond saving. Following the principle of not wasting, Heizei simply manipulated Teach to deliver the finishing blow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for manipulating Teach to kill Portgas D. Ace! Unlocked Special Achievement Fall of the Demon's Bloodline, 13. Achievement Milestone Reward Conditions Met. Reward, 5,000 points of billion-level bounty value. 1 random skill gains 2 levels of upgrade. This was an unexpected delight. Heizei heard the voice in his mind, and a pleased expression appeared on his face. While everyone stared nervously at the dust, Heizei walked slowly on the ground of Marineford. System check the bounty value balance. Ordinary bounty value 64052 points. Billion-level bounty value 156450 points. 2 shots of imaginary technique purple exploded within the wall of encirclement, netting Heizei nearly 400 billion-level bounty value. Now Heizei's bounty value had finally broken through 100 again. However, 156450 points of billion-level bounty value was only enough to upgrade 1 skill. With his current combat power at a series of LV5 skills, even an Emperor-level opponent would find it difficult to kill him, and there was a high chance they would die from the first hit kill of Unlimited Void. After all, as it stood, even Whitebeard with his battle instinct was still unable to resist after being hit by Domain Unlimited Void. Perhaps equally powerful Conqueror's Haki could counter this domain skill to some extent, but that was merely Heizei's speculation. So what I lack now is a damage skill capable of killing Emperor-level opponents. I won't allocate points for now, but I still need to upgrade the random level. For beings like Kaido and Big Mom, whose physiques were practically cheating, their health bar thickness was such that even if they took all of his current ultimate moves head-on, they probably wouldn't die. After all, the Cursed King's ability was to reduce healing effects, which gave no significant advantage against opponents with extremely thick health bars. It was more suitable for fighting recovery-type opponents like Sun God Nika or Phoenix Marco, who were good at bouncing back. Heizei smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 4 remaining commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates. System, upgrade me. I won't hope for an ultimate level skill. Even if I randomly get Reversal Technique Red or Technique 8, it's still a huge win. Ding. Randomly selecting a skill to upgrade for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Armament Haki has been successfully upgraded to LV7. Tisk. Heizei sighed, but the result was still acceptable. Upgrading Armament Haki from LV5 to LV7 consumed 1500 points of billion-level bounty value. This was already a great deal. Moreover, LV7 Armament Haki was already beyond the ordinary advanced usage, enabling flowing Sakura-level internal destruction, or even higher-level hardening and envelopment. Good. His azure blue eyes swept across the battlefield, and Heizei first locked onto the most distracted opponent, then vanished from his spot. Ziaha. Sorry, former family members, I've only just grasped Whitebeard's power, and I'm not skilled at it yet. Under Heizei's control, Teach began walking toward the breach in the encirclement wall. He himself was completely unaware of the anomaly, simply thinking it was his own will. What's wrong, everyone? Don't you want to avenge Pops and just run away like this? Thump. Milky white tremors gathered continuously, unleashing massive shockwaves that completely disrupted the formation of the Whitebeard Pirates. On a pile of rubble, Garp's face was terrifyingly dark. His body involuntarily moved toward Sakazuki. You bastard, what are you trying to do? Garp. A figure caught up to him. Sengoku pressed Garp's head down onto the ground. Pang. With that sound, Garp's head hit the floor, blood seeping from his forehead. Garp's eyes were bloodshot, his mind replaying the scene of Sakazuki blowing off half of Ace's body. His remaining rationality could barely suppress his rage. He growled in a low voice, Sengoku. Just keep me down like this. Otherwise, I'll lose control and kill Sakazuki. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his hand pressing tightly on this old friend who had fought by his side through life and death. Garp. Sengoku did not want to see Garp's painful state, torn between his sense of justice and his love for his family. Boom. Boom. Damn Blackbeard. As the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 8th Division, the fishman Namor was extremely agile. While swiftly dodging the tremor shockwaves created by Teach, he still managed to rush toward Ace's direction. Damn Akainu. Call the ship doctor. The commander of the 11th Division, King Du, had an extremely grim expression and ran alongside Namor. Ace. Hearing the cries of his comrades, Diamond Jozu, who was completely focused on fighting Borsellino, felt a sense of dread. He had not seen the scene of Ace losing half his body to Sakazuki, but he had a very bad premonition. Ace. Quick, go check on him. Where's the ship doctor? Hurry. Lacroix looked anxiously at the dust, completely unaware of Heise's rapid approach. But even if he had noticed, it would not have mattered. With the support of LV-56 eyes, Heise's speed was beyond the reaction of ordinary powerful fighters, especially on such a chaotic battlefield. With the means Heise currently possessed, assassinating a pirate below the level of a first mate of an emperor was almost too easy. Covered by Teach tremor shockwaves, the already astonishingly fast Heise appeared silently behind Lacroix. Captain Lacroix, watch your back. Before the voice could finish, cursed technique Reversal Crimson had already pierced through Rikuyo's head, the light in his pupils fading completely. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying Rikuyo. Gained 54500 billion level bounty points. As a veteran commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Rikuyo's bounty points were even higher than Hei's had anticipated. Commander Rikuyo. Amid the sorrowful cries of the pirates, Namor and King Du turned their heads just in time to see Rikuyo's eyes lose their luster and his body collapse limply to the ground. The blinding red orb of cursed energy, undiminished in power after piercing through Rikuyo's skull, sped through the battlefield. Under Hei's extreme cursed energy manipulation, piercing a head devoid of any Haki protection consumed little of the technique's power, so there was no need to waste the crimson orb by detonating it. Cough. To kill in a single stroke someone I'd have to fight for half a day. Truly a remarkable lad. Kiwashishin coughed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Kobe, wake up. Helmeppo frantically shook the half-conscious Kobe, unaware that a group of people led by a man with a red nose was heading toward them. Can we still win? Ace is probably dead, right? So many sacrificed, and now Pops is dead, Ace is dead, and the commanders are almost all gone. On the battlefield, the pirates had fallen into utter panic. Their fighting spirit had completely evaporated, and they could not even muster the simplest resistance, fleeing in disarray in all directions. King Du, Rikuyo. No more Hei's. Damn, it's him again. Fear also crept into the eyes of the two Whitebeard Pirates commanders. The death of so many powerful comrades not only shook the ordinary crew members, but also began to breed different thoughts in their minds. Recalling their confident declarations before the war, the two commanders found their life convictions utterly shattered by Hei's. Well, total collapse, isn't it? Your family. Borsellino's gaze wandered, occasionally glancing toward the dust. As the smoke slowly cleared, the bodies of Ace and Straw Hat Luffy lay motionless on the ground. King Du and Namor rushed to their side. The perceptive fishman Namor bent down to check Ace's condition. No breath. Namor stood up, his face gradually paling with horror. Hearing Namor's words, King Du remained silent. But his younger brother Straw Hat Luffy is still alive. Namor added. Ivankov and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Whoosh. A diamond-charged rush, imbued with Haki, dispersed Borsellino's form. Jozu, his face full of fury after charging through the Logia form Borsellino, saw the first person was a smiling Hei's. Now Jozu was no longer the rough but cunning great pirate, the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division. His mind had no battle strategy left. Upon seeing Hei's, his eyes reddened, his muscles bulged, and he charged at Hei's with deadly speed. Oh, so I'm being treated like air. Hearing that Straw Hat Luffy was still alive, Borsellino reformed his body, raised his finger, and began charging a laser along Jozu's path. Swish. Boom. A terrifying explosion engulfed Jozu's figure. Then, completely covered in diamond, he was blasted into the air. A flash of icy blue light followed, and an extreme cold instantly invaded Jozu's entire body. By the time he landed, he had turned into a solid ice sculpture. Countless pirates lost their composure at the sight. Commander Jozu. Even Commander Jozu. The Marine Admirals have freed up their hands too. It's over. Everything is over. Kazan looked at the nearby ice sculpture of Jozu and exhaled. Huff. That should do it, right? Buzz. A red orb shot forward at lightning speed. Even Kazan sensed it only half a second before impact. What is this? Boom. The red orb directly plunged into Jozu's ice sculpture, then erupted in a violent explosion. The blast was so immense that it formed a white hemisphere dozens of meters in diameter, spreading across the ground and engulfing Kazan in its surging cursed energy. Apologies, Admiral Kazan. Hei smiled slightly. Under his supreme cursed energy manipulation, cursed technique Reversal Crimson had zipped through the battlefield several times. Originally intending to kill King Du and Namor, Hei changed his mind and decided to finish off Jozu first. Otherwise, if Borsellino had a sudden whim and blasted him with a laser, Hei would have lost out big time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying Jozu. Gained 105,000 billion level bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying Jozu. Gained 105,000 billion level bounty points. Billion level bounty points 261450. The pleasant voice echoed in his mind, and Hei's billion level bounty points surged once more. Now then, it's just the two of you left. Hei's turned his head, his pale blue eyes fixed on King Du and Namor, and his figure vanished again. What's happening? Is Jozu? Look up there. Look up there. King Du was panicking when Namor was the first to spot Hei's hovering in the air beside them. A handsome face and striking pale blue eyes. But to King Du and Namor they were as chilling as a demon from hell. Hi, nice to meet you. Please take care of me. As Hei spoke, he raised a finger. A red light glowed, and the cursed energy of cursed technique reversal crimson surged around him, as if an invisible dark vortex materialized behind him, casting him in an eerily sinister light. Run! King Du shouted, only to find Namor had already bolted dozens of meters away. Damn it! King Du cursed. Under the relentless blows and Hei's suppressive presence, the pirates' true nature had fully surfaced. The thought of protecting their comrades vanished, replaced by the supreme principle of self-preservation. Yes, that's it. Turn your back to me. Hei's grew excited watching Namor's retreating form. He shifted his finger from King Du to Namor. I heard fishmen have strong vitality. As the words fell, two consecutive curse technique reversal crimson orbs shot toward Namor. Boom. Boom. A level 5 curse technique reversal crimson. Even a Marine HQ elite vice admiral, using all their Soru, could not evade it. As Namor fled in panic, he only had time to see the red light reflected on the ground before the deafening explosion swallowed him. No ding sound. Hei's frowned. Could it be? Was he really that tenacious? Although it was a rapid-fire curse technique reversal crimson, without much cursed energy consumption, it was still level 5. Just as Hei's was about to fire another one, ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying Namor. Gained 48500 billion level bounty points. Billion level bounty points 309950. Looking at the balance, Hei's face broke into a smile. 300,000 billion level bounty points. Finally, he could upgrade his ultimate skill. On giant screens across the world, countless people were watching this ultimate war. Though the battle had not yet ended, everyone already had their own answer as to who would emerge victorious. As it stands now, it's clear who the real challenger is. Whitebeard is the challenger. The Marines are the true strongest. So, that Fire Fist ace is dead, right? Half his body was gone, and he was hit by a shockwave like that. He's definitely dead for good. But speaking of that new Marine star Zay, he's surprisingly strong. If I saw correctly, he single-handedly killed over a dozen captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. TCH, I think it's just pure luck picking off weakened ones. Whitebeard was already on his last legs. Show me how you'd luck pick one then. Setting aside the facts, can I really do it? No bias here. Whitebeard is dead and the captains are all dead. Even if the Whitebeard Pirates manage to escape, they no longer exist. Wiping out a Yonko crew's super strong laser pacifistas. Is this the new era of the Marines? Even that demon offspring bullet was sent flying by an admiral's kick. The Marines are the strongest. This war is about to end. At Mary Geos, the 5 elders were also watching the live broadcast of the Paramount War, but using a special din mushy different from Baggy's line. The god of science and defense glanced around. You've seen the combat power of the pacifistas. The god of finance nodded. Decent strength, ordinary 100 million berry pirates are no match, but it's still a bit short of expectations. The cost exceeds that of a warship, so I think. After a moment of silence, the god of law turned. Meanwhile, how is the Seraphim project progressing? The god of science and defense said, still being negotiated, but results should come soon. The god of agriculture looked at the young figure on the screen. That Zay's displayed strength is extraordinary. The god of environment added, indeed. His speed and the power of his techniques are far above standard. He's practically a born assassin. That's true. Let's extract his bloodline factor after the war. Also, we might consider recruiting him into the CP organization, or perhaps make an exception and let him join the Holy Knights. The god of finance pondered, frowning at the gleaming darkness blade. Ziaha. Teach, who had been laughing loudly, suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. What was that? Teach, what are you planning to do next? Don't think killing a few worthless pirates can make up for your crimes. Behind him, Shiryu, with blood on his head, stared coldly at Teach. The latter's behavior from a moment ago had been somewhat strange. Ziaha, no, I think it's time we left. Challenging the Marines now. It's too early. Zay stopped controlling Teach, and the latter regained his own thoughts. After all, although he had just killed pirates, he had also damaged many buildings in Marineford. This was actually somewhat in line with Teach's original intention. Now Teach simply thought he had momentarily lost his mind and mixed up his priority targets. Scanning the battlefield, Teach flicked his cloak. At this point, the Whitebeard Pirates are more useless than I imagined. Turning his gaze to the distant purple vortex, Teach said fiercely, of the 3 admirals, except for Sakazuki, the others seem to have plenty of stamina left. That bastard bullet still wants to fight. I'm not staying for this. Let's go. Jean Gudwa, looking at the man floating in midair, finally made up his mind. If even someone like Hammer couldn't escape, then he had to fight to the death. With a tremor of his arms, his armament Haki hardened and coiled around them. After years of arduous training and countless battles, Jean Gudwa's armament Haki had reached the intermediate level. Coupled with the iron gauntlets on his arms, he could even shatter a solid cannon platform with a single punch. Damn Heisei. If you're a man, fight me fist to fist. Hiding in the distance and shooting. What kind of skill is that laser? Immersed in his joy, Heisei turned his gaze to Jean Gudwa. Without a word, he vanished in a flash and reappeared a meter in front of Jean Gudwa, then threw a punch. Jean Gudwa was startled. This kid actually dared. In his panic, he instinctively didn't attack, but instead quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the incoming fist. Boom. A thunderous explosion followed by the crack of breaking bones. Heisei's fist glowed blue, carrying the power of cursed technique, reversal blue armament Haki, and black flash perfectly stacked. Crackle. Jean Gudwa's intermediate armament Haki was as fragile as tofu before Heisei's fist. Black lightning erupted, and with the internal destruction of powerful armament Haki, the iron gauntlets and the bones of both Jean Gudwa's arms were shattered into pieces. Ag. Heisei's punch hardly diminished in power. The terrifying force penetrated straight into Jean Gudwa's chest, caving it in. With a mouthful of blood, Jean Gudwa's vision went black, and he rolled his eyes under the immense impact. Boom. A single punch drove Jean Gudwa into the ground, covering his body with dust. Heisei looked at his own fist. Level 7 armament Haki plus level 5 curse technique, reversal blue. Even with physical strength far inferior to these monsters, I can still defeat them with one punch. There was no kill notification from the system yet, but through his inverse 6 eyes, Heisei could clearly see through the dust the broken body of Jean Gudwa in the pit. The punch hadn't killed him outright because Heisei hadn't used full force. Even so, the internal destruction of armament Haki and the gravitational pull of curse technique, reversal blue, had shattered his internal organs. The only reason he wasn't dead yet was that the people in this world had ridiculously high vitality. Captain Jean Gudwa. He killed Captain Jean Gudwa, who was skilled in close combat, with one punch. What kind of monster is this Marine Heisei? Heisei turned around, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding pirates. No one dared to meet his eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Jean Gudwa. Gained 35200 bounty points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement fall of the Whitebeard Captains. Reward 100 million bounty points, 80000. Fatian Matai 15. 100 million bounty points, 425150 points. What the? Is this truly the legendary Fatian Matai from my past life? Heisei stared at the 15 bottles of Matai that had materialized in his system space, briefly pondering the quality of liquor in this world of pirates. He had yet to experience its taste. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield, nearly every Marine soldier, still capable of fighting, was now pursuing the routed remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates with soaring morale and fervent zeal. Yet it must be said that Straw Hat Luffy's luck was truly exceptional. Even under these circumstances, he had been successfully cradled in the arms of the Knight of the Sea Jinbe. Heisei, and you're something else. If I hadn't reacted in time, I'd have been blown to ashes by you. A voice rang out as Kazan, his uniform in disarray and dust settling on his nose, looked at Heisei with a somewhat displeased expression. Heisei let out an awkward chuckle. Kazan had indeed lent him assistance earlier. Though he'd been frozen in the process, the curse technique Reversal Crimson he'd unleashed to obliterate Jozu in one strike had been considerably powerful, leaving Kazan thoroughly covered in soot and debris. My apologies, Admiral Kazan. I'll treat you to fine sake when we return, Heisei said with a remorseful expression. How do you know I enjoy a good drink? Kazan was genuinely puzzled. This secret was known to very few within the Marines. Who slacking off during work hours are we? With a flash of golden light, Borsellino appeared nearby. Heisei, slacking off. You're the last person who should be saying that. Heisei thought privately with a mental shrug. Kazan interjected. Era Borsellino, Heisei just took down so many commanders. How can you call that slacking off? Oh, is that so? Borsellino pretended to be unaware, quietly observing the spectacular clash of giants in the distance. Compared to Borsellino and Kazan, who were conserving their strength and still chatting casually, Sakazuki's situation was decidedly less favorable. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous detonation, searing magma splattered in every direction, its intense heat reducing anything it touched to ash and cinder in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. So this is all a Marine Admiral amounts to. Send Heisei or Garp to fight me. Barrett had once again slipped away to one of the containment walls, absorbing a large portion of the massive barrier and creating yet another gap. However, no pirates dared to flee through this opening just yet. The scorching molten lava was still raging there, violently clashing with the steadily growing mechanical colossus. Barrett, are you siding with Straw Hat too? Truly evil scum always flock together. Sakazuki's eyes blazed with fury. Fully elementalized, he unleashed the same technique he had used against Whitebeard earlier, condensing his form into a magma giant of equally imposing proportions. The entire stretch of land was bathed in crimson, the air radiating such blistering heat that drawing near was suffocating. The astonishing temperatures warped the very atmosphere, relentlessly melting the ground of Marineford. In truth, this was Sakazuki fighting with lingering injuries and considerable restraint. Otherwise, he could have turned the entire plaza into a hellish inferno of molten lava. Huh. Enough talk. Take this. Barrett sneered, his armament Haki hardening and wrapping around the surface of his mechanical giant's fist, delivering another devastating blow straight at Sakazuki's magma titan. The astonishing speed and force compressed the very air, especially conspicuous amid all this searing heat. Sakazuki bellowed in fury, answering with a magma fist of his own. Filthy escape, he, don't you dare get cocky, Barrett. Boom. Vast amounts of molten debris scattered in every direction as their fists collided, the sheer force of their clash sending waves of scorching heat cascading outward. Though Sakazuki's magma fist was smaller than Barrett's mechanical counterpart, it carried greater power and destructive force. With virtually every exchange, Barrett's fist would shrink by half, becoming smaller than even the magma giant's own. Yet Barrett absorbed surrounding materials to restore his mechanical fist just as quickly. Damn it. No matter how I refine my armament Haki, my fist can't hold out for more than 3 seconds before it melts. Barrett continued rapidly absorbing the containment wall while frantically devising a countermeasure. Fresh out of prison, despite maintaining his training while incarcerated, he was far from his peak condition without the crucible of life or death battles against top-tier opponents. Having just witnessed Heise's dark divine evasion and Garp's earth-shattering punch, the dormant combat instincts within Barrett had been thoroughly awakened. He had come to recognize anew the truth acknowledged by virtually every pinnacle-tier fighter in this world: Haki alone was the supreme path to strength. But there was no remedy. Sakazuki's magma was simply too troublesome. Without relying on his devil fruit abilities to fight, it wouldn't be machinery that melted into sludge, but Barrett's own flesh and blood. As Barrett's mind raced, the magma fist came crashing down once more, illuminating his mechanical giant in a blaze of fiery red. Ha ha ha. Sakazuki, I acknowledge you. As Barrett laughed aloud. Boom. An earth-shattering sound reverberated across all of Marineford. The entire island began to tremble violently, and even the distant sea surface started churning with colossal waves. What's happening? Another earthquake. It's Blackbeard. Amid the crowd's shouts of alarm, Teach stood at an elevated vantage point. Jahaha. Enjoy this, Marines. Savor my parting gift to the fullest. Far off on a distant shore, fishermen stared in terror at the horizon. The sea line was gradually curving into an arc. This is a mega tsunami. Rumble. The earth trembled ceaselessly as Marineford, an island of colossal proportions, began to lose its very equilibrium. Marine soldiers and pirates alike clung to one another amid the relentless shaking, only those with exceptional physical mastery barely managing to maintain their footing. Buggy the Clown stared in terror at the ever-rising wall of water, his voice a strangled whisper. We're doomed, we're doomed. How is it another tsunami this massive? Era, my turn again, it seems. With that, Kuzan vaulted back into the air. Ice Age. In the blink of an eye, the 100-meter waves poised to crash down upon Marineford's plaza were frozen solid. Thank goodness the Admiral is here. Amid the crowd's triumphant cheers, Kazan's expression remained grave. He could sense that what he had frozen was merely the first wave. Endless tremors continued to emanate from beyond. Sengoku had released Garp, who had temporarily regained his composure. This war, is it finally drawing to a close? Sengoku furrowed his brow. At this moment, Barrett was the only remaining problematic enemy on the battlefield, with the other pirates in full retreat. It wouldn't be difficult for the admirals to converge on Barrett and take him down. Yet Sengoku's heart remained heavy with a foreboding sense of unease. Heise's gaze drifted toward the distance. His LV-5 monstrous 6 eyes now allowed him to glimpse fragments of future trajectories. Crack! Crimson Haki churned through the sky on one side, shattering the frozen waves into shards of ice. Simultaneously, ominous black clouds gathered densely on the other side of the sky, a colossal shadow, flickering in and out of view within their depths. Ding! Detection of the host's current predicament. A new life choice has emerged. The war perhaps was far from over. At Marineford, colossal waves surged skyward within the surrounding walls, frozen solid by Akiji. Yet the monstrous tsunami unleashed by Blackbeard Teach before his departure was not so easily quelled. The terrifying tremors plunged deep into the ocean's heart, stirring the very seabed beneath the four seas. In the unseen abyss, a terrifying current began to churn, building a force capable of unleashing a cataclysm upon Marineford. On the shores of Marineford, countless Marines and pirates alike finally breathed sighs of relief as they witnessed Kazan seal the 100-meter wave in ice. It was at that moment. A flash of crimson Haki like thunder given form erupted into the sky. Wherever this overwhelming pressure passed, the very air trembled, as if struck by an immense electrical charge. The wave Kazan had just frozen shattered into countless fragments under the onslaught of this immeasurable scarlet power. The falling shards of ice posed a lethal threat to the ordinary Marines below. Hey! All this ice is coming down. What the hell is that red power? As astonishment gripped the Marines and terror seized the pirates, the elite vice admirals halted their pursuit of the fleeing criminals. This is Haki. Enigmo clenched his sword hilt, staring in disbelief at the crimson aura that dominated half the sky. Garp and Sengoku looked up at the heavens. A bead of cold sweat ran down Sengoku's temple. Haki of this magnitude. No doubt about it, is it the red-haired? But what in the world is Kaido doing here too? While Sengoku was baffled, Garp's face darkened. He cracked his knuckles, forcing his gaze towards the sky. Boom. The magma giant and Barrett's colossal robot clashed fists once more. Under Sakazuki's ferocious assault, Barrett's amalgamation could barely regenerate faster than the magma could melt it. One of the giant robot's arms had already been completely melted away by Sakazuki. Just then both titans noticed the crimson Haki piercing the heavens. Sakazuki's expression darkened instantly. As an admiral, he was well versed in the power of the 4 emperors of the New World. And there was only one man in the world capable of wielding such Haki and being present here. Ha ha ha. What is this? Such powerful Conqueror's Haki. It seems equal to Roger's in his day. Within the combined robot, Barrett felt the overwhelming aura and laughed with excitement rather than fear. But he could never have imagined that the source of this Haki was Shanks, the man who had once sailed on his ship. Boom. Lightning flashed across the tempestuous sky, illuminating a colossal silhouette writhing within the rolling clouds. There's something in those black clouds. Hey, are you kidding me? Something that big can fly. Is it a dragon? Jaha. Red-haired. Kaido. Those 2 monsters are here too. We need to leave, this place is no longer safe. Teach glanced over, struggling to comprehend. Given the massive waves he had stirred outside Marineford, it made sense for Kaido, who could fly, to arrive. But how did Shanks get here? Forget the dragon. Those ice blocks are about to fall on us. As the Marines watched in terror, Vice Admiral Tsuru and Garp prepared to intervene. Ding. Detecting the host's current predicament, the host must make a new life choice. Life choice 1: faced with the ice about to crush many Marines and Kaido's imminent blast, you choose to conserve your strength and stand by. Reward ruthlessness, LV1. Life choice 2: you choose to act before Garp and Tsuru, ensuring no Marine is injured by the falling ice. Reward 5,000 points of billion-tier bounty value. Life choice 3: you choose to simultaneously block the falling ice and Kaido's blast, ensuring not a single Marine is injured. Reward 1,000 points of billion-tier bounty value. The fleeing crocodile sneered at the ice plummeting from the sky. What terrifying Haki. The Marines won't be able to chase us now. Who'd have thought Kaido would show up too? Are they all unknowingly helping Straw Hat escape? Shanks. Jinbe fell into thought. He had some dealings with Shanks before, and he also knew exactly who was behind that massive shadow in the sky. Kaido. Fufufu. Red-haired Shanks. Strongest creature Kaido. Fufufu. Doflamingo, perched atop a high vantage point, had already found a perfect spot to watch the potentially epic battle unfold. Dracul Mihawk frowned. He knew this crimson Haki all too well, but what was Kaido doing here? If we let these chunks of ice fall, things will get very ugly. Vice Admiral Tsuru raised her hand, ready to use her Devil Fruit ability to turn the ice into harmless shaved ice. Swish. A figure vanished from sight. Borsalino turned his gaze skyward, marveling at the speed Kurozawa had just exhibited. Era, this is bad. Kazan, still in midair, was also troubled by the massive amount of falling ice. He saw Kurozawa ascend to the same height, and his eyes lit up. Kurozawa boy, do you have a plan, eh? Leave it to me. Kurozawa smiled slightly, slowly raising both hands. A surging torrent of cursed energy roiled within him. In an instant, countless blue-white points of light began to swell high in the sky. Kurozawa. He has a plan. Vice Admiral Tsuru, watching the man high above, narrowed her eyes. She acknowledged his strength, as his performance in the war thus far was undoubtedly the most dazzling. However, the methods he displayed for covering his allies were perhaps a bit too violent. Garp thought the same. He had intended to shatter the falling ice with a powerful fist of love, leaving the rest for Tsuru to deal with, minimizing the damage. The area covered by the ice was simply too vast, with the entire plaza surrounded by colossal frozen waves, leaving almost no avenue for escape. Kobe, just regaining consciousness, was greeted by the sight of ice falling from the heavens. The already terrified boy jumped up in fright, only to trip over his one remaining leg and faceplant. Walla, I want to get out of here. Whoever wants to fight this war can fight it. Helmeppo, why am I still here? At that moment, Helmeppo had a blade to his throat, surrounded by Buggy the Clown's men. Despite the falling ice, Buggy had yet to flee. His subordinates looked on in admiration. What a boss, Buggy-sama. He remains unfazed in a situation none of us could handle. Yeah, he must have foreseen this, and is ready to make a spectacular move to awe everyone. Buggy the Clown, meanwhile, was desperately looking around, finding no place to hide whatsoever. All across the world, people watching the war through Buggy's live broadcast were trembling in fear. No way. They just won the war, and now the Marines are going to suffer massive losses. With this much ice falling, at least half of them will die. Look at that guy. Kurozawa's making his move. Is this kid about to use that move? No. The range is still insufficient, but combined with me it could work. HM. Carp recalled Kurosawa's technique. Curse technique, reversal blue. If used skillfully combined with his own full-force strike, it could indeed shatter the falling ice blocks completely. But then Carp's eyes lit up, for in the sky not just one blue orb was gleaming. Phase Twilight Eye of Wisdom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A surge of immense cursed energy churned wildly under Kurosawa's control, rapidly coalescing into 5 colossal blue orbs. Across their surfaces flowed cursed energy fluctuations like atmospheric currents, radiating a soothing blue radiance. What is Kurosawa trying to do? Captain Kurosawa. Great Captain Kurosawa has taken action. We're saved. Countless Marine soldiers, upon seeing the figure in the sky, were invigorated. After this battle, Kurosawa had become the turning point in their eyes. Whenever he acted, the scales of war would inevitably tip toward victory. Curse technique, reversal blue, maximum output. In the sky, Kurosawa's hair gently swayed. The blue-white light of cursed technique, reversal blue, illuminated him like a descending deity. As his lips parted, the 5 enormous blue orbs of cursed technique, reversal blue, suddenly erupted with overwhelming gravitational force. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A blinding light flashed, illuminating the entire ground of Marineford in blue-white. A bead of sweat trickled from Kurosawa's forehead. Maintaining 5 such large-scale cursed technique, reversal blue orbs was already his limit. The terrifying gravitational force erupted high in the sky, and under Kurosawa's meticulous arrangement, it finally encompassed the entire sky above Marineford. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 maximum output LV5 cursed technique, reversal blue orbs swept up countless ice shards, gradually coalescing into 5 massive ice spheres floating above Marineford. This is Captain Kurosawa, the Marine's rising star, the future of our new era. Boss. Miguel felt his blood boil. Every time Kurosawa acted, it brought him unparalleled awe. We came from the same training camp, but the boss is just too powerful. Kobe, seeing that the ice blocks had yet to fall, was relieved to have narrowly escaped death. Upon learning that Kurosawa had intervened, had it not been for someone repeatedly slapping him to keep him conscious, he would have fainted again. As countless Marine soldiers raised their arms in cheers, people around the world also marveled, and a wise man offered a most judicious evaluation. I perceive that this young man will surely attain the rank of admiral in the future. Another crisis averted. Sengoku smiled at the sight, then turned to look at Borsellino. Is this fellow standing idly by again? Sengoku began silently calculating how to deduct the latter's wages. Borsellino seemed to sense something. I forgot Sengoku was watching. If I don't do something, I won't get my pay docked, will I? Thinking thus, Borsellino transformed into golden particles of light and sped toward the area where Sakazuki and Barrett were fighting. Sakazuki, I'm coming. Crack, crack, crack. As the unrelenting gravitational pull of cursed technique, reversal blue, swept through the 5 massive blue ice spheres, spun rapidly at high altitude. Just as the world wondered how Kurosawa would handle these ice spheres, they witnessed a stunning scene. The 5 ice spheres floating and spinning above Marineford gradually drew together. What is Kurosawa trying to do? Could he be planning to merge all 5 ice spheres into one and then hurl it at those pirates or that robot? Ignoring the others, Kurosawa focused entirely on merging the cursed technique, reversal blue orbs. Given his current state, this operation was indeed strenuous, but to completely block Kaido's sudden BOLO breath without harming any Marine soldiers, this was the only way. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, they soon understood why Kurosawa had done this. In the sky, amid the dark clouds streaked with thunderbolts, a crimson glow suddenly rose. Then a colossal pillar of flame like a laser burst through the lightning and thunder, traversing the heavens, with an apocalyptic force slamming straight toward Marineford. And at that moment, Kurosawa's 5 ice spheres completed their fusion. Under his control, they defiantly blocked the path of the flame pillar. Then, before the world could react, the flame pillar collided with the enormous ice sphere, as if crashing into a mountain of ice. The terrifying heat of Kaido's BOLO breath instantly melted vast amounts of ice, and white steam engulfed the entire sky. Hiss! Under the horrific heat, the ice vaporized directly, turning into a sea of white mist. What's happening? Who created that flame? Compared to the ordinary soldiers' cries, the Marine headquarters vice admirals were all shocked. Such a fast attack. If Kurosawa hadn't formed the ice spheres in advance to block it, the outcome of this strike landing would have been. Sengoku was also astonished. Kaido's BOLO breath had come completely without warning. For the strong it might be survivable, but the ordinary soldiers would have suffered catastrophic damage. Moreover, most of the vice admirals after their battle with Barrett were not in good condition. If they had to endure such a BOLO breath, the result would be unpredictable. Sengoku's perceptive gaze pierced through the white mist. Could it be observation Haki that sees the future? Kurosawa. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the mist continued to rise, Kazan also looked at Kurosawa in surprise. Even he had been a bit flustered by the suddenness of that BOLO breath. Era Kurosawa-kun. You're really amazing. Huff. Letting out a long breath, Kurosawa swept his gaze across the sky. It's not over yet. Prepare for battle. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving the Marine crisis. Reward 100,000 points of billion level bounty value. Billion level bounty value 525150 points. The flame pillars slowly dissipated, and the colossal ice sphere that had blotted out the sky was completely melted. Within the white mist, crimson flashes streaked. Zzz clang. Crimson Conqueror's Haki landed. A one-armed red-haired man stepped forward, the ground crumbled, rocks cracked, and the invisible pressure emanating from him caused all marine soldiers within hundreds of meters to collapse unconscious. Whoosh whoosh. In the sky, an ink-black dragon stirred up fierce winds, its scales gleaming, claws reaching through flame clouds, descending with overwhelming pressure. Everyone finally saw the newcomers' faces. That guy is an emperor. Red-haired Shanks. Bounty 404890000 berries. That dragon. No mistake. It's the fish fruit model Azure Dragon Emperor Kaido. Bounty 461110000 berries. 2 emperors have officially landed on Marineford. Ding. Detecting the host's current situation. A new life choice has appeared. Why have these 2 emperors come here? Are they planning to wage war against the Marines? Damn it, not only the Whitebeard Pirates, but even Kaido of the Beasts and red-haired Shanks have arrived. It's over. We're all doomed. Kobe mumbled, his face battered and swollen. In Marineford Plaza, 2 terrifying auras descended. One Crimson Conqueror's Haki, the other a dark dragon. 1 man and 1 dragon, both exuding a suffocating pressure of overwhelming power. That man, just his stance alone, is terrifyingly strong. Marine soldiers stared at the 2, especially Shanks. Even standing still without moving, his pressure was like that of a primordial beast rivaling the dark dragon. Around the world, people watching the war broadcast had assumed that with Whitebeard's death and the execution of Ace and all the commanders, the Marines had achieved a decisive victory. But now with the arrival of 2 emperors, the war's outcome became uncertain once more. One spectator swallowed hard. The Marine headquarters, having just fought a massive battle against the Whitebeard Pirates, now faces 2 full-strength Emperor crews. Can they really win? 2 full-strength Emperor crews? Not exactly. The Beast Pirates seem to have only sent 2 people. It took the entire Marine headquarters, including all 3 admirals, just to deal with Whitebeard, and now 2 more emperors show up. People across the world dared not imagine if Shanks and Kaido were here to continue the war and the Marines were to fall, the justice and order of the sea would collapse entirely. Then the entire ocean would become a haven for pirates. The victory over Whitebeard and Ace's execution would become meaningless. Amid the world's terror, a clown broke the stalemate. Hey, red hair, you bastard, why are you here? Buggy the clown shouted at his old friend, completely lacking his usual fear of the strong. Just as the 2 emperors made their imposing entrance, this sudden voice drew everyone's attention. The world looked at Buggy in astonishment. Wait, is he really shouting at Emperor Shanks like that? Who is this guy? Isn't he just a clown pirate? Buggy's subordinates, seeing their captain's boldness, puffed out their chests with pride. Their expressions seemed to say, look, that's our captain yelling right in the face of an emperor. Truly worthy of Captain Buggy. Even Emperor Shanks doesn't dare to talk back. So powerful. This is the presence of Captain Buggy. We're following you from now on. Buggy's cheering caught Shanks' attention. The red-haired man turned his gloomy face and broke into a smile. Ah, it's Buggy. Long time no see. How nostalgic. You idiot, who would miss you? I wish you'd just die. Buggy snarled back at Shanks' greeting, sending his crew into another frenzy. Whoa. Captain Buggy's status is so high that even Emperor Shanks greets him first. But even faced with an emperor's goodwill, Captain Buggy dismisses it. Captain Buggy is truly formidable. When he heard the red-haired man being called Shanks Bullet, who was locked in battle with Borsalino and Sakazuki, shuddered. Could that be the trainee from Roger's ship Shanks? He's refined his Haki to this level. Bullet's eyes widened in shock as his body trembled violently. Under the combined assault of the magma giant and laser beams, his combined robot was being brutally pummeled. Haha, Buggy will catch up another day. I have urgent business now. Shanks laughed lightly, then his expression darkened as his gaze swept toward the figure with pale blue eyes. Red hair. Sengoku stared grimly at Shanks. What are you here for? And Kaido, are you planning to join forces and attack the Marines? Yurigurigoro. The dark dragon circling in the sky let out a laugh before slowly descending. Kaido spoke. What's wrong, Sengoku? Are you scared? Speaking of which, red hair, why are you here? Kaido looked down at Shanks with curiosity, then urged, since you're already here, want to team up for a while and raise hell at Marineford? Shanks ignored Kaido, instead turning his gaze toward the chaotic battle with Bullet. He took a step forward and drew his sword Griffin with a fierce sound. Zzz. Clang. Conqueror's Haki burst forth. A crimson radiance erupted from Shanks, and the tangible Haki instantly enveloped the area where Bullet fought. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki descended like heavenly chains, precisely binding Bullet, Sakazuki, and Borsalino. Then before the world's astonished eyes, the 3 bound by the crimson Haki chains saw Bullet's already battered combined robot revert to its original form first. Next was Borsalino. No matter how he tried to evade as golden light particles, he was still caught by the chains and forced back into human form. Yo, what's happening? Sakazuki's magma giant fared no better. Under the power of that crimson Haki, even his devil fruit ability seemed temporarily sealed, shrinking rapidly back to human form. Red hair. Sakazuki growled, his face darkening. They were about to capture Bullet, and now this bastard had to interfere. Bullet was equally shocked, staring at Shanks in awe. To force an awakened devil fruit user back to normal. His Haki has reached the same level as Roger's. The crimson Haki swirled and crackled as Shanks spoke solemnly. This war is over. The Marines have achieved a great victory. There's no need for more casualties. Stop here. I ask you all to give me face. Fufufu. Fight. That's it. Don Quixote Doflamingo watched the scene with intense excitement. Is this the Haki of red-haired Shanks? He single-handedly sent both Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Borsalino back to their original forms. The robot that two admirals couldn't even break together. This red-haired man made Bullet reveal his true form in an instant. Could it be that red-haired Shanks is the natural enemy of devil fruit users? Does that mean Colonel Heizei is no match for him either? Countless Marine soldiers stared at Shanks in awe. Just by drawing his blade and relying solely on Haki, he forced 3 powerful devil fruit users back to their original forms. Such astonishing power was far more terrifying than Whitebeard had been moments ago. Please grant me this favor. Let this war end here. As Shanks spoke, everyone in Marineford Square was stunned except for Heizei. His pale blue eyes met Shanks's gaze, and sensing the anger in those eyes, Heizei smiled inwardly. Oh, what's that look supposed to mean? End the war? Don't be ridiculous, you red-haired brat. Bullet grinned viciously. The dormant Haki within him was gradually returning through the intense battles, and now his Haki was far stronger than when he had first left prison. How could he willingly stop now? Huh. Redhair, what did you say? You're not here to fight me. To end this war? Kaido shouted in surprise. Such an outcome was unacceptable to this warmonger. Garp stared at Shanks, his expression darkening. Red-haired Shanks, the man who led Luffy onto the path of piracy. Doflamingo's smile abruptly froze. What? He hadn't misheard, had he? End the war. He hadn't even finished his popcorn. End the war. Didn't he come here to start a war? A pirate claiming to end a war. Marine soldiers were bewildered, and the vice-admirals were equally confused. Facing the pressure of 2 emperors, the situation now was that although the Whitebeard Pirates were routed, the Marines had also suffered considerable casualties. If the war ended here, the Marines would have achieved a major victory. It seemed like the best possible outcome. In such circumstances, the Marine soldiers hesitated as they heard Shanks's words. The vice-admirals made no move. Kazan watched coldly. Borsalino inwardly wished for his shift to end. Even Sengoku was wavering. Only one person stepped forward, magma surging from his body, radiating searing heat, the embodiment of his absolute justice. A mere pirate dares to speak of avoiding casualties. Stop your hypocritical posturing and save yourself the embarrassment. Sakazuki's face was a mask of rigid justice as he shattered the stalemate. Sakazuki. Hearing those words, Sengoku's eyes lit up slightly. Red-haired Shanks watched Sakazuki step forward, a dark gleam in his gaze. If you refuse, then we'll be your opponents. As he finished speaking, the neatly arranged members of the Red-Hair Pirates appeared behind Shanks. All hands present. The crew may be small, but every one of them is a top-tier elite on the pirate route. Don't move, Kizaru. A figure appeared beside Borsalino, a bullet loaded into a gun enhanced with Haki, the muzzle aimed at his head. Oh, how terrifying. But I wasn't moving anyway, was I? Borsalino glanced at Ben Beckman and raised his hands with a sardonic tone. A threat. So what if you're our opponents? The justice of the Marines will not tolerate any provocation from pirates. Sakazuki did not stop his advance. The magma surging from his body grew even hotter, demonstrating his resolve. Must the self-proclaimed justice of the Marines be defined by the bloodshed of countless Marine soldiers? Are pirates not living, breathing human beings? Do they deserve to die? Shanks's face darkened as he spoke with righteous indignation. They have families, they have children. If they die, what will happen to those people? The world trembled at these words. Under this speech, the Marine soldiers who had been pursuing and killing pirates in the name of justice were now tinged with a hue of evil. Many Marine soldiers began to waver, questioning their own pursuit. Hasn't the sacrifice of Marine soldiers caused by you vermin pirates? Don't Marine soldiers have families? Don't they have children? With his shing, Heizei appeared in midair, looking down at Shanks, and continuing. And do pirates who burn, kill, loot, and plunder civilians even count as human? If pirates don't die, should I die? His words landed on the ears of the world like a thunderclap, shaking them to the core. Countless Marine soldiers heard Heizei's speech and finally found their pillar of justice firmly planted, looking at Heizei with boundless admiration in their eyes. Yes, we Marines are the righteous army that slays evil pirates. If pirates don't die, should the Marines die? Preposterous. Sengoku's eyes lit up, suddenly realizing that Heizei's words made perfect sense. Even Sakazuki looked at Heizei with admiration. Heizei's words had struck a chord deep within him. He had never expected that among the Marines there was someone who shared his exact ideals, a kindred spirit. If not for the inappropriate timing, Sakazuki would have been tempted to swear brotherhood with Heizei on the spot. Surely Heizei could forgive him for not saving him earlier. Shanks was momentarily speechless. Kaido chuckled at this. Bullet was equally excited. Doflamingo's lips curled back into a grin, ready to continue watching the show. Just then a disheveled, pink-haired figure stepped forward. Stop fighting. Let this war end here. The casualties are already too many. Kobe had somehow broken free from Buggy's subordinates, crawling into the world's view with sheer willpower. Who is this? A Marine soldier. He's lost an arm and a leg. How tragic. All of this is the pirates' doing. These bastards have wounded a Marine soldier who fought with blood and courage. This is unforgivable. Just as the world was seething with indignation over Kobe's plight, the latter shocked everyone with his words. Look at me. A Marine soldier who for the sake of justice disregards his own safety to slay pirates, now covered in scars. Even willing to sacrifice an arm and a leg, still fighting on. Kobe's eyes welled with tears as he spoke, his face pitifully appealing. But what about our fallen comrades? Chasing pirates for justice, ignoring the cries of your companions, abandoning those who fought side by side through life and death. Is this really justice? I must speak for them. And the war has already been won, hasn't it? So stop now. Kobe's shout, broadcasted worldwide through Buggy's transponder snail, reached every corner. It must be said that Kobe's injuries, his Marine uniform, and his tears combined to once again sway the world's opinion. Sengoku's brow furrowed, Sakazuki's face darkened. Seeing this, Shanks, who had been troubled, smirked and seized the opportunity to amplify Kobe's words. Young Marine, these few seconds of courage you've mustered are enough to change the worlds. The acknowledgement of an emperor carried immense weight. Surely this would end the war. But just as he spoke, Heizei cut him off with a snap of his fingers. Hold on. Huh. Following the sound, the crowd turned their gaze toward Heizawa, while Heizawa looked at Kobe as if he were staring at a fool. The hard-won fruits of victory bought with the lives of our soldiers are about to rot prematurely because of you. Let one pirate escape today, and who knows how many civilians or Marines will lose their lives to him in the future. Can you bear that consequence? Moreover, what do the victory of this war, your wounds, and your slaying of pirates have to do with each other? A deserter like you dares to speak of justice. The world was taken aback by Heizawa's words. Deserter? Is he saying this Marine soldier is a deserter? Amid the world's confusion, Kobe saw that the speaker was none other than Heizawa, and his heart skipped a beat. But with Shanks's praise, and thinking that no one except Helmeppo was paying attention to his performance in the war, he figured he was just an unknown Marine sergeant. After all, there was no way a high-definition Den Mushi had captured his every move right. With that thought, Kobe plucked up his courage and retorted sharply, "You cold-blooded bastard, what makes you say I'm a deserter? These wounds on my body are proof of my bloody battles. And you dare to slander me." As he spoke, Kobe shook his wounds, his tears flowing, as if he had suffered some great injustice. Seeing this, the uninformed masses began to look at Heizawa with a hint of suspicion. The Marine seems to be telling the truth. Yeah, maybe we really did misunderstand him. After all, his wounds are right, they're clearly fresh. In the middle of a battlefield, it's not like he could have inflicted them on himself. Perhaps there's a hidden truth we don't know about. Right, maybe Heizawa is like a wolf in sheep's clothing, using a facade of justice to cover up his vile and ugly deeds. Heizawa was unaware of the worldwide chatter. He merely watched Kobe's ongoing performance, sneered, and then cast his gaze toward Buggy. Buggy caught Heizawa's look and felt a jolt of surprise. So this is why the boss had come to him earlier. Had Heizawa already foreseen that this Marine would slander him like this? The ability to foresee the future. Or had he honed his observation Haki to the point of seeing ahead? Not only is his combat power formidable, but his strategic foresight is equally profound. It's utterly terrifying. I absolutely must never cross this guy in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the VCR. Buggy's mind raced even as he acted. With a single call, screens all over the world switched to Kobe's performance during the war. On the screen, so terrifying. This is Whitebeard. Let's get out of here. A scream and Kobe lost his hand. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Helmeppo, let's run. I can't hold on any longer. What? Heizawa is that strong? Why hasn't a bastard like him been cut down by pirates yet? Luffy-senpai, keep going. Kobe's every word and action was laid bare to the world like a highlight reel. Then on the screen, as Kobe was fleeing, a flying stone shattered his leg. The masses finally understood. This Marine's lost limbs weren't the result of battling pirates, but because he was struck down by fate while deserting. Kobe's righteous performance in this war was broadcast worldwide by Buggy's Den Mushi in stunning 1080p, presenting every detail at 120 frames per second. As the live broadcast continued, Kobe's face grew paler and paler until his body trembled uncontrollably, and he kept muttering, "This isn't real. It's not real. He's framing me." The broadcast ended, and for a moment the world fell silent. Then the Marines gathered in Marineford Square erupted in rage. "So this is your bloody battles. You worthless bastard, worse than a beast. Not only do you fail to fight the enemy, but you disrupt morale, flee from battle, and even defile the reputation of our new age Marine hero. You deserve death. Unforgivable. And this scum has the nerve to babble on about justice. Clearly a coward, yet shamelessly glorifying himself. Exactly. If not for Captain Heizawa's wisdom, I would have been fooled as well, and this scum would have gotten away with it. Disgusting. Facing the fury and torrent of abuse from countless Marines, Kobe felt his world collapse, and life held no more hope. Helmeppo wished he could crawl into a hole. In that din mushy footage, Kobe had been foolish enough to mention him. Was he going to be implicated too? Perhaps dying on the battlefield would have been a better outcome than this. Sakazuki couldn't hold back any longer. No wonder this pink-haired brat had rubbed him the wrong way all along. He was truly this repulsive. A deserter, a morale sapper, and someone who insulted Heizawa, the one like-minded comrade he had finally found. Any one of these was enough to make Sakazuki want him dead. Sizzle. Scorching magma dripped onto the ground, and Sakazuki, his face grim, walked up to Kobe. You piece of filth. That the noble Marine Corps could produce a degenerate like you. Go to hell. What are you doing? Even if I'm a deserter, I should be court-martialed. You as an admiral can't just. The crimson magma radiated terrifying heat. In his final moments, Kobe tried to argue, but Sakazuki wasn't about to listen. A single punch fell. Sizzle. Beneath that scorching magma, that pink-haired fool was utterly reduced to black sludge. Kobe stood no chance against such lava that couldn't even be resisted by the combined mecha of Baroque works. Velmir watched as Kobe was reduced to a pool of black sludge, and couldn't help but worry about his own fate. Shanks, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes slightly, and loosened his grip on Griffin's hand. A Marine soldier covered in scars leapt forward to agree with his viewpoint, which would certainly add considerable credibility. He had originally intended to seize this opportunity and make a big deal out of it, forcing the Marines into a dilemma. But now unexpectedly, the one who jumped out to support his argument turned out to be a deserter who ate from the Marines' pot while betraying them. What a mess. While Shanks lamented in his heart, his gaze swept toward Hei's, whose every display left even him feeling a chill of alarm. Not long ago, there were rumors that he could fight against the former Admiral Rayleigh. Now upon meeting him, he had actually slain the once strongest Whitebeard. Every captain aboard Whitebeard's ship had fallen at the hands of this one person. Such a record was simply terrifying. Even just now, he had still had reserves to spare to resolve the crisis of the collapsing iceberg, and had even used the falling iceberg to block Kaido's heat breath. In this era, such a figure had appeared within the Marines. Captain Roger, can I still achieve my goal? Da-da-da. As Sakazuki's punch melted Kobe into blackened charcoal, people across the world witnessed this scene, their expressions varying. Well done. Such a deserter, a disgrace to the Marines, deserves to die. Exactly. His very existence tarnishes the Marines' justice. Some applauded Sakazuki's immediate execution of Kobe, while others held different views. Although this Marine soldier violated military law, he did speak the truth. He should have been handed over to a military tribunal for judgment. Exactly. Admiral Sakazuki personally executed him instead of following proper procedure. Isn't that inappropriate? Discussions continued around the world. After a moment of silence, Shanks spoke up to challenge. As a fleet admiral, instead of setting an example, he resorts to vigilante justice and extinguishes a Marine soldier's life on the spot. Is this the Marines' justice? With Shanks' words, Sakazuki was immediately thrust into the spotlight. Sengoku, upon hearing this, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Regardless, Kobe should indeed have been handed over to a military tribunal. Sakazuki's actions were somewhat impetuous and could affect his future promotion. Facing Shanks' accusations, Sakazuki paid no mind. As Hei's had said, what right did a mere pirate have to dictate to the Marines? Hey, you, a lowly pirate, are now lecturing us about Marine military law. How audacious. Hei sneered. As all eyes turned to him, he continued, on the battlefield, a deserter falls under the special circumstances management provisions of our Marine warfare management regulations. A fleet admiral has the authority to impose the death penalty on the spot. Well, these words caused an uproar across the world. So that's how it is. The Marines actually have such regulations. That makes perfect sense. After all, if this weren't the case, every battle would have deserters waiting for military tribunals. What negative impact would a belated tribunal judgment be able to repair? Just as Shanks was at a loss for words, Hei's continued. As a Marine soldier, instead of charging into battle against the enemy during wartime, he praised the enemy's slandered comrades, undermined morale, and even encouraged fellow soldiers to flee. Furthermore, he accused and framed comrades who were fighting bloody battles against the enemy ahead of him. Which of these offenses alone wouldn't justify Admiral Sakazuki executing him on the spot? The Marine soldiers nodded in agreement. That's absolutely correct. Hei's colonel is right. How could our fleet admiral be wrong? Observing the crowd's reaction, Hei's fixed his sharp gaze on Shanks. As for you, a pirate, instead of staying in your own territory, playing local emperor, you come here pointing fingers at our fleet admiral, attempting to stir up conflict between the Marines and the world. Do you think you're worthy? Well, with Hei's words, everyone suddenly realized. So all of this was the conspiracy of those damned pirates. I almost misunderstood the Marines. Fortunately, Hei's exposed those deceitful pirates in time. Otherwise, we would have been used as pawns. Hei's is not only exceptionally powerful in combat, but his wisdom also commands my admiration. Those damned pirates. Next time I'll never believe a word they say. Sengoku was unaware of the reactions around the world, but he could observe that the Marines' morale was still soaring. His gaze toward Hei's gradually brightened. Hiai's series of actions first neutralized attacks from 2 of the 4 emperors, then proved his own innocence, and even ingeniously diverted everyone's anger toward the pirates. Without Hiai's, after cooling down, the news media would have exaggerated and demonized Sakazuki and the Marines beyond recognition. Such wisdom made even Sengoku, known as the strategist, concede defeat. No, it should be Sengoku who first discovered Hiai's as such a precious gem, establishing him as the benchmark for the new era of Marines in advance, thereby laying the foundation for Hiai's achievements today. In that case, he is still so farsighted still that Sengoku with unmatched wisdom. Thinking this, Sengoku's gaze toward Hiai's grew increasingly gentle, and his heart had already begun selecting an appropriate fleet admiral title for him. He needed to carefully craft the wording. When the time came, he would claim he had just thought of it, certain to amaze him and make him marvel at the old man's wisdom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully proving his innocence and helping Sakazuki resolve the misunderstanding. Reward title: Army of Justice. Army of Justice. Every word and deed, every gesture is endowed with the bonus of noble righteousness. All actions are just. After equipping this title, the host's act of snatching a 3-year-old's lollipop will be regarded as early education, teaching the child that without power one cannot even protect what they cherish. Helping an elderly lady cross the street will not be mocked, but instead praised as the host caring for the elderly's health and supervising their self-disciplined exercise. Looking at the effects of this title, Hiai smiled faintly. System, you truly understand what justice means. Fishy, 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 fishy. Shanks, it seems your calculations are about to fall through. The dark dragon in the sky laughed loudly, exhaling 2 streams of white-hot air from its nostrils. In that case, cause havoc at Marineford with me. Let's start with that arrogant little brat. Was it you who blocked my heat breath just now? Kaido transformed into a dark dragon, circled in the sky, riding flame clouds. His dangerous amber eyes fixed on Hiai's while powerful winds surged across his massive body, gradually forming blade-like gusts that surrounded him. The ferocious dragon head spoke in human voice. Boy, hand over your head to return to Onigashima as a sacrifice to my sake. I'm sure the aroma will be absolutely exquisite. A mere emperor dares to speak so arrogantly at Marine headquarters. Hiai's figure rose into the high sky, facing off against the dragon from a distance. Fishy, 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 fishy. I am the strongest creature on earth. Are you trying to challenge me? Kaido's dragon whiskers fluttered, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he said with immense confidence. The last one who spoke like that is already cold as corpse. What are you, the next challenger? Feeling Kaido's earth-shattering killing intent, Hiai's eyes also surged with boundless azure light. Profound and dark, invisible distortions permeated through the void around him. In front of the Marines, even a true dragon would have to lie low. And you are merely a little snake. Whoa! With Hiai's words, the Marine soldiers were all energized. Facing 2 of the 4 emperors descending upon them to call that enormous dark dragon merely a little snake. What courage and confidence this required. This was their leader of the new era Marines, Hiai's. Miguel's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with endless reverence. This was his boss who would never crash and was forever the strongest. Shikyaku also had eyes full of pride, while the other vice admirals felt extremely excited. Just then a dark shadow sliced through the sky like a black spear, charging toward Hiai's with tremendous force. You insolent wretch! How dare you insult Lord Kaido? A piercing howl accompanied by a startling sound of wind tearing through the air merged into a grating noise as unpleasant as nails scraping across a blackboard. King's form transformed into a pitch-black pteranodon, hurtling like a spear as he ferociously thrust toward Heizei. The pteranodon's speed was immensely swift, and the sonic boom it produced was enough to declare that it had surpassed the speed of sound. Borsellino's eyes flickered. With so many people watching, he felt he could no longer merely coast by, otherwise once the war ended, he might well have his wages docked by Sengoku. A low hum resonated. Golden particles shimmered across his body's surface as Borsellino prepared to intercept the pteranodon's assault, only to catch sight of the cold smirk curling at the corner of Heizei's mouth. Meanwhile, Shanks, who had been biding his time, had a flash of Haki in his eyes. Having honed his observation Haki to the level of foreseeing the future, he had already glimpsed the immediate future before the others. Is this power? The capital you take pride in, Marine. Under Shanks's watchful gaze, the pitch-black pterosaur rapidly closed in on Heizei. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had shrunk to less than 10 meters. At that moment, a streak of scarlet light flashed into existence. As Heizei's palm clenched, the blade of darkness suffused a blood-red hue. Under the perfect fusion of slashes and cursed energy, a terrifying might erupted instantly. 8 crimson blade pulse. The pteranodon's pupils contracted sharply. As the blinding red light completely filled his vision, countless sharp slashes fused within the dark crimson. Cursed energy tore through the Haki wrapped around his wings. Not only was King's Dan Huang Gong neutralized, but his body was also pierced straight through by this 8 crimson blade pulse. NGH. Oh. A grunt escaped King's lips. Under his incredulous expression, a heart-wrenching pain from his chest surged instantly into his brain. The agony inflicted by the Cursed King's effect, even without breaking through his defenses, could bring unimaginable inhuman pain, as if one were cast into the endless hell of Avicii. Moreover, King, in order to maximize the speed of this attack, had extinguished the flames of the Lunarian tribe, leaving his defenses reliant solely on his own haki and physical strength. However, it was evident that in the world of One Piece most characters had high defense, but low attack. In a direct face-off aside from Yonko-level attacks, no one could withstand Heizei's upgraded LV. 5-8 Crimson Blade Pulse. After King's body was instantly pierced, the terrifying cursed energy ripples coalesced into slashes that rampaged wildly within him. Overwhelmed by the unending agony, King tried to rekindle the Lunarian flames to mitigate the damage, but unfortunately his mate, King, the flood dragon that Kaido had transformed into, let out a furious roar. Being the one in the world most familiar with King, Kaido instantly knew upon hearing the latter's scream of agony that King had suffered damage far exceeding his expectations. No longer standing by idly, Kaido's massive flood dragon body coiled with bad wind. His vicious dragon mouth opened wide as he began to inhale, and in less than a second he had gathered a terrifying power. "You bastard! Die! Bad wind!" Kaido bellowed, and countless razor-sharp wind blade slashes erupted from his enormous dragon maw. A beam of golden light shot into the sky, then coalesced into a humanoid form. Borsalino swiftly formed a circle with his hands as a dazzling golden radiance flared up. Yada no Kagami. Clang, clang, clang. Borsalino's released Yada no Kagami collided midair with Kaido's countless bad wind attacks. Amidst a dense metallic clash of sounds, they interwove into a terrifying web of firepower that made the watching Marines and pirates tremble with fear. Even the Marine Vice Admirals felt their mouths go dry. Such power, if either side joined the war unchecked by a counterpart of the same level, would be enough to seal their victory. So this is a Yonko. They really are monsters. To think they can completely suppress Admiral Borsalino's Yada no Kagami. So this is Kaido. Amidst the exclamations, Heizei's eyes flashed. A tremor force erupted violently from the edge of his blade, darkness. The power of the Gura no Mi. Each strike reaches deep into the opponent's very core, making their entire body shudder uncontrollably. Boom. The Pteranodon's body was sent flying backward. The terrifying force directly smashed a huge crater into the hard stone floor, sending countless dust and debris flying. King's fate was unknown. This scene stunned several members of Red Hairshanks's crew. A single blow rendered Kaido's lead performer combat incapable. Yasop raised an eyebrow. As a formidable sniper who had honed his observation haki toward reconnaissance and target acquisition with an eye for detail, he had detected at the last moment that King's body was severely wounded by Heizei's strike. Though not dead, he was barely able to rise again. Lucky Roo tore off a chunk of Sea King meat and munched as he muttered, "Huh? Isn't that Disaster King supposed to have strong defenses? One hit, and he's done for, really." Recalling Heizei's attack, Yasop's expression grew solemn, his brows knit tightly. "Just now. I'm not sure if I saw it right, but the power that guy used. It was like Whitebeard's Gura no Mi ability." "What? King? Damn brat." In his shock and fury, the fierce exchange between Borsalino and Kaido also came to an end. Beads of sweat seeped from Borsalino's forehead. Admittedly, although he had been slacking off in front of Whitebeard, still consumed a fair amount of stamina. And with the hurried interception of Kaido's bad wind for Heizei, Borsalino had indeed given his all this time with a clear conscience. How frightening, a Yonko. Heizei sheathed the darkness, and the obscure, sinister, cursed energy ripples gradually calmed. In truth, if he had struck with full force, he could have directly unleashed domain expansion Fukuma Mizushi to kill the reckless king in one blow. But Heizei did not do so, and the reason was simple. Having upgraded to LV 5 inverse 6 eyes, Heizei could faintly sense that Shanks had been paying close attention to him ever since he started his attack. A Yonko with astonishing speed and explosive power, being watched so intently by such a man, Heizei could not possibly go all out. After all, if he was not mistaken, Shanks's ability was among the few things in the world that could pose a fatal threat to him. His azure eyes swept over the dust-shrouded king, and Heizei could not help but sigh inwardly at the missed opportunity. He had not paid attention to King's bounty, as he had not expected Kaido to show up during the Paramount War. But still he remembered it was around 1.3 billion. However, with Shanks lurking nearby like a tiger eyeing its prey, it was truly unlucky. With that thought, Heizei's gaze met Shanks's, and he spoke coldly. "What kind of bird are you worthy of crossing blades with me?" Heizei's domineering declaration made the Marine soldiers raise their arms and cheer. Truly worthy of the rising star Heizei. That man just now must be one of the 3 disasters of the 4 Emperor's Beast Pirates, Jack, the Scorching Disaster, with a bounty of 139,000 berries. A guy like that couldn't even withstand a single blow from Heizei. Having defeated Kaido's top lieutenant in one strike, Sengoku and Sakazuki did not show much joy, especially the latter, who watched Straw Hat Luffy fleeing farther and farther away. Sakazuki's anger surged relentlessly. "Red hair!" Sakazuki roared, but with 2 emperors blocking the path, even if all 3 Marine admirals were present, it would be difficult to pursue successfully. Moreover, behind them was Bullet, who if left unguarded would begin absorbing the architecture to form a combined robot, a destructive force not to be underestimated. Jack. The massive dragon body slowly shrank, and Kaido, having reverted to human form, approached the edge of the crater. Seeing Jack drenched in blood, his expression darkened. Hey, an ignorant brat who doesn't know his limits. Kaido instantly turned his head, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Boom. The condensed Conqueror's Haki transformed into a thick, massive purple-black thunderbolt that exploded abruptly in Marineford Plaza. Boom crackle. With a thunderous crash, Kaido's figure vanished instantly, and the ground where he had stood shattered into powder. His unrestrained method of attack was like an apocalyptic destroyer, wild beyond measure. Thunderbogwat. Like a thunderclap, Kaido's speed was so great that his body disappeared into thin air, and even observation Haki honed to a high level could not track his slightest trace. Not good. Sengoku's face instantly turned pale, with alarm, his expression grim. That monster is about to strike. Garp's eyes turned cold, his muscles bulging as Haki enveloped him, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. Too late. Heizei. Sengoku broke into a cold sweat. In his field of vision, Kaido had already appeared in midair. The muscular demon of a man swung his 8-ringed staff, a cold gleam in his eyes. The massive mace was wrapped in purple-black lightning, the metallic sheen exuding a chilling aura, and together with Kaido's gaze an endless killing intent, smashed down toward Heizei. Kaido's sudden burst of speed caught almost everyone off guard. Not only Sakazuki and Kazan were unable to rescue, but even Borsellino, who was closest to Heizei, failed to react. From afar, Mihawk's eyes flickered. Unlike the elderly and ailing Whitebeard, this attack from the peak state Emperor Kaido was no small matter. Just the speed of this burst alone was something 99% of those present could not react to. Shanks silently pressed his hand on the hilt of Griffin, having seen the future 3 seconds ahead, pondering whether to intervene. Captain. Ben Beckman approached Shanks, admitting his lapse in failing to keep an eye on Borsellino earlier. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent so close, Heizei, instead of fearing, smiled, his blood boiling with excitement. Boom. Unsurprisingly, under the gaze of Sengoku and other powerful figures, Kaido's 8-ringed staff wrapped in thunderous Haki came crashing down. Clang. The blade of darkness flashed with a blood-red sword glow, colliding in midair with the 8-ringed staff, surrounded by purple-black lightning. He had actually reacted in time. As the eyes of many powerful figures widened, whoosh. The vacuum zone created by their collision abruptly collapsed. After a fierce battle, Heizei's remaining Haki reserves were insufficient to sustain him for long, so Kaido's purple-black lightning Haki gained the upper hand. Surging with crimson cursed energy, Heizei's second move, the blade of darkness, wrapped in a sharp cursed energy slash accompanied by the power of vibration, fiercely met Kaido's Thunderbogwa. Clang clang clang. Their clash generated a tremendous airwave that sent Kaido's hair wildly fluttering in the wind. Meanwhile, visible dents and rapid ripples of energy continuously oscillated in the sky. The attack imbued with Conqueror's Haki knocked out the pirates and marines who had barely survived Shanks' first round of Haki wave. Finally, after less than 2 seconds of generating countless layers of energy ripples, boom. The power of their collision exploded with a deafening roar. Under the horrified gaze of countless marines, Heizei's figure was slammed into the ground like a meteor, purple-black Haki, clinging to his body like parasitic maggots. Drops of blood continuously trickled from Heizei's mouth. Kaido, watching Heizei crash into the earth, had a mad, murderous look on his twisted face, exuding an overwhelming pressure, standing proudly in midair like an invincible war god. Of course, this was merely the perspective of the marine soldiers watching. Though a fleeting triumph flashed in Kaido's eyes, there was more confusion about the expression on Heizei's face at the end. What did that faint, elusive smile at the corner of his mouth mean? Boom. With a crash, Heizei's figure heavily struck the earth. The tremendous force turned him into a human cannonball, shattering the hard rock ground. Within his body, a violent upheaval surged like a stormy sea. This was the first time Heizei had suffered such severe damage. Although it was partly due to his weakened state after a long battle and the fact that he could not fully focus on defense while Shanks eyed him menacingly, it was still the first time he had endured such trauma. Yet under the blessing of LV5 limit transcendence, Heizei's fighting spirit, instead of being crushed by this Thunderbogwa, surged to its peak. Unnoticed by anyone in midair, 2 lights, one blue, one red, gradually began to glow on Kaido's body. The blue-white cursed energy represented the forward technique Azure. The red-white cursed energy represented the reverse technique Crimson. In the instant Heizei clashed with Kaido, he had planted seeds around Kaido's body using limit transcendence. This was the primary reason Heizei could not match Kaido head-on in this strike. Most of his power was concentrated in this delayed, unrestricted void purple. How would a thrilling battle, Kaido? System, give me some points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully injecting 3.0 billion bounty points. Void purple upgraded to LV2. Billion level bounty points, 225150 points. Heizei's smile was drowned in the smoke, unseen by anyone. Sengoku, the consequences of this should not be deducted from my salary, right? Well, even if it is, I've killed so many pirates they can't take it all away. Thinking thus, a dazzling purple light burst open above Marineford. The strongest achievement. Engraved again and again and again upon Marineford. General Kurozawa here is today's updated wanted list. In a spacious office within Marineford, Kurozawa lounged listlessly in his chair, a large emblem of justice hanging on the wall behind him. Good. How many times have I told you, when it's just the two of us, just call me boss? Kurozawa looked at the burly, dark-skinned man before him, a gratified smile spreading across his face. After the Summit War 2 years ago, Miguel had undergone a true transformation. Now Miguel had not only fully mastered the 6 powers, but had also awakened his observation Haki. His armament Haki had reached the intermediate level, and he was not far from the advanced stage. What he lacked was perhaps a life-or-death battle. If it were the Sabaody incident of years past, Miguel alone would have been more than enough to handle a supernova. Miguel looked at the man before him, his eyes filled with unstoppable admiration and fervor. 2 years ago, with the capture of Port Gasti, Ace, the son of the pirate King Roger, as the trigger, a great war erupted at Marineford. In that war, Kurozawa leaped from a marine captain to an admiral hailed as the strongest monster of the new generation of marines. Got it, boss. Miguel responded with a smile. To him, Kurozawa was not just a comrade who had faced life and death with him, or the boss from the training camp, but also the guide who had led him to his current achievements. All of Miguel's skills had improved rapidly under Kurozawa's tutelage. Having been upgraded to LV6 with the reverse 6 eyes, Kurozawa possessed an exceptionally high level of skill in helping others identify and perfect their flaws. Kurozawa was also gratified by Miguel's growth. Though he wouldn't dare call himself a great master, he was far better than those certain professors who just tell the protagonist to build a solid foundation and figure it out themselves. How can you learn it without laying the groundwork for Haki? Of course, compared to Kaido's one-shot training class for Conqueror's coding, Kurozawa felt a sense of inadequacy. By the way, has Sakazuki still not agreed? Kurozawa suddenly asked. Knowing what Kurozawa was referring to, Miguel's expression turned awkward. Well, boss, with all due respect, I doubt anyone would agree to this. At the same time, in an equally spacious office, Sakazuki, a cigar dangling from his mouth, looked at the proposed bounty amount, his hand gradually clenching into a fist. Damn it. What the hell is that Kurozawa playing at? Looking at the photo of a harmless-looking tanuki licking a cotton candy on the document, Sakazuki could not accept the 1.5 billion berry bounty Kurozawa had assigned to it. Does Kurozawa think the Marine's bounty fund is his personal garden, or is this thing some special Zoan-type ancient Zoan? Back in Kurozawa's office, looking at the document about Chopper on his desk, Kurozawa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that this sneaky photo angle just isn't fierce enough? I still need to get Vegapunk to issue a certificate. Miguel, don't you think the title Mythical Zoan Human Fruit Model Nine-Tailed Cat Demon is worth 1.5 billion? Boss, I think it works. Miguel nodded in agreement after a brief pause. Hearing this, Kurozawa smiled and stood up. Let's go. Can't let that Morgan guy laugh at me. Afterwards, Kurozawa and Miguel left the office. On the desk lay various photos of the Straw Hat crew taken over the past 2 years, a curly-browed blonde being chased by transvestites on a beach, a green-haired man being chased by baboons in a forest, Nico Robin growing progressively paler in the snow, and Monkey D. Luffy being personally trained by the legendary Rayleigh and Amazon Lily. And so on. The movements of these individuals set to have a major impact on the world in 2 years were already almost entirely under Kurozawa's control. 2 years was enough time to accomplish many things. For instance, he had secretly brought Morgan, the president of the World Economy newspaper, under his command. This all had to do with Kurozawa's prestige level reaching LV6, but that's a long story. Then there was making Doflamingo one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his secret pawn. Though Doflamingo was the most disobedient of his pawns, it was still easily handled. One dark night, Doflamingo was lounging comfortably on a soft sofa, moonlight streaming through the window, with Violet asleep in his arms. Suddenly a figure appeared at the window. Yo, long time no see. You, Fufu. Marine Admiral, what business do you have visiting in the dead of night? Doflamingo immediately entered a battle-ready state, the veins bulging on his forehead betraying his inner turmoil. He remembered how during the Summit War that madman Kurozawa had publicly executed Boa Hancock while she was still a warlord. Although it was later found that Hancock had violated warlord regulations, illegally harboring world government fugitives, and Amazon Lily assisting both Monkey D. Luffy and Marshall D. Teach in breaking into Impel Down and attacking Marines at Marineford. After confirmation by former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Kurozawa's actions were deemed justified. He had been doing his duty, having uncovered Hancock's crimes, and faced no punishment despite pressure from the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Before that day's Summit War, Doflamingo never imagined this scourge would one day come to him. After all, he had once out of goodwill warned Kurozawa about the Cypher Pole's intentions toward him. Later, though, probably due to being wary of Kurozawa's strength and his affiliation with the Garp Sengoku faction, there was no further action. Why would this man come to see me so late at night? Many thoughts raced through Doflamingo's mind, but Kurozawa didn't have such complicated thoughts. He had come solely for his future plans. Though Doflamingo's combat power was unimpressive, the information network of the pirate world he controlled was genuinely enticing to Kurosawa. As for how to make him obediently handed over, Kurosawa's methods were simple and crude: intimidation plus fists to the flesh. After a brief explanation, Kurosawa made his intentions clear. The always clever Doflamingo, perhaps under the influence of the world's will to prevent Kurosawa from disrupting the story's course, smiled wickedly beneath his pink sunglasses. Fufu, I refuse. Then to Violet's shock. Boom. In the dead of night, a figure was sent flying directly from the top of the plateau to the main street of Dressrosa's port, leaving behind a massive crater. The victim, Doflamingo, spent a night in the hospital after being carried from the crater, and by morning, he had calmed down, at least on the surface. That was the story of the shocking night sky flyer incident in Dressrosa. As for that crater, there were even rumors saying it was caused by a treasure falling from the moon. As for Buggy the Clown, not only was he the least troublesome, but he also helped Kurosawa harvest a large amount of bounty points. The obedient ones were recruited as subordinates, and the disobedient ones were killed. And Buggy the Clown would occasionally surprise Kurosawa, which was quite pleasing. Boss, didn't you say we were going to see Vegapunk? Why are we at Sabaody? Miguel, walking beside Kurosawa, asked with some confusion. Kurosawa just smiled slightly. He had come here, of course, to welcome the departure of Monkey D. Luffy. After all, it was here 2 years ago that he had scattered this crew. It was only right to finish what he started. If I calculate the time, it should be about now, right? Sabaody inside a bar. 2 years have passed since then. I wonder how everyone has grown. It's truly something to look forward to. A woman with dark hair and a striking figure rested her hand on the table, lifting her chin as she glanced at the white-haired man beside her. Rayleigh has always enjoyed his drink. Yet compared to the carefree man from 2 years ago, his face now bore deeper traces of time, along with an air of gloom and grimness. A rarity for the once carefree former right hand of the pirate king Pluto Rayleigh. Hey, you're too hasty. Who knows if everyone will gather safely? The current situation. Rayleigh took a sip of his wine, recalling that figure from years past. A flicker of killing intent and regret flashed across his eyes, his brows knitting tightly. With that man now in the Marines, any pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million is being hunted down, forced to stay hidden. Rayleigh's gaze grew sharper. Beside him, Shaki observed the gloom in his eyes, knowing he still harbored resentment over Boa Hancock's death at the hands of Heizei back then. She felt the same. What outsiders did not know was that Shaki was the former queen of Amazon Lily, and Rayleigh was the man she had long pined for. To both of them, Boa Hancock was like a daughter. The pain of losing a child could be easily imagined. The revolutionaries have been in contact. It's going smoothly, but they currently cannot protect Amazon Lily. However, they've indicated they could accept us joining them. Shaki exhaled a ring of smoke. The thought of that figure from the past stirred killing intent in Rayleigh's heart. If I had known it would come to this, I would have spared no cost back then to have him killed. Rayleigh. Shaki's face showed concern. Rayleigh drained his glass in one gulp. Bartolomeo's war kingdom should be nearly assembled. Compared to the other 4 emperors who are already stable, someone like Blackbeard Teach is unpredictable. Even I cannot fathom him. Moreover, you are all women, joining him would be far too dangerous. As for Shanks, for some reason, every time I try to make contact, it gets blocked. Kadu and Big Mom are not suitable either. In the end, it seems joining Bartolomeo's war kingdom alongside Amazon Lily offers a higher margin for error. Regardless, they were once part of Roger's crew. More importantly, our goal is the same, to kill Heizei. Upon hearing this, Shaki sighed and nodded, though worry lingered for what lay ahead. The name of the Straw Hat crew has now spread across the world. As for cracking the code, I wonder who will come here. No one can stop the dawn of a new era. Rayleigh's gaze turned resolute, an invisible aura surging around him, shattering the glasses in the bar. At dusk, warm sunlight bathed the area. Creak. The bar's old wooden door opened with a harsh grinding sound, and a figure with green hair stood at the entrance, 3 legendary swords at his waist. Shaki smiled. Yo, you're the first one here. Rayleigh sensed the newcomer's presence and was somewhat surprised. What, is no one else here? Zoro, with his remaining eye, placed a hand on his hip and wore a smug grin. I can't seem to get those guys to show up. In another bar, a fiery-figured young woman listened to the gossip around her. Haha, business on this island has never been better. Indeed. We thought that after the Marines moved their headquarters to the New World, the threat to pirates would drop significantly, since Sabaody is now farther away. That's exactly what happened. Countless pirates have bypassed other dangerous islands and come straight here to depart for the New World. But who the hell could have predicted? That new Marine Admiral shows up every so often to sweep through Sabaody like clockwork. And reportedly, he always comes with another person, slaughtering all the major pirates attempting to enter the New World on the spot. Heizei. Nami's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply, her slender fingers trembling as she gripped her glass. The terror that man's name had brought them 2 years ago still lingered, impossible to wash away so easily. And in merely 2 years, that former Marine midshipman had not stood still. He had risen to become a Marine Admiral. Have you seen it? I was there that day. I saw it with my own eyes. That Admiral dispatched a supernova with a bounty of 145 million berries in a single move. Not a single scrap was left. No way is it really that exaggerated. Yeah, but Admiral Zay only targets pirates with bounties over 100 million. At first some fearless fools heard the news, and instead of fleeing came here specifically boasting they'd kill the Admiral to make a name for themselves. The outcome was predictable. So gradually pirates with bounties over 100 million have become rare on this island. Nowadays there isn't a single pirate on Sabaody with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Before that I could still occasionally spot Admiral Zay. Man, he was so cool. But after that I haven't seen him. Of course the island's prosperity has also surged because of it. With Admiral Zay's reputation protecting us, every shop is doing booming business. But have you heard the latest? That Straw Hat crew which caused such a stir 2 years ago seems to be making a comeback right here. They've got some nerve. I remember their captain Straw Hat Luffy already has a bounty of 400 million. With such a loud commotion, doesn't that mean Admiral Zay is coming again? At the port a figure with curly blonde hair appeared, his eyes scanning the women around him like radar. Blood streamed from his nostrils. While even a normal man would struggle after 2 years of being chased by a man-whore, Sanji had actually held it together this time. Women. Women. All real live women. There's no mistake about it. Every woman before me is genuine. On a large stage the Soul King Brook was preparing to sing his signature la 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 when he suddenly noticed a figure standing before him. Blue eyes adjust his cape. Brook was so frightened his bones jumped. Yo, long time no see. Are you getting ready to dance? A dangerous curve touched Zay's lips. As expected, Rayleigh should also be on the island. And Rayleigh, who had close ties with both the revolutionaries and Emperor Bartolomeo, had been thoroughly investigated by Zay. Soon the latest bounty wanted poster for Rayleigh would take effect. If a new era was to set sail smoothly, how could its extraordinary significance be highlighted without the bloodshed and sacrifice of the old era? Crash! A figure smashed straight through the ceiling. Yo ho 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 ho! Laughing uproariously, Brook crashed through the ceiling and quickly departed on his flying fish. Yo ho 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 ho! So this is what a fleet admiral looks like. Fortunately, I had a plan B ready in advance, or I would have been caught. Brook, still in the air, looked down at Kurozawa, who was not giving chase, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. I heard everyone has already arrived. How thrilling. Not only had he escaped certain death at the hands of a marine fleet admiral, but the thought of setting sail once again with his long-lost companions filled Brook with immense joy. Boss, aren't we going to chase him? Miguel asked, looking at Kurozawa with simple curiosity. Just moments ago Brook had used an ice frost smoke bomb and preset stage mechanisms to smash through the ceiling and escape. Against ordinary marine soldiers, he would likely have gotten away clean. But with Kurosawa's capabilities, if the latter truly wanted to, Brook would have had absolutely no chance of escape. How would you believe me if I said I let him slip? Kurozawa teased. Miguel immediately shook his head. No, but honestly, Brook's bounty isn't high enough to warrant your involvement. Miguel's unspoken implication was clear. Someone of that caliber could be handled without Kurozawa lifting a finger. Kurozawa understood perfectly, but it was far too early to close the net. We've waited 2 years for this. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Shadow Mark LV6 utilize shadow power to mark a target's trail, allowing you to investigate their life status and coordinate position at any time. You can also consume shadow power to briefly seize control of the target's body. Current shadow mark duration 6 months. Skill commentary: I have marked a location. After Kurosawa's prestige level rose to LV6, he unlocked a reward pool that could also be drawn from using ordinary bounty points. Shadow Mark was one of its most practical skills. Over the past 2 years this ability had proven invaluable in his strategy of luring small-time pirates back to their nests before sweeping them all up in one net. As for seizing body control, compared to Teach's soul domination, this skill had considerable restrictions. The extent of control seemed related to the target's heart power. Kurosawa had tested it, and with the current LV6 Shadow Mark, controlling pirates with bounties of 2 or 300 million berries was well within his capability. Seeing the faint smile on Kurosawa's lips, Miguel's expression shifted to one of understanding. Over the past 2 years, whenever Kurosawa wore such a smile, the fate of that pirate crew was invariably dire. You scared away our soul song king. What are you, a marine, doing here causing trouble? Yeah, you owe us our concert tickets. Brook's sudden disappearance instantly stirred dissatisfaction among the fans in the venue. But the moment they caught sight of Kurosawa, their expressions changed entirely. He's Fleet Admiral Kurosawa. Roar. It's Fleet Admiral Kurosawa. This is my first time seeing him in person. I didn't expect him to be this handsome. He's 100 times more handsome than in the newspapers. Oh well, if it's Fleet Admiral Kurosawa, there must certainly be a reason. Exactly. A marine as righteous as Fleet Admiral Kurosawa would never act without cause. That Brook must be hiding some unspeakable secret. The common folks' attitude underwent a complete reversal upon seeing Kurosawa. Some attractive women's eyes even softened with admiration. If it's Lord Kurosawa, then it's perfectly fine, isn't it? Miguel observed this scene without much surprise. By now, who in the world did not know Kurosawa's legendary reputation? Since the Battle of Marineford after Whitebeard's death, the war had not ended there. Instead, with the arrival of Shanks and Kaido, yet another battle between top-tier powerhouses had erupted. Moreover, over the past 2 years, whenever Kurozawa appeared, he invariably executed pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million on the spot. Unknowingly, he had saved countless lives. Especially in Sabaody Archipelago, the island Kurozawa frequented most often over those 2 years. Miguel dared not speak for other places, but in Sabaody, even if Kurozawa were to travel in an 8-person palanquin, countless fangirls and fans would volunteer as palanquin bearers. On this island, Kurozawa was a walking embodiment of justice. Boss, should we seal off this information? Miguel frowned. Their operation had been concealed, but looking at the restless crowd, although this idea was somewhat unrealistic, he knew that as long as Kurozawa gave the order, he would execute it without hesitation. No need. What difference would it make if they know? We simply need to wait quietly. Kurozawa smiled mysteriously. What we intend to do, even the 4 emperors, cannot stop us now. Hearing this, Miguel's eyes trembled sharply. Based on his understanding of Kurozawa, the man never spoke empty words. When he said it, he would deliver. Since the battle known as the Marineford War, no one had witnessed Kurozawa's full power. No one knew exactly how formidable he had become. Boss. Miguel's eyes sparkled, his blood boiling with excitement. Remembering that their leader planned to pull off something massive soon, he could barely contain his anticipation. Meanwhile, in Sabaody Archipelago at Shaki's rip-off bar, Roronoa Zoro and Nico Robin had already arrived. So that means we're just missing Luffy and Sanji then. Nico Robin said with a gentle smile, nodding. Zoro stroked his chin, a wicked grin curling his lips. What? That stinky chef has already become a number 10 supernova. Compared to me, who arrived first, I have to wait for that guy. It's quite troubling. Seeing the two, Shaki's expression softened considerably, as if she were recalling the colorful days of her youth. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and let out a quiet chuckle. It seemed that not only Luffy but the defeat 2 years prior had not crushed this crew. On the contrary, after that blow, every single one of them had undergone a transformation. Especially Roronoa Zoro, whose aura had become considerably more restrained compared to 2 years ago. Though his edge was still outwardly visible, Rayleigh could sense that Zoro's swordsmanship had achieved a qualitative leap. The extent of his progress was no less than what Luffy had achieved under Rayleigh's training. It seems your adventures over the past 2 years have been quite remarkable. Rayleigh smiled, his heart already brimming with anticipation for the day this crew would reach the pinnacle. Although he was well into his years, barring any accidents, he figured he had a few more years left to live. You must have heard of the major upheavals that occurred over the past 2 years, haven't you? Rayleigh shifted the topic, his gaze fixed on Zoro and Robin. Nico Robin gave a slight nod. I've kept in touch with the outside world throughout these 2 years, so I've been following the significant events. As she spoke, Robin's mind involuntarily recalled the figure from 2 years ago. The one who had defeated Luffy with a single blow and whom Zoro and Sanji could not even withstand for a moment. He was terrifyingly powerful. Yeah, I've kept up with it all. Zoro's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. 2 years ago, during the summit war at Marineford, he had learned from Mihawk that Heizei had already made a dazzling showing going head-to-head with Yonka-level fighters without yielding. Thinking of that same man, Zoro's hand gripping his sword hilt trembled slightly. Even though he was now far stronger than 2 years ago, that man had also ascended to the title of Marine Admiral. If they were to face off again, Zoro knew in his heart that he had no certainty of victory. The strongest Marine of the new era, the most fearsome monster in history. Rumor has it, Heizei used to frequent Sabaody. Nico Robin frowned, her face showing concern. Had no need to worry about that. Shaki. Whenever that man was mentioned, Rayleigh's mood soured. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Heizei's reputation was now at its zenith. For civilians, that is. For pirates, however, he was the very embodiment of a demon. Rayleigh signaled to Shaki with a glance. She exhaled a puff of smoke and said, You're in luck, it seems. According to the Den Mushy communications I've eavesdropped on, Heizei shouldn't be on this island today. At this hour, Heizei should have gone to find Vegapunk. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin's expression relaxed instantly, yet she still asked with curiosity, Sis Shaki, you can actually intercept the internal communications of a Marine Admiral? Of course, it's my bread and butter. Shaki said with confidence, fully assured of her abilities in this field. Her information was absolutely reliable. With Shaki's unwavering certainty, Nico Robin finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was no other choice. The shadow Heizei had cast over them 2 years ago was simply too terrifying. At just 18 years old, he could stand against a Yonko, making him the youngest Marine Admiral in history. If the opponent hadn't grown stronger, it might be manageable, but that possibility was extremely slim. Zoro's hand, which had been gripping his sword hilt, also relaxed. Setting sail only to face such an adversary right from the start felt like a hellish beginning. Bara bara bara. At that moment, a Den Mushy rang beside them. Boss, it's bad. Heizei has appeared in the Sabaody Archipelago's Grove 8. As the words fell, the air in the bar suddenly froze. What did you say? Are you sure? Shaki raised an eyebrow, her voice becoming sharp due to her intense emotions. Absolutely certain, boss. With the confirmation from the other end of the Den Mushy, Nico Robin's heart sank deeper and deeper. Beside her, Rayleigh's hand quietly clenched into a fist, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Grove 8. Which part of it did he appear in? Shaki calmed down and asked quickly. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh also sensed the danger. Damn it. That skeleton from your crew is in Grove 8. What? Both Zoro and Robin felt a tightening in their hearts. If Heizei encountered him, it would be a disaster. Boss Heizei showed up at Soul King's concert. The voice from the Den Den Mushi shattered the last shred of hope Robin had held. Although Heizei wouldn't actively seek out pirates with bounties under 100 million, if he encountered a wanted pirate, they would still be doomed. Brook. Zoro's eyes turned cold. Just as a dark cloud hung over everyone, the Soul King is a wanted criminal, but he didn't die. He escaped from Heizei. The person on the other end of the Den Den Mushi was unaware of Shaki's relationship with the Straw Hat Pirates, and simply relayed the information. What a... Rayleigh's eyes widened, his gaze flickering with disbelief. How is that possible? Something's wrong. Bara bara bara. Another Den Den Mushi rang. Boss Monkey D. Luffy, who was active 2 years ago, and Blackleg Sanji have appeared together in Grove 20. Luffy. Nico Robin's eyes lit up. Everyone's gathered. Zoro was already looking forward to it. Then there's no time to waste. Let's notify everyone to set sail. With that, Shaki began to make contact. We'll leave it to you, sis Shaki. Nico Robin smiled. No need to be so formal. Shaki nodded, but a lingering worry clouded her eyes. Her sharp sixth sense told her that something bad was about to happen. The same feeling she had during the Summit War 2 years ago. Wasn't he supposed to go to Future Island? Why is Heizei here? Meanwhile, Heizei had also received news of Monkey D. Luffy and Blackleg Sanji's appearance on Sabaody. Of course it wasn't the Marines who informed him. Heizei had been keeping his movements hidden. I understand. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, a glint of pale blue flickered in Heizei's eyes. Boss, are you saying the Straw Hats have shown up? Are we going to act against them? Miguel clenched his fists, already raring to go. He knew that the Straw Hat crew would be much stronger now, but he had full confidence in his own abilities. Miguel clenched his fists, already raring to go. He knew that the Straw Hat crew would be much stronger now, but he had full confidence in his own abilities. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. Cannon fire and gunshots interweaved wildly. The Sabaody archipelago, after a long time, was once again engulfed in large-scale chaos. Target confirmed: Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and his crew member Blackleg Sanji. Requesting fire support. Requesting fire support. Requesting fire support. A Marine commander spoke rapidly, his face pale with anxiety, sweat beading on his forehead. Just moments ago, Blackleg Sanji had taken down dozens of Marine soldiers with a single move, and Monkey D. Luffy had been even more exaggerated. Without even knowing what he did, all the soldiers who got close were knocked to the ground. Even the pacifista, hailed as a human weapon, had been taken out with a single punch. Damn it. Is this the strength of a pirate with a 400 million bounty? Even the pacifista is no match. The commander's expression darkened. Sentomaru, standing beside him, also looked grave. That Straw Hat kid is actually wielding Haki. And that Blackleg guy too. In just 2 years they've become this strong. Just as the commander was sweating profusely and he and Sentomaru were helplessly watching the pirates disappear into the distance, a figure appeared beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Leave the rest to us. The commander started in surprise, turning his head to look at the dark-skinned man who had appeared without him noticing. You are Admiral Heizei's adjutant Miguel. The commander was stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstasy. Miguel, Sentomaru said in surprise. Aren't you supposed to be with the old man? Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosion, Straw Hat, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Nico Robin regrouped. Luffy, Zoro, Robin-chan, you've changed so much in 2 years. Amid joyful laughter and the joy of reuniting with comrades after 2 years apart, Luffy noticed the white-haired figure on the hill and stopped. Really, thanks for everything. Really, thank you. Don't make it so awkward. Rayleigh's eyes glistened with tears. After all the training over the past year or so, and having lost Boa Hancock, Luffy had become one of his few remaining attachments. Rayleigh's eyes glistened with tears. After all the training over the past year or so, and having lost Boa Hancock, Luffy had become one of his few remaining attachments. I'm going to be the Pirate King. 2 years later, Straw Hat Luffy had regained his confidence, boldly declaring his ambition. I'll watch you reach the top. Rayleigh smiled, the gears of the old and new eras turning in that moment. Ching! A sword slash cut through the air, blocking the hundreds of pursuing Marines. Seeing the figure on the hill, the soldiers were filled with terror. This guy is the living legend, Dark King Rayleigh. This guy is the living legend, Dark King Rayleigh. This guy is the living legend, Dark King Rayleigh. My disciple set sail. I can't do much as a master, but I can at least see him off. Rayleigh said, his expression both fierce and casual, blade and hand sleeves rolled up to reveal his muscular arms. Anyone who crosses that line is crossing me. Damn it. Wasn't this guy supposed to be retired from piracy? Why is he helping Straw Hat Luffy escape? The shallow trench carved by Rayleigh's sword slash went uncrossed. He's holding back hundreds of soldiers all by himself. The old man still has some fight in him. Sanji remarked sincerely. Luffy's face was also beaming with smiles. Boom. A figure crashed down in front of Luffy and the others, his face obscured by mud and blood, but his long nose was unmistakable. Ah! Luffy and the others all opened their mouths wide. On the hill, Rayleigh had lost his earlier composure, his eyes fixed intently on the figure. Heise's figure slowly descended from the air, landing with one foot on the dividing line Rayleigh had drawn. He pressed down lightly, forming a small crater. Then Heise pulled out a fresh wanted poster. Silver's Rayleigh, former right-hand man of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger the Dark King Rayleigh. The Marines in their magnanimity revoked your bounty, but you showed no repentance, secretly colluding with the likes of Bullet and the Revolutionary Army to oppose the world government. Now add to that your assistance to the Straw Hat Pirates and other wanted criminals in their escape, resulting in the deaths of numerous Marine soldiers. On behalf of Marine Headquarters, I hereby sentence you to death, to be carried out immediately. Several minutes earlier, Den Mushi transmissions from Dressrosa Bari Island and several other islands had connected to Kurozawa at nearly the same moment. On Dressrosa, a day of serene weather, Doflamingo reclined lazily in his seat after reporting his intel. Fufu. The Straw Hat Brat is indeed back in the game, exactly as that man predicted. Even the time and place were pinpoint accurate. Doflamingo laughed heartily, the shock beneath his sunglasses slow to subside. This sea is about to be engulfed in a raging storm once more. Fufu. Ever since that great war. On Bari Island, Buggy the Clown, now a warlord of the sea, had established Buggy's delivery. If what Kurozawa said held true, he was merely biding his time before commanding the world's largest arms supply chain. When that day came, every major power in the world would have to go through him to wage large-scale wars. For Buggy the Clown, this was an unprecedented opportunity. Yet Buggy still hadn't figured out Kurozawa's true intentions. Over the past 2 years, Kurozawa had not only expanded Buggy's territory, but had also eliminated countless defiant bounty-headed pirates, cementing Buggy's growing infamy. Kurozawa, what exactly is your plan? At the Sabaody Archipelago, it's been so long, everyone. 2 years. Straw Hat Luffy sprinted with a beaming smile, his long-lost comrades beside him sharing equally joyful expressions. Behind Luffy stood Rayleigh, who had rigorously trained him over the 2-year span. Reunited with his crew, backed by his mighty mentor, and having emerged from the shadow of Ace's death, Luffy was transformed and ready to set sail anew for the new world. At this moment, Luffy was bursting with vigor, shed his despondency, and once again embodied the spirited youth who first set out to sea. It was at that instant. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed as a half-naked figure slammed heavily onto the path ahead of Luffy, Zoro, and the others. Ah, Usopp. While Luffy was still bewildered, it was Sanji who first recognized the fallen man. Who did this to you? Sanji rushed forward to assess Usopp's condition. With his powerful observation Haki, he sensed that at least half of Usopp's bones were broken, blood was pouring from his wounds, and he had already slipped into unconsciousness. Damn it. Who? Sanji's face darkened, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew wore grim expressions. As the smoke cleared and Luffy saw Usopp's battered state, his fists clenched tightly. Boom. A violent surge of wind erupted outward from Luffy, his formidable Haki roaring like a turbulent current within him as rage consumed him. On a hilltop, Silver's Rayleigh fixed his gaze on the figure draped in a marine coat of justice. The murderous intent in his eyes tremored deep within his gaze like the foreboding calm before an earthquake. Wa. Rayleigh gritted his teeth, forcing the name out with barely contained fury, his arm muscles bulging, with veins visibly pulsing. Facing the terrifying aura emanating from before them, even the hundreds of Marine soldiers who hadn't awakened observation Haki felt an undeniable dread, an instinctive animalistic urge to flee from the overwhelming terror ahead. But upon recognizing Kurozawa's arrival, their fear was replaced by a surge of adrenaline, their morale skyrocketing. It's Admiral Kurozawa. Those azure pupils. The Admiral's insignia, no mistake. It's Admiral Kurozawa. Farther back, Miguel was accompanied by commanders and Sentomaru. With him here, we've got this in the bag. Sentomaru, looking at the figure, recalled Borsalino's assessment. Whether I can retire early or not depends entirely on Kurozawa. Borsalino's implication was that Kurozawa might one day possess the power to purge all pirates from these seas. Such a compliment was no small matter. In the current new world, the 4 emperors reigned supreme alongside monstrous super pirates like Marshal D. Teach and Crocodile. The Marines have struggled for years just to maintain a stalemate. The enormity of such a task needs no elaboration. This opponent is a living legend, the right hand of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh. Can we win? The commander felt uneasy. Despite his faith in Kurozawa, he had never witnessed his power firsthand. Miguel merely smirked, a row of gleaming white teeth flashing against his dark skin. We'll win. Admiral Kurozawa is the strongest. Confident and powerful. Whoosh. Rustle, rustle. On the lush green grass, tender sprouts swayed with the untamed breeze, symbolizing the endless cycle of hope. Kurozawa stepped onto the field, and an overwhelming aura of authority pressed down, forcing the vibrant grass to bow flat against the ground. The suffocating pressure seemed to freeze the very space around him. At the same time, a wanted poster slipped from his hand, carried away by the wind into an unknown corner. Silver's Rayleigh Bounty 35560 belly. This is the coffin I specially prepared for you. How do you like it? A faint smile played on Kurosawa's lips as his immense presence surged forth, divine light flashing in his eyes. With a single step, even the Dark King Rayleigh, who had roamed these seas for countless years, was utterly dominated in presence. Ding. Detecting host's current situation. Please make a new life choice. Life choice 1. Facing the soon-to-depart Straw Hat Pirates as a Marine Admiral, you choose to strike, with overwhelming force, sinking the Thousand Sunny, and crushing the Straw Hat's dream of setting sail. Reward Shadow Clone upgraded to LV8. Life choice 2. Facing the obstruction of the legendary pirate from a bygone era, Silver's Rayleigh, you choose to demonstrate the inviolable justice of the Marines, eliminating all pirates who dare challenge the authority of the Navy. Reward 1000 points of bounty value. Life choice 3. Overwhelmed by your opponent's strength, you choose to bide your time and remain passive, watching helplessly as Silver's Rayleigh shows off before you, allowing the Straw Hat Pirates to set sail smoothly. Reward prestige level decreased to LV4. Damn, how dare they lay a hand on Usopp. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy was the first, unable to restrain himself. The anger suppressed in his heart for over 2 years erupted, like a volcano impossible to conceal any longer. Boom. The massive Conqueror's Haki erupted from Straw Hat Luffy, as its center, like a roaring disaster wave of sound that grew increasingly formidable under Luffy's command. Luffy, don't be reckless. Nico Robin's face was filled with worry. He's an admiral. However, Robin's words seemed to have no effect. Zoro's solitary eye narrowed his hand, already gripping the sword hilt. Sanji's eyebrow twitched as sparks ignited around his leg. Under Nico Robin's worried gaze, Luffy said stubbornly, an admiral. 2 years ago we could only run at the sight of an admiral. That's in the past now. Boom. Boom. Wasn't all our training over these 2 years meant for this moment? Luffy's eyes blazed with fury as a powerful surge of Conqueror's Haki roared directly toward Heizei. Could that be Conqueror's Haki? Admiral Heizei. The Marine soldiers some distance away from Straw Hat Luffy were all knocked unconscious. Those who remained conscious all showed signs of tension. Seeing this, feeling the strength of her companions, Nico Robin's worry eased slightly. She then smiled softly, yes. However, the next second, Nico Robin's smile abruptly froze. Watching the oncoming Conqueror's Haki, Heizei's smile remained unchanged. He extended a single hand and uttered one word, scram. That single word was like a thunderclap exploding in the ears of the Straw Hat Pirates, sending their hearts trembling with echoes that wouldn't fade. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki from Straw Hat Luffy was instantly shattered like a small flame meeting a tornado. Its owner, Luffy, stared in utter disbelief. His body was struck by a force and sent flying like a broken kite. Bang! With a crash, he slammed into the hillside, buried under rubble and dust, causing a violent tremor. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro shouted together, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Nico Robin's face turned pale, her pupils unfocused, frozen in shock. A one-hit defeat. The scene from 2 years ago was replaying itself today, 2 years later. On the hillside, Rayleigh's pupils also trembled violently. That power Heizei had just displayed. Was it Conqueror's Haki or his devil fruit ability? Despite his shock, Rayleigh moved the moment Heizei acted his speed, carving a silver trail in the air. His blade, coated with Conqueror's Haki, combined black lightning of Conqueror's Haki with sword energy, forming a heaven-splitting strike. The next instant, Rayleigh appeared above Heizei, bringing that devastating attack crashing down. It's one thing for Straw Hat to act like that, but if you do the same, how can anyone appreciate my magnificent presence? The depths of his pale blue eyes reflected the black lightning of Conqueror's Haki. Heizei's sword, darkness, hummed as it was drawn. My disciple is still watching from behind. Clang. The two Conqueror's Hakis collided in mid-air, the impact like a furious thunderbolt striking the sky, producing a crash. With a resounding crash, visible ripples shattered in the air. A mighty shockwave swept through, causing the thick trees of Sabaody to sway violently before surging upward into the clouds. Boom. The sky split open as the surging force scattered the white clouds gathered above the Sabaody archipelago in a single blow. Not bad, old man. To still possess such power at your age. A smile curled on Heizei's lips as he spoke coldly. The sword, darkness, in his hand continuously wrapped itself with astonishing Conqueror's Haki, intertwining wildly with Rayleigh's own. Clang, clang, clang. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Amid the terrifying collision of Conqueror's Haki, Rayleigh was horrified to discover that while engaging him, Heizei was also transforming part of his Conqueror's Haki into a shield enveloping the Marine soldiers behind him, protecting them from the residual effects of the Haki. To think he could control Conqueror's Haki to such an extent. Rayleigh marveled inwardly while the killing intent in his eyes grew even denser. What's the matter? Are you so afraid of the dawn of the new era? Face me and prepare to die, brat. You misunderstand me. I came here today specifically to send them out to sea. However, Heizei's lips curled, his eyes on Rayleigh's trembling arm from the strain. If an old man like you makes a sacrifice for the new era, their motivation will be even greater. Don't you think? Hep. Rayleigh laughed in rage. Then let me see how this disrespectful brat of a kid plans to make me sacrifice myself. Sizzle. Clang. The clash of their powers reached its limit. The vacuum zone where they collided suddenly contracted, and then collapsed rapidly. Boom. With a deafening explosion, a dazzling blast erupted. Admiral Heisei, Rayleigh. Under the tense gazes of the crowd, the Marine soldiers' eyes grew fanatical, while the Straw Hat's expressions darkened. As the dust slowly cleared, Heisei stood with his justice cloaked, spotless expression relaxed. In contrast, Silver's Rayleigh was breathing heavily, his clothes torn, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a few strands of white hair, disheveled, looking somewhat battered. How can he be this strong? Zoro gripped his two swords, biting down on Wado Ikamanji, his eyes filled with wariness. Sanji was also in combat mode, flashes of the Hell Memoir running through his mind, demonic flames burning on his feet. Truly worthy of Admiral Heisei, just as the rumors said. With such formidable power, even the living legend Silver's Rayleigh was bested in a single exchange. Shoo! A sound of steam ejection. A massive black-purple figure shot forward at a speed far beyond what the naked eye could follow. Gear 4th. Goma Goma no Kong gun. With countless layers of sonic booms, a gigantic black-purple fist wrapped in extremely dense Haki appeared before Heisei, and then exploded toward his face. Thud. With Gear 4th activated, Straw Hat Luffy's already astonishing power was multiplied geometrically by the near-awakening level of rubber elasticity combined with potent Haki. This terrifying Kong gun fist was enough to punch through a small hill. Admiral Heisei. Amid the worried cries of countless Marine soldiers, Miguel's fist also clenched slightly. A punch like this would be difficult even for the elite vice admirals of headquarters to withstand. Straw Hat Luffy had become this strong. Countless clouds of dust rose as Luffy's Gear 4th punch sent out ripples. The Straw Hat's expressions turned excited. The Gear 4th ape's face showed confidence. With the power of this punch, Luffy was confident that even if it couldn't knock him down in one hit, it would at least make the Admiral taste some pain. That punch landed. Zoro stated confidently. Luffy's this strong now. With that power, even that Marine Admiral should. Sanji's words trailed off as his expression froze. The Gear 4th ape's face also showed disbelief. He didn't even move a single step back. As the dust cleared, Heisei hadn't even made any defense. He simply let the Gear 4th ape's heavy punch land on his body, yet he himself was completely unharmed. Seeing the smile on that figure, the Straw Hats felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The gap between you and me is infinite, just like it was 2 years ago. Boom. With a resounding blast, the black-violet heavy fist of the 4th Gear Ape Man slammed brutally into Kurosawa's body, sending up vast clouds of white smoke and dust. Spiderweb-like cracks madly spread across the earth beneath their feet. The sheer force of the impact made everyone's eardrums ache. Even the mere aftershock of the vibration felt like the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The Marine soldiers could hardly imagine what fate awaited Kurosawa after taking such a direct blow head-on. Admiral Kurosawa. Countless Marine soldiers wore expressions of intense anxiety. A bead of sweat slid down the bridge of one soldier's nose. Though he wasn't the one fighting, the suffocating pressure of the scene made his adrenaline surge. You must win, Admiral Kurosawa. This thought rose in the hearts of many Marines. The man who represented the strongest of the new era of the Navy. How could he fall in a place like this? A pair of round eyes stared intently at the rising dust cloud. Sentamaru's brows were furrowed tightly, his fists unconsciously clenching. Although Kurosawa was undoubtedly strong, there was still a living legend on this battlefield. The killing intent radiating from Rayleigh made even Sentamaru's heart tremble with fear. If Kurosawa were to be occupied and Rayleigh took that opportunity to slaughter the Marines among them, even Sentamaru, known as the world's strongest defense, would find it difficult to withstand that heaven-splitting Conqueror's Haki infusion he had just displayed. Among the Marines, only Miguel remained composed. Over the past 2 years, except for the rare moments when Kurosawa would reveal a fraction of his power while training Miguel, he had always dispatched his enemies with a single flash of red light. Thus, even as his adjutant Miguel found it nearly impossible to gauge Kurosawa's current strength. In his view, while Kurosawa might not be guaranteed victory against a living legend like Silver's Rayleigh, he would certainly not lose. And if the opponent were Straw Hat Luffy, instead Miguel believed Kurosawa could end the fight within 10 exchanges. Soon as the dust dispersed, it proved that the Marines' worries were largely unfounded. During these 2 years, Kurosawa had served as a Marine Admiral while also holding the position of the current Director of the Marine Bounty Division. Under the limitless technique elevated to LV8, the Haki-infused heavy punch of 4th Gear Luffy could not affect Kurosawa in the slightest. He's completely unharmed. Under such a terrifying punch. Is it Iron Body? As expected of Admiral Kurosawa, I hereby dub you the hardest man in the Marines. Under the awestruck gazes of the Marines, the justice coat on Kurosawa's back didn't even wrinkle, and his expression remained relaxed and carefree. From a distance, Rayleigh, who was regulating his breathing, was also shocked by the sight. Luffy's 4th Gear King Kong gun didn't even make this guy budge an inch. Could he be a natural-born monster like Big Mom's steel balloon? But something feels off. Amidst his shock and doubt, Rayleigh, true to his reputation as a veteran pirate with decades of battle experience, fully expanded his observation haki. He finally discerned the anomaly about Kurozawa. It's not a monster's physique. This is more like some invisible barrier standing before him. Luffy's attacks never even touched his actual body. Impossible. My rubber King Kong gun had absolutely no effect. Is it because I didn't charge it enough? Straw Hat Luffy in his fourth gear form stared with wide eyes expelling white-hot steam from his nose and mouth. He lunged his feet forward intending to use the spring force to create distance from Kurozawa before charging up an even more powerful rubber King Kong gun. But Kurozawa couldn't be bothered to give him such a chance. A guy who couldn't even take one punch from me 2 years ago, what makes you think? After 2 years you're qualified to face me. Kurosawa's figure flickered, moving at a speed that even Luffy in his current state couldn't perceive. Naya. The syllable gun hadn't even left Straw Hat Luffy's mouth before Kurozawa swung his fist. Just like 2 years ago, blue-white light surged and black sparks burst forth. LV7 Cursed Technique Reversal Blue coupled with LV8 Armament Haki and the power of the LV8 Tremor Fruit, all amplified by LV7 Limitless Transcendence and LV8 Physique. He unleashed a black flash. Crack. It sounded like the very fabric of space shattering. Kurosawa's fist slammed into the chest of the fourth gear ape-man. The latter's muscles began to cave inwards violently. The rubber balloon that Luffy had developed to possess exceptional elasticity, even able to deflect blades wrapped in powerful armament haki, was instantly pressed so thin that his chest nearly touched his back. Terrifying black sparks swirled with blue-white light, compressing the fourth gear ape-man's chest to the thinness of a sheet of paper at the point of impact. The dreadful force instantly coursed through Straw Hat Luffy's internal organs, sending blood surging chaotically through his body. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices, and in that same moment Straw Hat Luffy's eyes rolled back as he completely lost consciousness. Boom. Under everyone's utterly stunned gaze, Kurosawa's single punch scattered and stripped away the black-violet haki covering Straw Hat Luffy's body like wind dispersing storm clouds. At the same time, the tremendous force pierced straight through Straw Hat Luffy's body, and the air itself, compressed by the violent power, formed a massive fist-shaped gale, visible to the naked eye like a high-speed train, trailing a blue-white trail, scraping black sparks, and crashing into the main trunk of the Sabati archipelago at supersonic speed. Whooshed! A ferocious gale swept through, blowing everyone's hair upward into the sky. Then a few seconds later, a colossal rumbling sound echoed out. Crash! Another 100-meter-tall tree composing the Sabati archipelago collapsed thunderously. Straw Hat Luffy was nowhere to be seen. Everyone stared with mouths agape at Kurosawa, who casually clapped his hands together. Before him lay a stretch of ground that looked as if it had been plowed by a giant drill. Earth churned up, leaving a long trench that extended far into the distance until it vanished from sight. SSS. The might of a single punch. Luffy. Sanji shouted in terror. Such a horrifying punch. Just one punch. This power. Roronoa Zoro's expression darkened to an extreme degree while Nico Robin's face turned deathly pale as she covered her mouth with both hands. You all go save Luffy first, then set sail for the New World immediately. Here. I'll hold them off. Crackle fizz. Red Conqueror's haki crackled like electromagnetic sparks along Rayleigh's blade. The old man's face was resolute, his expression grave. Facing this guy now is still too soon for you lot. Rayleigh. Zoro looked at Rayleigh's back, that determined posture like facing an undefeatable opponent giving final instructions. Old man. You. Sanji clenched his teeth, unable to finish the words. Don't worry. After all, they call me the Dark King. Rayleigh set his back, still turned to the Straw Hats, his voice low. I intend to watch you all reach the summit. Until then I won't die.